In 2013, I unexpectedly faced bankruptcy, and my girlfriend departed from my life. In my desperation, I embarked on a path of grave robbing, revealing a bizarre and eerie world before my eyes. Beneath the water's surface, a 1,000-year-old, perfectly preserved corpse of a beautiful woman, the legendary burial place of an immortal. Within the rich tapestry of ghostly lore, the enigmatic tombs of millennia, half belonging to grave robbers, for whom this illicit trade presents an opportunity for wealth. The grave robbers, adept at navigating the mountains and ridges, traverse the unknown. Chapter 1. The Sinister River. My name is Zhong Qian. I am a businessman currently residing in Shenzhen. There is an old saying, when misfortune strikes, even drinking a sip of cool water can lead to choking. I never anticipated that I would encounter such a peculiar and unfortunate event. 3 days ago, I was discussing business with several partners at a hotel. After a hearty meal and drinks, we parted ways around 4 in the afternoon. Having indulged a bit too much, I opted to walk back to my apartment, hoping to clear my head along the way. To reach my residence, I had to cross a road, where not far from the curb stood a stone railing, beyond which lay a large river. The locals possess a peculiar sense of humor. They can refer to a stinking ditch as a river. In my hometown, a true river spans 70 to 80 meters in width, while this so-called river in Shenzhen would be labeled a drainage channel. As I passed the waterway, the effects of the alcohol began to cloud my mind, and I felt a warmth spreading through my body. I removed my suit jacket and draped it over my arm, inhaling deeply, hoping the fresh air would dispel my dizziness. To my dismay, the air was thick with exhaust fumes. However, the wretched air did manage to revive my senses, and I soon noticed a crowd gathered by the riverbank. Among them were elderly folks, aimlessly wandering about without any work to occupy their time. One of the favorite pastimes of the Chinese is to congregate in large numbers. So what had transpired to draw such a crowd? With no pressing engagements, I tightened my grip on my suit and approached the gathering. To my astonishment, I discovered that a young child had fallen into the water. The onlookers displayed a range of emotions. Some were anxious, some merely curious, while others were calling for help. Yet, none dared to plunge into the water to save the child. Had this incident occurred in another river, someone would have surely jumped in to play the hero. However, in this case, the spectators were predominantly elderly individuals, unsteady on their feet, making it impossible for them to attempt a rescue. Additionally, the river had a notorious reputation. Originally named the Huiyong River, it earned this title because its mouth leads directly to the sea. When the tide rises, the undercurrents surge back, causing the water level to rise dramatically. It is said that during one particularly high tide, the surrounding watchtowers were entirely submerged. In Shenzhen, most residents are newcomers. The local populace is scarce, with the affluent having relocated to Hong Kong. However, having spent a considerable amount of time here, I am privy to some local lore. It is said that before the economic reforms and before Deng Xiaoping circled the area on the map, the Huiyong was a mighty river. The sediment at the riverbed accumulated, and the water flowed powerfully, leading to numerous drownings of those who ventured to swim in the wild during the summer months. You might wonder, isn't Shenzhen situated by the sea? Why swim in a river rather than the sea? It was simply because, at that time, the river flowed through the heart of Shenzhen, far removed from the ocean, and thus it was a compromise of sorts. This was not particularly remarkable, until one summer when a man named Zhong Qian ventured into the river for a swim. Midway through, he suddenly sank beneath the surface, as if drowning. After a full 10 minutes, he resurfaced, and curiously, he had not perished. Instead, he appeared visibly shaken. Noticing the absence of others around him, he hurried home, as if burdened by a guilty secret. His wife, sensing something amiss in the middle of the night, observed his frantic demeanor and suspected he was concealing something. Relentlessly, she pressed him, "What is going on? Are you hiding something from me? If you don't confess today, I won't let you into bed." Zhong Qian, who was typically intimidated by his wife, felt the weight of her ultimatum. Yet, this time, he stubbornly refused to divulge the truth, responding, "You needn't worry. I've stumbled upon something extraordinary, but speaking of it may ruin its fortune. You shall learn in due time." With that, he retired to bed, leaving the mystery of his experience at the river bottom unspoken. Not long after, however, Deng Xiaoping circled Shenzhen on the map for redevelopment. Seizing this momentum, Zhong Qian embarked on local construction contracts, swiftly ascending to become one of China's first nouveau riche. Logically, one would assume that a sudden influx of wealth would prompt a person to purchase luxury cars and reside in opulent estates. Yet, Zhong Qian chose a different path. He sought to blow up the river. Indeed, he resolved to detonate the Huiyong River. Amidst the reforms, the city's topography had undergone significant alterations. The riverbed had risen, and the water level had receded, making his endeavor feasible. On that day, he hired over 10 laborers, procured explosives, and pointed to the very stretch where he had once swum, instructing them to blast there. Once the explosives were set, water erupted in a tumultuous splash, yielding countless indistinct clumps of scrap metal. After the initial detonation, Zhong Qian appeared unsatisfied and ordered further explosions, utilizing a considerable quantity of explosives. The river channel widened considerably, and finally content, he returned home to confess the truth to his wife. It turned out that during his swim, he had encountered a water spirit of considerable prowess, intent on claiming him. This spirit resembled a large raccoon, with a dark, brass-like sheen. The creature proposed, "If you wish to be spared, you must promise that your future children will be cast into the river to accompany me. I assure you, wealth and prosperity will be yours for a lifetime. Refuse, and I shall take your life immediately." In a desperate bid for survival, he hastily agreed. The water spirit, satisfied with his promise, allowed him to surface once more. True to the spirit's word, Shenzhen soon flourished, and Zhong Qian grew affluent, especially as his wife's belly swelled with impending motherhood. As the due date approached, Zhong Qian became increasingly apprehensive at the prospect of casting his own child into the river. After much contemplation, he could devise no alternative and resolved to take decisive action. He would eliminate the raccoon spirit with explosives before it could claim his offspring. Upon revealing the truth, he remarked, "Well, now we need not worry about anything. That water ghost should be utterly obliterated by my explosives, and we can live our lives in peace." His wife, rendered speechless, inquired, "Is that raccoon-like creature the size of a human head, with a darkened body, adorned with a brass emblem, and eyes that gleam like 2 rubies?" The wealthy man, astonished, replied, "My dear wife, how do you know this so vividly?" She pointed at the table behind him, her complexion pale, lips trembling, and uttered, "Because it is right there." Upon turning around, the wealthy man was horrified to discover the very water ghost raccoon he had previously unearthed from the riverbed, now perched upon the dining table, filling the room with the foul stench of river water. Why did this tale circulate? Following that incident, the affluent gentleman descended into madness. The next day, his wife's lifeless body was discovered in their home, her abdomen grotesquely opened, the child within her lost. When questioned, the wealthy man repeatedly recounted his story, utterly bewildered by fear. The authorities could only dismiss his words as the ramblings of a madman, suspecting he might have suffered a psychotic episode and murdered his wife. Curiously, the body of the child was never found. As the story spread, the river gained a notorious reputation. Moreover, each year, inexplicable deaths occurred within its waters, reinforcing the belief that it was a cursed river. The local inhabitants of Shenzhen were particularly superstitious, convinced that water ghosts lurked within. They avoided not only swimming but even coming into contact with its waters, fearing ill fortune. I, however, held no belief in such tales. Observing those around me, I noticed that most were longtime neighbors, their expressions revealing a struggle and hesitation. By the time they resolved their inner turmoil, the child might have already drowned. The child, perhaps ensnared by aquatic vegetation, thrashed desperately, unable to surface. Choosing not to join the onlookers, I quickly shed my clothing, donning only a pair of shorts before plunging into the water, prompting gasps of shock from the crowd. My swimming ability was not to be underestimated. I was among the best in my hometown, capable of diving to the riverbed's 10-meter depth to retrieve a handful of sand. Yet I digress. I swam behind the child, attempting to guide him to shore. Strangely, he seemed entangled in something akin to water plants, resisting all my efforts to pull him free. As I tried to push down with my feet to grasp the vegetation, I instead encountered a slippery, rigid object. It was gripping the child's foot, resembling a human hand. In that moment, a chilling realization struck me. Water ghost. Could that legend possibly hold truth? As I pressed down upon it, the thing suddenly seized my ankle with a ferocious grip. Though I did not see it, I felt distinctly that it was indeed a human hand. Its strength was formidable, yanking me downward, and I instantly inhaled the foul river water, choking on its stench. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the heart. I was enraged and resolved, disregarding whether the entity was human or ghostly. With a fierce thrust, I plunged downward, reaching for the hand that clutched my ankle. To my surprise, it recoiled, seemingly taken aback by my aggression. I hurriedly dragged my child ashore, while those around me rushed to provide aid. Yet, I felt a peculiar chill emanating from the spot where my foot had previously trodden upon a hand, akin to the sensation of being warmly wrapped in winter garments, only to have forgotten to wear shoes and socks. The elders often speak of the unfortunate souls who drown carelessly, becoming water spirits, trapped in a liminal state. The existence of a water spirit is fraught with suffering. Rain feels like 1,000 cuts, waves crash like hammers, and the scorching sun resembles a fiery torture. Thus, regardless of one's kindness in life, once transformed into a water spirit, the yearning for rebirth and a substitute for their demise prevails. As I gazed across the river, the surface appeared placid. Perhaps that entity had submerged into the depths, or was it merely an illusion? In that instant, I noticed that the string of peachwood protective beads, which I had worn for over a decade on my right hand, had inexplicably cracked. Could it be that it shielded me in that moment? Is it possible that the legends surrounding this returning river hold truth? Chapter 2. The Blind Man. This string of peachwood beads was not purchased from a shop. They were crafted by my grandfather from the peach tree in our garden. Peachwood, also known as dragon-subduing wood, occupies a significant place in our cultural folklore and beliefs. According to legend, as the deity Kwa Fu chased the sun and neared his demise, he cast forth a sacred tree that transformed into a peach grove. The earliest couplets in our culture were inscribed on peachwood boards, referred to as peach talismans. For millennia, peachwood has been revered for its protective qualities against calamities and malevolent spirits, earning its title as a divine wood. I recall my grandfather personally adorning me with these beads, proclaiming they would ward off evil and ensure my safety. Yet now, they lay cracked in my hand. By this time, the ambulance had arrived, and the crowd gathered around the child, seemingly in grave condition due to drowning. I had done what I could. The rest was in the hands of the doctors. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, I hastily donned my shoes and socks, shaking my hair as I turned to leave. My intention in saving a life was not for recognition. In this day and age, anything could happen. It appeared I had saved a life. But should anything happen to that child, who knows if the parents would blame me for being too late in my rescue? It is better to perform good deeds anonymously and slip away quietly. Upon entering the water, my spirits had lifted considerably, and the effects of alcohol had faded. As I crossed the street, I saw the turn leading to my neighborhood, when suddenly, a voice called out from the roadside, "Sir, hold on. I can see that your energy is dim and your eyes are clouded. You are destined for great fortune in the coming days." Turning my head, I discovered an old man, wearing sunglasses, sporting a beard, dressed in a white shirt, and wielding a fan. He was evidently a street fortune teller. As a businessman, I am particularly superstitious about others predicting financial loss, especially from the lips of such fortune tellers. There is a saying that good predictions are ineffective while bad ones ring true, and his words ignited my ire. I retorted, "Old man, are you not blind? What makes you think I am heading for financial ruin? Do you believe I won't turn your stand upside down?" The fortune teller was taken aback, perhaps unaccustomed to encountering someone with such a fiery temperament. He swiftly removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of shrewd eyes that sparkled with intelligence, more perceptive than most. Exuding a cunning charm, he replied, "Ah, I can see you are a discerning individual. Please, temper your anger. In these times, making a living is no easy feat. If I don't feign blindness, no one will believe me." The reason the blind man speaks thus is rooted in an ancient belief. Those who prophesy too much risk exposing celestial secrets, inevitably facing retribution, often manifesting as physical disabilities. Consequently, if a fortune teller is found to be blind or lame, it serves as evidence of their excessive revelations and subsequent punishment, while simultaneously reflecting their remarkable accuracy. Thus, blind seers are particularly sought after. Observing his capitulation, I decided against holding a grudge. As I stepped into the community, he suddenly called out, asserting, "I did not deceive you. If you doubt me, you will discover the truth in a few days. Come find me then. I will still be here at my stall." Had I not already entered the community, I would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to that blind man. This incident quickly faded from my mind. However, now, as I sit in my office, gazing at the disarray of my deserted company, the blind man's words from 3 days ago resurfaced in my thoughts. In the span of merely 3 days, I had indeed suffered a financial loss, and a significant one at that. My company had gone bankrupt. It was not a large enterprise. I merely rented a spacious shop in an electronics market. The front served as a sales floor, while the back housed offices, where I engaged in the trade of electronic products, dealing primarily in smuggled goods, colloquially known as black market or counterfeit items, reaping exorbitant profits. Over the past 2 years, this venture had proven lucrative. However, just yesterday, my supplier absconded with the goods, leaving me with nothing but debts. Reflecting on my life, I, Zhong Qian, had endured hardship in my youth, faced even greater struggles as I matured, and after finally achieving a measure of success through my own efforts, I found myself entangled in such dire straits once more. Could it be that the fortune teller truly possessed some uncanny insight? At that moment, my phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. It was a debt collector. I hastily turned off my phone, refusing to answer. My thoughts scattered like a headless fly. The money was lost, but life must continue. How was I to repay nearly $2 million in debt? How would I navigate the days ahead? Given that my merchandise consisted of illicit goods, I inevitably mingled with unsavory characters, and this debt interconnected me with them. The nature of interests is such that they are intertwined. Their influence in Shenzhen is formidable, and I doubted my ability to evade repayment. Remembering the fortune teller, I splashed some water on my face, changed my clothes, and returned to the community. Indeed, not far away, I spotted that fraudulent blind man. At this moment, I felt an urge to kick him, to vent my pent-up frustrations, yet reason dictated that it was not the appropriate time for violence. I stood before his fortune-telling stall, and as he removed his sunglasses, it seemed he had anticipated my arrival. With a twinkle in his eye, he remarked, "Sir, I was correct, was I not?" I replied tersely, "Cut the pleasantries. Tell me what is happening and if there is any way to remedy this situation. I assure you, I will pay for effective solutions." In truth, all my assets had been directed towards repaying debts, leaving me with merely 2,000 yuan. The fortune teller glanced around furtively, ensuring we were unobserved, before declaring, "As I said, do not dismiss my words lightly. You have encountered a ghost." Under normal circumstances, I would have dismissed such a claim outright, yet at that moment, a chill ran through me, and I recalled the ominous entity I had encountered in the river. The fortune teller, sensing my composure, continued, "It seems you are already aware. If I am not mistaken, you have encountered a water ghost. The water ghost remains immobile, unable to cause you harm, yet, being a ghost, it carries an inherent misfortune that suffocates your financial luck. The remedy is quite simple. Your residence is too close to the water ghost, and relocating would suffice. However, should you wish to reverse your ill fortune, you must seek assistance from the water ghost. Seek help from a ghost? Were it not for the fact that the fortune teller's words mirrored my own experiences with utmost precision, I would have been tempted to slap him. Asking a ghost for help seems a fool's errand. Perceiving my indignation, the fortune teller remarked, "Do not dismiss my words too hastily. Do you know the origins of this river?" Noting his pretentiousness, I felt compelled to quell his arrogance and responded, "Do not underestimate me. I am quite familiar with the history of this place. This river was once known as the Huiyong River, a mighty waterway where many perished. Following the reforms, its course was altered, reducing it to its current size." The fortune teller retorted, "You only grasp part of the truth. The river bears another name, Mazu River, named for the temple dedicated to Mazu that once stood by its banks. During the Cultural Revolution, the temple was demolished, and many ancient relics sank into the river, including the revered Zhaomao." What is a Zhaomao, you ask? It is a mythical sea creature capable of swallowing wind and waves. Yet it was cast into the river and left unable to right itself. Can you not fathom its anger? I gasped, realization dawning. Are you saying that the one who harmed me was not the water ghost, but the Zhaomao? The fortune teller replied, "Whether it be the Zhaomao or the water ghost, the fact remains. As long as it persists, your financial fortune will never flourish, and your misfortunes will only escalate. I see you are currently destitute. In our Taoist beliefs, we emphasize aiding others. Here's what we shall do. You will retrieve the Zhaomao's body from the water, and I shall bring it home to honor and appease its wrath. In doing so, you shall find your luck reversed, and I shall accumulate boundless merit, thus foregoing any fee for my services. What do you say?" His words resonated deeply, aligning perfectly with my recent tribulations. Though I had always been skeptical of such matters, I found myself believing, if only slightly. However, years of navigating the world of commerce instilled in me a sense of caution, prompting me to inquire, "If it is such a noble deed, why do you not go yourself or accompany me?" The fortune teller, seemingly anticipating my question, chuckled and replied, "Do you not know? Even the great sage, who conquers demons, sends the marshal of the heavenly pig as his vanguard when faced with river monsters. I am not skilled in swimming." Oh, so it was simply a matter of his inability to swim. My inquiry had inadvertently drawn a comparison to Zhu Beiji. However, now was not the time to dwell on such trifles. After some contemplation, I found no other suspicious elements, and thus declared, "Very well, I shall take action tonight. However, you must provide guidance. When shall we go, and what should I bring? We cannot engage in a battle unprepared." The fortune teller imparted a plethora of instructions. The optimal time would be at the stroke of midnight, just as the moon crested the treetops. He emphasized the necessity of binding the ghost with red string, ensuring 9 intricate knots. That evening, armed with a bundle of red string, I stealthily descended into the river's depths, seizing the opportunity when no one was around. Chapter 3. The Exorcism of the Cat. The river, due to the elevation of the terrain, had reached a level that was no longer high, yet it emitted a foul stench. The water became increasingly murky as one descended, and equipped with diving goggles, I found it nearly impossible to see clearly. The old man had claimed that binding the malevolent cat with a red cord would render it harmless. Consequently, I spent money on an underwater lamp, using its light to probe the riverbed. Below, I encountered nothing but silt, a dark expanse devoid of fish, let alone any cat. Although it was summer, prolonged immersion in the water left me feeling somewhat chilled. A sense of doubt crept in, and I pondered whether I had been deceived by that fortune teller. Resolving to search for a while longer, I decided that if I found nothing, I would return home. Yet again, my efforts yielded naught. Just as I intended to surface for air, I suddenly felt as though a great weight had settled upon my back, rendering me incapable of rising. Turning my head, I discovered that an ominous, dark object had somehow perched upon me, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon me. A malevolent spirit. Startled, I gasped and inhaled water, while the weight on my back grew ever heavier, pressing me further into the depths. I struggled desperately, yet the silt loomed closer. Soon, my hands and feet sank into the muck, my head being forcefully pushed down. I realized that this entity intended to suffocate me within the riverbed. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Most people harbor fears of the supernatural, and I was no exception. However, driven to such desperation, I cast aside my fears. Consumed only by the instinct to survive, summoning all my strength, I fought to keep my head above water. In the midst of my struggle, my hand unexpectedly brushed against something solid beneath the mud, resembling a fragment of metal or stone. A glimmer of hope surged within me. Could this be the true form of the malevolent cat? Without pausing to continue my struggle, I exerted force to pull the object free, only to discover it was not the cat, but rather a half-broken stone tablet, inscribed with ancient characters. The murky water obscured my view, and amidst the malevolent cat's interference, I could only discern 2 characters, the rest remaining illegible. Seeing that it was a useless fragment, and having exhausted my strength, I felt myself being pressed deeper into the mud. The sensation was akin to a mountain pressing down upon me, immobilizing and leaving me breathless. In a moment of desperation, I recalled the peachwood talisman in my right hand, which had once saved me in the depths of the water. I silently prayed for the protection of the Grand Supreme Lord and struck behind me. The impact resonated like a blow to metal, sending pain through my bones. As the entity on my back seemed to recoil in fear, rolling off and disappearing into the silt, I quickly took a breath, though fatigued and frightened. I realized that as long as this creature remained, my future would be bleak. Gritting my teeth, I dove once more into the depths, searching the area where it had vanished. My hand soon encountered something cold and solid. Upon retrieving it, I was astonished to find it was the great malevolent cat itself. It is approximately the size of a human head, cloaked in a deep black hue, exuding the essence of black iron, adorned with patches of brass that seem to be the original color, untouched by erosion. Its appearance resembles that of a crouching raccoon, with 2 gleaming ruby eyes fixed intently upon me, and it feels rather weighty in my grasp. In an instant, I perceived my reflection within those eyes. Yet how could there be a reflection beneath the water? The creature, known as the Tao cat, possesses no mouth, and folklore suggests it is a divine beast of the sea, capable of swallowing winds and spitting waves, safeguarding the maritime peace under the protection of the goddess Mazu. Its eyes serve as the sea eyes. Any malevolent spirits or creatures that offend it would be drawn into its gaze. I dared not gaze longer, nor linger. Hastily binding the Tao cat and returning home, preparing to hand it over to the fortune teller the following day. However, as night fell, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. I feared I had been deceived, a mere pawn in the hands of the fortune teller. Thus, I turned to examine the Tao cat, discovering several ornate ancient characters inscribed on its underside, reading Yongji Iron Workshop. Yongji Iron Workshop? What could this signify? I promptly searched online, yet found no relevant information. Perhaps it merely referred to a workshop's name. The next day, I brought the Tao cat to seek out the fortune teller, but he had vanished without a trace. 3 days later, I encountered him once more, this time on television, where I was astounded to learn he had been apprehended for grave robbery along the banks of the Huiyong River. I was taken aback, realizing the situation was increasingly perplexing, compelling me to visit him in custody. The charlatan did not shy away from the truth, lamenting, "I, Qian, known for my thief's eye, have navigated the underworld with some finesse. Yet I never anticipated this downfall." Furious, I demanded to know the truth behind this betrayal. Qian, abandoning pretense, revealed that beneath the ancient ruins by the Huiyong River lay a tomb of a Qing dynasty scholar official. After the Mazu temple was demolished, the Tao cat had transformed into a spirit, fortuitously blocking the tomb's entrance. Qian had attempted to confront it once, nearly meeting his demise. Disguised as a fortune teller, he roamed nearby, seeking a way to exorcise the Tao cat. He observed as I descended into the water to rescue another. Astonished that I remained unscathed by the Tao cat, reflecting upon it, he surmised I must possess some ancient artifact that wards off evil, thus concocting a plan to deceive me into retrieving the Tao cat. According to Qian, my financial ruin was entirely unrelated to him. It was, without a doubt, the Tao cat's doing. That night, as I captured the creature, he had watched from the shadows. After I secured the Tao cat, he commenced his own nefarious activities. His audacity was remarkable. In a bustling place like Shenzhen, he dared to act, leaving me uncertain whether to commend his boldness or criticize his foolishness. Just before departing, Qian suddenly remarked, "Young man, I know you are desperate for wealth. The treasures there are worth a fortune, and even the authorities dare not intervene. If you possess courage, retrieve them, but I fear you may lack the resolve." With that, he fell silent and walked away. The treasures he referred to. Did he mean the tomb of the scholar official beneath the Mazu temple by the Huiyong River? This old rogue, even at his last breath, sought to drag me down with him. I was deceived by this individual, nearly losing my life. Yet it transpired within the confines of the police station, where I could neither confront him nor retaliate. I could only lament my misfortune. Upon returning home, I found that the feline was still bound by the red cord. But perhaps it was merely my imagination, for I felt that its ruby eyes were gazing at me with a particularly malevolent glare. Previously, I had contemplated gouging out its eyes to sell them, but now I found myself somewhat apprehensive. At present, I possessed only 2,000 yuan, and in this extravagant locale, it would suffice for merely a month's rent, leaving me with nothing for sustenance. Just as despair began to envelop me, my phone unexpectedly rang. Glancing at the caller ID revealed it was a friend of mine. My mood was irritable, and upon answering, I snapped, "What is it? Speak quickly, I'm busy." This friend of mine, surnamed Do, is called Do Boji. His parents were once esteemed professors, and his name carries profound significance, embodying the essence of serenity and aspiration. However, I affectionately refer to him as Tofu, a nickname that may perplex many, yet those who spend time with him soon appreciate its aptness. On the other end of the line, he sounded quite dejected, exclaiming, "Brother, my 7th spring has withered." I replied, "Surely not. You are quite the handsome lad, fair and delicate. Today's ladies are drawn to your porcelain-like visage, and you are, after all, an artist. How is it that love perpetually eludes you?" Tofu pondered. I too am baffled. What is it about me that fails to attract? I urged him to recount the events that transpired. It turned out that a lady had visited his home, and during her stay, a cockroach scuttled forth. Before she could react, he shouted in panic, "Help, step on it." Upon hearing this, I felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him, unable to restrain my response. "You coward. With such a timid disposition, even your 70th spring would falter." Tofu, displeased, retorted, "Hey, I sought your consolation, yet you choose to pour salt on my wounds. Have you ingested gunpowder today?" having known Tofu for many years. Our bond is strong, and we speak with candor. After his words, he sensed my unease, lowering his voice to inquire, "Brother, has something gone awry?" Given the tumultuous events of the past few days, my heart was heavy with unexpressed emotions, yearning for an outlet to share my burdens. Thus, I divulged the affairs of my business to him in their entirety. After a moment of silence, Tofu suddenly remarked, "Zhong Qian, you truly are a scoundrel." Taken aback, I retorted, "Clarify your words. How am I a scoundrel? If you don't elucidate promptly, I may just find someone to retaliate against you." Tofu let out a bitter laugh and cursed, "To hell with you. No ivory can emerge from a dog's mouth." He then spoke solemnly, "Given the magnitude of the situation, you failed to contact me. Have you truly not considered me a brother? Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. If you still regard me as a brother, pack your things and come stay with me." Truth be told, it would be disingenuous to say I was not touched by his words, yet I knew better than to overly praise him, lest he become conceited. Thus I replied, "Very well, since you have sincerely invited me, I shall grant you the courtesy of staying at your place." After exchanging a few casual remarks, we finally ended the call. There is a saying, at home, one relies on their parents, while outside, one depends on friends. I have numerous business partners and have encountered many acquaintances from various walks of life over the years. Yet when it comes to those who truly provide support in times of need, it seems that only Tofu fits the bill. In his early years, his family was well off. However, tragedy struck when his parents perished in a plane crash during a business trip. Exploiting his youth, relatives and acquaintances devised numerous schemes to strip him of his family's assets, leaving him with nothing. Now, he runs an art training class, teaching children how to paint during the summer, barely scraping by, and his financial situation is dire. Relying on his charity is not a viable option, especially considering he is burdened with debts. As I arrived at his home, laden with bags, he was waiting for me at the door. He appeared quite refined, wearing glasses and exuding an air of elegance. Yet beneath that facade, he was infuriating. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed, "Goodness, your speed is abysmally slow. The children I've been waiting for have grown up." I retorted, "If they've grown, then let them be born. The boys will break their legs to beg, while the girls will end up in brothels, and their earnings will be a mere pittance." We bantered back and forth without a hint of embarrassment, drawing the attention of the nearby uncles and aunts. Once we settled in, night had already fallen. In the stifling summer heat, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, my mind consumed with the events of the past few days. Before my rise to success, life was quite arduous, and I had encountered numerous challenges. But never had I faced such a bizarre situation. What could possibly lie within that grave, compelling Hu Laoxiao to take such a significant risk? What was he referring to? Strangely, the thought that lingered most in my mind was his final remark, "I know you're desperate for wealth. The treasures there are worth a fortune. If you dare, go retrieve them." Chapter 4. Work notes. Indeed, Hu Laoxiao's words ignited a spark of mischief within me, reminding me of something. It was a work notebook left behind by my grandfather. Those unfamiliar with the context might find it odd. After all, individuals of my grandfather's generation either worked in factories or were sent to the countryside as educated youth. What could such a notebook contain? Notes on how many cattle were tended today or how many acres were plowed yesterday? Certainly not. My grandfather's work notebook held significant value, documenting an endeavor that could lead to immense wealth overnight. In our Chen family, aside from my generation engaged in commerce, the preceding 8 generations were humble farmers. However, my grandfather's generation encountered a mishap that led to an unusual path. My grandfather, Chen Siyuan, hailed from a poor background. As a child, he primarily herded cattle for landlords. Despite his diligent work, he was often overlooked due to his frail health. What ailment plagued him? A rare condition known as slipping bone disease. This term may seem unfamiliar to many. In modern medical terminology, it is referred to as congenital soft tissue dysplasia. My grandfather's joints were particularly prone to dislocation, though it was not excessively painful and could easily be repositioned. It is said that on one occasion, while dining with other laborers at the landlord's home, his jaw unexpectedly detached. In a state of panic, he hurriedly attempted to reattach it, only to discover that by the time he succeeded, not even half of a coarse cornbread remained on the table. Due to my grandfather's peculiar affliction, he was often regarded with disdain. However, one day, a gold panner, a person who sought fortune in the river, arrived at our home with a large bag on his back. Upon hearing of my grandfather's condition, he suddenly proclaimed, I possess a remedy for this ailment, a family secret that must not be divulged to outsiders. If you wish for a cure, consider this. Become my apprentice. And together we shall venture into the mountains to pan for gold, while simultaneously addressing your malady." My grandfather's parents were elated upon hearing this. They had borne 4 daughters and 3 sons, a common occurrence in those days. Their household was struggling to make ends meet, and now the prospect of sending their youngest son away promised both nourishment and healing, along with the acquisition of a valuable skill in gold panning. Such an opportunity was rare, and they promptly arranged for my grandfather to accompany the gold panner. As he departed, the tears of parting were inevitable. My grandfather and his newfound mentor ventured deep into the mountains, only to discover that this man was no gold panner, but rather a grave robber. Alarmed, my grandfather wept and refused to work, but the grave robber, grasping him by the collar, pointed toward a foxhole-like entrance to a tomb and said, "Boy, if it weren't for your natural flexibility, would I have brought you along? Obey me, and as my apprentice, you shall enjoy a life of abundance." The grave robber had crafted the entrance to the tomb to be exceptionally small and discreet, as it was located near a brick factory. Only those trained in the art of contortion could navigate through. This man had mastered the skill, yet he required assistance for the larger tombs. My grandfather, endowed with a natural suppleness, could contort his joints and squeeze through narrow openings, making him the perfect accomplice. At the tender age of 13, my grandfather, intimidated by the grave robber's ferocity, complied with his demands, spending the following years traversing the land, unearthing numerous graves. It was only after he fell victim to a trap within a tomb, resulting in a crippled leg, that the grave robber released him, thus imparting to my grandfather a wealth of knowledge regarding tomb raiding. This journal serves as a chronicle of my grandfather's experiences in grave robbing, detailing his expertise and various practices. In retrospect, I find a certain kinship with Hu Lao Xia, as he too is a grave robber. Had it not been for that wretched grave robber, I might never have recalled my grandfather's journal. My grandfather, a kind-hearted man with a deep reverence for the spirits, never returned to such illicit activities after his release, opting instead to return to farming. However, due to my circumstances, he was compelled to resume his former trade. This is a chapter of my life I have long wished to forget, a painful memory that lingers in my mind. My grandfather often remarked that this was a form of retribution, a consequence of having disturbed too many ancestral graves. My grandfather later remarried and had children, one of whom is my father. One would assume that a man of his character would raise a commendable son, yet my father is far from admirable. He is a drunken wastrel. He never toiled in the fields, instead meandering through the village, engaging in petty theft and courting young maidens. One fateful year, he got a girl, my mother, pregnant, and was compelled into marriage, resulting in my birth. However, he was discontent with this reality, and in his inebriation, he would often berate and abuse my mother, who soon abandoned both her husband and child to flee with another man. Tragically, my father, in a drunken stupor, met his demise after slipping and falling. Left with only my grandfather, we were 2 souls who needed to survive. A child must pursue education. Yet our meager plots of land offered no sustenance. Strangely, my grandfather not only managed to support me, but also sent me to the county seat for schooling. In our village, many aspired to education, yet numerous impoverished families withdrew their children from school. For an elderly man like my grandfather to send me to study was regarded as a remarkable feat by the villagers. It wasn't until I matured that my grandfather revealed to me the harsh truth. A penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. He had been compelled, out of desperation, to resort to grave robbing, all while concealing it from me. He warned me, saying, "Tomb raiding is a deed that brings misfortune. The birth of such a wayward son as I have is retribution." He entrusted me with a book, advising me to keep it. For should I ever find myself without him, or if misfortune should befall him, I might find solace within its pages as a remembrance of him. When I first received this book, I had just entered junior high, still an immature child. Seeing my grandfather's grave expression as he placed it in my hands made me believe he was delivering a deathbed wish, which frightened me to tears. In the ensuing days, as my grandfather would come and go, I noticed no significant change in my life and gradually forgot about the book. It wasn't until I was preparing to enter high school and needed to pay tuition that my grandfather ventured out once more, never to return, prompting me to recall the book and my grandfather's words. I was oblivious to his whereabouts or whether he was alive or dead, and I found myself sitting by the village entrance, clutching the book, awaiting his return. I waited for what felt like an eternity, yet he never came back. Our family, already impoverished, fell into further despair with his mysterious disappearance. The villagers, pitying my plight, offered to take me to the south, where economic development was underway. And I began working at construction sites at the tender age of 13 or 14. At that time, there was a labor shortage, and child labor was not strictly regulated. I relied on hard labor to barely sustain myself. Over the years, I ventured into various trades, meeting individuals from all walks of life, and gradually built a modest fortune, only to find myself now reduced to my former state. The more I ponder this reversal, the more discontented I become. If I were merely to return to my previous state, I might accept it. I have endured hardships, subsisting on steamed buns and porridge. Yet the debts that cling to me could very well cost me my life. As I perused my grandfather's work notes, I discovered an array of methods and techniques pertaining to grave robbing, along with his personal experiences. For those inclined towards such endeavors, this tome serves as a comprehensive guide to the art of tomb raiding. However, the intertwining of my grandfather's final words and my current predicament leaves me in a state of indecision. The following morning, an individual arrived at the crack of dawn to collect rent. Tofu, in a state of urgency, lamented over his porridge, exclaiming, "We are both human. How is it that misfortune seems to favor us so? Last night, I found myself unable to make a decision, yet the present circumstances dictated otherwise. When one is pushed to the brink, desperation can compel one to act. Thus, as I sipped my porridge, I calmly stated, there are no inherently poor fates. It merely depends on one's audacity to act." His eyes widened, and he replied, "You've always been the crafty one. Have you devised a profitable scheme that I might partake in?" This fellow, when in need, conveniently shifts between brotherly affection and annoyance. I responded, initially, I had no intention of pursuing this path, but as it stands, I can no longer afford porridge, and you cannot pay your rent either. If we continue to hesitate, we may soon find ourselves begging on the streets. I possess a business opportunity. It simply depends on your courage. Upon hearing this, Tofu perked up, excitedly declaring, "Courage? As long as it doesn't involve vandalizing my late grandfather's likeness, I am willing to undertake anything. It is true what they say, when poverty drives one to madness, boldness often follows." I whispered my plan to him, and as he processed the information, his eyes widened in disbelief. "You wish to rob graves? Since when have you contemplated such a venture? Are you frightened?" I inquired. A flicker of fear crossed his face, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "The bold may perish from excess, while the timid may starve. I wouldn't dare venture with anyone else. But with you, it's different. Your audacity is unmatched. Even the spirits would tremble at your presence. What is the plan?" Thus, we began to strategize within the confines of our humble abode. My grandfather's work notes had been perused countless times, with the contents etched deeply into my memory. Although I possessed knowledge, practical experience was lacking, and the execution would require meticulous discussion. In the vernacular of the trade, grave robbing is colloquially referred to as turning over the tomb, with tomb denoting the coffin itself. However, the terminology varies across regions. In my hometown, it is more commonly known as mushroom digging. This term arose because graves resemble mushroom caps. Notably, my grandfather's notes also referred to it as mushroom digging. Some of these colloquialisms have endured, while others have evolved with time. Just a few days ago, I encountered a news article about a group of stylish young grave robbers, who humorously referred to their activities as archaeology. Driven by necessity, we concluded our planning. Tofu remarked, "I never imagined you possessed such a skill. But where shall we dig for mushrooms?" Within Shenzhen, we find only public cemeteries, filled with urns of ashes. Not only is it uncertain whether we could excavate anything, but even if we did, would urns hold any value? I could not restrain myself from giving the lad a swift kick, and said, "Why is it that you leap about foolishly when you ought to be clever, yet fail to be astute when it truly matters? Do you think we can disturb the earth in this place? The ancient tombs elude our grasp. Those grand sepulchres of yours have long since vanished in the passage of time, leaving not even a trace behind. Only those adept in secret arts can locate the deeply buried mausoleums. As novices like myself and Tofu, if we wish to unearth mushrooms, we can only seek the recent varieties, which are visible to the naked eye." He rubbed his rear and grinned, saying, "All right, I'm foolish. But do enlighten me. Where can we find these mushrooms? If you can devise a way for me to strike it rich, feel free to kick me daily." I glanced at the cat bound with red string resting on the table and lowered my voice. Return to Yonghe, the civil official's tomb. Chapter 5. Uncovering Mushrooms. Tofu gasped, exclaiming, "Isn't that the site reported on television just days ago, the one that was breached by tomb raiders? Good heavens. That place lies directly beneath the main road. You're acting as brazen as a wild dog consuming bear bile. The soil in that area has already been backfilled by the police. There are neither guards nor personnel from the Cultural Relics Bureau present. It is said that the tomb's location is rather peculiar, situated close to surrounding structures, rendering excavation inconvenient, hence the backfilling. Furthermore, with the bustling thoroughfare above, few dare to take the risk, allowing those in charge to feel quite at ease. I was well aware that this was a challenging mushroom, not particularly palatable, but at that moment, I had no luxury to be choosy. Noticing Tofu's demeanor resembling that of a startled cat, I stated, "If we are caught in this endeavor, the penalties will be severe. Think carefully. If you are unwilling to partner with me, I shall proceed alone and ensure you are not implicated." Though Tofu's life was somewhat strained, it remained stable. If he followed my path, the future would be uncertain, having known each other for many years. I did not wish to drag him into this murky affair unless absolutely necessary. Tofu's expression grew increasingly serious as he said, "Blood ties may bind brothers, and father and son may fight side by side. Though we are not blood relatives, we are closer than kin. Such perilous ventures cannot be borne by you alone, and the prospect of wealth should not be yours to shoulder alone either. What do you propose? I shall follow your lead. Do you have a plan? Where shall we commence?" By this time, evening had descended, and we had yet to dine, our stomachs growling in hunger. We resolved to first address our basic needs. With little money at hand, we dared not indulge in a lavish feast, so we prepared 2 bowls of noodles, discussing our plans as we ate. The riverbed beneath Yonghe conceals an ancient tomb. Its general location has already been mapped out by the elderly Hu. However, with traffic bustling on both sides and throngs of people, it is decidedly not a suitable place to work, necessitating a detour. What kind of detour? The average person, unaccustomed to excavating for mushrooms, would surely be at a loss. Yet, my grandfather's meticulous work notes contain detailed accounts of the process. In our country, tomb raiding is divided into 2 factions, the northern and southern schools, separated by the Yangtze River. Places like Changsha, Lingnan, and Jiangning are classified as southern, while Rihe, Hengluo, and Guangzhou belong to the northern faction. To successfully raid a tomb and unearth mushrooms, one must first create an entrance, commonly referred to as a tomb hole. The southern school shall remain unmentioned for now, but the northern school, gaining strength gradually, raises a question. Where is the thief's tunnel typically dug? Is it located at the side of the tomb, on the tomb body, in front of the coffin, or at the coffin's rear? Should it be square or round? Each choice carries significance, and among these, a particular style of tunnel from the Guangzhou region is especially applicable in the present context. What is a Guangzhou-style tunnel? Such a tunnel is generally not excavated near the burial chamber, as that would easily expose the target. Instead, it is selected in a concealed and deserted location, sometimes even several miles away. The depth of the burial chamber is first calculated, followed by the creation of a vertical shaft of the same depth. From the mouth of the shaft, a horizontal tunnel is then carved, winding its way into the tomb from below. Thus, the tunnel and the actual main tomb can often be separated by several hundred meters, or even thousands. These meticulous details are recorded in work notes, outlining how the excavation should be performed, the tools required, and all pertinent instructions are clearly documented. With this knowledge, our safety is further assured. Though employing the Guangzhou-style excavation method does require considerable time. After explaining the principles to Dofu, I added, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. I will prepare a list for you, detailing some tools we will need. Tomorrow, we shall divide our efforts. You will procure the tools while I scout for the tunnel location, ensuring absolute precision. Dofu appeared particularly exhilarated. Despite his usual timidity, he exhibited a tendency to stir trouble. In simpler terms, he often acted without thinking, easily swayed by others, which ultimately led to the depletion of his family's wealth. His thoughts were plainly written on his face, and at this moment, he was already fantasizing about the fortune that lay ahead. First, a lavish meal at Zhong Qian, indulging in seafood delicacies such as crabs, sea urchins, sandworms, lobsters, groupers, and abalone, all seasoned with garlic, soy sauce, and vinegar, whether steamed, fried, or sought Ed. Everything laid out on the table. As the saying goes, one who lives near mountains eats from the mountains, and one who dwells by the sea feasts on its bounty. Here, being close to the ocean, the seafood is truly exceptional. The more he spoke, the hungrier I became, unable to resist interrupting him. Enough, enough. Let us just have some noodles for now. If you keep going, I might just starve. What will we say to the police tomorrow when they ask how this person died? I exclaimed in jest. What kind of insipid noodles are these? Is there any salt? Salt. Dofu retorted, displeased by my criticism of his cooking. You don't know that salt prices have risen recently. After we finished our bowls of steaming noodles and engaged in casual conversation, we prepared for the work ahead of us the following day and turned in early, collapsing into slumber. He rented a one-bedroom apartment, with the living room converted into a studio for training, leaving only a single bedroom. We shared a bed. The room equipped with air conditioning, though the old unit was hardly effective, so we opted to forego it altogether to save on electricity. Due to the sweltering weather and our close quarters, I awoke in the middle of the night, uncomfortably warm. Unable to endure it any longer, I planned to rise and seek a breeze by the window. However, upon opening my eyes, I sensed something was amiss. I felt as though the room had undergone some change, but a quick glance revealed that the wardrobe remained in its place, the computer was still where it belonged, and Dofu occupied 2/3 of the bed in his usual awkward sleeping position. Everything appeared unchanged, yet that peculiar sensation lingered. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? A result of paranoia? As my gaze shifted, I suddenly realized the cat was gone. I distinctly tied it up and placed it on the desk at the foot of the bed, yet how could it have vanished? Could it be that someone has tampered with it? I immediately roused Dofu, urgently inquiring, "Where's that cat on the desk?" Dofu, still dazed and likely entwined in dreams, rubbed his eyes and replied, "Are you incessantly bothersome? I was just in a dream, having shed my trousers and preparing for a romantic bath with Lu Xiaoxua. To wake me now is truly unkind. My little brother will be in tears." I found his response both amusing and infuriating, retorting, "If you don't confess, I shall ensure your little brother won't even have the chance to cry." With that, I brandished a decorative dagger from the bedside. Dofu jolted awake, his slumber abruptly interrupted, and, covering his pants, he said seriously, "The cat? You mean that red-eyed iron anchor? I put it in the bathroom. There is hardly any space on the desk, and it was too much of an inconvenience." I refrained from disclosing the origins of the cat to Dofu, fully aware of his nature, a complete coward. Despite his boastful demeanor, he possessed the courage of a mouse, jumping at the slightest sight of a cockroach, which I found embarrassing. With such a fragile disposition, if I were to tell him that the river was haunted, he would surely wet himself. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. A sense of unease creeping over me. I asked, "You didn't touch the rope, did you?" Dofu, sensing my disquiet, averted his gaze momentarily and replied, "I untied the rope to use it for hanging my socks. What of it?" My scalp tingled with frustration. I was at a crossroads. Should I reprimand him or not? I promptly turned on the lights and walked to the bathroom. Upon pushing the door open, apart from the toothbrush, cup, and towel, nothing else remained in there. Dofu gasped, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "I left it right here. What if a thief has come into the house?" With that, he seized the toothbrush cup, turning on all the lights, his demeanor now one of vigilance. I pulled out a cigarette, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The cat was a mythical water creature, said to vanish upon contact with water. Its current absence raised the unsettling possibility that the legend held truth, and it truly had escaped through water. Where could it have gone? Perhaps it returned to the river? Hu Lao Xiao, an amateur mushroom forager, had always been reticent about that creature, even deceiving me into catching the cat. If it had indeed fled back to the water, it would significantly hinder our subsequent endeavors. This entity brought misfortune, and without the binding of the red string, I might face even greater calamities ahead. Dofu, perplexed, continued searching, believing a thief had entered our home. After finishing 2 cigarettes, I declared, "Stop searching, it has returned home." Dofu, suddenly realizing, looked bewildered and said, "You must be joking. How could an iron cat walk away on its own?" In my moment of carelessness, I had neglected to share the truth about the water with Dofu. Now, unable to conceal it any longer, I revealed the details of capturing the cat from the water, concluding, "This creature has likely escaped back to the river. We must proceed with caution, as it is unlikely to let this matter rest." Chapter 6. The Plan of Action. Dofu, still shaken, glanced nervously around and muttered, "Oh, great cat. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its owner. The one who bound you is Zhong Qian, and I have no part in it. In truth, I consider myself your benefactor. It would be splendid if you could repay me with gold or silver. However, if such is beyond your capacity, do not bring harm upon me. The one who wrongs you is close at hand. Direct your ire towards him. My frustration was considerable, and I delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, I, Zhong Qian, have always prided myself on being a person of sentiment and loyalty. One who would never hesitate to aid a brother. How unfortunate it is that I have come to know such a coward as you. That night, having released the cat, I was uncertain whether I had invited greater misfortune upon myself. Yet, upon rising the next morning, I noticed my right eyelid twitching vigorously. Old adages claim that a twitching left eye heralds fortune, while a twitching right eye signals disaster. Could it be that I am destined for further misfortune today? At dawn, I meticulously organized the tools I required, as outlined in my grandfather's notes. The endeavor of tomb raiding and mushroom excavation necessitates a plethora of instruments, tailored to the geographical conditions and the varied chambers of the tombs. Yet, certain tools are not available on the market, compelling me to rely on Dofu to procure what I could. After indulging in 2 steaming baskets of buns to satiate my hunger, we parted ways to attend to our respective tasks. He was to purchase equipment, while I ventured to scout the vicinity, seeking a suitable location for our undertaking. A short distance ahead along the Yungue River lay a bustling commercial district, teeming with crowds, beneath which lay a subway passage. When the subway was excavated, the opportunity to unearth the civil official's tomb was unfortunately missed. A case of blind fate, not encountering misfortune, one might say. Beyond that area, a collection of upscale residential complexes sprawled, a place I once called home, though I can no longer afford such luxury. To my left lay the expressway. With no options on that front, I proceeded to the right, entering an old district commonly referred to as an urban village in Shenzhen, which, to speak more candidly, resembles a slum, primarily inhabited by migrant workers. I, too, once resided in such quarters upon my arrival. However, this old district possesses a rich history. Strategically located within a commercial street, where land is exceedingly valuable, these ancient structures should have long been demolished. Yet, they remain standing due to their historical significance. Scattered throughout the area are several round watchtowers, remnants from the wartime resistance against Japan. In cities with burgeoning economies, cultural heritage is highly valued, leading to considerable debate over the fate of these towers. Thus, until a resolution is reached, this area has been preserved. As I ventured deeper into the old district, I encountered a significant number of residents initially. However, as I progressed further, the environment grew increasingly dilapidated. Narrow alleys, garments haphazardly hung, frayed electrical wires, and an omnipresent stench of refuse greeted my senses. Continuing onward, the population dwindled, revealing a cluster of decrepit buildings, which were nearly deserted. This area, known as the Alley Buildings, consisted of several dormitory blocks from the 1960s, their walls emblazoned with the word demolish in bold red paint. Upon inquiring with the locals, I quickly sensed a lead. These buildings were set to be demolished in 2 months, and with the dimly lit hallways and aging electrical systems, 90% of the residents had already vacated, rendering the structures almost abandoned. Even in daylight, the ambience was eerie, resulting in few daring to approach. The owners of the properties, driven by the desire for profit, had significantly lowered the rental prices, offering rooms for a mere 300 yuan a month. In this city where land is as precious as gold, where might one find a dwelling for a mere 300 yuan a month? Presently, the few remaining occupants are predominantly impoverished, elderly individuals, often living in solitude. In a single building, there may only be 2 or 3 households, and from a distance, it appears desolate and eerie, resembling a haunted edifice. Having ascertained the situation, I devised a plan and promptly contacted the landlord, securing a rental for a ground-floor apartment. The landlord, a local man, spoke in a thick Cantonese accent, his breath laden with the scent of smoke, informing me, "Listen, I'll rent it to you, but only for 2 months. After that, it's slated for demolition. You must be prepared." I replied, "No worries, I will certainly vacate by then." Once everything was arranged and I had the keys in hand, I met with my accomplice, Tofu, that evening to share my scheme with him. The reason for Old Hu's failure was his overt actions. To achieve success, we must employ a more circuitous approach, akin to the art of crafting a clandestine tunnel. I had already settled the rent, and we were prepared to move in. Given the sparse population in the area, we would create a vertical shaft from within the apartment. When the demolition occurs, explosives will be used, and when they detonate, the underground tunnel will collapse, leaving no trace of our activities, unbeknownst to anyone. Upon hearing this, Tofu's admiration was palpable as he exclaimed, "Brilliant! It's no wonder you were adept in business. Your mind operates like that of Zhuge Liang." At the mention of business, I felt a pang of frustration and sighed. Ah, Tofu, every man has his missteps. Even a horse stumbles. This time, I misjudged character and was deceived. After this endeavor, when I have the chance to recoup my losses, you will see how I handle them. I dismissed the topic and urged him, "Now, let us see what you've brought." That evening, we inventoried our equipment, and the next day, armed with cleaning supplies, we arrived at the ground floor of the dilapidated building. The dim corridor was devoid of life, with dust-laden light bulbs hanging from above, casting a faint and murky glow. Tofu, timid by nature, nervously remarked, "Have you ever had a nightmare where you find yourself trapped in a building, pursued by a ghost, running through shadowy hallways but unable to escape?" As I fumbled with the rusty iron door, I replied, "Indeed, I have experienced such nightmares. It is said that 9 out of 10 people have dreamt of being trapped. Scientists attribute this to the pressures of life, manifesting in our subconscious as a sense of confinement." "Why do you bring this up?" Tofu responded, "I can't help but feel that this place resembles the haunted buildings from my dreams." His words prompted me to observe our narrow, foreboding surroundings, and I couldn't deny that it bore a striking resemblance, sending a shiver down my spine. However, having grown up without supervision, I was inherently bold. And considering it was daylight, I reassured Tofu, "You ought to act like a man rather than a timid soul. I would be embarrassed to be seen with you." Just then, the iron door creaked open with a grating sound. Having been closed for so long, the room felt damp. As my eyes adjusted, I surveyed the space, which comprised 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The floor was unadorned, a relic of old cement, empty and somewhat dampened by a touch of mold. Although renting this house was merely a fade, we would reside here for the coming month, so we set about tidying the place up. Upon opening the windows, a few rays of sunlight streamed in, helping to dissipate the musty odor. We moved and organized as needed, and by the time we completed our tasks, night had already fallen. Tofu's stomach grumbled, and patting his belly, he said, "We've worked hard these past few days. Let's indulge a little tonight. Come on, I'll treat you to barbecue." There was a barbecue place just outside the old city, which I had noticed the previous day. At the mention of skewered delights, my appetite stirred, and without hesitation, we closed the door and made our way to the establishment, ordering food and beer, ready to feast and drink before embarking on our work the following day. As we savored our meal, relishing the flavors and enjoying the drinks, I suddenly sensed something amiss. I nudged Tofu and whispered, "Is that girl over there been staring at us?" The girl, perhaps 17 or 18, dressed rather maturely, seemed to have already left school. In this area, many young migrant workers were like her, likely here for a late-night snack. Before the food arrived, she sat at her table, discreetly observing us, leaving me uncertain of her intentions. Tofu, noticing her gaze, feigned modesty and sighed dramatically. Sometimes being too handsome can be a burden. Our original plan had been to conduct our mushroom hunting endeavor discreetly, but who would have thought that my striking appearance would draw such attention? What should I do? Should I wear sunglasses to conceal myself? I slapped the back of his head and scolded, "Oh, please, stop boasting. If I were to say you were overweight, you'd puff up even more. I can't help but think that girl is looking at me, not you." Tofu shot me a disdainful glance and retorted, "You? What is there to admire? Apart from being half a centimeter taller than me, your allure to women is utterly non-existent." Unwilling to concede, I contemplated delving into a profound discussion with Tofu about attraction when the girl unexpectedly approached us. I thought to myself, could this truly be a romantic encounter? That wouldn't do. I was already 28, and one must uphold principles, avoiding any untoward advances towards such a young girl. Just as I was about to advise Tofu to temper his demeanor, the girl smiled at us and sat down across from us. Chapter 7. The haunted building. Tofu was the first to speak. "Little sister, are you here to join us?" The girl scanned our faces before replying. "I saw you both come from the old building in Alley 3. You're quite brave to stay there." I was taken aback, sensing an underlying message in her words, and asked, "I've paid the rent, so what is there to be afraid of?" She clicked her tongue and remarked, "It seems you're unaware. I've lived around here since I was little. That building is quite sinister. It's haunted. Tofu appeared unnerved and said to me, I told you that place felt eerie. We need to get something to ward off evil spirits. I mused to myself, having resolved to engage with the deceased. What was there to fear from wandering souls? It seemed rather cowardly for Tofu to be frightened. Thus, I addressed the young girl. Little sister, on this late night, let us refrain from discussing ghosts and deities. Even if they truly exist, we are two robust men, brimming with vitality, and we need not fear their presence. You, being so young, should not indulge in such superstitions, but rather approach all matters with a scientific mindset. The girl, displeased, pouted and replied, I only wish to advise you kindly. Even if you lack funds, you could rent building 1, 2, or 4. The rent would remain the same. Why must you choose to rent building 3? Have you not noticed that it is solely occupied by the two of you? I was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Tofu. I was aware that the old alley building was sparsely populated, but I had no idea that only Tofu and I resided in building 3. Could it be that something was amiss with that structure? In the past, I would have dismissed such notions, but after experiencing the incident with the stray cat, I found myself somewhat bewildered by such matters and inquired, is there truly something wrong with building 3? What is the nature of this enigma? The girl, displaying a charming demeanor, smiled and said, then you must treat me to a late-night snack. Otherwise, I shall not divulge the information. Tofu interjected, ah, you clever little girl. Taking advantage of the situation, given your delightful appearance, I shall cover today's expenses, so please, share your knowledge with us, that we may take precautions. The girl promptly began to eat without reservation and regaled us with a tale concerning building 3 of the old alley. She asserted that this was not merely a story but a true account known to the longtime residents of the area, which is why no one dares to rent from building 3. Only some unaware outsiders, drawn by the low rent, move in, yet over time, they invariably encounter sinister occurrences, prompting most to vacate. Building 3 stands in this old district like a forgotten shell of an unfinished edifice, languishing in neglect day after day. The origins of Shenzhen lie in a fishing community, previously known as Bowen County or Nantou. During the War of Resistance, Nantou fell. Prior to this, several watchtowers and fortifications were constructed, remnants of which still exist in the old district. Originally, there were 4 towers. It is said that during the fall of Nantou, the towers were overtaken, and the soldiers trapped inside perished in the flames, their spirits lingering in the towers. Later, around the 1960s, the awareness of preserving historical sites was not as pronounced as it is today, and 2 of the towers were raised to make way for workers' dormitories, which is where we currently reside in the old alley building. Remarkably, building 3 is situated atop the site of one of those towers. After its construction, for reasons unknown, building 3 experienced repeated fires, resulting in numerous fatalities. Eventually, that factory closed, and the remaining buildings were sold to a real estate developer named Zhong Qian. By then, it was the 1980s, during the period of reform and opening up in Shenzhen, when an influx of migrant workers created a housing shortage, leading Zhong Qian to rent these buildings to them. However, one year, Building 3 suffered a catastrophic fire, claiming many lives. Zhong Qian's wife and children perished in a tragic incident at their home, burdened by the weight of their untimely demise. He found himself unable to bear the debt of their lives, leading him to leap from the height of the 3rd building, resulting in his fatal fall. The property was subsequently auctioned by the government and acquired by the current owner. According to a young girl, her knowledge of these events is rooted in her parents' previous tenancy of the 3rd building. One night, while they were asleep, an acrid scent of burning invaded their slumber. Startled, her mother awoke, fearing a fire, yet the room was enveloped in darkness, devoid of the telltale signs of flames. Puzzled, she wondered if she had inadvertently left the coal stove burning, as gas was not yet commonplace, and most households relied on coal stoves. Venturing into the outer room where the stove was located, illuminated only by the faint moonlight, she was struck with horror upon discovering a figure crouched beside the stove, evidently a man. Alarmed, she cried out, "Thief!" and instinctively grabbed a nearby iron rod for protection. At the sound of her voice, the man turned abruptly, and in that instant, her mother was paralyzed by fear. The man's face was inexplicably engulfed in flames that emitted no light, the fire merely cloaking his visage. As the flames licked at his skin, it gradually turned crimson, then blackened, eventually charring, while the acrid scent intensified as he advanced toward the girl's mother. The following morning, Although unscathed, her mother was too terrified to remain, hastily vacating the old tenement. Yet, constrained by the cost of rent, they did not leave the vicinity entirely. After sharing this tale, the young girl finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and declared, "I have shared all that I know. But if you are truly fearless, then that is beyond my concern." After a brief pause, she continued, "Thank you for the meal. I must take my leave." With that, she vanished like a wisp of wind before we could inquire further. Upon examining the bill, I exclaimed in dismay to Tofu. I assumed she would share something profound, yet it was merely a ghost story. We paid over 100 for this tale. This venture has proven to be quite unprofitable. Tofu replied. However, her account seemed quite vivid. Could we genuinely have rented a haunted abode? I've heard that misfortune attracts malevolent spirits. Perhaps that stray cat has cast a curse upon us, leading us to this ill-fated dwelling. What shall we do now? Can we still reside in that house? Possessing a naturally bold disposition, I have encountered my fair share of ghost stories and found myself unfazed by her narrative. I retorted, "Of course we shall stay. We have already paid, tidied the house, and prepared our beds and kitchenware. Are we to be frightened away by a mere ghost story? Are you not a man?" Tofu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this girl likely came merely to enjoy a free meal. She bears a striking resemblance to your former self. I recall when we first met, you managed to swipe half of my snack money. As we indulged in our meal, the brief interlude was swiftly forgotten. Once satiated, we returned to our room in Building 3 and commenced our labor. The profession of tomb raiding is shrouded in secrecy, predominantly carried out under the cover of night, which is why some refer to it as lamp holding. After careful measurements, we decided to position our excavation beneath the bed in the bedroom, directly drilling a vertical shaft downwards. We first pried away the surface cement, and upon exposing the earth, we began to dig the tomb whole using our probing spades. Utilizing 3 different sizes of spades, we opted for the largest to commence the vertical shaft. We toiled through the night, managing to bore a 10-meter deep shaft, and stealthily disposed of the excavated soil into the muddy lake behind the old alley, taking advantage of the night's cover. This lake, once a reservoir, had diminished significantly due to surrounding redevelopment, leaving it a stagnant body of water. The lake, filled with tangled aquatic plants and swarming mosquitoes, presented a dire environment. Yet its location had evaded the scrutiny of the authorities, allowing us to dispose of the earth undetected. According to the information previously provided by the eccentric Mr. Hu, the civil official's tomb we aimed to excavate was not deeply buried. During the late Qing dynasty, with the nation in decline, deep and elaborate burials were not common. 10 meters was a depth I deemed reasonable. In the ensuing days, we worked tirelessly, living like moles beneath the ground, gradually carving out a winding tunnel. Just as success appeared to be within reach, an unexpected event transpired, catching me off guard. While we worked in shifts, one standing guard outside while the other excavated, the later stages of our tunnel required no further earth to be moved. My grandfather's notes contained a particularly ingenious method. For every segment we advanced, we would dig a small hole beneath ourselves, compacting the earth meticulously, allowing us to accumulate soil bit by bit. Experienced grave robbers of the past commonly employed this technique, rendering any signs of excavation virtually undetectable, leaving the authorities with no means to investigate. I had excavated over 500 meters, forming a square-shaped tunnel that required crawling to navigate. Based on my estimations, I was nearing the edge of the Huiyong River, and the civil official's tomb was within proximity. During the day, I had even taken the time to reassess our positioning, determining that upon reaching a certain point, the tunnel could easily shift to the left, leading directly into the tomb's entrance. Logically, I should have encountered the tomb bricks first. In the late Qing period, due to financial constraints, lavish burials were discouraged, and officials of the civil service were not typically affluent. Therefore, the outer layer of the tomb would likely lack protective barriers. I would count myself fortunate if we unearthed any porcelain artifacts or inscriptions. However, as my spade struck down, instead of encountering bricks, I unearthed a piece of decayed wood. This wooden fragment rolled towards my face, dark and emitting a foul, earthy stench. Upon illuminating it with my flashlight, I was astonished to discover it was a fragment of a coffin. How could this be? We had not yet breached the tomb, yet here lay a piece of a coffin amidst the earth. Chapter 8. The contract. The reason I recognized it as a coffin fragment was due to the faint traces of lacquer that adorned the decayed wood's exterior. In ancient times, the application of lacquer on coffins primarily served the purpose of moisture resistance. The wealthier the family, the thicker the lacquer applied. A coffin typically consists of 4 sides and 2 ends, totaling 6 panels. For ordinary families, a single coat of thin lacquer sufficed, while affluent households might apply 3 coats, amounting to a total of 18 layers of lacquer. However, such practices have become increasingly rare since the Republican era. As I sifted through the fragmented wood, I discovered that the interior of the timber was severely decayed. As though it had been submerged in water, the lacquer appeared black. My grandfather noted these observations in his work journals, which held significance. Commonly, coffins are either red or black lacquered, with black being the predominant choice, symbolizing tranquility. Conversely, only those who met an untimely demise would be interred in red lacquered coffins, utilized for warding off malevolent spirits. Before me lay what seemed to be a black lacquer coffin. Illuminated by the flashlight, I discerned a substantial piece of wood within the soil ahead, resembling an entire coffin buried underground, effectively obstructing my path. A sense of unease crept over me. The burial of coffins follows specific customs. For the average person, the process of interment involves a feng shui master selecting a suitable site, digging a grave, placing the coffin within, and then covering it with earth, culminating in what is referred to as a grave. But what distinguishes a tomb? It adheres to certain standards and rituals, one of which is notably that the coffin must not directly contact the earth. Even for smaller graves, after excavation, bricks are typically laid around the coffin, and the top is sealed with bricks before being covered with soil. Thus, in the realm of mushroom foraging, encountering a coffin while digging is deemed an ill omen, signifying that one has stumbled upon the grave of an ordinary person, devoid of any valuable artifacts. Conversely, graves that are constructed with bricks are unlikely to be of inferior quality. Logically, despite being a civil servant, one would not expect a rudimentary burial. Discovering a coffin at this juncture felt like an unfortunate stroke of bad luck. Whose coffin could this be? Had Hu Laoxia deceived me into believing that this was not a grand tomb, but rather a pauper's grave? I found myself uncertain. However, the situation had progressed to this point, and there was no rationale for retreating. The coffin lay across the soil before me, obstructing my passage, necessitating its removal. Glancing at my watch, I realized I had been underground for half an hour. It was now 5 in the morning, and dawn was approaching. My back ached from prolonged bending, and my muscles were beginning to protest. Contemplating my next move, I retreated with the wooden fragments. Upon my emergence, Dofu, who had been anxiously awaiting my return, visibly relaxed upon seeing me and remarked, "Why did you take so long down there?" We agreed on 20-minute shifts. I tossed the wooden piece into his hands and asked, "What do you make of this?" Dofu examined it several times, bewildered, and replied, "It's just a piece of rotten wood. You were supposed to be foraging for mushrooms, not excavating timber." I thought to myself, this lad is quite oblivious. How could he not notice such an obvious coffin wood? I proceeded to recount the events, and a look of realization dawned on Dofu's face. His expression twisted with confusion as he pondered aloud. Could it be that on our very first mushroom foray, we stumbled upon a stem of the inedible enoki? Our luck is truly abysmal. I replied, "It remains uncertain whether it is an enoki or a false morel. That coffin presents some anomalies. Let us pause our inquiries for tonight. Tomorrow evening, I shall excavate that coffin and discern the truth." With that, we rearranged our sleeping quarters, covered the pit of the vertical shaft, stowed our tools beneath the bed, tidied the dirt in the room, took a hasty shower, and collapsed into slumber. We slept until midday the following day. Although it was broad daylight, the low ceilings of the old alley were overshadowed by the surrounding high-rise edifices, which obscured the sunlight. Our room, already unkempt, had its windows tightly shut, rendering the light even dimmer. Upon awakening, I was met with an eerie silence. This atmosphere was unsettling. I intended to rouse Dofu to prepare a meal when, suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. The sound was deliberate and heavy, suggesting the presence of someone clad in leather shoes, akin to a colossus. In this building, it was solely Dofu and I residing. So who could be approaching in the corridor? Given the clandestine nature of our endeavors, I felt a surge of caution and strained to listen to the commotion outside. The footsteps drew nearer, thudding ominously towards our location, and then halted abruptly at our doorstep. The next moment, a series of sharp knocks resounded, accompanied by a commanding voice. "Open the door." It was a woman's voice. This voice was unfamiliar. I couldn't recall knowing such a woman, and it carried an aggressive undertone. Damn, could it be the authorities? Had our actions been uncovered? Dofu, awakened by the noise, strained to listen for a moment, then poked my side with his foot, jesting, "Could it be your mistress has come calling?" I retorted, "Mistress? I haven't even secured a first one yet." "Enough of that. The woman outside does not sound amicable. I shall investigate. You remain alert." With that, I cautiously approached the door and opened it. In the dimly lit corridor stood a corpulent middle-aged woman, her waist threefold mine, clad in an incongruous yellow cheapao. Her face was a canvas of excess flesh. With slanted eyes and thin lips, her sparse hair pulled back, clearly a person of difficult temperament. Upon realizing she was not an officer, my trepidation subsided, and I frowned. Demanding, "What is the meaning of this incessant knocking? Who are you?" The woman lifted her eyes disdainfully, snorted heavily through her nose, and harshly berated, "You impoverished outsiders. How dare you move into my building without my consent?" "Your building?" I found her reasoning absurd and was about to respond when Dofu, rubbing his eyes and yawning, ambled over, carelessly remarking, "Auntie, which building is yours? We paid our rent." Clearly irked by being addressed as Auntie, the woman's ire flared, and she pointed a finger at Dofu, exclaiming, "Paid rent? To whom? I am the landlord of this building. You have not only intruded upon my residence without permission, but now you dare to confront me. Do you believe I won't call the authorities immediately? This situation is rather peculiar. I cannot ascertain the true nature of this woman. However, alerting the police is utterly out of the question, for the hidden breach within the premises would undoubtedly be exposed." Initially, I intended to berate her, but upon hearing her words, I felt compelled to suppress my anger and said, "Madam, do remain calm. Let us temper our tempers. We indeed paid rent prior to our stay here, and we possess a housing contract. How can you now claim we are trespassing?" The woman's face quickly displayed a hint of skepticism as she retrieved a substantial set of keys from behind her waist, jingling them before our eyes. "Do you see this? I hold the keys to every room here. I am the landlord. I know nothing of any housing contract, nor have I received any payment from you. If you cannot clarify this matter today, we shall take it to the police station." Upon observing closely, I noted that the keys she wielded were indeed numbered, and coincidentally, my own key bore the same numbers. What could this mean? Was it possible that I had been deceived when renting this property? My companion, Dofu, looked equally perplexed and remarked, "Have you encountered a swindler? Did you mistakenly pay the rent to the wrong person?" I promptly dismissed the notion, asserting, "The keys were given to me by that individual." At that moment, the stout woman seemed to have a revelation, inquiring, "What did this person look like? Furthermore, please present the housing contract you mentioned." I instructed Dofu to retrieve the contract from my bag while I described the man's appearance to the stout woman. Initially, I had perceived no issues, but as I recounted the details, a chill crept over me. The man who rented me the apartment was a Cantonese, whom I had found in the security office of Building 3. He appeared to be in his 40s, slender and bald, sitting alone in the dark office. Reflecting on it now, the absence of a functioning computer raised questions. What was he doing there alone? As I pondered further, I realized I could not recall his specific features, though his attire was peculiar, resembling the old white tunics worn by elderly men, garments my grandfather once donned, yet which are seldom seen today. This realization cast a shadow of doubt upon the entire rental process. Just then, Dofu emerged from the room, his lips pale, clutching a stack of items, and forcing a smile as he said, "Comrade Zhong Qian, are you pulling my leg? There's nothing in your briefcase but this." He handed it to me, and I was taken aback. It was a stack of yellow paper, the sort traditionally burned for the deceased. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter by all that is sacred. How could such items be in my briefcase? That bag was once used for documents. But with my company's bankruptcy, it now contained naught but the housing contract given to me by that Cantonese man. How had it transformed into paper for the dead? The bizarre nature of the situation suddenly reminded me of a folk tale. During the late Qing dynasty, there was a prominent family surnamed Qian, whose son, emboldened by his family's power, engaged in reckless behavior, oppressing both men and women. Once, Master Qian, inebriated and disoriented, stumbled home in the dead of night after a visit to the pleasure quarters. Soon, he found himself lost amidst the bustling marketplace. Suddenly, he spotted a grandfather and granddaughter duo selling tang yuan by the roadside. The old man, hunched and frail, appeared quite decrepit. In contrast, his granddaughter was a striking beauty, a delicate oval face framed by willow-like brows, beneath which sparkled a pair of lustrous, dark eyes. Her cherry-red lips and fair skin complemented her graceful figure, making her beauty undeniable, even in her humble attire. Captivated by her allure, Master Qian's inebriation dissipated, igniting a carnal desire within him. He approached the pair and inquired about the price of their tang yuan. The old man replied, 5 coins for a bowl. Would you care for a taste, young master? Master Qian scoffed, waving his fan dismissively. Pa, what do you take me for? I cannot stand by the roadside indulging in your meager tang yuan without a proper seat. After a moment of contemplation, he added, however, it does smell quite enticing. Allow me to offer 100 coins for you to prepare it in my kitchen. I wish to enjoy it seated at home. The old man hesitated. Young master, if I accompany you, I shall miss tonight's business. My regular customers would be disappointed. To this, the granddaughter interjected, Grandfather, let me go instead. Her suggestion pleased Master Qian, who replied, enough of your babbling. Do you wish to earn or not? Very well, little girl, you shall do it. The old man, driven by the prospect of profit, acquiesced. Master Qian led the girl to his abode, where his true nature was laid bare, succumbing to his base desires, heedless of her desperate pleas, and indulging in a night of unrestrained debauchery. The following morning, as he lay comfortably asleep, he reached out only to hear a sudden, unsettling sound, akin to something tearing. Upon opening his eyes, he was horrified to find that the beauty beside him had vanished, replaced by a tattered paper doll, yellowed with age and caked in filth. As he embraced it, the brittle bamboo frame crumbled, rendering it shapeless. Master Qian was left in a state of shock, and soon fell gravely ill. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. A few days later, a knock echoed at his door. When he opened it, he was met by a figure, caked in mud, resembling an old man. This grotesque apparition spoke. Out of kindness, I allowed my granddaughter to prepare tang yuan for you. If you choose to enjoy her company, you ought to be gentle. How could you have ruined her? With that, the figure unleashed a chilling wind, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, and proceeded to flame Master Qian alive. Though the tale may seem fanciful, it resonates with deeper truths. In folklore, there are many accounts of restless spirits engaging in commerce. I recall a taxi driver who once shared a story with me about a friend of his who drove at night. One evening, he picked up a mother and her child, who requested a ride to the Southern Traffic Cemetery. Seizing the opportunity, the driver, eager to return home, happily agreed, knowing it was on his route. The following day, upon opening my wallet, I was taken aback. The renminbi I had received the previous night had vanished, replaced instead by a piece of paper money intended for the deceased. Such bizarre legends abound in folklore. As I gazed at this makeshift contract in my hand, I found myself momentarily stunned, pondering whether the individual who had signed the contract with me was, in fact, a ghost. At that moment, the middle-aged woman who had been listening to my account suddenly paled, her previously arrogant demeanor swiftly dissipating, as if she were gripped by fear. She declared, never mind. I want to pursue this matter with you. After all, this place is slated for demolition. Stay if you wish. Her expression was fraught with anxiety as she cast a furtive glance at us before hastily departing. The entire situation was rather perplexing. Waking up to such a commotion left an unsettling feeling in anyone's heart. Dofu, lighting a cigarette, pondered aloud. Are we encountering something supernatural? My heart was already racing, and I recalled the words of that young girl. Could this truly be a haunted building? Simultaneously, another thought struck me. Pulling out my keys, I remarked, even if the contract is dubious, what about these keys? Look, they are genuine, and that woman's reaction was peculiar. I suspect her husband may have been clandestinely attempting to profit by renting this place to us. Even if the world were indeed haunted, it wouldn't necessarily mean we were destined to encounter such spirits. Let us not overthink it. Come, let us seek something to eat. Dofu, naturally a bit simple-minded, swiftly shifted his focus to food, dismissing the earlier incident. After a long night of exertion, we were both ravenous. Dofu suggested we indulge in a hearty meal, reasoning that having been immersed in that damp cave for the past few days, we ought to consume something nourishing. After deliberation, we decided to enjoy hot pot. A short stroll down the street led us to a small yet authentic Chongqing hot pot restaurant run by a couple from Chongqing, a true culinary gem. Upon reaching the entrance, Dofu suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a nearby restaurant. Following his line of sight, I realized he was observing a pair of individuals. The woman, clad in a black dress with subtle makeup, possessed an alluring beauty that radiated innocence. Her captivating smile as she affectionately linked arms with the man. Both had just exited the hotel across the street. The intimate exchange between them, coupled with the man's hand resting possessively on the woman's waist, unmistakably hinted at their recent activities within the hotel. Dofu, in his characteristic obliviousness, cautiously glanced at my expression and inquired, "Isn't that your girlfriend?" I fixated coldly on the woman and replied, "She no longer is." In truth, although I maintained a facade of composure, a tempest of fury swelled within me, igniting a murderous impulse. A year prior, I had met Xiao Jing, an exceptionally beautiful woman who adored embellishing herself and, naturally, was quite extravagant. During our romantic entanglement, bolstered by a modicum of wealth at the time, I paid little heed to her spending habits. In those days of affluence, Xiao Jing was inseparable from me, accompanying me to various events, and among friends, I always basked in the glow of admiration. My family background, however, was dismal. I lost my mother at 3 and my father at 4, leaving me with only my grandfather as kin. Subsequently, my grandfather also vanished, which intensified my longing for a home, making me cherish my relationship with Xiao Jing even more. Amidst the dazzling world of Shenzhen, with a business that was modest yet not insignificant before my bankruptcy, I remained devoted to Xiao Jing, shunning any flirtations that could have astonished my friends, who praised me as a rare breed, a paragon of virtue. Following my financial collapse, the first thought that crossed my mind was Xiao Jing. I sought no assistance from her. Rather, I was engulfed in despondency, yearning for someone I could confide in. However, I was taken aback when, upon sharing my predicament, she first expressed surprise, then hesitated, and abruptly hung up on me with a swiftness reminiscent of my usual credit card transactions. When I attempted to call her again, I was met with the unyielding sound of a disconnected line. I am no naive youth, and I quickly grasped the reasons behind Xiao Jing's actions. I had always believed that as long as I treated her well and loved her sincerely, we would navigate life together, only to find that my bankruptcy had rendered her unwilling to even answer my calls. The meaning was unmistakable. What a small world it is. I never expected to encounter her here, along with her new credit card machine. Given my usual temperament, I would have confronted the pair of them with fervor. Yet, now that I am bankrupt, I possess nothing. After years of navigating society, I have come to understand the value of restraint. My friend Dofu, sensing my distress, attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Brothers are like limbs, women are like garments. If lost, they can be replaced. Once we prosper, we can acquire new ones." My heart ached. For years, I had been adrift, dabbling in various trades, striving tirelessly to earn enough to provide a comfortable environment for my future wife and children. Money is not everything, but now, devoid of it, I felt utterly bereft. Dofu, clearly concerned, added, "Zhong Qian, do not despair. Without love, we still have our careers." Observing Dofu's worried demeanor, I felt a semblance of comfort. In this moment of adversity, lacking wealth, power, and facing betrayal, I was grateful to have a brother by my side. Thus, I declared, indeed, a man must not be disheartened by such trivial matters. Let us discuss our grand plans for prosperity. Once we have wealth, we can seek someone even better. Dofu finally exhaled in relief, his chatter becoming more whimsical. "Now that's the spirit. Although your looks may be somewhat lacking compared to my dashing appearance and profound intellect, you still possess a decent foundation. Your features are intact. With a little financial embellishment, any attire can be yours effortlessly." I was momentarily taken aback, playfully swatting him and retorting, "What the hell? Are you comforting me or merely gilding your own lily? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know your worth." Dofu's jesting did indeed lighten my mood. I recognized his intent to divert my attention, and I appreciated his gesture. As we engaged in light banter, we entered the hot pot restaurant and found a cozy corner table. While savoring the delectable hot pot, we discussed our next course of action. Last night, we stumbled upon a coffin buried in the ground, which boded ill for our expedition. It was likely to yield nothing. To ascertain the specific details, we needed to examine the coffin thoroughly, necessitating the procurement of gloves and similar items. My grandfather's work notes had emphasized that when encountering coffins and skeletal remains, it is imperative not to handle them without proper expertise. Professional mortuary gloves were essential, or at the very least, a pair of burlap gloves. The coffin harbored numerous bacteria, and direct contact could easily lead to infections. Thus, mortuary gloves and gas masks were indispensable. As we relished our hot pot, I was suddenly struck by the urge to relieve myself and excused myself to the restroom. Upon my return, I noticed that Dofu's demeanor had shifted, He was fixated on the entrance of the restaurant, seemingly watching something intently. Following his gaze, I saw a young man in a shirt exiting the establishment, who promptly vanished around a corner. I inquired, "What are you staring at that man for? Could he be your long-lost brother?" Dofu's parents had once had another child, but tragically, he had been abducted by human traffickers at the tender age of 3. Dofu retorted, "Don't jest about my brother. That man just inexplicably struck up a conversation with me, but I couldn't comprehend what he meant." "Struck up a conversation?" I remarked while continuing to enjoy my lamb slices. "You're not a woman. Why would he engage you in conversation?" Dofu replied, "He said something about flipping salted fish and setting up a pot." "What does that mean? Old Chen, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, my chopsticks clattered to the floor, and my mouth fell agape, unable to close for some time. Chapter 10. The Dark Feast. I had not anticipated that a simple hot pot meal would lead to such an incident. I immediately asked, "Besides that phrase, what else did he say?" Dofu shook his head. I didn't understand, so I didn't respond. He looked at me for a while, then said something about intimacy before leaving. "Sai, what could intimacy mean? Was that young man perhaps a glass, wanting to kiss me?" I couldn't help but light a cigarette and exclaimed, "Nonsense. We just encountered an expert." Dofu was utterly baffled by the situation and urgently inquired about its significance. I surmised that our earlier discussion about purchasing tools had been overheard by that individual. He was likely a tomb raider, and the phrase he uttered to Dofu was, in fact, a coded message. The jargon of tomb raiders varies by region and can be quite extensive. Some terms are even improvised agreements, while others have been passed down through generations and are commonly understood in the trade. My grandfather had documented some of these in his notes. I explained to Dofu. Flipping salted fish and raiding a tomb to unearth mushrooms are synonymous. In ancient times, our ancestors discovered that fish, when salted, could be preserved from decay. Thus, salted fish became a favored delicacy. Later, the people of the Liao dynasty applied this principle to the treatment of corpses. They would remove the internal organs, drain the moisture, and cure the remains in heavily salted brine infused with spices, resulting in what they termed salted corpses, since the Liao dynasty was historically situated in the northeast. Tomb raiders from that region began referring to their craft as flipping salted fish. Dofu listened, astonished, and asked, "And what did the latter part mean?" I remarked that the situation was somewhat precarious. The fire in the cauldron indicated their intent to join forces. Their approach signified that they had seasoned veterans among them. In simpler terms, while discussing equipment purchases with Tofu, although we employed some coded language, it was fortuitously overheard by an expert. This individual likely perceived our amateurish attempts at mushroom hunting, noting our lack of preparation and recognizing us as novices, and thus sought to partake in our endeavors. Essentially, his message translated to, "So, you two are in the business of flipping salted fish. Splendid. We are of the same ilk. Are you in need of assistance? Shall we collaborate? Observing your inadequate gear, I surmise you must be novices. I have connections and can provide comprehensive support." Tofu, feeling overwhelmed, interjected, "Hold on." He uttered only a few words, yet you have extrapolated an entire narrative from it. However, what did he mean by green face? After pondering and recalling my grandfather's work notes, I shook my head and clarified, "He likely meant green face, not," which implies that you are oblivious to the coded language and a mere novice. Consequently, he chose to disregard you and walked away. Upon hearing this, Tofu was incensed and slammed the table, exclaiming, "So that brat was insulting me? Darn it. He can take his green face and his entire family of green-faced novices." I cautioned, "This is not the time for banter." Fortunately, you did not engage with him. Had he pried further into our location, it could have been detrimental. Nevertheless, it appears he is quite disenchanted with you, so it likely will not affect us. My grandfather once noted in his work journals the immense temptations faced by tomb raiders. Often, a single heist could lead to great wealth, thus making their hearts particularly callous in the face of riches. Moreover, with untouched tombs becoming increasingly scarce, the competition has intensified, leading to frequent betrayals among thieves, who wield their knives without hesitation. He documented an incident of betrayal, a tale recounted to him by his mentor. It occurred during the late Republic, when tomb raiding was rampant. In the vicinity of Changsha, Hunan, there was a group of 5 individuals, longtime collaborators. They typically excavated minor graves, engaging in small-time antics, never achieving substantial wealth. On one occasion, they inadvertently stumbled upon a grand tomb, hidden deep within the mountains. Given the chaotic times, they arrogantly set about their work. This tomb belonged to the Han Dynasty, which typically favored deep burial practices. They excavated over 20 meters, combining manual labor with explosives, until they reached the clay layer. Behind the clay lay the tomb bricks. The Han Dynasty was known for elaborate burials, laden with numerous treasures, thus necessitating complex anti-theft measures. The individual who breached the clay layer, known as White1The among his peers, served as the leader of the group, an experienced figure akin to a military strategist. He descended into the tomb cavity, breaking through the clay layer to reveal the dark blue-black bricks behind. The tomb bricks were square and composed of 2 layers. However, the fine seams of the bricks exhibited a slight reddish hue. White1The, being a seasoned expert, immediately recognized that the gap between the bricks concealed a mechanism, and the reddish seams suggested the presence of a Han Dynasty quicksand poison trap, a defensive measure typically reserved for royal tombs. What exactly is a quicksand poison trap? The flow refers to mercury azure, the sand signifies cinnabar, and the poison denotes a lethal, non-coagulating liquid formed from the combination of these substances. When tomb robbers disturb the burial bricks, this toxic liquid can splatter forth, claiming lives. Those affected will disintegrate into a pool of blood, akin to the fictional descriptions of bone-dissolving powders. The mechanism that triggers this trap is termed shelter. It is a one-time device that, when subjected to immense external force, will ignite an incineration mechanism within, ensuring mutual destruction. Therefore, the use of explosives is not an option. The only recourse is to dismantle the bricks. However, this act of dismantling inevitably leads to fatalities. What course of action should be taken? After some contemplation, the only solution seems to be the creation of a new tunnel from below, approaching at an angle. Yet, this approach would demand considerable time and effort, and the explosives available to the group are running low. During the Republican era, following Sun Dianying's detonation of Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb raiders began to employ explosives themselves. White1The, reflecting on this, devised a nefarious plan. He emerged from the tunnel and addressed the 4 men. We have reached the white clay. Beyond lies the burial bricks. You 4 should enter together to dismantle them while I rest outside and keep watch. Below, without a doubt, is a Han tomb. Brothers, we are destined for great fortune this time. Once we complete this job, we can wash our hands of this trade and return home to our wives. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 men eagerly flattered him, acknowledging his prowess. Indeed, brother Bai is formidable. A true expert reveals his skill at first glance. You must be weary, so leave the remaining labor to us. With that, they descended into the tunnel, tools in hand, while White1The lingered at the entrance, smoking a pipe. The 4 lacked experience, relying solely on brute strength, oblivious to the treacherous quicksand and poison shelter. White1The, calmly smoking, awaited their progress. Shortly thereafter, an agonizing scream echoed from the depths of the cave, resonating as if it had emerged from the very bowels of hell. The wails persisted for a full 2 minutes, at which point one individual crawled out, half of his body emerging from the tunnel, hands outstretched, mouth unable to utter a sound, seemingly pleading for help. His body appeared as though it had been doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, and smoke curled from his form. Upon witnessing this, White1The remarked, "Brother, our bond compels me to grant you a swift exit," and with a single shot, he ended the man's suffering. In an instant, the individual was reduced to a puddle of blood. Subsequently, White1The descended into the tunnel, where the toxic sand and poison had nearly depleted. He dismantled the remaining floor tiles and infiltrated the Han tomb, thereby amassing great wealth. In the face of such immense riches, the mushroom harvesters were indeed ruthless. Lacking experience, we believed that our coded language would remain unintelligible to others. Whether it was the lingering presence of that mischievous cat or mere chance, we inadvertently spoke aloud, alerting our companions. If he were to take heed and harbor ill intentions, it could prove troublesome. Upon contemplating this, I couldn't help but glance outside the hot pot restaurant and caution my companion, be vigilant. If that fellow decides to join forces with us, he may very well be watching our movements. Once we finish our meal, let us split up and venture into crowded areas to diminish the likelihood of being followed. We shall reconvene at the office this evening. After reaching a consensus, we finished our meal, satisfied and sated, and then parted ways. Today, devoid of any pressing tasks, I ventured to a bustling pedestrian street nearby, meandering aimlessly until the afternoon slipped away. Upon returning to the office, Tofu had just arrived. gesturing a safe sign towards me as he unveiled the equipment procured earlier that day. We secured the doors and windows, shifted the bed aside, and I donned my hood and counterfeit gas mask. Following the hoof-shaped depressions carved into the sides of the shaft, I descended into the illicit tunnel. After crawling for a short distance, I reached the tunnel's end, where a coffin lay buried in the earth, undisturbed. With all tools at the ready, I wasted no time and began cautiously widening the tunnel, preparing to extract the coffin. Chapter 11. Opening the coffin. This coffin was entirely ensconced in mud, and it took over half an hour to enlarge the tunnel's entrance. Tofu joined me at this juncture, and together, we worked methodically, one on each side, gradually excavating the earth surrounding the coffin. In this dimly lit tunnel, the air was stagnant and the space constricted, and in the sweltering heat, we quickly found ourselves drenched in sweat, grimy and uncomfortable. However, our efforts bore fruit. After approximately an hour, the black coffin blocking our path was finally unearthed. It lay directly before us, tilted at an awkward angle. Although Tofu was not well versed in this domain, he immediately discerned the anomaly, scratching his head and exclaiming, "Something is amiss. Coffins should be placed upright. Why is this one slanted?" The lid of the coffin was tightly sealed, yet one corner was missing a piece. Likely the result of my earlier, careless excavation. Illuminated by the beam of my flashlight, the entirety of the black coffin was revealed before us. The damage indicated that this was a substantial coffin, presumably crafted from willow wood. It is essential to clarify that willow wood does not refer to coffins made from willow trees, but rather to those originating from Liuzhou in Guangxi. Due to its unique geographical position, Liuzhou has long been renowned for its superior timber and exceptional coffin-making craftsmanship. There exists a popular adage, live in Hangzhou, dress in Suzhou, eat in Guangzhou, and be laid to rest in Liuzhou. Willow coffins adhere to their own specifications, which have remained unchanged for centuries. I recall my childhood, a time when cremation was not yet in vogue in the countryside. There was a wealthy family in my village, and when the patriarch passed, they utilized a willow coffin prepared years in advance. According to those who bore the coffin, while it appeared similar to an ordinary one, it was remarkably heavy and exuded a distinct fragrance. However, due to past transportation inconveniences, if one were to use a willow coffin outside the local area, their financial standing was likely to be quite affluent. The coffin before me was unmistakably made of willow wood, suggesting that its occupant must have belonged to a wealthy family of that era. Yet, what could explain its slanted positioning? Had it been tampered with previously? Now fully exposed, the coffin emanated a pungent odor mixed with an indescribable, unpleasant scent. Tofu waved his hand in front of his nose, holding his breath as he remarked, "It reeks terribly. What should we do now, old Chen? Should we circumvent our tunnel?" Tofu, being rather timid, devised such an absurd idea that upon seeing the coffin, he wished to take a detour. Although the odor was nauseating, it inevitably sparked a different thought in my mind. In recent decades, the custom of burial accompanied by grave goods has vanished among the common folk, rendering modern graves devoid of treasures. However, during the Republic of China era, affluent families still adhered to the tradition of placing burial items. The coffin before me, upon inspection, appeared to be at least a century old, and it was likely to contain accompanying artifacts. Thus, I turned to Tofu and said, "What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten our purpose? We are here to excavate mushrooms. Encountering a coffin should not deter us." Pointing at the coffin, I continued, "Look, this must be over 100 years old, and it surely holds burial goods. No matter how this coffin came to be here, since we've opened it, we might as well practice our skills." Tofu, displaying a countenance reminiscent of stepping in dog excrement, clearly displayed fear, retracting his neck and awkwardly chuckling. "It's not my first time, so I'm a bit anxious. A true expert reveals their prowess at once, but I lack experience. How about this? You take the lead, and I'll observe to learn for future assistance." With that, he shrank back, gesturing for me to proceed alone. I felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, pondering how this fellow, with a disposition as timid as a mouse, would likely soil his pants at the sight of a corpse. Very well then, the coffin merely awaited the lifting of its lid. So I would take matters into my own hands. Equipped with gloves and a gas mask, though of dubious quality, as better masks are scarce, I donned it, feeling stifled. While the foul odor was masked, the smell of plastic filled my nostrils. The coffin lid had nearly decayed, and given the confined space, prying it open was impossible. I had no choice but to shatter it directly. The probe, a steel and iron amalgam, struck with considerable force, producing a dull thud as the front half of the coffin caved in and the lid splintered, revealing a half-meter wide opening. This aperture sufficed to glimpse the burial goods and the body within. I glanced sideways at Tofu, who had turned pale, his entire demeanor betraying his fear, muttering amiss under his breath. As the saying goes, one need not fear a wolf-like enemy, but rather a pig-like ally. This young man, soft-hearted and faint-hearted, was ill-suited for such endeavors. Over the years in business, I have encountered many acquaintances. Those in my professional circle would stoop to any depravity for profit. Although I have known Tofu for many years, I have never included him in my former circle, not out of disdain for his timidity, but because in today's world, individuals as pure-hearted as he are exceedingly rare. Subconsciously, I was reluctant to tarnish his integrity, despite the wealth of experience documented in my grandfather's notes, which I had memorized. This was indeed my first venture into opening a coffin. To claim I was untroubled would be disingenuous. Tofu's murmured prayers provided me with a semblance of courage. Thus, I switched on my flashlight and leaned closer to the opening I had created. Wearing a gas mask, I leaned in closer, unable to detect any peculiar odor. Illuminated by the dim glow of my flashlight, I peered into the coffin and was momentarily taken aback. I had anticipated encountering a skeleton or perhaps a shroud. Traditionally, the deceased were not simply placed into a coffin. There was a meticulous process of wrapping. The terminology for this practice varies by region, but fundamentally it involves placing something akin to a quilt in the coffin to envelop the body, akin to crafting a bed for the departed. Therefore, I expected to see tattered remnants of bedding, yet what lay before me was entirely different, a pool of black water. How could there be water in the coffin? The black water shimmered under the flashlight, revealing faint outlines beneath its surface. Unable to resist, I leaned forward, my upper body pressing against the edge of the coffin. To my dismay, the aged coffin had succumbed to decay. The moment I leaned in, I sensed a disturbance beneath me. A significant portion of the coffin gave way with a creak, and I was suddenly plunged into the murky depths of the black water. My companion, Tofu, gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Old Shun, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly dive in? Could it be that the corpse inside is female? You mustn't engage in such inhumane acts." He promptly grasped my collar. With my upper body submerged in the black water, I felt its slick, frigid texture, reminiscent of gelatinous remnants that had long surpassed their expiration date, sending a wave of revulsion coursing through me. Fortunately, Tofu reacted swiftly, pulling me up. My gas mask was now drenched in black water, obscuring my vision, forcing me to remove it. The moment I did, a powerful stench assaulted my senses, emanating from the coffin. At that moment, the broken coffin began to leak its black liquid, transforming the burial pit into a noxious mire. As the liquid diminished, I caught sight of a pair of blackened, rigid feet belonging to the deceased. Tofu gasped, swallowing hard. How is it that this body has not decayed? The sight before me was utterly unexpected. Over a century-old coffin, and the corpse had not yet revealed its bones. I had seen reports of preserved bodies on television, but experts claimed such phenomena were linked to geological conditions and the structure of tombs. Yet here, in front of me, lay a body in a dilapidated coffin, hastily interred. Devoid of any structural integrity, yet remarkably intact. I suddenly realized that the presence of water within the coffin might be significant. It is said that ancient cultures possessed numerous preservation techniques to prevent the decay of the deceased, some of which involved immersing the body in special liquids within the coffin. However, these methods were costly and labor-intensive, typically reserved for the affluent. What manner of individual was the owner of this coffin? Capable not only of affording cypress wood, but also possessing a preservative liquid within. Yet, if the occupant of the coffin was indeed of great wealth and status during their lifetime, why then would they be interred in such a hasty manner after death? My lack of experience left me momentarily bewildered, but as I contemplated the reason for the corpse's preservation, my fear diminished upon observing the pair of legs that were rigidly straight. I gently patted Tofu's shoulder, signaling him to shift his position. I had initially struck the wrong end. Typically, the burial items are placed from above downwards. I had mistakenly targeted the foot of the coffin, which was empty, indicating a need to strike again. With the first strike serving as a harbinger, I grew more resolute for the second. Grasping the probing spade, I struck several times, and the coffin lid shattered completely, revealing the well-preserved remains within. To my astonishment, instead of a wealthy landowner's coffin, I found a corpse clad in the official robes of the Qing dynasty. Though the ancient body had not decayed, It had lost all moisture, appearing exceedingly emaciated. The expansive official garment, stained by the coffin's liquid, obscured its original color, clinging to the skeletal frame. The stark contrast between the gaunt remains and the voluminous burial attire was striking. As my gaze ascended, I beheld the face of the corpse, sunken eye sockets, tightly sealed lips, and a layer of blackened skin reflecting an oily sheen under the light. Chapter 12. The tomb chamber in the dim and cramped surroundings. Encountering such a visage was unsettling, even for someone as audacious as myself. I averted my gaze and began to explore the items surrounding the body. It was evident that numerous objects had been crammed around the corpse, yet they were all tainted by the liquid within the coffin, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. As I reached out, my fingers brushed against an object, which I retrieved only to find it was a book, thoroughly ruined by the liquid. I continued to feel around, discovering several more books in similar disrepair. Tofu, perplexed and somewhat anxious, remarked, "This is rather strange. Why would there be nothing but decayed books in the coffin instead of gold and silver treasures?" Suddenly, he paused as if struck by a thought, leaning closer to whisper, "Could this person in Qing attire be the civil official we are meant to excavate?" Though Tofu usually lacked insight, this statement struck a chord, and I shared his suspicion. However, if this was indeed the tomb of the civil official we sought, it was dismally modest. It could hardly be classified as a tomb and was more akin to a common grave. Nodding in agreement, I replied, "It is quite possible." I realized I had been misled by old Hu. This coffin was devoid of wealth. Perhaps the individual had been an honest official in life. Contemplating this, I shifted my focus to the official robes, bringing my flashlight closer for a clearer view. Despite being marred by the dark liquid, the layers and designs of the robes remained discernible. Upon a closer examination, I was astounded. The Qing corpse wore a bright blue peaked cap adorned with sapphires and a peacock badge intricately woven with golden threads. Though the colors had faded, the gold still shimmered brilliantly under the light, exuding an irresistible grandeur. During the Qing dynasty, the design of official robes varied according to rank, and the patterns on the badges and the adornments atop the caps were of significant importance. The first class is represented by a brilliant red, crafted from rubies. The second class, a deep red, fashioned from red coral. The third class, a bright blue, made of sapphires. The fourth class, a deep blue, derived from lapis lazuli. The fifth class, a gleaming white, composed of crystal. The sixth class, a deep white, created from conch shell. And the seventh class and below, a bright yellow, made of plain gold beads. The insignia on official garments is particularly intricate, varying distinctly between civil and military officials. Before me lies a Qing dynasty corpse, evidently a third-grade civil official adorned with a sapphire cap. Tofu, with his shifty eyes, seems particularly enamored with art. Yet his grasp of history was abysmal during our school days. I, on the other hand, am keen on self-improvement and have perused a myriad of books. Thus I swiftly discerned the nuances. Although Tofu lacks understanding, he fixated on the sapphire atop the corpse's cap and excitedly nudged my arm, exclaiming, "Old Chun, look at that sapphire cap from the Qing dynasty. How much is it worth?" Due to my grandfather's influence, I have nurtured an interest in antiques and possess a rudimentary knowledge of the subject. I replied, "There are numerous intricacies involved. This cap consists of the top jewel, the feather, and the hat itself. If sold separately, their value diminishes significantly. Different grades also reflect varying prices. The Qing dynasty caps are quite prevalent. I recall a plain top jewel of the 7th grade fetching 1,000 in 2008. Tofu paused, calculating with his fingers, then grimaced. If a 7th grade cap is worth 1,000, then our 3rd grade cap must only be worth 5,000, which hardly covers our costs. Upon hearing his calculations, I nearly choked on my own saliva, suppressing a bitter laugh as I retorted, "If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute." What I quoted was a fragmented price. The complete value varies. Our specimen is an entire 3rd grade civil official, complete with the full official attire, which would fetch at least 300,000. Though this tomb is somewhat less grand than I had envisioned, the prospect of acquiring such unexpected wealth is a boon, and I should be content. However, this sum falls severely short of what is required. It appears that to settle my debts and reclaim my standing, I must engage in additional ventures. Consequently, I conferred with Tofu about stripping the corpse of its cap, feathers, and garments. The body lies within a coffin, complicating the task. To remove its attire, cooperation is essential. One must lift the upper body while the other unfastens the clothing. I inquired which role Tofu preferred. After much deliberation, he replied, "This corpse is utterly revolting, and besides, it feels disrespectful for two grown men to paw at it. How about I encourage you from the sidelines instead? If I linger with this fellow much longer, I am certain to be driven to frustration." I scolded him. "We are about to undress it. What respect is there to consider? Now is not the time for cowardice. Do you still wish to earn some money? Let me be clear. If you refuse to work today, you shall receive not a single cent from the sale." Tofu exclaimed, "That won't do. If I don't pay the rent, that female landlord will assault me." With a steely resolve, he took a deep breath, donned gloves, and lifted the corpse's upper body, urging, "Hurry, let us remove the clothing. Good heavens, what is this slippery substance on the corpse? It's utterly revolting." The slippery substance was undoubtedly the oil from the corpse, a residue that oozed from the desiccated remains. However, I had no intention of disclosing this to Tofu, lest he withdraw his hand in alarm. I proceeded to unfasten the corpse's garments. In the past, I had watched supernatural films where the bodies would suddenly open their eyes or transform into zombies, reaching out to grasp one's throat. Fortunately, reality is not akin to the cinema. The corpse before me lay still like a mere rag doll, allowing Tofu and me to manipulate it at will. In a short while, we had stripped off the official attire adorned with plumes. I wrapped the garments up and noticed that the soil in front of the coffin remained undisturbed, devoid of any other objects. Our objective had been met, and I prepared to signal Tofu to retreat. Unexpectedly, Tofu exclaimed, "Come quickly, there's a hole here." He set the corpse aside and pointed to the soil on the opposite side of the coffin. Due to the positioning, I was unable to see clearly and had to squeeze in beside Tofu, maneuvering in the confined space like kneading dough. Following the direction of his finger, I indeed spotted a hole. It was no larger than a palm, dark and mysterious within. The opening was situated on the side of the coffin, and had Tofu not been so close to the corpse, it would have been difficult to detect. How could there be a round hole underground? Could it be the den of some creature? It was likely the work of a large snake or something similar that could excavate such a cavity. Just as I intended to caution Tofu against acting recklessly and to retreat, I noticed that the edges of the hole were remarkably neat, as if excavated with a small digging tool. Was it possible that a person had created this? I could not resist reaching out to touch. The interior was layered and smooth, resembling the craftsmanship of a tomb robber. What was happening? Had someone indeed tunneled from the other side, coincidentally breaching the side of the coffin? Yet the hole was far too small. Even a child would struggle to squeeze through. The coffin partially obstructed our view of the hole, and filled with suspicion, we resolved to break apart the opposite side of the coffin to gain a clearer perspective. Once the light from my flashlight illuminated the area, I sensed something was amiss. The opening was not as diminutive as it appeared from the surface. Originally, it should have been quite large, but the soil had collapsed, reducing it to its current size. The beam of the flashlight revealed a space just beyond the hole, merely a meter away, where the light spread to reveal a layer of dark greenish-black stone bricks. A thought crossed my mind. Could the true burial chamber lie behind this soil layer? Given that we had stumbled upon a treasure trove, there was no way we could turn back. I relayed the situation regarding the hole to Tofu, and after some deliberation, we decided to excavate it to access the chamber beyond. With a mere meter to penetrate, using the digging tool, we made swift progress. And soon a large opening appeared before us. Tofu and I climbed over the exposed remains, crawling through the newly formed passage, and were instantly enveloped by the chilling atmosphere of a tomb chamber. The sepulchral chamber was not particularly spacious, spanning around 10 square meters on either side. The flashlight I procured was equipped with a large bulb, and upon activation, the entire chamber was illuminated, rendering all previous uncertainties instantly clear. The structure of the chamber revealed that half of its area had succumbed to a collapse, resulting in a layer of yellow earth concealing it. If my conjecture holds true, the reason we stumbled upon a coffin within this earthen layer is due to the destruction of one side of the chamber, causing a landslide that buried half of the main sepulchral space, with the coffin being directly pressed into the soil. If my assumptions are correct, the notorious Hu Laoshao may have been the one to create this breach. He likely did not anticipate that the coffin contained nothing but tomes and similar artifacts, leading to his discovery of the coffin, now obscured by the debris. Typically, items of great value to the deceased are interred alongside them, with the true treasures placed within the coffin. Upon seeing the coffin buried beneath the earth, Hu Laoshao probably intended to excavate it, but was apprehended before he could achieve his goal. Reports on television indicated that the tunnel he previously dug had already been filled in, thus resulting in the peculiar scene before us. Chapter 13. The Breath of Ghosts. The main sepulchral chamber was eerily vacant, with a side chamber, typically utilized for the placement of burial goods, situated on the left. As I directed my light towards it, I beckoned my companion, Dofu, to investigate. However, as the beam illuminated the entrance of the side chamber, I discerned a curled figure within, its size vaguely resembling that of a child, obscured in the shadows, seemingly exhibiting movement. The sudden sight of this entity sent a jolt through me, and I thought, how could there possibly be another living being in the chamber, let alone a child? Dofu, noticing it as well, gripped his probing tool tightly, treating it as a weapon of defense, and whispered, "What is that?" Although I could not articulate an answer, I realized that I could not afford to show fear. If both of us succumbed to trepidation, we would accomplish nothing. I gestured for calmness, saying, "Stay composed. Let me go take a look." Just as I began to move, the figure abruptly stood, its stature akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and darted into the deeper shadows. Damn it, it truly was a child. But what was it, human or specter? Initially emboldened, I now found myself paralyzed with fear, hesitating to advance. Had the figure been a brutish thug, I would not have felt such dread, yet humans are inherently wary of ghosts and similar entities, especially in such an eerie setting where a shadowy, childlike figure had emerged. Despite my usual bravery, I felt a chill of apprehension. Dofu, clutching the official garments, muttered, "Perhaps we should retreat. We can consider this trip not entirely in vain." A pang of reluctance surged within me as I responded. My grandfather always said, "Those who fear ghosts should not rob tombs. Those who rob tombs should not fear ghosts." If we turn back now, scared on our first job, how shall we ever return to the field? Though I initially directed this at Dofu, the more I pondered, the more discontented I became. With the treasure chamber just ahead, could we truly allow ourselves to be deterred by fear? Tofu, upon hearing my words, seemed reluctant and shook his head, brandishing the trowel in his hand. He declared, "You make a valid point. Since we've chosen to immerse ourselves in the noble pursuit of mushroom foraging, we must cultivate a bit more courage. Old Chun, rest assured. Starting today, I shall reform and become a new man." My heart swelled with emotion at his declaration, and I replied, "Indeed, indeed. After knowing you for so long, I finally see you take on a manly stance. Given this, I shall not compete with you for the opportunity to bolster your courage. Please, lead the way." I gestured for Tofu to take the lead, but he paused, a look of dismay crossing his face as he lamented, "You rascal, you've tricked me again." It is said that wealth emboldens the heart, though Tofu trembled with fear. He began to forge ahead while I illuminated the path with my flashlight in one hand and held the trowel in the other. The trowel, though petite, bore substantial weight and could serve as a weapon if needed. As we entered the ear chamber, we found numerous burial items arranged in the corners. At first glance, there were porcelain, paintings, and treasures of gold and silver, yet the child we had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. A jolt of apprehension coursed through me. The thrill of discovering treasure was eclipsed by the thought that what we had encountered might indeed have been a ghost. The ear chamber, undisturbed by collapse, retained its structural integrity, rendering it larger than the main burial chamber outside. The oppressive atmosphere within was palpable, and the beam of my flashlight struggled to penetrate the gloom, casting an ominous pallor over the surroundings. Tofu, usually alert, surveyed the area but, not spotting the child, exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to speak to me. However, as he turned, his expression froze, his pupils dilating as he fixated on something behind me. At the sight of his countenance, dread gripped my heart, and my legs felt weak. Could something be lurking behind me? Instinctively, I turned to look, only to be met by a ghastly, pallid face mere inches from my own, its hollow eyes staring back at me in a terrifying encounter. Though I considered myself quite brave, fear overwhelmed me, and I let out a scream, stumbling backward and landing on the cold floor of the burial chamber. Yet, that ghastly visage remained, its eerie grin etched in the darkness. I was drenched in cold sweat from the fright, but upon closer inspection, I found solace. It was merely a burial figurine. In ancient China, the practice of live burial existed, though it gradually fell out of favor. Nevertheless, some dignitaries still opted to place human-shaped pottery figures in their tombs, while less fortunate individuals would burn paper effigies to serve their deceased relatives. The figure before me was clad in a long robe with a silk overlay, resembling a high-ranking steward. Its porcelain face, unnaturally pale, was unsettling, while its eyes, crafted from black ceramic, appeared as deep voids. In that murky atmosphere, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghost, sending chills down my spine. Realizing the truth, Tofu erupted with frustration, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened Duke Do to death." Perhaps still shaken, he vented his anger on the porcelain figure, delivering a kick that shattered its face into several pieces. Accompanied by the sound of shattering porcelain, a sudden gurgling noise emerged from within the porcelain figure, as if it contained something hidden inside. Tofu, intrigued by the sound, lifted the broken figurine, and out rolled an object wrapped in yellow leather. We exchanged a bewildered glance, unsure of its significance. Tofu speculated, what could this be, concealed within the porcelain? Perhaps a treasure? He, known for his impulsive nature, reached out to grasp it. Upon unwrapping the yellow leather, a white object, approximately the thickness of a child's arm and about 10 centimeters in length, was revealed. Upon closer inspection, the object had 3 hollow feet, resembling a wine vessel. Though I had never encountered such an unusual design, its exterior was adorned with numerous abstract engravings, reminiscent of dragon patterns. On either side, there were sculpted beastly ears, featuring a broad-nosed face, slender waist, and elongated body, arching its back to form 2 small handles, the identity of which remained a mystery. The material was white jade, its translucence shimmering with a watery sheen. Although I lacked expertise in jade artifacts, it was evident that this was a fine piece. Tofu, turning it over in his hands, remarked, "It resembles something the ancients used for drinking in dramas. But this seems excessively lavish. Why would a high-ranking official hide such an item within a porcelain figure? Perhaps it is indeed a treasure. Old Qian, can you decipher its worth?" I shook my head, replying, "I am not well versed in jade. However, if it were of utmost importance, it should be sealed within a coffin rather than concealed in this porcelain figure. I cannot fathom it. This is a valuable item, likely worth more than the official garments we possess." We decided to stow the object away and select a few smaller items, as larger ones would be difficult to sell. Tofu promptly tucked the jade cup close to him, while I clutched the official hat. Though I was not knowledgeable about paintings and calligraphy, it was common knowledge that during the Qing dynasty, porcelain was highly valued. I chose 2 smaller items and gestured to Tofu to indicate that we should return. However, just as we prepared to turn, my flashlight inexplicably malfunctioned, flickering erratically before abruptly extinguishing, plunging our surroundings into darkness. Tofu, startled, exclaimed, "That hardware store owner is utterly unreliable. I spent $70 and ended up with a faulty product." He fished out a lighter, igniting a faint flame, which illuminated his attempts to fix the flashlight. I discovered that the filament had burned out, and with a resigned sigh, I said, "Fortunately, we have secured our find. It matters little now. Let us depart." This venture had proceeded smoothly, yet I remained haunted by thoughts of the cat, fearing misfortune might follow. However, it seemed the creature was also wary of me, reluctant to seek confrontation. As we exited the earthen chamber with the lighter's flame flickering, the yellow flame suddenly danced and transformed into a blue flame. My heart sank as the description of the blue lantern ghost gasping from my grandfather's notes echoed in my mind. What is the blue lantern ghost gasping? In the past, before the advent of flashlights, tomb raiders relied on open flames, such as candles or torches, for illumination. At times, peculiar phenomena may suddenly occur, such as yellow flames transforming into an eerie blue. This is a scenario that grave robbers dread, as it indicates the presence of malevolent entities within the tomb. The living exude vitality, while the spirits emanate an ominous aura. Ghosts, being ethereal beings, release a heavy, sinister breath that causes the flames to shift to a blue hue, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as the blue lamp. Chapter 14. The ghost mushroom. Whenever such an occurrence arises, seasoned grave robbers are aware that they are confronted with a ghost mushroom, which should not be disturbed lightly. Those knowledgeable in the field often abandon the mushroom, leaving behind the stolen treasures to make a hasty exit. Conversely, some less experienced individuals, unwilling to relinquish their prize, frequently meet a tragic end. Within this profession, there exists a saying, when the blue lamp flickers, the ghost breathes. Light incense to locate the spirit's position, bow thrice in reverence. And do not forget to refill the grave. This implies that upon encountering the breath of a ghost, one must first ascertain its location. How does one accomplish this? In such instances, one lights a stick of incense. Under normal circumstances, the smoke rises. However, if a ghost is present, its sinister energy will draw the smoke towards it. At that point, one must kneel and bow towards the direction of the ghost's breath until the incense smoke resumes its ordinary ascent. Only then may one depart with the treasures, ensuring to refill the grave before leaving, for failure to do so will undoubtedly invite calamity. As the saying goes, when one commits many guilty deeds, one inevitably becomes suspicious. I had always regarded this as mere superstition conjured by the anxious minds of grave robbers. Yet here I found myself in such a predicament. The flame appeared subdued, as if pressed down by an unseen force, dimming to half its size, casting a feeble light that barely illuminated the surroundings. In the pallid green glow, I could discern Tofu's face cloaked in shadows, his expression betraying tension and confusion as he gazed at me, silently questioning the situation. Having known each other for a considerable time, many words need not be spoken. A mere glance suffices to convey understanding. In this moment, darkness enveloped us, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable, while the temperature plummeted and a disordered current of air wafted through. Its origin unknown. I then recounted the legend of the ghost's breath to Tofu, who gulped nervously and suggested, could it be that mischievous spirit from earlier? I shook my head, unable to fathom how a ghost could materialize without reason in this tomb. Tofu proposed, should we light some incense? Initially, I was skeptical of such rituals, yet having experienced the earlier incident with the cat, coupled with the blue flames dancing before my eyes, as if on the verge of being extinguished by the sinister aura, I found it increasingly difficult to dismiss the notion. However, at such a critical moment, who carries incense? As if sensing my thoughts, Tofu, displaying rare ingenuity, rummaged through his pocket and produced a few sticks of incense, stating, I have some cigarettes. Shall we try lighting one? They were Chunghua, which I typically reserved for inviting parents of students, and I seldom indulged in them myself. I inquired, why didn't you bring these out sooner? Tofu, with a look of disdain, replied, had I done so earlier, there would be nothing left but ashes. I know you too well, akin to a bandit. Feeling somewhat uncertain, I waved my hand, signaling him to refrain from further chatter, and proceeded to ignite a cigarette. The crimson tip flickered ominously, sending wisps of blue smoke upward. I gazed at the vertical plume of smoke and couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, saying, it seems we were overly concerned. Tofu, feeling reassured, remarked, it's all your fault for propagating such superstitious notions. The talk of ghostly whispers by the flickering lamp is likely just a result of poor air quality in the tomb reacting with the flame. Here we are, two old men, making a fuss over shadows. If this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing. After saying this, he snatched the cigarette from my hand with a look of feigned concern, exclaiming, oh, my dear Zhonghua, it's all my fault for entrusting you to this ruffian. Allow me to give you a kiss, fear not. He then placed the cigarette in his mouth, savoring a deep puff, and began to exhale clouds of smoke. I was amused by his antics and was about to tease him to lighten the earlier tension when suddenly, I sensed something amiss. Any smoker knows that a lit cigarette generally ascends in a straight line unless influenced by external forces. Although exhaled smoke also rises, it disperses. At that moment, as Tofu was smoking, the smoke he released quickly coalesced into a straight line ascending as if something above was drawing it in. A chill ran through me, and I instinctively looked up. In the ghastly green light, hovering above us was a humanoid figure, the very little ghost we had encountered previously. Its face was turned downwards, illuminated by the firelight, revealing a bluish hue, with a pair of blood-red eyes fixated upon us. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was no child. It bore the grotesque visage of a cat. The infernal creature had indeed followed us, cursed be it. Tofu, oblivious to the danger, was caught off guard as the cat-faced entity lunged at me. At that moment, the lighter in my hand was suddenly engulfed by an icy breeze, extinguishing its flame and plunging us into darkness, save for the glowing ember of Tofu's cigarette. Reacting swiftly, I could not warn Tofu as I instinctively retreated. In the darkness, I felt a chilling presence brush past my face, accompanied by a metallic scent of blood. Had I hesitated, it might have landed directly upon me. I narrowly evaded it, stumbling slightly, and before I could regain my footing, I heard Tofu curse vehemently. Almost simultaneously, the ember of his cigarette extinguished. In the obscurity, a loud thud echoed, reminiscent of an iron shovel striking the ground. I hastily reignited my lighter and saw Dofu brandishing a probing shovel, swinging it at a shadow below. The entity darted away with remarkable speed, vanishing into the darkness. Understanding that this was a critical moment, I recalled the red string I carried as a precaution against the cat spirit. If I failed to resolve this now, the consequences could be dire. I moved forward, maneuvering the lighter to illuminate the creature's whereabouts, but all I found were stone tiles, devoid of any trace. Dofu was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his shirt torn, revealing a gash on his skin, which bore a faint bluish hue, suggesting poisoning, likely inflicted by the malevolent cat. He clutched his chest, casting a wary glance around, hissing through his teeth as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Is that little demon back again? What on earth does it want?" I sighed and replied, "It's not a little demon. It's the cat's spirit we let escape." Dofu paused, his face contorted in distress. "What a turn of fate. We should make haste. That creature is far too sinister. A mere copper cat, yet it can infiltrate a tomb. It's as if the soul has departed in a most unnatural manner." Aware that lingering in this place was ill-advised, especially with the elusive cat's spirit around, and given the absence of light, capturing it would be a formidable challenge. Thus, I promptly retreated alongside Dofu. Dofu was the first to dive into the large hole we had previously excavated, his backside wiggling as he crawled out, and I followed closely behind. However, to my bewilderment, he suddenly began to retreat. In a startling turn of events, his ample rear end collided with my face, a pungent earthy odor nearly overwhelming me. Just as I was about to question his sanity, Dofu's backward motion intensified, and then, inexplicably, he began to crawl forward again. Yet, I soon discerned something amiss. His feet were completely stationary while his body was being drawn back into the hole. Damn it, something on the other side was pulling him. But that side was our excavated tunnel. Aside from the Qing dynasty corpse, there was nothing else there. What could be gripping him? At that moment, I had no time to ponder, hastily gripping Dofu's feet to pull him back. As I did, I realized the force pulling him was extraordinarily strong. I could barely exert any effort. In a state of desperation, I spread my legs, bracing against the earthen wall to pull him back, and finally succeeded in dragging Dofu out. As he emerged, he brought something with him, a furry face nearly pressed against his own. To my astonishment, it resembled a human visage, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed the Qing dynasty corpse. Its eyes, which had once been closed, were now inexplicably open, revealing shrunken orbs that glimmered ominously. Strangely, a layer of white fur had grown on its face, giving it a startling resemblance to a monkey's countenance. How could this be? Was the corpse undergoing a transformation? My grandfather's notes had documented instances of corpses undergoing such transformations, allegedly triggered by disturbances from the living, leading to the reanimation of the deceased. However, such occurrences involving the tomb's owner were exceedingly rare. My grandfather had only heard of them from his master, but had never encountered one himself. Surely, my first experience in tomb raiding couldn't be this disastrous. Suddenly, I remembered the cat spirit, my heart sinking. Could that malevolent creature be behind this? In my childhood, I had heard tales of a family in our locality during the late Republic era, whose children fell gravely ill despite numerous doctors failing to provide a cure. The mother, frantic and bewildered, lamented that their family had never committed any wrongdoing, questioning how they could be afflicted by such a bizarre illness. At this juncture, someone suggested, could it be an evil spirit? Perhaps we should consult a yin-yang master. People in the past were quite superstitious, and the mother, desperate for a solution, summoned a master to their home. The master, after casting divination and circling the room, exclaimed, "Alas, your household is cursed by a corpse spirit." What exactly is a corpse spirit? What we commonly refer to as a zombie, as ancient texts describe, a corpse that does not decay, springing forth to attack the living, is deemed a malevolent spirit. The practitioners of yin and yang would assert that a disturbance has occurred in your ancestral grave, necessitating the exhumation of the coffin to eliminate the corpse's malevolent influence. In those times, the graves of ancestors were held in higher regard than life itself. Disturbing someone's ancestral tomb was considered a greater sin than setting fire to a house. The mother of the children found herself in a state of indecision. Yet, upon hearing this, the villagers were immediately filled with trepidation. Should a malevolent spirit truly emerge, it would not only endanger one family, but many. It is said that these spirits crave blood, starting with their closest kin, then extending to neighbors, and ultimately affecting those unrelated. Each night, they would emerge from their graves, drawn by the scent of blood, beginning with those nearest by blood relation. At that time, the father of the family was away working as a carpenter, which naturally made the children the closest targets. The villagers insisted on opening the coffin. It was inconsequential if this family suffered, but what if innocent lives were harmed? Reluctantly, the mother led a group to unearth her father-in-law's coffin. To their astonishment, upon opening it, they found the corpse remarkably lifelike. The nails were long and as hard as steel, and a layer of white hair covered its body, revealing it as a malevolent spirit. This type of spirit, with a body as rigid as iron, was active at night, fearing sunlight and fire, as it was not easily vanquished. The practitioner of yin and yang ordered the spirit to be bound and then burned to ashes. From that moment onward, the family's peculiar affliction was indeed cured. In rural folklore, many strange and supernatural tales abound. I initially thought them to be mere fabrications, yet unexpectedly, a malevolent spirit had emerged before my very eyes, leaving me utterly astounded. At that moment, the spirit's gaze fixed intently upon me and my companion, Tofu, as it crawled toward us through the opening. Chapter 15. An unfamiliar visitor. Tofu had just endured a harrowing encounter with the spirit, now clutching his throat and coughing violently, his face flushed with exertion. Lacking the strength to rise, the white-haired spirit had managed to extricate half of its body from the opening, its greenish eyes locked onto us. According to legend, these spirits emerged at night, and the timing was all too fortuitous for us. Although fear gripped me, I have never been one to await fate passively. My legs felt as weak as noodles, yet an impulse to resist surged within me. My eyes fell upon the probing shovel beside me, and I seized it, swinging it at the creature before it could fully emerge, striking its head with force. To my dismay, the blow did not yield the expected result. Instead, it struck like a hammer against stone, producing a resounding thud as the shovel rebounded from the impact. Although a dent appeared in the spirit's head, it remained oblivious, continuing its advance towards us, a sight both horrifying and mesmerizing. At that moment, Tofu regained his composure. Typically timid as a mouse, having nearly succumbed to the spirit's grasp, he too felt a surge of determination. Following my strike, he raised his own shovel and brought it down with fervor. Despite our combined strength, the white-haired spirit's head, though partially crushed, showed no sign of slowing down. In an instant, it fully emerged from the hole, rising upright and charging straight towards Tofu, the nearest target. The speed of the corpse was no less than that of a thief escaping a hole. Upon emerging from the cave, the movements of the cadaver were swifter than that of a rabbit. I could only feel a gust of rancid wind and a fleeting shadow before Tofu was abruptly knocked to the ground by the corpse. The creature possessed immense strength, gripping Tofu's shoulders with both hands, its intent seemingly to tear him apart. I have always preferred to deliberate before taking action, often planning the course and potential outcomes of any endeavor. However, the urgency of the situation left me no time for contemplation. Witnessing Tofu being tackled in an instant, I leapt from behind, mounting the white spectre's back, and gripped its neck tightly, attempting to pull it upwards. This instinctive reaction saved Tofu's life. As I twisted the creature's neck, its grip faltered, preventing it from ripping Tofu in two. Seizing the opportunity, Tofu struggled beneath it, but the creature's hold was unyielding and formidable. Meanwhile, the corpse, now resisting my grip, began to thrash its head back and forth. With each turn, the audible grinding of bones sent chills down my spine. For Tofu's sake, I exerted every ounce of strength, disregarding any sense of revulsion. My face pressed against the creature's shoulder, its coarse white hair prickling against my skin, coated in the foul essence of decay. As the hairs brushed across my mouth and nose, the stench was unbearable. Thus, we formed a tense standoff. The corpse's head twisted for a moment before it suddenly arched back, its neck forming a perfect right angle, locking eyes with me. Its greenish irises seemed poised to leap from their sockets. In the next instant, I detected a faint, raspy sound, akin to a dying gasp wishing to convey a final message, yet failing to do so. This sound emanated from the corpse's throat, accompanied by the gasping. Its teeth ground against one another before it abruptly opened its maw, releasing a noxious plume of black smoke. The stench was overwhelming, searing through my senses and rendering me weak and nauseous. My mind went blank, and I tumbled off its back, the world spinning into oblivion. In a daze, I heard Tofu cry out, followed by a series of thuds that persisted for what felt like an eternity before ceasing. Soon after, a heavy, labored breath reached my ears, I recognized it as Tofu's. He pulled me up from the ground, pinching my philtrum and urgently calling, "Old Chun, wake up." This method proved somewhat effective. I regained a semblance of consciousness, the darkness before my eyes lifting, and my vision gradually focused. To my astonishment, the corpse lay in disarray, utterly dismembered. What happened? I began to inquire, but Tofu, with an uncanny understanding, interjected, "Just now, it spewed a cloud of black smoke, and then it stopped moving. I thought you had perished. When I saw you collapse, I feared the corpse had claimed your life, so I took out my shovel in anger and destroyed it. Your face looks pallid. What shall we do?" Tofu asked with concern. His eyes were streaked with blood, and his entire body was grotesquely smeared with what appeared to be fragments of flesh, an utterly repugnant sight. I could not discern my own appearance at that moment, but recalling the ominous black smoke, I was reminded of the accounts documented in my grandfather's notes. In the eyes of tomb raiders, not every corpse is destined to rise. A corpse stirs when the final breath of the living, laden with resentment or some other essence, remains unexhaled. When disturbed by the living, the corpse, infused with yang energy, may rise and attack. This essence is known as corpse qi. In colloquial terms, the southern faction refers to corpses as zongzi, while the northern faction calls them salted fish. It is said that the only way to vanquish these corpse-laden zongzi is to sever their heads, releasing the qi trapped within their necks. However, once a corpse rises, it tends to retract its neck. In a moment of desperation to protect Tofu, I had gripped the corpse's jaw and pulled back, revealing its neck. Yet, without a weapon in hand and not having acted upon its neck, how could it possibly expel the corpse qi on its own? In a moment of clarity, I sat upright and glanced at the corpse, stating, "This place is ill-suited for lingering. We must depart quickly." Although my mind had cleared somewhat, my limbs remained weak. I signaled for Tofu to lead the way as we crawled into the tomb's passage with our belongings. If this corpse were truly to rise, it should have already manifested a change while Tofu and I were stripping away its clothing, rather than suddenly causing a disturbance as we were about to exit. I suspected that all these upheavals were likely connected to that peculiar cat. Remaining in this tomb, who knows what further mischief might arise? It was no wonder that old who had insisted I capture the cat. I had not anticipated it would prove so troublesome. Tofu had sustained injuries, and although I bore no visible wounds, the lingering corpse qi left me feeling utterly disoriented. When my grandfather had finally revealed the harsh realities of tomb raiding, I felt both sorrow and curiosity. As a child, I could scarcely comprehend the hardships involved, and whenever my grandfather had the time, I would pester him for tales of his exploits. My grandfather's repertoire of stories was limited, and I soon exhausted them. At times, he would concoct tales, blending truth with fiction, leaving me uncertain of their veracity. He once recounted a story of ancient artifacts gaining sentience, claiming that over time, certain venerable objects would transform into spirits. I had been skeptical then, yet now I found myself entangled in such a bizarre occurrence. A copper cat, possessing such formidable power. In my past, I had engaged in various trades, including fishmongering alongside a Cantonese man. With little to occupy our time at the fish stall, we often chatted idly. The Cantonese, steeped in superstition, shared various strange tales, including one about an object that had come to life, purportedly from the time of his great-grandfather. In ancient Guangdong, there existed a peculiar custom. Valuing sons over daughters, families would create a clay doll upon the birth of a son, inscribing it with the child's birth date. This doll, known as a talisman, would be placed at the child's bedside to ward off any calamities destined for him. It is said that he has a great-grandfather named Huzi, though it remains unclear whether he belongs to this lineage. At some point, Huzi developed a peculiar habit of talking to himself, prompting his parents to inquire, "Dear son, who are you speaking with every day?" They secretly wondered if their child was of sound mind. Huzi replied, "I am conversing with my brother." Alarmed, his mother exclaimed, "My precious child, I have only given birth to you. My dear heart, where is this brother of yours? What is happening?" Huzi pointed to a protective doll, saying, "It is him. My brother says I will die tomorrow, and he will assist me." Terrified, his mother pondered whether the doll had somehow gained a spirit due to daily offerings, or if it had been possessed by some mountain spirit or ghost. The following day, the family kept a vigilant watch over Huzi, fearful of him drowning in water, choking during meals, or being crushed by a collapsing beam. Yet, nothing transpired that day. When his mother cradled him to sleep that night, She suddenly noticed that the protective doll at the head of the bed had inexplicably shattered. Whether the doll had truly safeguarded Huzi from danger remains a mystery. Unfortunately, I do not share Huzi's good fortune. The spirit I encountered was not benevolent, but a malevolent one. Tofu and I crawled through a tunnel, reaching an end where we cautiously climbed up a vertical shaft, stepping carefully onto a hoofprint. Upon seeing the light in the room, I was momentarily struck by the sensation of being reborn. However, the environment within the room left Tofu and me momentarily stunned. There were 3 individuals present, all strangers. One was a relatively young man in a white t-shirt adorned with an earring, exuding a trendy vibe. The second was a middle-aged man, bald and clad in a black tank top, with a muscular build and a fierce gaze. The last was a man approximately 50 years of age, with gray streaks in his hair, languidly resting his hands on his knees while seated on my bed. The other 2 stood on either side of him like sentinels. It was evident that the man in the center held a position of authority. A jolt of anxiety surged through me. Who were these 3? How had they come to be in our room? We were engaged in activities best kept hidden. It was disastrous if our actions had been exposed. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through my mind. But at that moment, Tofu appeared to have an epiphany, pointing at the young man with the earring and exclaiming, "It's you." I immediately sensed something was amiss and asked, "Do you know them?" Tofu's expression changed. Despite his usual lack of awareness, he recognized the gravity of the situation and whispered, "That's the person who approached me while we were having hot pot that day." Without needing further explanation, I understood that I was likely in grave danger. Damn it. We had clearly split into 2 groups. Logically, we shouldn't have been followed. How had these 3 found us? They were clearly a gang, lying in wait outside the tunnel, ready to reap the rewards of our misdeeds. In the cramped room, the 5 of us were divided into 2 groups, each warily eyeing one another. There was no need to elaborate on my connection with Tofu. We firmly gripped the battered probing shovel we had used to contend with the corpse demon earlier. The middle-aged man scrutinized us intently, and suddenly, he took a deep breath, squinting as if deep in thought. After a moment, he opened his eyes and, with a gaze full of significance, declared, "Zhong Qian, you have been poisoned by a corpse." I was taken aback, wondering how he knew my name. Tofu was equally puzzled, yet he did not perceive the layer of treachery at play and directly inquired, "What are you 3 here for? If you're here to gather mushrooms, that's fine, but we have yet to retrieve everything below. You can go down and find it yourselves." I remained silent, discreetly observing the trio opposite us. At first glance, they appeared utterly ordinary in their attire, yet upon closer inspection, I discerned a heavy aura of menace surrounding them. Throughout the years, I had encountered various nefarious characters, but this was the first time I had seen individuals who so overtly instilled fear. If my instincts were correct, these 3 were likely cold-blooded killers. What were their intentions? A treacherous scheme? Unlike Tofu, who was soft-hearted and timid, I was not afraid of confrontation. Should these 3 dare to act violently, I would not hesitate to swing my shovel, taking down one after another. It seemed they recognized that I was no pushover. The middle-aged man's malevolence seemed to retract, his previously stiff posture relaxing as he spoke again. "You must be curious about how I found this place, how I learned your name, and what my purpose here is, correct?" Before I could respond, Tofu interjected, "Indeed, old man, what are you really after?" The man, unperturbed, retrieved a thin object from his pocket, resembling an old photograph, and handed it to the young man beside him. The young man smiled and stepped forward, presenting the photograph to us. Instinctively, I leaned in to examine the image, and I was immediately struck dumb. It was an aged black and white photograph depicting a tall, slender man in his 50s, with his hand resting on the shoulder of a younger individual, set against the backdrop of a river. Tofu glanced at it and furrowed his brow, asking, "Who are these 2? As he examined it further, he seemed to realize something, pointing at the young man in the photograph with astonishment. "Wait a minute, old chun. This young man bears a striking resemblance to you. Could it be that you have a long-lost brother?" Upon my first glimpse of the photograph, I was utterly stunned, my fingers trembling slightly. The young man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to me, possessed a somewhat cold demeanor, his lips pressed together, staring directly into the lens. His features mirrored mine closely. This was certainly not a long-lost brother, for based on the photograph's age, it must have been taken decades ago. Yet the man standing beside the young one stirred within me an almost overwhelming urge to weep. Grandfather. In my memories, my grandfather was a man in his 60s, lean yet possessing more vigor than many younger men. Our family had once been impoverished, and my grandfather had not left behind any photographs from his youth. This one was likely taken when he was around 50, long before my father's passing and my own birth. To be candid, I have never encountered my father. Perhaps I glimpsed him in my early childhood, but those memories elude me. My perception of him is shaped solely by the accounts of relatives, and my grandfather seldom broached the subject. He was a drunkard, and in my mind, a drunkard conjures an image of a disheveled man, temperamental, bare-chested, aimlessly wandering with a bottle in hand, and lewdly engaging with young women. However, the photograph before me is quite astonishing, evoking an odd sensation within me that intensifies and refuses to dissipate. The young man in the image exudes an air of proud aloofness, his lips pressed together, standing there with a chilling demeanor that radiates both arrogance and indifference. His features are sharply defined, and he possesses an appealing visage. One might say it is more likely for young women to flirt with him. Notably, my own features bear some resemblance to this young man, and at 28, I find myself at a juncture in life where many of my peers might have only recently graduated from university, brimming with youthful exuberance. Yet, I ventured out into the world at the tender age of 14, enduring hardships and the vicissitudes of life that most of my contemporaries could scarcely fathom. Consequently, I am not one to smile easily, nor would I describe myself as gentle. At times, I can be rather harsh in my dealings, which has led to me being nicknamed Psycho Chun by a friend, a moniker he ceased to use after I had confronted him on 2 occasions. Aside from business matters, I am disinclined to engage with others, likely giving off an impression of coldness. However, the individual in the photograph transcends mere indifference, while we share similar features. His demeanor is more accurately described as ruthlessly cold, his dark gaze evoking a sense of being enveloped in an icy abyss. Momentarily, I found myself lost in thought, staring at the photograph as a tempest brewed within my mind. Unsurprisingly, the figure in the image must be my father, and it is evident that during this time, their relationship with my grandfather was quite amicable. The man portrayed in the photograph bears no resemblance to the notorious drunkard of family lore. What could possibly explain this? Why does this elder possess such a photograph? Even when my grandfather was alive, we could scarcely find a handful of family photos. I had assumed this scarcity was due to our rural circumstances, where few could afford to capture moments on film. Yet now, it appears the reality is far more complex. This elder is undoubtedly connected to my family, but what intentions does he harbor by presenting these photographs? Over the years, I have grown accustomed to a solitary existence, burying those I cared about deep within the recesses of my memory. Yet now, a single photograph has summoned them all back to the forefront of my mind. In earlier years, such a revelation might have moved me to tears, but after a decade of experiences, a mere photograph can no longer easily deceive me. Regardless of their motives, it is clear that since they have produced this item, they do not intend to confront me directly. I pinched the photograph between my fingers and spoke leisurely. "So, you are my relative?" The elder chuckled softly and replied, "Relative is perhaps too strong a term. However, I have crossed paths with your father, and your grandfather's name is indeed well known." I had prepared myself for a subtle exchange, yet his words left me utterly astonished. My grandfather had quite a remarkable name, yet he was merely a tomb raider. When he wasn't engaged in his illicit pursuits, he tended to crops and cared for pigs. Beyond his identity as a grave robber, he was simply an ordinary old man from the countryside. I found myself momentarily perplexed, pondering how this man seemed to possess extensive knowledge. It appeared that my grandfather had concealed many matters from me during his lifetime. I realized that this elderly man bore an ominous presence, and I could not allow myself to be led astray by him. As I was contemplating, the old man suddenly spoke. "I am aware that you have many questions. Our encounter is a matter of fate. However, I must descend into the tomb to retrieve something and lack the time to elaborate. If you wish to uncover the truth, return to this place in 2 days, and I shall reveal it to you." Upon finishing his words, a young man beside him casually wrote down an address for me. I gestured for Dofu to take it, my gaze fixed intently on the old man. I was certain I had never encountered him before. To my recollection, my grandfather had never mentioned such a person. At that moment, the old man continued, "In light of this, you should gather your belongings and leave. This place is now ours." Dofu was displeased by this proclamation and retorted, "We are renting this house, and we dug this cave. Do you think we are mere temporary workers to be dismissed at will?" I had already formulated a plan in my mind. When Dofu and I exited, we had carried out our possessions with care. Aside from that jade cup, Everything else was glaringly apparent. The old man had not taken advantage of us, indicating that he desired something else entirely. Thus, I pulled Dofu along and said, "Grab your things, we are leaving." Dofu seemed poised to protest, but I shot him a warning glance, and he shrank back, sulking as he began to gather our belongings. Chapter 17. Rent at this moment. It was 4 a.m. as we stepped out into the dimly lit street. Although our room was illuminated, the doors and windows were tightly shut, preventing any light from escaping. The summer night was oppressively warm, and the two of us, burdened with our packages, made our way through the deserted old alley, preparing to hail a taxi back to the apartment Dofu had previously rented. During our journey, Dofu expressed his discontent, saying, "Comrade Zhong Qian, you handled today's affairs rather ineffectively. I have lost respect for you." I countered, "What makes you think I was ineffective?" Dofu's face flushed with anger as he replied, "Why should we let them benefit from the mushrooms we painstakingly unearthed? To let them profit is one thing, but at the very least, they should be courteous. Look at us now. We resemble nothing more than mice being swept out the door." I inquired, "What would you have done in my place?" Dofu quickly retorted, "As the saying goes, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. If it were just me, I would accept it. But today is different. You are here, are you not? You have never been one to shy away from confrontation. When the sky falls, you treat it as a blanket. Given your usual temperament, you would undoubtedly have clashed with them. Back in high school, it was always you who bullied me for my pocket money. You only pick on the weak. Aside from throwing your weight around with me, I noticed Dofu was digressing, so I quickly cleared my throat and interjected, "Let's not dwell on the past. Back then, I worked on construction sites, surviving on buns without ever having a full meal. What is the harm in you, the wealthy young master, sharing a bit of your pocket money with me? Do you still hold on to that grudge? Listen to me. At first, I intended to confront them. But did you not notice that they were armed?" "Armed?" Dofu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Are you referring to that photograph?" He was aware of my situation, so he remarked, "The sudden appearance of that picture is indeed strange, but if we want to uncover its origins, it is not difficult. We simply need to subdue them. I recall how, back in 2008, you pursued those 2 little thieves, attacking them without reservation, leaving them in tears. 1 against 2 should be manageable, right? With my assistance, we could easily handle all 3 of them. When the time comes, a bit of coercion will surely compel them to reveal the truth." After hearing this, I could not help but scoff, saying, "Is that why you resemble Tofu? Your reasoning is quite foolish. Do you truly believe I should deal with those 2? While you handle the old man, you are gravely mistaken. They are armed with real weapons, guns." I then shared my discoveries from that moment with Dofu. During the standoff, I initially embodied the very traits Dofu had surmised. I am not one to shy away from confrontation, and my mind is rather dark. I thought to myself that if these 3 attempted to engage in a nefarious scheme, they would soon learn that I am not like the subordinates of the 4th elder. If they pressed me, I could easily dispose of them. However, as I continued to observe, I sensed something was amiss. In summer attire, it was easy to discern the outlines of a firearm concealed in the areas where they stood. It was precisely for this reason that I chose to restrain my impulses and refrain from direct confrontation. Dofu, upon hearing this, was left speechless, exclaiming, "Incredible. These individuals actually dare to carry guns." He appeared somewhat apprehensive thereafter. At that moment, we had reached the center of the road and waited for a while until a taxi arrived. Dofu and I hailed it and provided our destination. The driver, a man from northeast China, was quite chatty. Given that it was the night shift and the road was spacious, he freely engaged us in conversation, asking various questions without pause. Observing our luggage, he remarked, "Why are you moving at this late hour? I noticed where you boarded. It seems you were living in that old alley. Could it be that you encountered a ghost and could no longer stay there?" I tend to be rather spontaneous. When in the mood, I can engage a stranger in idle chatter, but when disinclined, I prefer silence, so I remained quiet. Dofu, recalling the ghostly contract incident, responded, "Brother, you are quite perceptive. How did you guess?" "Indeed, that place is haunted, and we could no longer reside there, so we moved out overnight." Upon realizing someone was willing to engage with him, the driver became even more animated, proudly stating, "Of course, if you told others you encountered a ghost, they would surely think you insane. I am different. I have been driving a taxi here since the year of Shenzhen's reform and opening up, and I have heard countless strange tales about the old alley." Dofu, who often lacks common sense, has a knack for uttering things that can be infuriating. After hearing the driver, He blinked and lamented, "Well, it seems your life is not as grand. To my knowledge, most of the early entrepreneurs who came to Shenzhen have become quite wealthy. Why are you still driving a taxi? Your situation seems rather disorganized." I choked momentarily, thinking how this fellow was rubbing salt into someone else's wounds. Just as I was about to caution him, the northeastern driver, displaying a rather magnanimous spirit, chuckled heartily and said, "I often ponder this question myself. Eventually, I concluded that my fate is simply not favorable. I am not destined for wealth and fortune. However, it would be wise for you to vacate that house sooner rather than later, as those buildings are slated for demolition in the near future. Have you not heard of the phenomenon known as ghost rent?" Ghost rent? Tofu and I exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled. Noticing our confusion, the driver became animated and began to elaborate. There is an old adage in folk culture that states when a person's fortune is low, they are easily haunted by malevolent entities. The previous landlord of the old alley building, surnamed Jia, was an exceedingly greedy man. A fire once broke out there, tragically claiming the lives of his wife and son, after which he took his own life by jumping from the building. I had previously heard about this from a young lady while enjoying barbecue. Following that incident, the phenomenon of ghost rent began to manifest. Of course, not every tenant in the old alley encounters this. It is typically those whose fortunes have plummeted to the extreme who become subject to such hauntings. One might wonder, what exactly is meant by fortune? It refers to a person's luck and destiny. By accumulating virtue and performing good deeds, one can elevate their fortune, conversely, indulging in malevolence, regardless of a seemingly auspicious birth chart, will gradually lead to decline. Naturally, I am somewhat skeptical of this notion, as our ancestors have wisely stated, good people do not perish. Calamities linger for a millennium. So, what is the true origin of ghost rent? It is said that a couple who collected scrap once resided in the old alley building. They were rather unfortunate. Having previously run a pancake stall and lived a relatively smooth life, their luck seemed to sour inexplicably. Gradually, they found themselves beset by misfortune, leading them to move from their former, newer neighborhood to the more affordable old alley building. Strange occurrences began on their very first night in the new place. A man came knocking at their door, described as balding, dressed in worn clothes, and speaking in an eccentric manner, claiming to be the owner of the building, demanding rent. The couple was incensed. They had already paid their rent during the day, and now some lunatic appeared demanding it again. Their luck was already dismal, and they were living in poverty. It was infuriating enough as it was, and they unleashed a torrent of curses upon the would-be collector. The man, however, did not retaliate, merely standing in the dark corridor outside, waiting until their tirade subsided before stating, "I shall return in 5 days to collect." Insane, the husband muttered as he slammed the door shut. They dismissed the incident as an encounter with a deranged vagrant and continued their routine of collecting scrap for the next few days. On the third night, however, there came another knock at the door, accompanied by a voice asking, "Is the rent ready?" At that moment, they were in the midst of dinner, and upon hearing the inquiry, the wife lamented, "It's that lunatic again. What kind of ill fortune have we stumbled upon?" The husband let out a grunt, thinking that since this person had failed to recognize his own worth, he could not be blamed for unleashing his frustrations upon him. He forcefully swung the door open, intending to deliver a beating to the lunatic outside. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he found a bloodied figure standing there, with half of its head missing. The remaining eye fixated intently on the man, extending a bloody hand, and uttering the word, "Rent." The man was instantly struck with terror, suffering a cardiac arrest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, while the woman fainted from shock, ultimately succumbing to madness the following day. This tale, then, is the ramblings of that woman, now lost to insanity. As the driver narrated this story, he meandered on to other topics, yet I felt a sudden chill run down my spine, cold sweat beating on my forehead. I recalled the individual who had presented me with that cursed contract. At that time, in the security room, I had paid half the deposit, as I had not brought enough money. The man had said to return in 5 days. It was only later that night when a female landlord arrived, and upon seeing the ghastly contract, I realized I had encountered something malevolent. Consequently, I had cast the matter aside, but now, upon reflection, tonight was indeed the 5th day. In the nocturnal ambience, the streetlights illuminated the path ahead, and in this bustling city, even the night remained aglow with brightness. Yet, amidst such illumination, I felt an unsettling apprehension. At this moment, I had distanced myself from the old alley and that malevolent entity should not be able to find me. However, that old man still lingered there. Should I return to warn them? Why had I been beset by such occurrences in succession? Could it be, as that northeastern master had said, that my fortune had plummeted to the depths? That cat truly possessed such formidable power? I merely sought to rescue a child from the water. How had I unraveled such a series of misfortunes? Chapter 18. The Summit Tower lost in thought. The car arrived at Tofu's residence. The complex where Tofu lived was also an old building, yet it was a modern construction, far superior to the eerie old alley. We exited the vehicle and stood at the entrance of the community. Tofu could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "There's no place like home. Finally escaped that cursed place. Bah, bah, bah. Never mention ghosts in the middle of the night again. If anyone brings up ghosts to me again, I shall curse their ancestors for 8 generations." It seemed that this lad was genuinely frightened by those supernatural entities. Indeed, only a few hours prior, we had wandered through the gates of hell, nearly meeting our end with that cat and the white-haired specter. Now, standing beneath the bright streetlights and in the clean, tidy community, it felt as though I had been reborn. Who would have thought that in such a thriving metropolis as Shenzhen, beneath the bustling rivers, there existed such perilous places and a plethora of bizarre events? I could not help but touch the item nestled in Tofu's embrace, pondering. It seems I must be more vigilant of my steps. Who knows what ancient tombs lie beneath? Shenzhen, truly, is a land of gold. Upon reaching home, both of us bore minor injuries, and with no possibility of visiting a hospital, we rummaged through our supplies for medicine. After hastily washing up and tending to our wounds with gritted teeth, we collapsed into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Regarding the matter of that cursed rent, although I had the intention to caution the old man, the 3 individuals appeared to be of dubious character. Reflecting on this, I resolved to let them fend for themselves. After all, if that deranged woman could survive, these 3, who exuded a heavy aura of menace, were likely to be spared as well. For it is said that evil men fear the wrath of spirits, and thus the specter of rent would probably not dare to confront them. I have always been one who can take things lightly and let go. However, the sudden appearance of my grandfather and my deceased father's photograph filled me with suspicion. Yet, these events transpired long ago, and the dead are like extinguished lamps. Delving deeper into the past would bear no fruit, while uncovering the truth would indeed be gratifying. I would not allow myself to be manipulated by that old man because of this matter. I am not weak. Over the years, if I have gained anything, it is a hardened heart. I fell into a deep slumber until the afternoon of the same day, around 3 o'clock. My companion, Tofu, and I finally enjoyed a restful sleep, awakening with ravenous appetites. The meals of late had been rather meager, and now, the pangs of hunger gnawed at us painfully. Tofu, in a flurry, began to rummage through the house, muttering, "Where did the leftover instant noodles go?" Soon after, he unearthed a mangled cup of noodles from beneath the table, exclaiming in despair, "This was my favorite beef flavor. Oh, mouse, I shall make your ancestors pay for this." I, also feeling the pangs of hunger, interjected, all right. Spare the mouse. Its life is no less valuable than ours. Every creature possesses dignity. If you harm it, will its offspring take your surname or that of the mouse? We are on the brink of a significant windfall. Let's not be stingy. Come, my friend, I shall treat you to a splendid meal." Upon hearing that I would be the one to foot the bill, Tofu perked up, quickly tidying himself before we set off to a newly opened barbecue restaurant nearby. The smokeless grill was lightly brushed with oil, and soon, thin slices of lamb and beef were placed upon it, cooking swiftly, seasoned with pepper, salt, cumin, and chili flakes. The aroma wafted through the air, and we devoured the feast with fervor, nearly swallowing our tongues in delight. In my earlier days of poverty, my greatest passion was food. Though I lacked the means to indulge, I became well-versed in various culinary methods. However, after acquiring wealth and becoming engrossed in business, I became less discerning about food. Now, having survived a brush with death, sitting down to enjoy a meal in peace was truly one of life's greatest pleasures. By the time we had satiated our appetites, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon returning home, I discovered, perhaps due to the effects of corpse poison, that some greenish spots had suddenly appeared on my skin, appearing quite alarming. Initially, I had planned to visit the antique market in Shenzhen to scout for illicit goods. But upon seeing my condition, I had no choice but to make a trip to the hospital. The doctor could not provide a definitive explanation. Likely having never encountered corpse poison before, he assumed it to be a skin ailment and prescribed some medication. However, after applying it that evening, the scars seemed to spread even more. Despite my usual composure in times of crisis, I found myself troubled, inevitably recalling that old man. It occurred to me that since he could identify my affliction with corpse poison, he might possess a remedy. Thus, it appeared I would need to visit the address he had mentioned the following day. The next morning, Tofu and I rose early, freshened up, and headed downstairs to a bun shop. We ordered 3 portions of buns, accompanied by century egg and scallion congee, which filled us up nicely before we took a taxi to the agreed-upon location. A note inscribed with the address, number 207, Dangfeng Building, Antique City, Xinxiu Road, Shenan East Road. Tofu inquired, Antique City? I have never been there. Are you familiar with it? My grandfather, who often foraged for mushrooms, would frequently bring back items unearthed from graves, colloquially referred to as mingqi, items pilfered from the deceased. Hence, in my youth, I encountered numerous mingqi, fostering a keen interest in antiques. Later, as my career flourished and time permitted, I would meander through the antique city, becoming somewhat acquainted with its main thoroughfares. When discussing antique cities, most people conjure images of Beijing's Panjiayuan or Lulikang, or perhaps the renowned antique streets of Xi'an and Luoyang. Yet, few may realize that in Shenzhen, often dubbed a cultural desert, lies the largest and most prestigious privately owned antique city in the nation. Shenzhen is unique. Having evolved from a humble fishing village, thus lacking a rich historical heritage, its inhabitants are characterized predominantly by their wealth. A humorous adage goes, without visiting Beijing, one remains unaware of their minor official status. Without visiting Shenzhen, one remains oblivious to their financial limitations. With wealth comes the pursuit of cultural development, and thus, the grandest antique city was constructed with considerable investment. Within, one finds exquisite and diverse artifacts, all authentic. Upon entering, one is enveloped by the antiquated ambience and the elegant decor of the antique shops. It can be quite daunting to enter without a few coins in one's pocket. In recent years, this place has gradually transformed into a tourist attraction, with a proliferation of street vendors selling replica souvenirs, alongside numerous tea houses and performance stages, where one can easily lose track of time. However, this place is heavily policed, with many plainclothes officers, unlike Panjiayuan and Lulikang, which have a long history and are reputed for their underground dealings in mingqi. Although I have never officially visited those places, the name Panjiayuan is well known. Anyone involved in antiques is familiar with it. Nevertheless, the stringent control in Shenzhen's antique city suggests that it would be quite challenging to make any transactions here. The old man, a mushroom forager, dares to wander around the antique city. Indeed, he possesses quite the audacity. Typically, such individuals are either blissfully ignorant of the risks or possess formidable backing. This old man undoubtedly falls into the latter category. I briefly explained some of the nuances to Tofu using coded language, ensuring the driver would not overhear. As we conversed, we arrived at our destination. It was Saturday, and the area was bustling with visitors. Upon entering the grand, faux antique archway, we found ourselves amidst a throng of people, with tourists from various nations interspersed, their clumsy attempts at Chinese occasionally audible. The location we sought, Dangfeng Building, was unfamiliar to me. The antique city sprawls across an impressive 150,000 square meters. After inquiring along the stalls, we finally located Dangfeng Building, which resembled a traditional tea house. At its entrance stood 2 circular pillars, adorned with a wooden plaque inscribed with couplets. The upper line read, "A single snow peak yields divine liquid," while the lower line proclaimed, "3 parts of ice spring emanate fragrance from stone." The horizontal inscription bore the building's name, Dangfeng Zhaoi, meaning reaching the pinnacle. Tofu read it aloud, then remarked, "Do you understand this couplet? What does it signify?" "The name of this building is rather pretentious. I feel inclined to remove its plaque." I remarked, "You clearly do not comprehend. There exists a legend regarding the origin of tea, which tells of the great Shen Nong, who, having tasted myriad herbs and traversed countless rivers and mountains, discovered the first tea tree upon a snow-capped peak, marveling at it as a divine creation. As for this fragrant stone, it is said that Emperor Kangxi, an aficionado of tea, during a covert visit to a humble farmer's home, took a sip of the farmer's coarse brew and was astounded, exclaiming, 'How can such ordinary leaves yield such exquisite flavor?' The farmer replied, 'It is not my tea that is exceptional, but rather my water. Behind my house lies a peculiar stone, riddled with countless minuscule pores, through which spring water drips day and night. Using this water to brew tea leaves the aroma lingering for 3 days. This is the secret of the divine stone spring. When these two elements are combined, they represent the pinnacle of tea. Tofu, upon hearing this, suddenly enlightened, said, "Where do you acquire such random trivia? How is it that I am unaware? Surely, you are not fabricating this." I, slightly displeased by his words, retorted, "Can you even compare to me? You attend an art university, where your days are spent gazing at nude models. Modern scientific research demonstrates that excessive indulgence leads to diminished memory and cognitive decline." Before I could finish, a service staff member stationed at the entrance smiled gently, bowed, and said, "You must be Master Chun. Our proprietor has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please, step inside." With that, he gestured for us to enter. I was taken aback, pondering how he recognized me. Could it be that the old gentleman was indeed the owner of this esteemed tea house? Such an establishment is quite distinguished. Chapter 19. The Ghost King meets the Dragon Cup. The attendant, not engaging in further conversation, stepped aside to indicate the way for us, understanding that blocking the entrance was hardly a graceful display. Upon entering the building, I observed an open stage at the center, surrounded by numerous tea tables, where leisurely patrons sat in small clusters, frequently casting their gazes toward the stage, seemingly awaiting a performance. Nowadays, many tea houses invite performers to present comedic sketches or short plays to attract guests. However, the attendant guided us directly to the second floor, pushing open an intricately carved wooden door reminiscent of antiquity. Inside was a spacious room divided by a landscape screen into 2 sections, one furnished with a bed and the other with a tea table. The room was currently unoccupied, with the tea table positioned by the window, allowing a view of the first floor's patrons and the stage below. It appeared to be a private room within the tea house. The table was adorned with several plates of dried fruits and snacks, and the attendant presented us with a pot of tea, mentioning that the proprietor had been temporarily detained and requested we enjoy the tea and snacks while we waited, assuring us to call upon him should we require anything. With that, he exited, leaving Tofu and me exchanging glances. Tofu, perplexed, remarked, "What is the meaning of this? Were we not told they had been anticipating us for quite some time?" I replied, "That was merely a polite gesture. However, since the old gentleman has returned safely, it seems that the specter of overdue rent has not dared to confront him. Kindness invites exploitation, just as a gentle horse is ridden. Could it be that my fortune has truly waned to such a degree that even the deceased are aware to choose the path of least resistance?" With these thoughts, Tofu and I engaged in light conversation while sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds, waiting for what felt like an eternity without anyone arriving. Today, we had no particular arrangements, so we were indifferent to waiting a little longer. Suddenly, we heard a burst of applause from below. Peering down, we discovered a few performers on the empty stage, singing and enacting a performance of Chow opera. The people of Guangdong have a penchant for theater, but an even greater love for tea. In our region, a family struggling to afford meals would never contemplate spending money on tea leaves. However, the people of Guangdong are different. Regardless of their financial circumstances, they will always purchase tea, merely distinguishing between its quality and freshness. Neither of us understood the Chow opera, and my companion, Tofu, was an impatient soul, except when painting. When he could sit still for a mere 2 minutes, an endeavor more challenging than slaying him, he soon began to wander aimlessly around the room. The decorations here were rather exquisite, yet they were lifeless objects, leaving me feeling rather uninspired after a cursory glance. Tofu then casually picked up a newspaper from the nearby shelf. After perusing it for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed with a hint of unease, handing the newspaper to me and lowering his voice, "This is an old newspaper from 2004. Look at this news article." Upon receiving the newspaper, I confirmed it was indeed an old publication, not a reputable newspaper, but rather a gossip rag, irresponsibly reporting sensationalized stories and rumors. The article, Tofu pointed out, had a captivating headline in small print: "Grave robbers steal female corpse at night. Green spots appear on body. Is it corpse poison or possession?" The title was certainly eye-catching, yet such sensationalism would never find its way into a respectable publication. As I continued reading, I noticed a photograph accompanying the article. The individual depicted had green spots all over his arm, identical to those on my own. It was about a young man from a mountain village who, driven by malicious intent, had disturbed an old grave only to unearth a decaying female corpse. Succumbing to dark thoughts, he concealed the corpse in his home. A few days later, he developed large green spots on his body, and upon seeking medical assistance to no avail, he succumbed to excruciating pain and ultimately took his own life with sleeping pills. Tofu, clearly unsettled, displayed an unexpected cleverness as he remarked, "This newspaper must have been deliberately placed here by that old man. What do you think his intentions are? Chun, is this corpse poison truly so potent? Will it affect you like the person in this article? That would be dreadful. Don't worry. I will ensure you have the best sleeping pills when the time comes. May you rest in peace." I was infuriated by his remarks and was about to give him a good kick when the door swung open. The old man we had encountered earlier stepped in slowly, followed by the burly man and the young man, who closed the door behind them and stood guard outside. The old man glanced at the newspaper in my hand and smiled. "It seems you have read it. This is not to frighten you. If your corpse poison is not addressed, your fate will undoubtedly be far worse than his." My suspicions were confirmed. The old man had indeed orchestrated this. However, I loathed being manipulated, so I retorted, "So what? Do you think I'm easily frightened? My affairs are not your concern. If there is business to discuss, let us do so. Otherwise, I will take my leave." The old man chuckled, resembling a cunning fox, and said, "You young people are so quick-tempered. Since that is the case, I shall not beat around the bush with you. Speak," he said, as he retrieved a blue and white porcelain bottle from his pocket, its mouth sealed with a cork. He then removed the cork and, with a shake, released a blood-red pill the size of a soybean. This was the red pill that counteracts corpse poison. Consuming it is imperative. Tofu expressed doubt, questioning, "Are you certain this is not poison?" The old man chuckled and replied, "What purpose would I have in giving you poison? Even without it, with corpse poison within, death is inevitable." I held the pill to my nose, detecting a strong metallic scent. My grandfather's work notes had once recorded such a red pill, known in full as the corpse-repelling pill. However, its common name, the red pill, is widely recognized due to the nature of its effects. Legend has it that the method of its creation has long been lost to time, preserved only among ancient tomb-raiding families. For those who make a living in this way, a single red pill can fetch an exorbitant price. Upon merely inhaling its scent, I knew it was genuine. Its aroma matched my grandfather's description perfectly, leaving me astonished. I mused that the method of crafting this red pill had indeed been forgotten, rendering it a life-saving elixir. One consumed is one less to be had. Why was this old man so generous in offering it to me? As a businessman, I understood there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yet, the urgency of survival compelled me. The remedy had been presented to me, and it would be illogical to refuse. Without hesitation, I ingested the pill, feeling its sharp spiciness upon entry, soon followed by a fragrant essence that wafted upwards. Unmistakably, a miraculous medicine. Seeing me consume it, the old man's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You possess courage. It appears I have indeed come to the right person. Such kindness is seldom offered without a motive. What is your connection to my grandfather? What do you intend to achieve?" I inquired. He smiled and replied, "This matter is rather extensive. It must begin with 3 individuals. If you listen patiently, you shall understand." He then clapped his hands, replaced the teapot with a Malfong variety, and we began to sip tea while he recounted his tale. The old man's surname was Zhao, and he was known in the underworld as Master Zhao. The title Master was not derived from his birth order, but was a mark of respect, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu, who was similarly honored as Master Guan. For generations, the Zhao family had engaged in tomb raiding, amassing considerable wealth. Presently, Master Zhao seldom undertook the labor himself. Instead, he organized teams to locate tombs, provide equipment, and conduct excavation efforts. He would reap the lion's share of the spoils, distributing the remainder among those who toiled in the earth. In the realm of tomb raiding, there are numerous classifications: independent thieves, organized groups, family operations, and even government-sponsored raids. The relationship between Tofu and myself, marked by mutual trust and collaboration in our endeavors, could be categorized as an organized group. Master Zhao, however, represented a blend of family and organized theft. As for government-sponsored raids, such factions operate in secrecy, often unknown to the public. Encountering them could lead to dire consequences. It is wise to steer clear, lest one invite disaster. In Master Zhao's own words, he was a figure of such influence that a mere stamp of his foot would cause tremors throughout the entire tomb raiding community in Guangdong. So, why had he sought me out? There is a significant backstory, intricately linked to the enigmatic figure known as Hu Laoshao. This individual has long been active in the Guangdong region, so one might ponder why he has suddenly made his way to the bustling city of Shenzhen. His motivation lies in the tomb located beneath the Yang River. Within that tomb rests a civil official from the Daoguang era, a man of integrity and favored by Emperor Daoguang himself. Upon his death, the emperor bestowed a precious artifact for burial, a treasure known as the Ghost King's Encounter Dragon Cup. It is said that this exquisite piece was crafted by a folk artisan during the Qianlong period. The cup bears inscriptions relating to a legendary encounter, referred to as the Ghost King's encounter with the dragon. However, the specifics of this encounter are shrouded in myriad tales, rendering the truth elusive. At first glance, the cup appears unremarkable, yet when filled with liquid and illuminated by candlelight, a series of images akin to a narrative unfolds within its depths. The craftsmanship is nothing short of miraculous. In the realm of grave robbers, there exists an enduring legend. The contents inscribed within the Ghost King's Encounter Dragon Cup are, in fact, a map to a grand tomb. The artisan, unbeknownst to many, was actually a grave robber who stumbled upon an extraordinary mausoleum. However, the tomb's peculiarities deterred him from immediate action, and unwilling to let such a remarkable sight succumb to the earth, he encoded its location into the cup. Hu Laoxiao, intent on executing a significant heist, pursued historical clues to pinpoint the civil official's burial site. Despite being a seasoned veteran in this field, he found himself ensnared this time, a predicament attributed to Zhao Yiri's treachery. In the world of tomb raiding, territories are distinctly defined, as Zhao Yiri himself would declare. Anyone bold enough to stir up such ambition in his domain would face dire consequences. Yet, Hu Laoxiao's approach to me was an unexpected twist of fate, perhaps orchestrated by some unseen hand. Realizing this, I inquired, "So, you have long been aware of the civil official's tomb's location, merely waiting for the right moment to act?" Zhao Yiri nodded in affirmation, cryptically stating, "The time was not ripe, but now it is. I have no tolerance for interference." His objective for this expedition was the Ghost King's Encounter Dragon Cup, and if my assumptions were correct, it currently resided with me. My heart skipped a beat, though my expression remained composed as I recalled the jade cup nestled within the porcelain figure, suddenly grasping the implications. Zhao Yiri sipped his tea leisurely, remarking, "Do not be overly concerned. I have come to enlist your assistance. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose." I understood that beneath his amiable facade lay a man of formidable cunning, and thus I refrained from outright rejection, countering instead, "I comprehend your purpose in seeking me. You desire the Ghost King's Encounter Dragon Cup. Indeed, it is in my possession, and should you wish to acquire it, I trust you would not object to a monetary exchange. However, I must inquire, what does this have to do with my grandfather? You mentioned 3 individuals. Who are they?" Zhao Yiri erupted in hearty laughter, casting a meaningful glance in my direction before he began to recount the tale of these 3 individuals. I listened, my heart racing, and by the conclusion, my palms were clammy with sweat, while the tofu beside me sat in stunned silence. Zhao Yiri's narrative is rather lengthy, yet the involvement of these 3 individuals is indispensable to the entire affair. Thus, allow me to elucidate. The first of these figures was born in the 27th year of the Republic of China and hailed from the vicinity of Luoyang, where he descended from a lineage of tomb raiders. In his era, the tumultuous times led to rampant grave robbing, unchecked and unrestrained. His name was Bai Weisheng, known in the underworld as Fei Dao Bai Laoxi, the same Bai Laoxi that my grandfather once recounted. Not only was he adept at excavating graves, but his ancestral skill in the art of flying daggers was unparalleled, enabling him to thrive in that chaotic age. Grave robbing belonged to the realm of the underworld. During that time, the reputation of Fei Dao Bai Laoxi resonated throughout both the criminal and legitimate worlds. Bai Laoxi was not only proficient with his daggers, but also possessed a remarkable ability to compress his body, allowing him to create burrows no larger than those made by a fox. Even if the police managed to discover his activities, they were often thwarted by the minuscule entrance. By the time they enlarged it to pursue him, he had already escaped through another small hole. In the realm of cultural relics, his notoriety was equally formidable, inciting ire among many experts who would grind their teeth at the mere mention of his name. Bai Laoxi was the sole heir of his family, and his moniker Laoxi was derived from a ranking system within the local tomb raiding circles in Luoyang. At the pinnacle was Lei Shenjiang Laoda, a figure backed by warlords, whose grave excavations were thunderous, often employing explosives and detonators with brazen audacity. establishing himself as a dominant force in Luoyang. The second-ranked individual was known as Shenzhen Yangfang, a solitary operator who conducted his grave robbing with a ghostly presence, often sharing his spoils with impoverished families, earning him a reputation as a chivalrous bandit. The third was Tu Heihu, who had once been a butcher before aligning himself with warlords and gaining notoriety for his audacity in killing. Initially naive, he fell victim to the cunning of seasoned thieves, but eventually, through his own prowess, he rose to prominence, exacting revenge on those who had wronged him by displaying their corpses at the city gates, dispatching them with arrows for sport. In comparison to these three formidable characters, Bai Laosi was marked by a certain cunning and, being steeped in his family's traditions, was well-versed in the art of tomb raiding. He had previously collaborated with both Tu Heihu and Shenzhen Yangfang, a partnership that remained shrouded in secrecy. It is essential to mention Yangfang, who possessed the remarkable ability to discern the location of graves by reading the signs of the land, an invaluable skill in the present day. What does it mean to read the signs? This entails a depth of understanding. The ancients were superstitious about feng shui, believing that all matters pertaining to funerals required careful consideration of auspiciousness and the examination of the land. Many rural areas still adhere to this custom. A truly skilled tomb raider undergoes extensive training, during which they familiarize themselves with various dynasties' burial customs, accompanying artifacts, and the architectural structures of tombs. Those who enter this profession must possess at least a foundational knowledge of feng shui. Those utterly ignorant are deemed unworthy of the craft. Seasoned grave robbers excel in the art of geomancy, mastering the principles of feng shui across the ages. To engage in tomb raiding, one must first locate the grave. Thus, each tomb raider, upon arriving at a site, must conduct a thorough assessment of the terrain, scrutinizing the feng shui to ascertain where the treasure lies. As perceived by a feng shui master, wherever the geomancy is exceptionally favorable, where the dragon veins reside and the essence of nature flourishes, such places are highly coveted by geomancers, and ancient tombs are invariably found nearby. Within the realm of tomb raiding, few possess the esoteric art of divining grave locations, and those who do are often distinguished masters, passing down their secrets through generations. In the past, such knowledge was rare, and now it has nearly vanished. It is said that in the early Republic period, there was a local geomancer in Changsha known for his expertise in this craft. Whenever he ventured out, a throng of followers trailed behind him, and he garnered significant notoriety within the tomb raiding circles. This man, surnamed Kai, can still be found in contemporary records with a simple search. Allegedly, he could identify ancient tombs buried deep beneath desolate landscapes, never once failing in his endeavors. On one occasion, as he passed through a picturesque area, he proclaimed to his followers, "There must be an ancient tomb here. If unearthed, it could lead to our collective fortune." The others were skeptical, for the site, he indicated, bore no signs of a grave. Only a vast expanse of terraced fields typical of the southern regions. How could there possibly be an ancient tomb in such a place? Seeing their disbelief, he wagered that if they failed to uncover a significant tomb, he would forfeit 300 taels of silver. However, should they succeed, he would claim the lion's share of the treasures within. The group agreed, and they gathered 100 or so people to commence digging. After excavating 20 to 30 meters, they indeed uncovered a slab of blue stone. Upon prying it open, a vast burial chamber was revealed, astonishingly a grand tomb from the Warring States period, yielding over 100 rare treasures. The individual known as Yang Fong, who inherited the teachings of the esteemed Kai, was renowned for his skills in observing wind and energy, as well as locating dragon veins and auspicious sites. Within their circle, three prominent figures emerged: the formidable Yang Fong, the ruthless Tu Heihu, and the swift White Laosi. Each respected in their own right. They would often convene casually, but when matters arose, they would pursue their separate paths. One day, however, Yang Fong clandestinely summoned White Laosi and Tu Heihu to a private room, where they indulged in fruits and snacks while closing the door to deliberate in secrecy. Yang Fong began, "As brothers, we each pursue our own fortunes, but in these tumultuous times, with foreign entities eager to purchase our ritual vessels at exorbitant prices, the moment for prosperity has arrived. Ordinarily, I would not wish to disturb you, but I have discovered an extraordinary burial site, one that is too significant for a single person to tackle alone, and I require your assistance." Laosi pondered, suspecting that if this indeed were a treasure-laden site, Yang Fong would likely hoard the spoils for himself. Meanwhile, Tu Heihu inquired, What makes this site so remarkable that even the illustrious Yang Fong finds it daunting? Could it possibly be a royal tomb? After all, when Sun Dianying plundered the eastern tombs of the Qing dynasty, he had employed thousands of soldiers, using both digging and explosives to breach the royal mausoleum, ultimately stripping it bare. Yang Fong replied, "It is not a royal tomb. Rather, it is a golden coffin. Have you heard of the Wanyao Fei?" Lao Si's heart raced at the mention, and he blurted out, "Are you referring to the infamous demoness of the Ming dynasty? A mere folktale? How could there be an actual tomb for such a figure? In the past, the remains of emperors and empresses were interred in a wooden coffin, while the ranks below the imperial consort and concubines were referred to as golden coffins, with those of lower status designated as colorful coffins." Yang Fong's intent was unmistakable. This was a tomb of an imperial consort. Yet, despite the existence of many such tombs, the so-called 10,000 demon consort remains a figure shrouded in taboo. Her very existence a subject of historical debate. Why was she dubbed the 10,000 demon? The tale is indeed peculiar and chilling. Chapter 21. Chun Siyuan, the Ming Emperor. Zhu Hozhao led a life of carefree indulgence and met a demise marked by disgrace, allegedly succumbing to his excesses. To put it bluntly, it is said that he perished one fateful night, lying upon the belly of a woman. The emperor's escapades were numerous. His infatuation with beauty was so profound that Lu Jin constructed the leopard chamber for his pleasures, reminiscent of the decadent revelries of King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, complete with a myriad of beautiful concubines. It is said that not only was he debauched, but he also enjoyed incognito excursions. Bored with the women presented to him in the palace, he took to the streets to seek beauty among common folk. On one such occasion, while disguised, he encountered a woman emerging from the wilderness. Her figure was graceful, reminiscent of a celestial being, yet her face was obscured by a peculiar jade mask. Despite this, her enchanting form captivated the emperor, who immediately commanded his attendants to apprehend her and forcibly remove her mask. Upon unveiling her, he was struck by her unparalleled beauty, and she was promptly taken to the palace, where she received extravagant affection. He would grant her the moon while denying the stars. Although the emperor was a man of carnal desires, he was diligent in matters of state. However, there exists a saying, "Life is fleeting, and the sun rises high," leading the sovereign to neglect morning court. With the emperor's affections consumed by this woman, governance gradually fell into disarray. Advisors cautioned him, suggesting that since he had taken this woman, he had forsaken his duties. They warned that her origins were dubious, emerging from the mountains and often donning a strange mask, indicating she might be a transformed spirit from the wild. They urged him to learn from history, cautioning against surrounding himself with a figure akin to Daji. The emperor, displeased by their meddling, thought to himself that these aged advisors were overreaching, even attempting to dictate his choice of companion. In a fit of indignation, he dismissed several of these elderly ministers, and curiously, they soon fell into misfortune, with many meeting untimely and shortly thereafter. This misfortune seemed to extend to their descendants, with few surviving past the age of 30. Gradually, tales began to circulate, proclaiming that the woman was indeed a demon, and those who offended her would surely suffer. The populace grew to loathe her, referring to her in hushed tones as the 10,000 demon consort. It is said that upon her death, she was laid to rest in her homeland, suggesting that her golden coffin lies somewhere in the vicinity of Chuzhou. Another legend posits that the 10,000 demon consort possessed a certain supernatural power, enabling her to invade dreams and slay individuals within them. This power was believed to stem from the strange mask she wore. The true nature of this mask remains a mystery. However, Yang Fong, while passing through, fortuitously stumbled upon a site of exceptional feng shui, and based on the principles of geomancy, he deduced that beneath his feet lay a tomb of a consort, prompting him to investigate and uncover the earth. The so-called soil observation is a skill that grave robbers have honed through experience. Experts can determine the size, specifications, burial items, and depth of a tomb simply by examining the soil brought up by a Luoyang shovel, achieving a precision that even modern subterranean detection instruments cannot match. Although contemporary grave robbers increasingly rely on high technology, true connoisseurs still adhere to traditional methods. The intricacies of this craft are numerous, and I shall refrain from elaborating on each aspect here. When the soil was excavated, it revealed a striking five-colored clay. This five-colored clay is formed by the disruption of the surrounding soil layers during tomb construction, resulting in a mixture of soil from various periods, rather than an actual five-colored composition. Most individuals are not particularly sensitive to this, but those who delve into grave robbing, archaeology, or geology are acutely aware of the subtle distinctions in these soils. If five-colored clay is found at a considerable depth, it indicates the certain presence of a tomb below. Yang Fong examined the soil meticulously, employing a method of smelling, touching, and observing. He was immediately struck with astonishment. The soil contained cinnabar, a sign of a toxic area, which explained the barren landscape above. Beneath lay a highly poisonous tomb. Cinnabar is known for its protective qualities, but who would mix it around a mausoleum? Could it be that the tomb houses some malevolent spirits, necessitating the use of cinnabar for warding them off? Recognizing that a single individual could not tackle this perilous tomb alone, Yang decided to temporarily halt his efforts and return home to gather various clues, gradually identifying the tomb's owner as the legendary Wan Yao Fei. He then turned to his two companions and said, "It is said that the mask of Wan Yao Fei is carved from a rare jade, as delicate as a cicada's wing, imbued with mysterious powers. Being the favored concubine of the martial sovereign, the tomb must contain valuable burial items. My sole desire is to acquire that mask. As for the other treasures within, you too are welcome to take them. Together, we shall surely succeed in our endeavor." To neglect a tomb is sheer folly, and all three were skilled practitioners in this field. Though the toxic tomb posed certain dangers, it did not deter them. After deliberating and devising a strategy, the group, comprising Fei Dao, Bai Lao Si, and Tu Heihu, along with 4 subordinates, secretly journeyed to the location of Wan Yao Fei's burial site. The 4 subordinates took turns digging the tunnel. The Luoyang shovel proved exceptionally efficient for this purpose. Despite the advent of various modern tools, when it comes to tunnel excavation, the Luoyang shovel remains the most convenient, even favored by archaeological teams. The version in use was the 60-style Luoyang shovel, although not as convenient as the current 21 style. The experienced team members, unlike my own lackluster skills alongside Dofu, managed to dig over 10 meters in less than 2 hours, eventually prying up a bluestone slab. A pungent odor of cinnabar surged forth, dizzying the senses and causing a momentary disorientation. As they pried the stone slab loose, a foul air emanated from the tomb. Rather than hastily entering, they decided to wait outside, roasting some wild rabbits to eat while allowing the noxious air to dissipate. When the moon reached its zenith that night, the group gathered together and descended into the tomb. What truly lies within that tomb, what experiences it has witnessed, even Zhao Yiri himself cannot articulate. However, since that tomb's discovery, both Tu Heihu and Yang Fong have vanished from this world. Speculation arose that perhaps they fell victim to Bai Laoxi's treachery. The infamous flying dagger Bai Laoxi, the fox-faced charlatan wielding a blade hidden beneath a smile, is notorious for such treachery. Who among the underworld is unaware of this? Yet, for one man to have devoured both the formidable Tu Heihu and Yang Fong seems implausible. Furthermore, should it be true that he orchestrated their downfall? Where are the remnants of his feast? He has never been seen disposing of any goods. This enigma has persisted. Since that time, the era has grown increasingly chaotic. Civil war erupted, and the populace languished in despair. Bai Laoxi gradually faded from the limelight, slipping from public consciousness. The precise location of the Wan Yao Fei tomb remains a mystery, as does the nature of the events that transpired within. This is the first individual Zhao Yiri recounted to us. Why speak of him? Because, many years after Bai Laoxi's disappearance, he re-emerged. This time accompanied by a disciple known as the Ghost King, whom Bai Laoxi affectionately referred to as Little Ghost. The origin of this moniker remains shrouded in mystery. Upon re-entering the world of the living, Bai Laoxi adopted a significantly more subdued demeanor. Thus, the events following his return are largely unknown to the public. In contrast, his disciple is particularly intriguing. What is the Ghost King's true name? It is Chun Siyuan. Chun Siyuan, that is the name of my grandfather. Dofu gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "I never knew the old man bore such a title. He hails from a distinguished lineage." My heart raced with excitement, yet I maintained a facade of composure. Disliking the feeling of being manipulated, especially in front of Zhao Yiri, I replied coolly to Dofu, "Let us not dwell on that. The title Ghost King is ill-fated. It belongs to the realm of deities, not mortals. Should the Ghost King take offense, he might very well summon my grandfather from the beyond. In popular superstition, There exists a belief that bestowing names or titles too closely associated with the divine may provoke displeasure among the spirits. For instance, when we honor ancestral tablets, only deities and departed loved ones are deemed worthy of such veneration. In the past, there were nefarious means to harm one's enemies. For example, if the common folk despised a corrupt official but felt powerless to retaliate, they might create a spirit tablet in the official's name, appending a divine title. For instance, if I were named Zhong Qian, the tablet would read, Zhong Qian, divine official. Then, they would offer incense morning and night, adhering to the rites of worship. Such a mortal, beset by the weight of this incense, would be unable to withstand it, and before long, calamity would befall him, hastening his appointment with the king of hell. Of course, this is mere superstition and should not be taken seriously. Yet, the fact that my grandfather bore the title of Ghost King must have significance. Why has he never shared these tales with me? How does Zhao Iri possess such intimate knowledge? After mentioning my grandfather Chen Siyuan's name, Zhao Iri smiled and said, Your grandfather, Chen Siyuan, is the second person I wish to tell you about. Bai Laosi, accompanied by Chen Siyuan, maintained a low profile on the roads, with everyone believing that Bai Laosi had grown old and was no longer capable. Eventually, one day, Bai Laosi completely vanished from the public eye. Perhaps he encountered some peril and perished within an ancient tomb, or perhaps he chose to wash his hands of the past, retreating to a secluded place to enjoy his twilight years. With his disappearance, the Ghost King did not fade away. During this period, the notoriety of Ghost King Chen Siyuan soared. The reasons for this are indeed noteworthy. Chapter 22. The call to submission at that time. Ghost King Chen Siyuan was barely in his 30s, yet an event unfolded that sent shockwaves through the tomb raiding community. What was this event? It was akin to a harlot establishing a reputation for virtue. She had reformed. The occurrence of this astonishing event in the tomb raiding circle was closely linked to the prevailing social climate. The establishment of the new China, coupled with the post-World War II economic resurgence and stabilization of global affairs, ignited a fervor for tomb raiding and exploration worldwide. Many remarkable archaeological discoveries we cherish today were unearthed during this era. Foreign adventurers, masquerading as exploration teams but truly treasure hunters, set their sights on China, a nation rich in over 5,000 years of civilization, newly open to the world, yet still lacking in national strength. This was the opportune moment for them to seize a fortune. Domestic tomb raiders, too, keenly recognized this opportunity and commenced extensive excavations of ancient tombs. Consequently, the entire realm of cultural heritage resembled a scene of rampant plunder. Amidst this cultural invasion and the looming threat to relics and historical sites, archaeological teams emerged. In 1950, our nation officially established the Archaeological Science Research Institute, initiating specialized efforts to rescue and excavate ancient artifacts. Prior to this, even during the Qing dynasty, there were no institutions dedicated to artifact preservation. Thus, the first cohort of archaeologists primarily consisted of historians transitioning into this field. They bravely stepped forward to combat both domestic and foreign treasure hunting forces, engaging in salvage excavations of artifacts that had been or were on the verge of destruction. However, these archaeologists lacked experience and the technical expertise required to locate tombs. They could only search for potential burial sites based on historical clues. As a result, they often lagged behind, sometimes even by several steps. Tomb raiders and treasure seekers consistently outpaced them, and by the time the archaeological teams arrived, the burial sites had already been ravaged by looters. What were they to do? The tomb raiders possessed millennia of inherited expertise, employing myriad sophisticated methods for locating and excavating treasures, methods that were closely guarded secrets. How could they effectively combat these adversaries? How could they safeguard the cultural relics left behind by their ancestors? While the archaeologists expressed their intense resentment towards the tomb raiders and foreign treasure hunters, a venerable professor surnamed Qian from the archaeological team stepped forward with a proposal to extend an olive branch. He suggested inviting individuals from the tomb raiding community to reform and join the archaeological teams, utilizing their skills to assist archaeologists in uncovering the locations of artifacts ahead of time. After all, being part of the archaeological team was a state endeavor, and during that period, serving the public was a matter of great prestige and honor, likely enticing some tomb raiders to reconsider their paths. This proposal garnered support from certain individuals, leading to its implementation. The announcement of this decision sent shockwaves through the world of grave robbers. Some expressed disdain, thinking, what do these foolish archaeologists know? I dig graves and enjoy a lavish life. Who cares about their meager salaries? However, others were swayed, contemplating the risks of engaging in such illicit activities, fearing that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. The nature of this profession is shrouded in secrecy. Once exposed, it could frighten away many potential participants. It is not a sustainable career, and the prospect of joining an archaeological team to serve the nation would bring honor and pride, allowing one to stand tall and live with integrity. Some, with deeper contemplation, hesitated, pondering, what if this is a trap set by the authorities? By joining, wouldn't we be admitting our guilt as grave robbers? In that case, handcuffs and guns would be the least of our worries. Amidst such varied speculations, no one dared to reform. At this critical juncture, my grandfather, known as the Ghost King, unexpectedly stepped forward to join the archaeological team, transforming from the king of grave robbers to a consultant for the Archaeological Research Institute. He was the first in the entire grave-robbing community to join the archaeological team, making quite a stir at the time. Even now, if one were to inquire about my grandfather's name at the Archaeological Institute, many esteemed scholars would recall it. Upon hearing this, Dofu looked at me in astonishment, exclaiming, "Bizarre Chun, I never imagined you were a descendant of a public servant. I always thought your ancestors were merely sweet potato farmers." I felt a surge of emotions, almost surreal. My grandfather, once a humble grave robber, a part-time farmer, and a solitary elder who once took me foraging for wild vegetables, truly had such a legendary past? In response to Dofu's inquiry, I quelled my inner tumult and replied calmly, "Labor is noble. Both sweet potato farming and archaeology involve working the land. One must not view matters through a biased lens." Dofu, unable to match my retort, sulked, yet my mind was plagued with mounting questions. If my grandfather had joined the archaeological team and become a public servant in service to the nation, why then did he return to his hometown and endure a period of hardship? Zhao Yiri chuckled at this point, saying, "I have never met your grandfather, but his name is known to all in this field. If you don't know him, you haven't truly been part of it. Strictly speaking, he is considered a traitor in our line of work." With my grandfather leading the way, many grave robbers began to reform, transforming into archaeologists, bringing their clandestine knowledge into the archaeological team. It was during this time that techniques such as probing with iron rods and discerning soil types became widely known and were adopted by the archaeological team, marking a monumental leap in their overall detection capabilities. Take the Luoyang spade, for instance. It was originally utilized by grave robbers in Luoyang, only to later become an essential tool for archaeologists, officially designated as a probing spade. Therefore, the title of traitor bestowed upon my grandfather is not entirely unjust. After my grandfather reformed, he began to engage in various tasks alongside the archaeological team, making significant contributions. During this period, he established a family, married my grandmother, and fathered my father. Under normal circumstances, life would have flourished, but suddenly, an event transpired that profoundly altered my grandfather's existence. This incident occurred in 1968, the year my father was merely 11, when my grandfather mysteriously vanished. He had previously written to the archaeological team, stating that he had personal matters to attend to and needed to take a leave of absence. At that time, the country was in dire need of manpower. Everyone was a cog in the societal machinery, and women and children were required to work. No leave was granted for matters such as the death of a parent or the birth of a child. In his letter, my grandfather refrained from disclosing the specifics of his situation, which led to his request being denied. Undeterred, he failed to report to work the following day and subsequently did not show up for over a month. Not only was the archaeological team unable to reach him, but even his family could not make contact. A month later, my grandfather reappeared, seemingly as if his soul had been drained, instantly aged by more than a decade and displaying an air of despondency. No one could fathom what transpired during that month, but thereafter, my grandfather left the archaeological team, taking my grandmother and father back to the rural countryside to spend the remainder of his days. This is the second individual that Uncle Zhao recounted to me. The first was the notorious knife wielder, Bai Laosi, who had impersonated a gold merchant and abducted my grandfather. What connection exists between these two individuals and events? What exactly did my grandfather experience during that month? Uncle Zhao stated, "I have never met your grandfather personally. My knowledge of this matter is indebted to a third individual." He paused, took a drag from his cigarette, savoring it before continuing. "This person is named Chen Xiai. I was captivated by the narrative, and upon hearing this unfamiliar name, I snapped back to reality, perplexed. Qian? Who is he? Could he possibly be a relative of the infamous Qian? With a stoic expression, I delivered a light slap to his head and coolly remarked, retract the term infamous. After a brief pause, I added, that is my father's name. Having grown up without parents, I had only heard of their misdeeds and endured hardships that my peers could scarcely comprehend. I was reluctant to recall this person. Hence I had never mentioned his name to anyone. Qian, he was indeed the cold young man in the photograph. Was he truly a dissolute drunkard? Uncle Zhao's origins were shrouded in mystery, and he spoke with an unsettling calmness. I could not fully trust his words, yet I could not dismiss them either. As the saying goes, flattery is often a guise for ulterior motives. I was curious to discern his true intentions behind the convoluted tales he shared. Uncle Zhao closely observed my reactions, and perhaps due to my indifferent demeanor upon hearing my father's name, he furrowed his brow and took a sip of tea before continuing. I once saw him shortly before his death, and I learned a monumental secret. I have come to you to unveil this secret. I paid no heed to the secrets that escaped his lips, yet when he uttered the word death, a jolt coursed through me, reminiscent of the oppressive sense I felt when my grandfather went missing years ago. Throughout this exchange, Zhao Eryi remained fixed on my eyes, seemingly eager for me to betray some emotion. I glanced at him and smiled, saying, why not continue? Speak on, my brother and I are all ears. Initially, Zhao's expression was somewhat unfriendly, but he soon burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, indeed, you resemble him. No wonder you are Qian Si's son, as cold-blooded and unfeeling as he. With that, he declared that he need not concern himself with my feelings. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he continued, the third individual, Qian. I encountered him in a mountain ravine. Chapter 23. The curse. At that time, Zhao Eryi was still youthful, venturing into the depths of the mountains. The ravine, nestled deep within the vast mountain ranges of western Yunnan, had been the subject of Zhao's extensive research, leading him to believe that it housed the tomb of the giant-eared king. He had set out with the intention of uncovering this royal sepulchre. Little did he know that the tomb was peculiar, fraught with treacherous obstacles and countless enigmatic traps. With his limited capabilities and experience at the time, he could scarcely breach the outer perimeter and was forced to retreat in defeat. On his return journey, he stumbled upon a lifeless body sprawled in the ravine, riddled with over a dozen crossbow bolts and drenched in blood, with nothing around to account for such a demise. How could one perish in such a manner in this desolate place? Zhao Eryi approached to inspect not whether the individual was dead, but rather to examine the specifications of the crossbow bolts. To his astonishment, he realized they were ancient iron bolts, the most common type found in tomb traps. This deceased individual was a fellow traveler, likely having ventured to nearby ancient graves, leading to his fatal injuries. A thought crossed Zhao Eryi's mind. Could this be related to the giant-eared king's tomb? Fueled by youthful arrogance, he felt indignant that, despite bringing a multitude of companions, he could not breach the perimeter, while this young man seemingly had. In a fit of anger, he kicked the corpse. At that moment, the young man abruptly opened his eyes, fixing Zhao with a cold stare. Zhao Eryi's heart skipped a beat, fearing that he was witnessing a resurrection, and he instinctively stepped back. Yet, his seasoned instincts soon discerned that this was no revenant. The man was still alive, albeit not for long. Determined to extract the means of entering the giant-eared king's tomb before the young man drew his last breath, Zhao Eryi approached. The young man uttered a single sentence. If you wish to know, first save me. Taken aback, Zhao Eryi scoffed, with wounds as grievous as yours. Even a deity could not mend. This young man was Qian, a figure of chilling demeanor who never smiled. His icy gaze seemed to glint with lethal intent. Unnervingly so. Under his intense scrutiny, Zhao Eryi felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. After Zhao's refusal, Qian did not press the matter further. He seemed too weak to protest and closed his eyes, resembling a lifeless corpse. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zhao Eryi channeled all his efforts into saving Qian. With over a dozen crossbow wounds and no medical facilities in the remote mountains, though he managed to keep Qian alive, any hope for survival would require a miracle. That evening, Qian awoke, and Zhao Eryi immediately demanded that he reveal the method to enter the tomb of the giant-eared king. Qian fixed his gaze upon him, coldly stating, "If you enter, you shall meet the same fate as I." He had devoted 20 years to his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Eryi chuckled, remarking, As it happens, this year marks exactly 20 years. Dofu, known for his lack of wit, promptly inquired, "Are you planning to venture into that giant ear king tomb? Why is it called giant ear? Could it be that the tomb owner's ears were exceedingly large? Perhaps he is the ancestor of Mickey Mouse?" Zhao Eryi was momentarily taken aback, likely unaccustomed to Dofu's nonsensical ramblings and unreliable demeanor. After a brief pause, he replied, "Of course not." In the end, he did enter. Being young at the time and driven by greed, he was hardly deterred by fear. He did not disclose the details of this experience. Instead, the young man, upon observing Zhao Eryi's obstinacy, shot him a cold glance and proceeded to recount the stories of two individuals, those of the flying knife by Lao Si and my grandfather Chen Xiyuan. However, Chen Xi's rendition was far more comprehensive and well-rounded. It was precisely due to the events within this narrative that both my grandfather and father, Chen Xi, met their untimely demise. The origin of these events traces back to the golden coffin of the Wan Yao Fei. It was a demon's tomb, as stated in by Lao Si's own words. At that time, out of a group of 7, only Bai Lao Si and Yang Fong remained after the deaths in the tomb. In the final moments, the two opened the golden coffin. Within lay a lifelike female corpse, adorned in garments woven with golden and silver threads, embellished with phoenix patterns, her feet clad in ivory golden lotus rolling boots, and a phoenix crown upon her head. The exposed hands were as delicate and fair as in life. Upon the opening of the coffin, the accompanying treasures shimmered brilliantly. Yet the most striking was a gossamer jade mask that covered the female corpse's face. This jade mask, with its translucent hue and lack of impurities, allowed a clear view of the corpse's visage. However, perhaps due to the corpse's aura, the mask's eye sockets were tinged, as if the deceased were staring through the mask, their dark pupils fixated upon the two men. Legend has it that the demonic power of Wan Yao Fei originates from her mask. Since entering the Wan Yao tomb, Bai Lao Si had encountered numerous extraordinary phenomena, and upon glimpsing the mask, he felt an unsettling chill. He recalled the steel scene upon entering the tomb, which bore an inscription. Yet, at the end of this inscription lay a chilling curse. "Anyone who disturbs the slumber of Wan Yao Fei shall don the ghost mask, enduring the utmost suffering in the mortal realm, their fortune declining, and their incense offerings ceasing." He speculated whether the ghost mask referred to the very mask worn by Wan Yao Fei. Yang Fong had previously stated that within the tomb, one should seek nothing but the ghost mask. What purpose could this object serve? To wear the mask? It was an item once donned by the deceased and now tainted. Only a fool would affix it to their face. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Fong unexpectedly reached out towards the corpse's face, seemingly intent on removing the mask. Bai Lao Si gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "You fool! The profession of tomb raiding is not merely a technical endeavor. It is a peculiar vocation steeped in superstition. These individuals disturb the eternal rest of the deceased, violating the sanctity of the departed. Yet they harbor an undeniable fear of the spirits. The act of opening coffins and handling corpses is not simply a matter of theft. It is governed by an intricate set of superstitious rituals. These rituals include offerings of incense, kowtowing, cursing the spirits, receiving talismans, transcribing inscriptions, and holding one's breath, among others. The nuances of these practices vary between the northern and southern factions, and while some rogue tomb raiders disregard these traditions, many, like the esteemed Zhao Eryi and other seasoned practitioners, hold the ancestral rules in high regard. The actions of someone like Yang Fong are deemed a grave transgression by these veterans. Yang Fong, a seasoned figure within the circle, known as the Tyrant of Luoyang, surprisingly commits such a fatal error. Before Bai Lao Si can intervene, Yang Fong swiftly removes his mask and places it upon his own face. In that fleeting moment, Bai Lao Si is engulfed by an unprecedented and inexplicable terror. The corpse, upon having its mask removed, instantly disintegrates into ashes, with the body rendered incapable of rising. Bai Lao Si breathes a sigh of relief regarding Yang Fong's transgression. However, just then, Yang Fong stands rigidly upright, exhibiting a posture even more precise than that of a soldier, as if two unseen forces were tugging at him from head to toe, creating an extraordinarily bizarre spectacle. In the next instant, Yang Fong lunges toward Bai Lao Si with an explosive force, resembling a tightly packed zongzi. Though they often refer to each other as brothers, such camaraderie proves superficial when confronted with the specter of mortality and self-interest. Armed with dual clubs, Yang Fong attacks Bai Lao Si with newfound ferocity. Bai Lao Si muses to himself, is it black against black? How dare this turn against me, the master of this craft? Possessing unparalleled skills with throwing knives, Bai Lao Si has them strapped to the inside of his wrist, ready to deploy with a flick of his hand. Utilizing his advantage in ranged combat, he deftly creates distance and unleashes a volley of knives. Despite Yang Fong's formidable prowess, he evades 9 of the projectiles but cannot escape the last, which embeds itself in his throat, claiming his life instantly. Bai Lao Si sneers. He feels no sorrow for the death of his so-called brother, only a sense of opportunity. As both the mask and the treasures now belong solely to him, he begins to rummage through the coffin's contents, but the mask evokes an unsettling aura, prompting him to leave it be. As he continues to explore the artifacts, the stagnant air within the tomb suddenly overwhelms him, causing a momentary dizziness that clouds his mind. In that instant, he loses all recollection of his actions. When clarity returns, he finds, to his astonishment, that he has unknowingly removed the mask from the deceased Yang Fong and placed it upon his own face. In that haunting moment, a chilling voice seems to echo in his ears, reciting the curse of the myriad demons. Bai Lao Si emerged from the tomb in a state of trepidation, burdened with his belongings. Initially, the bizarre events compelled him to temper his flamboyance, leading to rumors on the streets that he had renounced his former life. Soon, the curse became manifest. In the 24th chapter, titled The Countenance of the Ghostly Vault, Bai Lao Si first encountered a streak of misfortune, which subsequently afflicted his relatives. It began with his parents, followed by his wife, and ultimately his child, extending to distant kin, each suffering relentless calamities, plunging the entire family into near annihilation. Under the weight of immense suffering and pressure, he sought various remedies and relentlessly scoured for clues regarding the ghostly vault's countenance, hoping to find a means to lift the curse. However, due to the passage of time, many records had vanished into the annals of history, some buried with the deceased, while others lay fragmented and difficult to piece together. Throughout this arduous journey, Bai Lao Si delved into the earth, excavating tombs in search of information about the ghostly vault and the enigmatic one Yao Fei. It was during this quest that he encountered my grandfather, Chen Siyuan, and, noting my grandfather's ailment, coerced him into joining the excavation. Eventually, Bai Lao Si followed a lead that brought him to a peculiar mausoleum, the tomb of the great-eared king. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel puzzled and inquired. So, Bai Lao Si, Chen Siyai, and you, all ventured into the tomb of the great-eared king? What treasures lie within? The old rascal surnamed Zhao shook his head, seemingly lost in thought, and with a cold smile remarked, I cannot claim to have truly entered. In truth, only 2 individuals have done so. Do not interrupt me. He continued narrating. Bai Lao Si, in pursuit of leads, entered the tomb. A man known for his ruthlessness and lack of empathy, yet his tomb raiding skills were unparalleled. He had initially brought my grandfather, Chen Siyuan, along, but the eerie circumstances within the tomb prevented my grandfather from entering. After waiting for 2 days outside without seeing anyone emerge, my grandfather pondered, in frequenting the riverbank. Who remains unsoaked? Could it be that my master Bai Lao Si has encountered some misfortune and perished within? With this thought, he resolved to return home. Feeling relief at the prospect of escaping Bai Lao Si's coercion, when unexpectedly, Bai Lao Si reappeared. Bai Lao Si exhibited peculiar behavior. His gaze towards Chen Siyuan was distinctly odd. At that time, my grandfather was still young and failed to discern the source of this change. Although a sense of unease gripped him, he dismissed it. From the tomb of the great-eared king, Bai Lao Si brought nothing with him, but upon their return to their hideout, he revealed the long-sealed one Yao Fei mask. Having vanished for a time, what he undertook during that period remained a mystery. Upon his return, he insisted that my grandfather don the mask, marking the origin of my grandfather's title as the Ghost King. For wearing the mask bestowed an uncanny feeling of being neither human nor ghost. At that time, my grandfather was utterly unaware of the intricate details surrounding him. Under the duress of his master, he donned a mask, and 2 years swiftly passed. Meanwhile, Bai Lao Si seemed to have liberated himself from the entanglement of the curse. He washed his hands of the grave-robbing profession and dismissed my grandfather, allowing him to cease his previous endeavors. My grandfather was overjoyed at this turn of events, and during this period, the archaeological team began to recruit new members. Having spent the majority of his life in the shadows of illicit excavations, he had never engaged in anything respectable. Furthermore, being somewhat superstitious, He harbored a persistent fear of retribution, which prompted him to join the archaeological team, hoping to serve the nation and accumulate some merit for himself. However, just a few years after joining the team, our family underwent a significant upheaval. My grandfather's parents had 4 daughters and 3 sons. Thus, in a certain sense, we constituted a rather large clan. With a plethora of distant relatives, we could easily form several lines of descent. Yet, in my memory, I have never interacted with these relatives. The reason for this is quite peculiar. Initially, various households suffered the loss of livestock, which was a substantial misfortune at the time, akin to losing one's home to a fire today. At first, no one suspected foul play, but as each relative faced calamity, it became increasingly odd that my grandfather's lineage remained unscathed. My grandfather pondered whether his grave robbing had offended the spirits. Yet he reasoned that such retribution should not fall upon his relatives. Subsequently, my grandfather began experiencing strange dreams at night. In these dreams, a figure concealed behind a ghostly mask approached him, its eyes tainted by the stench of decay, resembling 2 disembodied black orbs, utterly terrifying. Accompanying this apparition was a chilling voice, and it was indeed the very curse that Bilausi had once heard. In that instant, my grandfather grasped the reality of his predicament. He had been ensnared by Bilausi's malevolence. By that time, Bilausi had vanished without a trace, leaving my grandfather at a loss for where to seek him out. The only place that came to mind was the tomb of the king of the giant ears. After entering this tomb, Bilausi must have encountered something that enabled him to concoct this scheme of misdirection. He had secured his own freedom, but had transferred the curse onto our family. Upon realizing this, my grandfather promptly relocated with my grandmother and the young Qian to what is now my ancestral home, although our true family roots lie in Jiangxi. My grandfather's intention was to evade the turmoil, distancing himself from his relatives. Yet, despite the physical separation, misfortune still found us. My grandmother, surnamed Liu and named Durong, had once been a young lady from a landlord's family. After the Cultural Revolution's class struggles, her life became quite challenging. My grandfather took her as his wife, and their bond was marked by deep affection. In my grandfather's own words, few in the Chun family could read, and marrying a well-educated lady of noble birth was indeed his fortune. My grandmother was a virtuous and gentle soul, and despite the turmoil caused by these events, she never voiced complaints. Their life together was harmonious, without a single quarrel. However, at some point, my grandmother's temperament grew increasingly irritable, as if subjected to some unseen influence, and she would erupt over the slightest matters, her character becoming increasingly unruly. At first, my grandfather tried to mediate, but eventually, the two began to quarrel, leading to my grandmother becoming infamous in the village as a shrew. It was not until one fateful day when she slipped and fell into the water, losing consciousness, that she seemed to awaken in her final moments. In my grandfather's embrace, she wept and gasped, stammering, "I do not understand why this has come to pass. Dear child's father, I have led a reckless life these past 2 years, and I have wronged you. I cannot catch my breath," before she succumbed to her fate. Seeing the astonishment on my face, old Zhao chuckled and remarked, "You must be curious as to how I know so much about your family's affairs. Do not be surprised. It is all information relayed to me by your father." Qian Doufu speculated, could it be that the mask can influence a person's temperament? Old Zhao glanced at Doufu and replied, "Whether it affects temperament depends on the individual." He continued, "I have always been a rather composed person, bold enough to remain unfazed even when the sky seems to be collapsing. Yet, after hearing old Zhao's words, I found myself enveloped in silence. My grandmother's last words finally alerted my grandfather to the unsettling truth. Had that curse never truly vanished? Was it still lurking? Who would be its next target? His gaze shifted towards Qian, my father. Qian was mature beyond his years, and my grandfather resolved to visit the tomb of King Zhu'er. Since Bilausi had previously discovered a method to transfer the curse, my grandfather believed that by investigating further, he might uncover a way to dispel it. He applied for leave from the archaeological team, but the request could not explicitly state that he intended to excavate a tomb, which led to its denial. Consequently, he resigned from his position. His absence extended for quite some time, and when he finally returned home, he was battered and bruised, his consciousness fading as he collapsed onto the bed. During this period, Qian cared for him. Qian was a wise and precocious child. At that time, my grandfather was in a favorable financial position and held a government job, providing Qian with a good educational environment, of which my grandfather was immensely proud. Upon awakening, my grandfather confessed to Chen Xi that he had not mastered his craft. He had been thwarted at the entrance of the King Zhuo tomb once before, and despite his utmost efforts, he had failed to access the core area this time. Moreover, after this expedition, my grandfather sustained a disability in his leg, rendering him unable to return to such perilous places. Years later, with maturity and understanding, Chen Xi ventured alone to the King Zhuo tomb and managed to retrieve an artifact. Before his demise, he entrusted the implications of that artifact to old Zhao. Under different circumstances, Chen Xi would have never considered handing over such a treasure to someone with the surname Zhao, but at that moment, he found himself with no other option. As he recounted this tale, old Zhao paused, a cunning smile spreading across his face. "This," he said, "is the transaction I propose. The artifact that Chen Xi entrusted to me holds the key to unraveling the curse. Only by acquiring it can you grasp the essential clues to break free from its grasp." At this revelation, my anger surged. It dawned on me that he had been clutching the very lifeline of the Chen family all those years ago, and this old scoundrel had kept it hidden. Chapter 25. Partnership. I am not one to be easily intimidated. While such matters might compel others to capitulate, I have never been one to shy away from confrontation. As for curses, they are mere fabrications. Whether one believes in them or not is inconsequential. I refuse to accept that a deceased woman, donning a tattered mask, possesses any formidable power. There must be some underlying force at play that eludes our understanding. Thus, I address Zhao Eryi. "You have misjudged me. I have always despised being coerced. You will either willingly surrender what you possess, or you shall witness my resolve. Your demeanor suggests you believe yourself secure. Yet upon seeing my defiance, you appear momentarily taken aback. Perhaps you did not anticipate my unconventional nature." He retorted, "And if I refuse?" I replied, "In this room, there are only the three of us. If you do not comply, I shall ensure you exit as you entered, but in a rather less dignified manner." Zhao scoffed. "The audacity of the youth today is truly remarkable. Do you truly believe that by challenging me, you can escape unscathed?" Doufu, shaking his head, regarded Zhao as if he were a fool. "You are mistaken, Eryi. While others may indeed hesitate, Zhong Qian is different. He is quite the aberration. Do you understand what an aberration is? This fellow, when silent, is tolerable, but once he speaks, he can incite fury beyond measure." I kicked him lightly and warned, "Silence does not render you mute. Utter another word, and I shall have your skin for my pickling jar." Doufu smirked, lowering his head as he muttered, "Do you see? This is what we mean by aberration. I am a full-grown man. Just imagine the size of the pickling jar required." Zhao, caught off guard by our absurd exchange, hastily returned to the matter at hand. "Though our acquaintance has been brief, it is evident that you, young Chun, are not one to cower." Recognizing that the conversation had soured, I decided to ease the tension. I have engaged in unlawful activities and grave digging in the past. Had I been timid, I would have perished long ago. Your late father entrusted you with an item, surely intending for you to convey it to my family. After hoarding it for so long, you now attempt to intimidate me? Allow me to be frank. I do not believe in curses. Should such a force dare confront me, I possess the means to contend with it. If this matter remains unresolved, you shall not leave this place until we have all had our share of amusement." Zhao Eryi, a man seasoned in mischief, was nonetheless fearful of mortality. He scrutinized me for a moment before stating, "Your companion claims you are an aberration. I am beginning to believe it." After a pause, he surveyed both Doufu and me, and finally took a step back. "I can relinquish the item to you, but it would be prudent for you to continue listening, for this tale is far from over." Chen Xi urged Zhao Eryi to deliver the item to my grandfather. Chen Xiyuan, and in exchange, revealed to Zhao the method of entering the tomb of King Zhuo. At that time, Zhao was of a similar age to my father. Chen Xi, upon witnessing Chen Xi's demise, he, along with his followers, ventured into the tomb of King Zhuo, discarding any notions of curses and obligations. Ultimately, Zhao Eryi's expedition to the tomb of King Zhuo also ended in failure. In a strict sense, it seems that only Bai Laozi has ventured into the central area of the royal tomb, yet what lies within remains a mystery to all. However, during this expedition, although Master Zhao was unable to penetrate the heart of the giant Ear King tomb, he stumbled upon information regarding another grand mausoleum within a chamber. This grand tomb is known as the Ghost King Yulong tomb, depicted on a mural of a stone wall. Regrettably, the mural was defaced by one of the previous visitors. Whether it was Bai Laozi, concealing, or concealing remains uncertain, leaving only a fragment of its content visible. Nevertheless, this mere fragment is enough to send chills down one's spine. The giant Ear King tomb appears to be intricately linked to the tomb of the 10,000 demon concubine from the Ming dynasty, and astonishingly, this tomb also contains information about yet another sepulchre. What could all of this signify? What inevitable connection exists among the ghost King Yulong, the face of the ghostly vault, and the 10,000 demon concubine? One cannot deny that Zhao Laotu has a keen strategic mind. At this juncture, I found myself compelled to intervene, regardless of my initial reluctance. Thus, I inquired, "Pray tell, why did you seek me out?" "It's a matter of fate," replied Master Zhao. "As the saying goes, destiny brings people together over great distances. If I am not mistaken, your fortune has begun to wane this year, and your temperament has undergone a considerable transformation over the past 2 years. Am I correct?" He continued, "Whether you believe in curses or not is beside the point. I do not wish to impose my views upon you. What I request is simple. I need you to take my associate and visit the ghost King Yulong tomb on my behalf." Upon his utterance, I exchanged glances with Doufu. His expression bore an oddity, as though he had something to articulate, yet after a fleeting glance at Master Zhao, he sealed his lips, embodying a demeanor of hesitation. Master Zhao, an old hand in these matters, chuckled lightly, clasped his hands behind his back, and excused himself to relieve himself, leaving Doufu and me to deliberate. Once he departed, Doufu turned to me and asked, "Chun, what is your perspective on this curse business?" I replied, "How many times must I insist? Remove the word perverse from your vocabulary. I do not believe in curses. The notion of waning fortune is likely a fabrication, a deceptive tale spun by Hu Lao to ensnare us." I added, "When will you ever employ a bit of cleverness?" Doufu regarded me with a knowing glance, still caught in the throes of indecision. He then produced a cigarette, lit it, and surveyed his surroundings. This was a habitual gesture of his. When anxious or on the brink of discussing something significant, he would often scan his environment. Psychological studies suggest that individuals who exhibit such behavior tend to be timid and lack a sense of security. I understood Doufu well. Although he often spoke in circles and was somewhat unreliable in his actions, he was undeniably a trustworthy companion. His unusually serious demeanor was a rarity in my experience, so I refrained from teasing him and patiently awaited his words. Eventually, Doufu took a drag from his cigarette and said, "Old Chun, what I am about to say may not sit well with you. In truth, I have long wished to express these thoughts, but the opportunity never arose until today, when that Zhao fellow broached the subject. So, I shall speak plainly." He paused before continuing. He mentioned that the curse of the mask can influence a person's fortune and disposition. Do you recall how we first met? I could not help but remain silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "I will remember this for a lifetime." At that time, my grandfather had gone missing, and I had consumed all the food reserves at home, forcing me to seek work at a construction site alongside the villagers. Not far from the site stood a school, where children my age would emerge joyfully, their backpacks bouncing as they left, while I toiled away, hauling steel and cement. I had always had a passion for learning since childhood, which made me envious of them. Whenever I had a moment of respite, I would wander around the school premises. I became acquainted with Tofu because he was relatively affluent, yet his parents had instilled in him commendable values, preventing him from exhibiting the arrogance often associated with the wealthy. Instead, he was frequently extorted by local ruffians. On one occasion, as I descended from the site, I happened upon this scene and, unable to bear it, I drove the bullies away. Despite being outnumbered, I managed to assist Tofu, but not without sustaining serious injuries myself. Fortunately, Tofu had sufficient funds. His pocket money alone equaled half a month's wages for me, and he took me to the hospital for treatment. From that moment on, we forged a friendship, and he would share his food and entertainment with me. He remains my first friend in this city to this day. After I nodded, Tofu remarked, "I still remember you as a person of great integrity and loyalty. There was a time when an elderly woman lost over 1,000 yuan. You were in dire need of money yourself, yet you waited for over 2 hours to return it to her." I found myself puzzled, not understanding why Tofu was recalling such old tales, so I asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Aren't you usually more inclined to criticize me? Why the sudden flattery today? Just speak plainly. I may be ruthless towards others, but rest assured, I would never turn against you. If you have harsh words, utter them directly. This roundabout approach is not your style." Tofu sighed in relief and said, "Since you put it that way, I shall be straightforward. but you must promise not to hit me afterward. Should you choose to strike me, I will strip and leap from here, branding you a pervert preparing to dissect me." I replied, "Fear not, my fists are reserved for enemies, not comrades. Besides, if you were to jump from here, I assure you, you would bleed profusely and be unable to utter a single word." Tofu glanced at me, extinguished his cigarette, and said, "We have known each other for 10 years. I lack ambition and have no great aspirations, but you are different. I have witnessed your journey. When we first met, you were remarkably upright, kind-hearted, and possessed of noble character, showing respect to the elderly and love for the young." I interjected, Stop. Let us bypass this flattery and continue." Tofu shifted his tone, saying, "However, later on, you transformed into someone who, how should I put it? Do you know the villainous characters from television? You are now evolving in that very direction. Whether in your endeavors or other facets, there are moments when you come across as particularly cold-blooded, and your methods have grown increasingly ruthless. When you suddenly proposed that we venture into mushroom foraging for profit, I sensed something amiss. It was one thing to deceive the living, but now you are even resorting to exploiting the dead, risking everything for profit. In truth, I had long wished to advise you, but Chapter 26, Collaboration. Upon hearing this, I grasped the essence of Dofu's words, and as I reflected on the past, a sudden jolt pierced my heart. Dofu was unequivocally correct. When did I undergo such a profound transformation? Previously, I regarded it merely as a consequence of life's vicissitudes. Yet at this moment, through Dofu's comparative insights, it felt as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over my entire being, making me realize that over the years, I had perhaps been excessive in many respects. Observing my reaction, Dofu remarked, "Now do you understand? Your temperament has changed significantly over the years. While everyone evolves during their growth, your transformation is particularly peculiar, marked by stark contrasts. To speak candidly, some of your recent actions have alarmed me. I fear that you might eventually reach an extreme and commit something outrageous. At one point, I even contemplated severing ties with you." Pausing for a moment, Dofu continued, "Thus, I believe there is indeed truth to the notion of a curse. That cat, perhaps, did not intend to harm you. Rather, it was that blind old man who, aware of your family's past, sought to exploit it." At this juncture, I began to form a coherent narrative in my mind. Initially, I was skeptical of curses, yet now, as the adage goes, the one embroiled in the issue is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees clearly. Dofu's words struck me like a revelation, awakening my understanding. Given the circumstances, perhaps these elusive curses truly do exist. Old Zhao's desire to visit the Ghost King Yulong tomb coincided fortuitously with my prior acquisition of the Ghost King Yulong cup, leading to my encounter with him and the revelation of past events. Otherwise, I might have remained oblivious until it was too late, much like my grandmother. Yet, how did the old blind man who come to know of my circumstances? It appears that old Zhao's words were not entirely truthful. He must be concealing much more. The Ghost King Yulong tomb seems intricately linked with the Giant Ear King tomb and the tomb of the 10,000 demons concubine. What secrets might lie within? Is there a connection to the curse of the ghost repository? If old Zhao desires the Ghost King Yulong cup in my possession, he could simply purchase it or resort to forceful means to seize it. His current discourse with me appears to be a ploy to draw me into his schemes. What advantage does that confer upon him? I laid out these suspicions for Dofu to ponder. Although he may seem unreliable, he proved himself astute in critical moments. Shaking off his daze, he contemplated the Giant Ear King tomb, the tomb of the 10,000 demons concubine, and the Ghost King Yulong tomb that old Zhao wishes to visit are undoubtedly interconnected. To uncover the method to dispel the curse, we must embark on this journey. However, I wonder what item Uncle Chen has left for you. Perhaps we should agree to his terms and, after examining what he bequeathed, devise our plans accordingly. I replied, "It is evident that the Zhao family does not possess noble intentions. Ignoring his overtures may not bode well for us. Since the curse upon me remains unbroken, it indicates that Chun's actions back then were unsuccessful, and thus, whatever he left behind is likely incapable of resolving the curse. I am resolutely determined to follow through and uncover the truth. This matter concerns me, and I implore you not to interfere. In a moment, I shall speak to the gentleman surnamed Zhao, and I urge you to keep your silence and refrain from unnecessary chatter." Dofu interjected, "Do not underestimate me. As the saying goes, brothers are like brothers. Could I possibly stand by while you venture into danger alone? Even the formidable Bai Laosi fell victim to misfortune in his time. Do you truly believe yourself invincible, akin to a transformer? Moreover, 3 humble cobblers can outwit a Zhuge Liang. Your audacity has grown over the past couple of years, and you have become increasingly prone to extremes. It would be prudent for me to observe your actions from the sidelines. Upon reflection, I found myself grappling with indecision. Prior to Doufu's mention of this issue, I felt little apprehension. Yet, now that it has been laid bare, the gravity of my situation appears decidedly bleak. One's temperament can shift with the environment. My current approach is rather ruthless. If the disparity in strength between foes is vast, I am the type to inflict 1,000 wounds upon myself to deal 800 to the enemy. Such recklessness undoubtedly invites trouble. Noticing my hesitation, Doufu continued, "My intentions are not solely for your benefit. Since we are foraging for mushrooms, there must be treasures to uncover. If we can procure even 2 valuable items, it would be a boon." I understood that while Doufu had a penchant for wealth, he belonged to the principled sort. During my prosperous times, many so-called friends sought to exploit my generosity, yet Doufu remained steadfast, never wavering in his attitude, regardless of my circumstances. This I acknowledged, and thus I refrained from further protest. I patted his shoulder, gazing into his dark, glistening eyes, and said, "I comprehend your sentiment. I shall accept it. Regardless of whether we face storm or sunshine, we shall confront it together." At that moment, old Zhao re-entered the room, a jovial smile upon his face as he inquired, "Have the 2 of you reached an agreement?" He seated himself across from us, while the 2 guards outside had seemingly vanished. I smiled in return and replied, "You 2 are a key player. Let us speak candidly. I shall accompany you on this venture to unravel the origins of that mask. However, you must clarify one thing. What is my role in this endeavor? Who will be involved? And where is the location?" Old Zhao donned an expression of approval and remarked, "I delight in conversing with you. It is refreshingly straightforward. After such lengthy discourse, I imagine you both are famished. Let us first partake of some sustenance, discussing matters as we dine, and I assure you I will provide a truthful account of the situation." As he operated a tea house, there was a nearby restaurant. For the sake of convenience, we remained in our location and ordered some food and wine. My hunger compelled me to indulge, so I and Doufu eagerly savored the meal, while Zhao Eryi elaborated on his forthcoming plans. He, too, had aged and could no longer endure the rigors alone. Thus, he required his subordinates to handle the task at hand. He would cover the expenses for equipment and pinpoint the location of the tomb, delegating the responsibility to one of his trusted aides, who would lead a few skilled individuals from the underworld to the site. However, he possessed only partial information regarding the tomb's location. To fully ascertain it, he would need to rely on the Ghost King's Yulong cup in my possession. His original intention was to simply purchase the cup, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he discovered that I was a descendant of Chen Siyuan and Chen Xi. Reflecting on Chen Xi's past instructions and considering my lineage, which must possess remarkable skills, he felt compelled to invite me to join the team, thus fulfilling Chen Xi's long-standing commission. Such is the nature of humanity. In youth, one dares to embark on any mischief. However, as one ages and draws closer to death, a sense of apprehension inevitably arises. The notions of yin and yang, along with the tales of the underworld, linger incessantly, making it difficult for one to find peace. Zhao Eryi is a seasoned veteran. Although he cannot participate himself, everything has been meticulously arranged. I am to serve as the advisor for the team, while the middle-aged man I previously encountered will act as the overseer, accompanied by 3 skilled individuals from the field, all of whom will convene at the time of departure. This endeavor epitomizes a typical group heist. Zhao Eryi's fascination with the tomb of the Ghost King, Yulong, stems from his past discoveries of many peculiar items within the murals of the tomb of the Giant Ear King. According to records, the Ghost King Yulong's tomb harbors a rare treasure known as the 8 carp fighting the flood dragon sea-settling stone. The name is lengthy. It appears to be merely a stone. Its true nature and value remain shrouded in mystery, as Zhao, the old man, refrains from elaborating. Yet he insists that he desires only this 8 carp fighting the flood dragon sea-settling stone, while the remaining items will be distributed by the overseer. As for the artifacts we recently unearthed from the mushrooms, he will accept them all as well. That rascal Doufu has been driven to the brink of poverty. Upon hearing that everything would be accepted, he rudely inquired, "How much will you give?" Zhao, The old man smiled faintly and raised 4 fingers. Dofu, upon seeing this, tilted his head with an air of delight and whispered to me, "Perverse Chun, 400,000 is not an insignificant amount. Why don't we sell the items to this old fellow? I suspect that one day, I might succumb to the urge to strangle Dofu for his unreliability and impatience." The man had just made an offer. Was he not going to negotiate? I was preparing to deploy my persuasive eloquence, leveraging the business acumen I had honed over the years to elevate the price. However, before I could utter a word, Zhao, with his keen ears, caught Dofu's murmurs and, with a hearty laugh, declared, "This young brother underestimates my Zhao's boldness. It is not 400,000, but 4 million. At this point, both Dofu and I were taken aback. I, having navigated the business world for over a decade, managed to conceal my emotions, knowing that even amidst inner jubilation, my expression must remain composed. Yet, Dofu, unaccustomed to such circumstances, first stared blankly, before an uncontrollable grin began to spread across his face. I could see that Dofu was aware of his excessive enthusiasm and desperately wished to maintain a facade of indifference, as if to say, 4 million? No big deal. However, his lips betrayed him, curling upward in a smile that he could not suppress, though I had managed to maintain my composure. Witnessing Dofu's struggle to contain his laughter brought a smile to my own face. Zhao, being a cunning old fox, noticed our reactions and immediately wore a knowing expression that was rather displeasing to behold. He continued, "Gentlemen, do not rush. I have yet to finish my statement. I, Zhao, cannot boast of my merits in various aspects, yet I have always conducted my business with utmost fairness and integrity. The 4 million is merely for the other local goods in your possession. As for the Ghost King's Yulong Cup, its craftsmanship is unparalleled and constitutes an inestimable treasure. If we were to discuss a purchase, I, Zhao, would find it beyond my means. What I seek is merely the information contained within 1 million. Mr. Zhao continued to elaborate, suggesting that this was our first collaboration. It was not truly worth such a sum, but rather a gesture of goodwill, a token of fortune, which justified the inflated price. He promised to send someone for the transaction in the afternoon, with the funds transferred to my account beforehand. Once the information regarding the Ghost King's Yulong Cup was obtained, subsequent actions would be arranged. I was acutely aware of this old fox. He appeared respectable and seemingly believed that I and Tofu had taken advantage of him. However, as the saying goes, no business is free of deceit. Such words would only ensnare someone as naive as Tofu, but I was far from deceived. Nonetheless, I had not anticipated such a fortunate outcome on my first venture, and at last, I could clear my debts. It would be disingenuous to say I was not thrilled. After finalizing everything, as we exited Mr. Zhao's prestigious establishment, Tofu wore a bewildered expression, clearly dazed by the 5 million. He remained in a state of shock until I gave him a light slap to bring him back to reality. He exclaimed, "I am still a bit dazed. This money came too easily. Slap me again to see if I am dreaming." I replied, "Little Tofu, you know I have never refused a friend's request, especially yours. Since you earnestly seek my assistance, it would be a disservice to our friendship if I did not oblige." With that, I delivered a firm slap to the back of his head. Tofu, wincing in pain, clutched his head and lamented my harshness, calling me cruel and twisted. The arrival of this money was indeed astonishing, far exceeding my expectations. I disregarded Tofu's lamentations and instead pondered the ground beneath my feet. The money I had earned through years of toil seemed trivial compared to what lay buried underground. As I contemplated life, Tofu posed an intriguing question. "Do you think that old man is investing so much effort and money for a mere stone? Isn't that a bit suspect?" Chapter 27. Information. The motive of the old man, Zhao, left me perplexed. What stone could be so precious? Even before the operation began, he was willing to invest 4 million in me, leading me to wonder about the true nature of that stone. Noticing my silence, Tofu grew impatient. He had never been one to remain still. He poked me in the side and said, "Are you mute? I'm talking to you." This fellow could persist indefinitely if ignored, so I replied, "I have no idea what kind of stone it is. Perhaps old Zhao's values are skewed. There is a saying, a heart's desire is priceless. It is possible he simply has an affinity for that stone." However, the mention of stones reminded me of a story. I once spent time as a fishmonger, often dealing with illicit catches due to lack of funds. Engaging in the clandestine trade of illicit fish is indeed a perilous endeavor. Typically, the vessels employed are of subpar quality, and one must remain vigilant against inspections while grappling with the capriciousness of the sea. Those who pursue this line of work often come from less than favorable circumstances. Anyone with better means would likely refrain from undertaking such risky ventures. I frequently procure my supplies from a fish dealer by the surname of Feng, visiting him once a week, and we have become quite familiar with one another. On my most recent visit, however, I was met with an unexpected sight. Not a single fish was available. Feng apologetically explained, "Oh dear brother, I am most embarrassed. I've been unwell, having just returned from the brink of death a few days ago. I completely forgot to inform you, and I apologize for your wasted trip." Internally, I cursed Feng for his lack of foresight. Why hadn't he notified me sooner about the absence of fish? Who would compensate me for the transportation costs incurred? Though I felt a surge of dissatisfaction, I recognized that since he was unwell, it would be unkind to cause him further distress. Thus, I replied, "Nonsense. If you are ill, you should rest. I shall seek my supplies elsewhere. I came today merely to check on you." Feng, you often boast of your robust health, claiming to be the invincible little tyrant of the South China Sea. How is it that after just a week apart, you've become so feeble? Feng offered a wry smile and began recounting his misfortunes. "You won't believe what transpired during my last fishing expedition. Since we were using a private vessel, we dared not venture too far or deep, typically remaining near the shore, where we frequently haul up various shellfish. Although these are generally not sold due to their scattered nature, when we encounter larger specimens, we often cut them open on the spot to check for pearls. The odds of finding one are slim, yet it has happened before. On that particular day, we netted a truly colossal specimen. An ancient clam with a shell so calcified that its species was indiscernible. It required 2 men to lift it. That day, despite our efforts with a crowbar, we could not pry it open and dared not strike it, fearing that if there were something inside, we might damage it. As night fell and fatigue set in, we decided to wait until the following day to open the clam. That night, Feng had a peculiar dream in which the clam spoke to him, pleading for mercy and recounting its long life, asserting it bore no pearl within. When Feng awoke the next day, he dismissed it as a mere oddity. Calling upon a few relatives who had accompanied him on the fishing trip, they immediately set to work prying open the ancient clam, and to their astonishment, they found a pearl the size of a longan fruit nestled inside. Pearl prices can fluctuate dramatically, but the finer and larger the pearl, the more its value multiplies. A pearl of such size could very well surpass even those worn by the Qianlong Emperor. Elated by their discovery, they promptly sought out the right connections to sell it on the black market, reaping a substantial profit. However, later that evening, trouble found them, and Feng was accosted by individuals from the underworld who not only beat him mercilessly, but also demanded the return of his earnings. Dismissing the pearl as nothing more than a worthless stone, lying in bed, Feng could scarcely comprehend the turn of events. How could something he was certain was a pearl be reduced to mere refuse? Upon hearing this, Tofu immediately exclaimed, "It must surely be that old clam who has transformed into a spirit, seeking revenge after being slain by the merchant Feng, turning pearls into mere stones out of spite." I could not help but chuckle and replied, "Only you would believe such tales. I suspect the locals, seeing that Feng is powerless, may have resorted to underhanded means, seizing the untraceable pearls without fear of repercussions. After all, could Feng even report it to the authorities?" Tofu and I argued fervently over this matter as we returned to our lodgings, each engrossed in our own tasks while awaiting the arrival of someone from old Zhao's side that evening. As I lay on my bed, I contemplated the matter of the 5 million. The money would undoubtedly be split evenly between Tofu and me, each receiving 250,000. Once I settled my debts, I would be left with little more than a few words. In contrast, Tofu would suddenly find himself a millionaire. I turned to glance at Tofu, who was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in television while absent-mindedly picking at his toes, utterly devoid of any awareness of his newfound wealth. I couldn't help but shake my head. It seemed a lack of intellect could indeed be a malady in need of remedy. It is no wonder that throughout history, figures such as 1The and the overlord of Chu have engaged in the grim practice of grave robbing to fund their armies. It appears to be a lucrative endeavor. In this moment of waiting, I found myself unable to resist retrieving my grandfather's work notebook. As I gazed upon the somewhat untidy handwriting, my mind wandered through countless thoughts. This was no mere work journal. It was clearly an encyclopedia of hidden wealth in the art of tomb raiding. I had always believed that my grandfather's absence was due to his advanced age, that perhaps he had met his end in some treacherous mushroom patch. Yet, reflecting now, I recalled how he often regarded me with a worried gaze, ultimately leaving this notebook in my care, perhaps foreseeing some ominous fate. At the time of his disappearance, he was over 60, and now, 14 years have swiftly passed. If he were still alive, he would be nearing 80. The likelihood of his survival seems exceedingly slim. Yet I remain perplexed as to where he ventured last. Did he, unwilling to give up, once again enter the tomb of the great Ear King? In my youth, I lacked the understanding to ponder deeply. Now, as I reminisce about those days, I uncover numerous inconsistencies. Before his departure, my grandfather had mentioned leaving this notebook for me, should any misfortune befall him, as a token of remembrance. In hindsight, he may have already sensed that calamity awaited him. This notebook, unlike a typical work journal, initially chronicled some of my grandfather's experiences in tomb raiding and techniques imparted by the elder Bai, albeit not in great detail. However, as the entries progressed, the style underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming exceedingly detailed, resembling a beginner's guide to tomb raiding. I surmised that my grandfather was cautious, fearing that should he perish outside, the curse could befall me, leaving me utterly clueless and vulnerable. Thus, he left this work notebook as guidance. Reflecting on this now, I realized the depth of his thoughtfulness. Might there be clues hidden within this notebook? I perused it from cover to cover, dedicating over 4 hours to the task. Although I had previously examined its contents countless times, each reading provided a fresh perspective, yet I still failed to uncover any particularly significant information. Not long after I finished reading, a visitor arrived, a middle-aged man with a shaved head, who was to be our next operation leader. Given our collaboration and the exchange of funds, it was essential to maintain a cordial atmosphere. Although his appearance was somewhat intimidating, being in his 30s, he relaxed his demeanor and revealed himself to be quite amiable, speaking with decorum. After introducing himself as Wei, with the given name Nanjing, he was colloquially referred to as Wei the Bald by those in the trade. Dofu quipped, protecting Nanjing? Wei the Bald chuckled and replied, indeed. My grandfather was from Nanjing and experienced the Nanjing massacre. He then inquired, how are the preparations coming along, gentlemen? Dofu gestured towards the table, where all the necessary items were meticulously arranged, including the Ghost King's Yulong cup, securely placed atop the surface, accompanied by a bottle of white liquor intended for information extraction. Wei the Bald nodded and approached the table, relocating some of the other items onto the sofa before opening the liquor bottle and pouring it into a glass. The jade cup, as thin as paper and archaically designed, revealed a subtle transparency as the liquid filled it. To my astonishment, Wei the Bald produced a jade candle, commonly referred to as a white wax candle in our vernacular. As the lights dimmed and the curtains were drawn, the room was enveloped in darkness. He ignited the jade candle, its flickering flame casting a soft orange glow. The liquid within the cup gently rippled, tinted by the warm light, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. At that moment, Wei the Bald elevated the Ghost King's Yulong cup to the level of the candlelight, signaling us to draw closer. Our 3 heads nearly touched, the candlelight warming our faces and creating a slight itch. The transparent jade cup held liquid that trembled subtly, and with each quiver, surreal orange lines began to materialize. Reminiscent of a mirage, these lines transformed with the motion of the liquid, some resembling figures, others mimicking structures or characters, crafting a cinematic display that was dazzling and entrancing. Such extraordinary craftsmanship transcended mere human artistry. Legend has it that this was created by a tomb raider during the Qing dynasty. I found myself questioning whether such a creation could indeed be the work of human hands. The contents of the jade cup were abstract, manifesting for approximately 3 minutes before settling into tranquility. We turned away, blinking to relieve the strain on our eyes from prolonged gazing. The 3 of us exchanged astonished glances. And though Wei the Bald seemed to have anticipated this, witnessing such remarkable artistry left him visibly awestruck. Chapter 28. Transformation. After we had absorbed the incredible sights within the Ghost King's Yulong cup, it took us a while to regain our composure. Dofu was the first to break the silence, saying, Old Wei, this cup is quite peculiar. One moment it shows people, the next buildings, yet there are no words. Did you discern any insights? While Dofu and I remained perplexed, it was clear that Wei the Bald had already formulated a plan in his mind. He nodded and replied, I have taken note of it. Gentlemen, shall we settle the financial matters? After watching the Gui Wang Yulong cup, Wei Guangtou resumed his stern demeanor. However, following our interaction, despite our differing positions, I found myself admiring him. He was unpretentious and decisive in his actions. He promptly inquired about my bank account details and, after retrieving his phone, made a call to the bank to arrange the transfer. In a matter of seconds, he ended the call and informed us that the funds would soon be deposited into my account. He reassured us to wait patiently. As for the other matter, we would have to wait 3 days. Once the other seasoned veterans arrived, we would proceed together. After stating that the hour was late, he urged us to rest, grabbed his belongings, and hurriedly exited the apartment. Although Wei Guantou appeared intimidating, he was far from foolish. He adeptly redirected the conversation by successfully arranging the transfer, and then, with a few words, he slipped away without disclosing what he had discerned from the cup. Reflecting on it, I realized that these matters were of no concern to us. As long as they found the location, we would get to work. Instead of fixating on these issues, I decided to focus on the present. Meanwhile, Doufu, that foolish bird, kept fretting, wondering if we were being scammed, if the money would be withheld, or if it would be a case of black eating black. He did nothing but stare intently at my phone, anxiously awaiting the bank's transfer notification. I was disinclined to indulge him. I had 2 pressing matters to attend to. First, repaying my debts. Second, studying the notes left by my grandfather. Although I had perused them numerous times, I had regarded them as mere journals, glossing over certain esoteric techniques that warranted deeper examination. Now, as we were about to delve into the earth to unearth substantial mushrooms alongside seasoned practitioners like Wei Guantou, it was imperative to acquire genuine skills to avoid being looked down upon. Though I had never excavated significant mushrooms, my experience at the Yuan River remained vividly etched in my memory. A minor civil servant's tomb had nearly cost Doufu and me our lives. What might we encounter in the legendary Gui Wang Yulong tomb? Relying on others is less reliable than depending on oneself. If danger truly lurked, who would come to our aid? Thus, I resolved to dedicate these days to thoroughly studying my grandfather's work notes, equipping myself with various self-defense skills. As twilight approached, the 5 million really did arrive in my account, just as Wei Guantou had mentioned. Although I had seen money before, witnessing that string of zeros in the bank notification still stirred excitement within me. Dear Mr. Zhong Qian, your account has received 5,000,000 RMB on this date. Upon reading that message, I felt a surge of exhilaration, let alone Doufu, that coward, who erupted in a frenzy of kisses directed at my phone, prompting me to give him a gentle kick away. After receiving the kick, Doufu bore no ill will, contentedly clutching my phone and grinning. My eyes grew warm as memories flooded back of digging tunnels with Doufu and sharing instant noodles, his dusty, disheveled appearance making me inhale deeply to quell the rising emotions. Continuing on, I spoke to him in a low voice. Tofu, this money. Upon hearing this, Tofu glanced up, waved his hand to interrupt me, and replied nonchalantly, Don't mention money. I, my dear friend, count myself as a scion of wealth. I am not so mundane. I simply relish the abundance of zeros. Just gazing at them invigorates me. You are a businessman at heart. In your hands, money can proliferate. Since you're currently in a tight spot, spend it as you wish. When I find myself short, I shall come to you for more, considering it an investment. I trust you won't deny me. I understood that Tofu was aiding me. Although this influx of funds was substantial and rapid, should we divide the money, once I settled my debts, I would be left with scarcely anything. To rise again, capital is essential. I pondered, in this world, how many who profess to be brothers or friends can genuinely take such a step? I comprehended his intentions and appreciated them. I patted him on the shoulder, and without further ado, I readily acquiesced. From that moment, we never broached the subject of money again. With newfound financial freedom, I felt emboldened and no longer wished to gaze upon my cluttered notepad. I retrieved my phone and called a few of my creditors. The minor creditors had little to say. They simply accepted the repayment and moved on, remaining indifferent. However, one significant creditor was rather troublesome. He was associated with the underworld, managing several bars, and many of my previous clients had dealings with him. This individual was a duplicitous character. I privately referred to him as Qin Matzi, a master of deception, exceedingly arrogant in demeanor. I dialed his number, and it was clear he recognized me as soon as he answered. It's been over 10 days. I thought you'd crawled into the sewers. What, here to repay? His voice was coarse and flippant. I was accustomed to his tone and replied, I owe no one, including you. The funds have been transferred. Check for yourself. Qin Matzi seemed taken aback. There was a pause, likely while he had someone verify his accounts. Then, His tone shifted, and he quickly remarked, "Brother Chun, you are indeed capable. If money is tight, why the rush to repay? Between brothers, why must we be so formal?" I glanced at Tofu beside me, munching on watermelon, and said into the phone, "Precisely because we are good brothers, I cannot let you be burdened. I shall visit you another day. There is a saying, in this world, one must have a thick skin." Qin Matzi excelled in this regard, continuing to talk to me on the phone, attempting to extract information, likely baffled by my sudden windfall. Just a moment ago, he had assumed the role of a creditor. And now he was back to being a brother? Brother? Bah! Can brotherhood satisfy one's hunger? In my life, I have but one brother, though he may be somewhat timid. Having resolved my debts, I refrained from lingering on the phone with Qin Matzi. His serpentine nature and greedy disposition made me wary. My sudden fortune would surely be etched in his memory. Should he decide to keep a watchful eye or create obstacles, it would lead to complications. In the following days, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to studying my grandfather's work notes, during which I uncovered several unusual aspects. My grandfather was not an educated man. Before associating with Bai Laozi, he was illiterate. Later, the ability to read and write was likely imparted by Bai Laozi. However, by that time, my grandfather was already advanced in age and possessed limited knowledge. Yet, within this notebook, there exists a plethora of ancient phrases, and even several pages entirely composed in classical Chinese, which does not seem to align with the capabilities of my grandfather, Chen Siyuan. It is probable that these were transcriptions he made. The notebook contains various methods for locating tombs, including soil analysis and even divination for burial sites. Initially, I was oblivious to these nuances, but after a series of peculiar incidents over the past few days, I have come to grasp some of the inner workings of this realm. As for soil analysis and identifying burial sites, it is a skill that can be mastered with sufficient experience. However, divination for tombs is traditionally passed down from master to disciple, kept strictly confidential. Although Bai Laozi, the flying knife, possesses remarkable skills, he is utterly unfamiliar with the art of feng shui and locating dragon veins. How could my grandfather's work notes possibly contain the methods for divination? Tofu, noticing my deep contemplation, occasionally approached me for a discussion. As the saying goes, great wisdom often appears foolish. Even the most obtuse individuals have their moments of brilliance. After listening to my inquiries, Tofu suddenly remarked, "I have an idea, hear me out." I gestured for him to continue, and he elaborated. Initially, Bai Laozi, Tu Heihu, and the formidable Yang Fong entered the tomb of the 10,000 demons together. Among them, Yang Fong's skills were taught by a soil master from Changsha surnamed Kai, who was unparalleled in the art of divination. However, later on, Yang Fong, having brought along the ghost's mask, unexpectedly launched an attack on Bai Laozi. In response, Bai Laozi, filled with murderous intent, killed Yang Fong. Is it possible that old Zhao deceived us? Perhaps after killing, Bai Laozi also took away Yang Fong's belongings, such as that formidable weapon and the secret texts. Upon hearing this, I could only dismiss it as nonsense, retorting, "Have you ever seen anyone digging for mushrooms in the fields while carrying their master's secret texts? I once sold skewers by the roadside. Did you ever see me carrying a list of ingredients?" Tofu fell silent for a moment, then replied, "When a person is hungry, their brain tends to lack oxygen, and when oxygen is low, thought processes slow down. As soon as you mentioned skewers, I realized where the issue lies. We need to eat. Trust me, once we are full, we will surely devise a solution." It was indeed mealtime, and with two grown men feeling too lethargic to cook, we sauntered out to find a restaurant, engaging in aimless chatter as we dined. With a day remaining until our rendezvous with Wei Guangtou, we were uncertain where we would dine the following day. While I was engaged in light-hearted banter with Tofu, my phone suddenly vibrated, indicating a message. I am not particularly fond of texting, and my friends are aware of this habit. Therefore, they typically call me directly. Most messages I receive are either from 10,086 or spam, so I initially paid little attention. However, moments later, the phone vibrated again, signaling another message. Curious, I checked and discovered it was from an unfamiliar number. The first message read, "The situation has changed. We are being monitored." The second stated, "Split up and take action." Following these messages was an address, Fengtu village in Xiangxi. Tofu leaned in, puzzled, and asked, "Who sent this?" "Chen the pervert, do you understand what this means?" I was momentarily taken aback by the messages and did not immediately grasp why he was using that nickname for me, shaking my head as I replied, "I have no idea. Being monitored? Could it be that Wei Guangto's recent mushroom foraging endeavor has come to the attention of the authorities? Doufu remarked. This is all so disjointed. My mind isn't sharp enough to speculate. With that, he seized my phone and redialed the number, stating, I must clarify this. I did not hinder him, waiting for the call to connect. However, moments later, Doufu shook his head and said, the other party's phone is switched off. How peculiar. My number is known only to a select few, and given that these two messages undoubtedly pertain to illicit activities, it is no wonder that the police have intervened. It seems that something has indeed gone awry with Wei Guangto. I do not possess Wei Guangto's phone number, yet I can easily find the number for Dengfeng Tower. In this age of convenience, I quickly finished my meal with Doufu and rushed home to search online, promptly dialing the number that appeared. The attendant at the tea house answered my call and, upon hearing that I was seeking the proprietor, immediately transferred the call. Old Zhao seemed somewhat taken aback. Upon learning of the situation, he promptly inquired, what is the number of the phone that sent you the message? I relayed the number to him, and after a brief silence, he responded, that belongs to Xiao Wei. It appears the situation has changed. It is highly likely that recent activities have drawn the attention of the authorities. Doufu, overhearing this, nearly bit his tongue, exclaiming, getting involved with the police is not a good sign. This operation is likely to fall through. Old Zhao, with ears sharper than a rabbit's, quickly asserted over the phone. It won't fall through. Since Xiao Wei sent you a message, it indicates he has made arrangements. If you follow his instructions, you will surely reach your destination. Upon hearing this, I could not help but scoff, thinking to myself that now the police are involved, and this old man speaks so nonchalantly, daring to play games and attempt to use me as a pawn. I replied, given that Wei is in an uncertain situation, he may have already been apprehended. This operation seems too risky. I propose we wait for news from Wei before making further plans. Chapter 29. Fengtu Village. Old Zhao, upon hearing this, became agitated, his voice betraying a hint of impatience, as though he feared we might delay. Observing my reluctance at this critical juncture, he sighed and said, Gentlemen, if Xiao Wei were truly in trouble, he would not have sent you a message. I suspect he is already en route to his destination. This trip may involve undercover agents, which is why he is hesitant to contact you by phone. This matter benefits both you and me. Xiao Wei is one of my subordinates, and should he encounter trouble, I would be implicated as well. Thus, I have no intention of deceiving you in this regard. You two are just starting out and have not yet drawn the police's gaze. Hence, the risk is minimal. However, should you choose not to go, Old Zhao chuckled darkly, his laughter low and unpleasant, as he slowly continued, you need not worry about my interference. The curse of your Qin family will deal with you on its own. You are a businessman. Since our interests align, why should we become adversaries? His words stirred something within me, yet I was unwilling to be led by the nose, so I replied, as the ancients said, a promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I have accepted your money and agreed in advance to assist you. Thus, I shall indeed undertake this journey. However, even brothers keep accounts clearly. You did not mention the presence of the police beforehand. The risks we undertake this time are excessively great. Just imagine, if something were to happen to me, my parents would be heartbroken. Old Zhao choked slightly and remarked, your parents have been gone for many years. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a reunion for the family. Enough, I understand your meaning. There are indeed rules on the road. When inviting someone to join the venture, a joining fee is customary. It is my fault for deceiving you, whatever the fee for Xiao Wei is. I shall pay you the same. I felt a surge of anger. This old rascal was indeed trying to take advantage of me. The matter of the joining fee was not recorded in my grandfather's notes. I almost ended up running errands for free. After inquiring about the specific amount, I was nearly rendered speechless. Wei Guangto is a well-known figure in our circles. Not only does he have a share of the spoils, but even if we find nothing, the labor fee for mushroom picking is exorbitantly high, a rather auspicious sum of 880,000 per trip. I had once considered myself wealthy, yet I had never spent money in such a manner. Tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. This fee rivals that of a first-tier celebrity. After hearing Old Zhao's words, I regretted not joining such a promising industry sooner. After our discussion, we resolved to set off the next day to the location Wei Guangto mentioned. Whether for the items in Old Zhao's possession, the curse of the Qin family, or for financial gain, this journey was unavoidable. Tofu and I meticulously planned our itinerary. Fengtu Village in Shaanxi. Many may have heard the name Shaanxi or seen ghostly films like Shaanxi Corpse Transport, yet most truly do not know its specific location. In fact, it is a shorthand term, broadly referring to the northeastern region of Hunan, encompassing parts of the Yungue Plateau, predominantly inhabited by the Tujia ethnic group and other minority communities, thus forming the Xiangxi Tujia and Miao Autonomous Prefecture. Though Fengtu Village appears to be merely a village name, it carries significant renown. While there may not be an overtly acknowledged legacy, it harbors a hidden title as the first in the nation. What is this village renowned for? Ghosts. Naturally. In a socialist society, such matters cannot be openly discussed. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, there are no walls that do not allow the wind to pass through. The title of first in the nation has spread, primarily due to a chilling rumor. Fengtu Village is situated in a basin surrounded by mountains. With a damp and chilly geographical environment, it is said that nearly every villager has encountered a ghost, and not infrequently. Some find this curious and adventurous, deciding to explore the area in hopes of encountering such enigmatic entities. What was the outcome? Many were terrified beyond reason. Consequently, the village's reputation grew even louder, as nearly every visitor could recount a ghostly experience from their travels. I had long been aware of Fengtu Village, and with Wei Guangtou instructing us to gather there. Could it be that the new mushrooms they seek are located in Fengtu Village? The incident was indeed a most remarkable coincidence. That evening, Tofu and I booked our tickets to Xiangxi. The following morning, we hastily packed a few belongings and boarded the plane. The journey lasted merely 3 hours, and by the time we disembarked, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The airport was situated in a county town known for its tourism, surrounded by numerous attractions. However, as it was not yet peak season, the airport was relatively empty. Tofu and I casually selected a modest inn, where we devoured our meals ravenously. While Tofu attempted to navigate to Fengtu Village via Baidu, he made little progress. I decided to directly inquire with the innkeeper, treating guests with the utmost reverence. The innkeeper reluctantly tore her gaze away from her television drama and replied, "Fengtu Village? There are no more buses today, but there will be one tomorrow morning at 8. However, that place is rather peculiar. If your fortune is not strong, it would be wise to consider an alternative destination." Tofu, having heard me speak of Fengtu Village before, was clearly terrified yet feigned indifference, asserting, "What are ghosts, really? With all due respect, we two brothers can conquer tigers in the mountains and capture dragons in the sea. Whatever malevolent spirits may appear, we shall subdue them all. Male ghosts will be vanquished, and female ghosts will meet a similar fate." The innkeeper chuckled, momentarily abandoning her show, and engaged in playful banter with Tofu. Their conversation transitioned from tales of Fengtu Village to personal reflections, culminating in an exchange of phone numbers. It dawned on me why Tofu had suddenly grown so bold. It was all for the sake of charming a lady. As their rapport flourished, I chose to remain silent and focused on my meal. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice interjected, "I am also heading to Fengtu Village tomorrow. Why not accompany each other?" The voice was so captivating that it drew our attention, causing Tofu and the innkeeper to pause their chatter and turn toward the speaker. Upon glancing over, I was struck by the sight of a tall woman with a ponytail, her face shaped like an almond, her eyes as dark as ink, and a smile that was irresistibly charming. Her beauty was exceptional, standing out distinctly in a crowd, and her aura was equally compelling. Naturally, I found the invitation appealing. Who wouldn't be drawn to such beauty? Yet, this was not the time for flirtation, as our purpose was anything but innocent. A woman of her striking appearance suddenly proposing companionship raised a note of caution within me. Just as I was preparing to decline, Tofu, utterly captivated, eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "Absolutely. At home, one relies on family. Abroad, friends are essential. It is fate that brings us together from distant lands, and we must cherish it. Don't just stand there. Please, take a seat." I nearly choked on my drink, thinking to myself that at critical moments, Tofu could be utterly speechless. Yet when it came to matters such as this, he could spin an elaborate yarn without hesitation. The woman had already taken a seat at our table, her features distinct and her demeanor remarkably composed, with a subtle smile that was undeniably captivating. Tofu had completely forgotten about me, utilizing all his charms to engage this enchanting lady in conversation, inquiring about her name, her origins, and seemingly eager to extract every detail about her life. The woman, unperturbed, calmly introduced herself as Gu Wanmin, a photographer who sought to capture a series of images showcasing the development of ancient villages, specifically targeting Fengtu Village. Although the place held a significant reputation, its remote location deterred many travelers, It required a journey of 5 to 6 hours, rendering the trip inevitably tedious. By chance, she overheard our discussion about 1The village and decided to join us. Tofu, ever the flatterer, exclaimed, "Ah, a photographer. How fortuitous. I am an artist myself. We are both in the realm of creativity." As he spoke, he noticed Gu Wanmin occasionally sizing me up and added, "He is a businessman, you see, always with a serious demeanor, as if everyone owes him money. Do not take it to heart. He is merely a tad psychologically twisted, but ultimately a decent fellow. I feel I may one day be unable to restrain myself from throttling him." While Tofu spoke, he requested the proprietress to bring an extra pair of chopsticks. The situation had progressed to such a point that I felt it inappropriate to dismiss the young woman. Moreover, Gu Wenmin's gentle demeanor and striking beauty made it difficult to harbor any ill will towards her. However, there is an old saying that everyone possesses a touch of a bad temper. If a person appears too flawless, it can seem rather peculiar. I observed Gu Wenmin with a cautious eye. She claimed to be a photographer and indeed carried a sizable bag that seemed to contain a plethora of equipment, suggesting she possessed considerable strength, certainly not typical of an ordinary girl, indicating her profession might be genuine. Nevertheless, during such uncertain times, one must exercise heightened vigilance. Since Wei Guangtou and his companions had drawn attention, Tofu and I needed to be especially wary. Regardless of Gu Wenmin's true intentions, her striking presence was impossible to ignore, and what we required was precisely the opposite: subtlety. Chapter 30. The gates of hell. That evening, the three of us shared a meal and agreed to travel together. The following morning, we rose early and made our way to the bus station in the county. I had initially anticipated a public bus to 1The village. However, we found ourselves waiting in the morning breeze for quite some time, only to be greeted by a dilapidated van, thick with dust. The driver, a stammering man in his 30s, held a cigarette and hollered, "Attention, everyone, we're heading to the haunted place." Promptly at 8, he called, "Departing now, no delays." The notorious reputation of 1The village had rendered its name synonymous with the supernatural, and thus it was referred to simply as the haunted place. Tofu approached the driver to inquire further, while Gu Wanmin and I listened nearby, growing increasingly anxious as communication with the stammering driver proved exceedingly challenging. Tofu gestured and shouted for nearly 10 minutes before finally clarifying the situation. Given that it was not tourist season, the number of visitors in the county was minimal, and those heading to 1The village were even fewer. With the driver's loud proclamations, it turned out we were the only 3 passengers, prompting the driver to deem it unprofitable to take us and instead demand a high price for a private hire. I am quite generous with my expenditures. I spent 500 yuan for a ride. The 3 of us, laden with luggage, boarded the swaying vehicle, drowsily seeking a moment of rest. Having risen at an ungodly hour, we exchanged no words as we settled into our seats, each succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, I found that we had already left the county town and were traversing a winding mountain road. As I reluctantly parted from the realm of dreams, I glanced sleepily out the window, only to be jolted into full awareness. To my right, a sheer cliff loomed, beneath which lay an endless expanse of untamed forest, its verdant hues almost blinding. The antiquated mountain road was narrow and steep, and the vibrations from the equally aged van were intense, instilling a sense of trepidation as I feared the vehicle might skid and tumble down the precipice. In the distance, a sprawling range of mountains undulated, transforming with our movement, resembling a colossal dragon, at times revealing its head, at others concealing its tail. Our vehicle was the sole occupant of this solitary road, and amidst the towering peaks, I felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. This vehicle seemed long overdue for maintenance, and Gu Wanmin felt a bit stifled, so she rolled down the window. The fierce mountain wind rushed in, tousling the strands of hair by her temples and dissipating the stale air within the van. Tofu glanced at the distant mountains and inquired, "What mountains are those?" I withdrew my gaze from Gu Wanmin's finely etched features, noting her engrossed attention on the scenery, seemingly oblivious to my presence. I casually remarked, "You ought to paint more landscapes and fewer nudes, yet you refuse to heed my advice. How is it that you do not recognize this? This is the illustrious Wuling mountain range, which stretches across Hunan, Hubei, and Guizhou, where 3 rivers converge, historically known as the Southern Dragon." Upon hearing this, Gu Wanmin smiled and recited, "In the Jin Taiyuan era, a Wuling fisherman made his living by fishing. Following the brook, he forgot the distance of the journey. suddenly encountering a peach blossom grove, flanked by hundreds of paces, devoid of mixed trees, fragrant grasses flourish, and fallen blossoms scatter. The fisherman was profoundly astonished. She was quoting Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring, and as I pondered the suddenness of her citation, she continued. The Wuling fisherman who fortuitously stumbled upon a utopia refers to the people of the Wuling mountain area. This mountain range stretches for hundreds of kilometers, surrounded by the Wu, Qing, and Qian rivers, with a complex terrain that remains largely unexplored, showcasing breathtaking scenery, a paradise for photographers. Doufu, eager to flatter, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Indeed. Our esteemed photographer Gu possesses great knowledge. With your explanation, it all becomes clear to me. I can recite Peach Blossom Spring as well. Would you like to hear it?" This lad, preoccupied with impressing the beautiful lady, seemed to forget that no one recites classical texts while courting a woman. As we enjoyed our conversation, the driver suddenly stammered an interjection. "We are soon approaching the Ghost Gate, the woman's road. When passing through there, do not. His final words were caught in his throat, unable to be articulated. Doufu, eager to show off in front of the lovely Gu, became flustered, exclaiming, "What Ghost Gate? Is there really a place by that name? What can't women do when passing through there? Please clarify." The driver, visibly anxious, turned his words over and over, growing increasingly flustered, his face flushed. Finally, he abruptly halted the vehicle, centering his thoughts, and took a few sips from a thermos beside him, as if regaining his composure. He then spoke. "That place, known as the Gate of Ghosts, is quite sinister. If a woman speaks there, it immediately rains, and strange occurrences follow." Gu Wanmin raised her elegant brows slightly, seemingly taken aback, and softly inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Doufu, wearing a skeptical expression, retorted, "Come on, brother, don't be ridiculous. Are you telling me that if a woman speaks there, it starts to rain? I bet you that if it doesn't rain in a bit. You want to collect this fare." The driver shot Doufu an exasperated glance, his irritation seemingly easing his speech. "Who would bet with you? This matter is not a gamble. Many have doubted it before and lost. I want to wager my life with you. Who do you think you are? It is said that where there is smoke, there is fire. Such phenomena must have their reasons." Previously, I was skeptical of these tales, but now, having listened to him, I felt a twinge of apprehension. Not wishing to provoke further trouble at such a critical juncture, I turned to Gu Wanmin and suggested, "Let us remain silent when we arrive. We must not delay. We should be on our way." Gu Wanmin merely smiled and nodded. The car resumed its journey, enveloped in an uneasy silence. Yet all three of us found our gazes drawn forward, eager to glimpse the mysterious Gate of Ghosts. Soon, along the winding mountain road, a peculiar formation emerged on the cliffside. A cluster of rocks, curiously shaped like a grand door, bore a visage that eerily resembled a human face. Its distorted features rendered it grotesque, as if a malevolent spirit were peering out. Doufu suddenly realized, exclaiming, "So this is the Gate of Ghosts." He leaned out, addressing the ghastly face upon the cliff. "Hey, come down here." Gu Wanmin chuckled softly, likely amused by Doufu's reckless demeanor, and seemed about to speak, only to reconsider the driver's earlier warning and sealed her lips once more. I nudged Doufu with my foot, admonishing, "Behave yourself. If it truly came down, you'd surely wet your pants." This lad had a penchant for mischief, his courage as scant as a mouse's, yet he relished stirring up trouble. After receiving my nudge, Doufu settled a bit, launching into a playful tirade against me. We bantered as usual, and as the vehicle approached the ominous vicinity of the Gate of Ghosts, Gu Wanmin listened to Doufu's nonsensical chatter, occasionally breaking into a smile that was particularly delightful. Our eyes met inadvertently, and suddenly, Gu Wanmin's dark eyes widened in shock, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. Her previously smiling expression instantly shifted to one of fear. Her reaction startled me. Was I truly that terrifying? Before I could utter a word to grasp the situation, in the next moment, Gu Wanmin suddenly lunged towards me, exclaiming, "Get down." The van was already cramped, with the three of us seated in a row. Her sudden movement pressed me down, my face buried against her abdomen. In that instant, I was enveloped by a soft sensation, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Before I could fully comprehend what was happening, the driver lamented, "Oh no, why did you speak up?" I noticed Gu Wenmin's grip on my hands tighten abruptly, as if she had grown anxious. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I slightly struggled to rise, only to find Gu Wanmin wearing a bewildered expression. Though our acquaintance had been brief, she had always exuded a calm and gentle demeanor, yet now, a hint of panic flickered across her face, as if she were at a loss. Her sudden command to lie down, did it suggest that something lurked behind me? Instinctively, I turned my head, only to be greeted by Dofu's blank stare. I gently pushed his head aside and caught sight of the rear window, through which only a thicket-covered cliff was visible, nothing more. After the driver spoke, his expression turned tense as he leaned out to peer through the window, seemingly to check if rain was imminent. The morning light still bathed the surroundings, and the driver appeared to relax slightly, though his face bore an expression of mild reproach. However, faced with the beauty of Gu Wanmin, he likely refrained from harsh words, speaking instead in a gentle tone. "See, it looks fine. Let us just continue on our way." Gu Wanmin nodded silently, yet her gaze remained fixed behind me. Chapter 31. Lost. I sensed something was amiss and inquired. "We are in the same vehicle, which makes us companions. If something is troubling you, please do not hold back." "What just happened? Why did you tell me to lie down?" Recalling the earlier sensation and fragrance, my heart softened. Initially cautious of Gu Wanmin, I now felt my guard slip away as I noticed her demeanor was far from her usual composure. I lowered my voice. "What is truly going on?" Perhaps sensing my genuine concern, Gu Wanmin glanced at me, the corners of her tightly pursed lips relaxing slightly. In a hushed tone, she confided, "Just now, I saw a face suddenly press against the back window, a face resembling a gigantic monkey's." "A face?" Dofu and I exchanged glances, and he quickly turned to look behind, incredulously asking, "Are you sure you didn't imagine it? There's nothing there." The driver, upon hearing this, grew anxious and remarked, "This area is indeed home to many monkeys, and there are legends of mountain spirits. It wouldn't be good if we caught the attention of a mountain spirit. They are known to be man-eaters." No sooner had he spoken, a loud bang echoed from the roof of our vehicle, akin to a fist striking down. Instantly, the four of us inside the van were left dumbfounded. Could it be that my already dismal luck was rearing its head once more? The mountain spirit was first discovered and named in 1758. Prior to that, it was commonly referred to as a mountain ghost. With a large, elongated head, its nature is often timid and gentle, though some display a severe aversion to humans. I had once seen a small one at the zoo. Was it possible that we had encountered a wild one this time? The driver anxiously gazed at the roof of the vehicle, swallowed hard, and muttered expletives, lamenting his ill fortune and the arduousness of earning a living. In his moment of anger and tension, he surprisingly found his voice, no longer stuttering. He swiftly retrieved a telescopic baton from beneath the seat cushion, a precaution some drivers take against potential robbery. He gestured to me and Dofu, signaling that we, as two able-bodied men, should not remain idle but rather disembark to assist in identifying the source of the disturbance and swiftly remove it. We each armed ourselves with tools from the vehicle, predominantly iron implements used for repairs. Heavy, albeit blunt, they would certainly deliver a formidable blow if struck. Having conferred, the three of us exited the vehicle with utmost haste, directing our attention to the roof and surroundings, only to discover the roof was indeed vacant. Whatever had struck it had vanished without a trace. The driver, familiar with such occurrences, breathed a sigh of relief, stating that it had likely fled, for it could not confront us while we were inside the car. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous clap echoed through the clear day, shaking us to our core. The sound was so sudden and overwhelming that it startled all four of us, including Gumain inside the car. As we looked up, the previously bright sky was obscured by a dense blanket of dark clouds that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. The surrounding cliffs and dense foliage had already muted the sunlight. And now, cloaked in the ominous clouds, it felt as though night had descended upon us. Soon, the sky rumbled with more thunder, lightning split the heavens, and torrential rain began to pour down violently. It dawned on me that the four of us had yet to escape the confines of the ghostly threshold. Now, it was indeed raining. Dofu let out a startled cry and hurried into the car. The driver and I exchanged glances amidst the downpour. I noticed his lips quivered, evidently shaken by the earlier ominous tales of the ghostly threshold, which now seemed all too real. What was to be done next? Would something truly sinister manifest? We shared a knowing look and quickly sought refuge in the vehicle. Fortunately, the rain was brief. The droplets dried quickly on our skin, and the summer warmth spared us from feeling cold, although the air grew increasingly oppressive. Gu Wanmin, visibly anxious, inquired, "What shall we do now?" The driver was at a loss. As a local, He held a deep-seated belief in such superstitions, and with each prediction seemingly coming to fruition, his mind was likely in disarray. Dofu was no better. While he could boast endlessly in calmer times, when faced with real peril, he was the first to lose his nerve, clutching my arm and mumbling incoherently. Upon closer inspection, I realized he was reciting the great compassion mantra. I interrupted Dofu's mutterings, reprimanding him. It's merely rain. We're not dead yet. Why invoke the great compassion mantra prematurely? I then turned to the driver, urging, what are you waiting for? Keep driving. The other three stared at me, perhaps inspired by my composure, and the driver resumed his course, albeit at a markedly reduced speed. In truth, I would be lying if I claimed that my heart was not pounding with anxiety at the bizarre situation we found ourselves in. However, if all four of us were to panic in unison, it would only exacerbate our predicament. Rather than succumbing to chaos, it would be far wiser to maintain our composure. The vehicle continued its journey, yet the atmosphere within had grown increasingly somber, with the relentless rain outside showing no signs of abating. I glanced at my watch. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yet, the winding mountain road we traversed was shrouded in gloom, and as time slipped away, the surroundings darkened further. Coupled with the torrential downpour, visibility was severely compromised. The driver was compelled to switch on the headlights, which illuminated the raindrops ahead like golden flecks, as though a rain of gold were falling. After approximately 2 hours, the driver abruptly halted the vehicle, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. He then turned his head. His voice hoarse and stammering, inquired, how long until we reach Fengtu village? The journey should take 5 hours. What time is it now? I checked the time once more. It was 3 in the afternoon, and we had set off at precisely 8 that morning. Calculating, it had been 7 hours since our departure. Yet we remained on the winding mountain road, flanked by a dark abyss on one side and a sheer cliff on the other. The trees surrounding us were indistinct shadows, appearing as monstrous figures in the dim glow of the headlights. I involuntarily closed my eyes, suppressing a torrent of curses directed at fate, and after a brief silence, I opened them again and calmly asked, how is it that you are driving? Where exactly are we now? Cold sweat trickled down the driver's forehead as he replied, this place is so remote, there is only one road. Even with my eyes closed, I shouldn't be able to go astray. Yet I still do not recognize this area. Gu Wanmin pressed her lips together, a flicker of regret in her expression, and murmured, it's all my fault. Dofu, clutching his hair in frustration, added, it's not your fault. It's that mountain demon. What business did it have climbing onto our vehicle? If I ever get the chance to catch it, I would surely flay its skin. The rain continued to pour heavily outside. I pulled out a cigarette, took a few puffs, and said, enough of this banter. You can't even kill a fish, yet you dare speak of skinning something? Pausing, I sensed that something was amiss. Remaining in the vehicle was not a viable solution. After finishing my cigarette, I gestured for Dofu to join me as we stepped out to investigate, hoping to find a road sign. We needed to discern whether we had taken a wrong turn or if we were truly encountering something inexplicable. I had heard numerous ghost stories in the past. During those monotonous times, most of my hours were spent working, and the earnings were barely sufficient. Unable to indulge in romantic pursuits or frequent bars, we would gather together and engage in idle chatter, sharing ghost tales, risque anecdotes, and societal gossip until we were full of stories. One tale I had heard recounted those who met their demise on desolate roads, only to be discarded by unscrupulous drivers evading responsibility. Their bodies would rot amidst the wild grass, unclaimed and restless, their vengeful spirits lingering, eventually transforming into highway ghosts. These specters would solicit tolls from passing vehicles. If you found yourself inexplicably trapped in an unfamiliar locale, no matter how hard you tried to escape, it would likely indicate that you had caught the attention of a highway ghost. What should one do then? Pay the toll. Renminbi would suffice, though the preferred offering would be paper money. One must cast forth as much as one carries, for only then will the spirits of the road grant you safe passage. Should one encounter the miserly, who are reluctant to part with their wealth or who offer too little, calamity is sure to follow. I, accompanied by Tofu, alighted from the vehicle amidst the rain, wielding a flashlight to survey our surroundings. Here, devoid of any road signs or distinguishing markers, the environment along the mountain road appeared eerily uniform, rendering it impossible for us to discern any clues. However, one thing was certain, there was but a single path ahead. Given that we were in the mountains, the financial authorities above would not be so generous as to allocate funds for the simultaneous construction of multiple routes. After our thorough inspection, Tofu and I found ourselves drenched to the bone, and whether it was merely a figment of our imagination. The rain felt imbued with a sinister chill, intensifying the cold that seeped into our very bones. Finally, I rapped on the car door, prompting Gu Wanmin and the driver to lean out. I articulated my belief that we might be encountering a supernatural entity, suggesting we try a folk remedy before devising a further plan. Gu, the stunning beauty, did not oppose my notion. She immediately withdrew all her cash and leapt from the vehicle. The driver, displaying a countenance of deep discontent, lamented, "Is it so easy for me to earn these few coins? Can't we think of another way?" At that moment, drenched in the cold rain and feeling the strangeness of our predicament, I felt a flare of irritation and snapped, "Is it money or your life that you value? Choose one." The driver replied, "Of course, life, but I must ask, does it have to be all of it?" "Cash, toss as much as you can," I insisted. We were accustomed to using cards, and this time, Tofu and I had roughly 2,000 yuan between us, while Gu Wanmin had around 700. Upon hearing this, the driver grimaced and opened the cash box in the front of the car, revealing a considerable amount of loose change, perhaps over 2,000 yuan. In total, we had around 5,000 yuan in cash. Thus, we ventured into the rain with our funds, facing westward, where a precipice lay before us, plunging down into a dense forest. Yet, in the dimness, the verdant foliage was obscured, leaving only a dark abyss in view. I had always been generous with my spending, but never had I flung money about in such a manner. Resolved to take a desperate gamble, we cast our cash into the air. At that moment, drenched to the skin, as the last bill slipped from our fingers, a bolt of lightning suddenly cleaved the clouds. The torrential downpour, once a deluge, transformed into a gentle drizzle, seemingly diminishing in intensity. Even the driver was taken aback, perhaps not expecting such efficacy. An odd expression crossed his face. Gu Wanmin wiped the rain from her face and remarked, "This method seems effective. Let us see if we can drive out now." We exchanged no further words, swiftly changing into dry clothing from our bags, leaving the car's interior to Gu Wanmin. Once we were ready, the driver restarted the engine, and we resumed our journey. With the recent experience behind us, a sense of relaxation washed over us, though Gu Wanmin, perhaps still haunted by previous events, remained silent, unwilling to utter another word. Tofu and I closely observed our surroundings. For reasons unknown, although the rain had lessened, the darkness around us deepened. The distant mountains, once visible, now seemed to have vanished into the night. This unsettling atmosphere contrasted sharply with my expectations of dissipating clouds and receding rain. As if to validate my unease, the driver suddenly accelerated, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. I couldn't help but curse under my breath, wondering how reckless the driver could be on such treacherous, waterlogged mountain roads. Gathering my courage, I said, "Slow down. We don't need to take unnecessary risks." In response, the driver continued to press the accelerator, and then, with a sudden panic, he exclaimed, "Oh no, the brakes have failed." Brakes failing? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I glimpsed the driver's pale face in the rearview mirror, stark with terror. The vehicle lurched violently beneath us, and the tires screeched as we veered toward the cliff on our right. A collective gasp erupted from everyone in the car, myself included. The sight of us hurtling toward the precipice was horrifying and exhilarating. First, we soared into the air, then came the sensation of weightlessness, followed by a deafening crash. All occupants were thrown into disarray as the vehicle tumbled and rolled down the incline of the cliff, rather than plummeting straight down. The chaos was overwhelming. In that moment, our minds went blank. Amidst the tumultuous shaking, our limbs and consciousness collided with various objects within the car, and eventually, I lost consciousness, my head bleeding profusely. A singular thought consumed me. A hero may perish before achieving their goal, and thus, tears of anguish may well the breast. I had not anticipated meeting my demise at the gates of death, instead of uncovering mushrooms. Time slipped away in a haze until I awakened to find Tofu tending to my wounds. Nearby lay our mangled vehicle, and the darkness still loomed ominously. The driver had lost consciousness, while Gu Wanmin sported a bleeding forehead and several abrasions. Tofu was relatively fortunate, with only minor scrapes. While I bore the brunt of our misfortune, my head was severely injured, and I felt a sharp pain in my leg, as though I had twisted a muscle. I remembered instinctively shielding Tofu and Gu Wanmin from the impact as we plummeted off the cliff. It seemed this instinct had spared them from serious harm. Our bags contained no medical supplies, None of us had anticipated such an event. Tofu, panicking with red-rimmed eyes, was clearly shaken by the ordeal. I reassured him, calm down. Panicking is futile. I'm all right. Go check the vehicle for our bags. There are clothes inside, and I recall having some cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. Do your best to retrieve them. Tofu, often lacking in composure, seemed momentarily lost after my fainting spell. However, upon hearing my instructions, he steadied himself and hurried to search for our belongings. The vehicle had been distorted beyond recognition. After considerable effort, Tofu finally managed to salvage the backpacks belonging to the three of us. Aside from the unconscious driver, the rest of us consumed a few bites of the bread we had brought along, took some anti-inflammatory medication, and tore up some clothing to bandage our wounds, which allowed us to catch our breath. Tofu, drenched in sweat, exhaled a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Goodness, that frightened me to death. I thought we were destined to meet the king of hell." The driver appeared to have only superficial injuries, likely having been knocked unconscious by the impact. At this moment, we lifted our gaze upwards. The cliff we had fallen from was lined with smooth, dark stones, rendering it impossible to discern any footholds. Attempting to climb back up without any safety measures would be tantamount to courting death. Tofu then inquired, "What shall we do now?" Gu Wenmin, her complexion pale but composed, surveyed our surroundings and suggested, "This jungle mirrors the path of the winding mountain road. If we proceed forward, we are bound to find a way out." However, she gestured towards the driver and then to the three of us, adding, "Our situation is far from optimistic, and the failure of the brakes is rather suspicious. I have a foreboding feeling." Her elongated brows knitted slightly, and she pressed her lips together, shaking her head at us. I leaned against a nearby tree, attempting to rise. One of my legs throbbed with pain. It was not a fracture, but rather a strain of the tendon. Tofu offered, "I can carry you." Gu Wenmin shook her head, saying, "No, carry him." She pointed at the driver, stating, "He is completely unconscious and can only rely on someone to bear him." I supported Zhong Qian, despite my injury. I was accustomed to carrying photographic equipment weighing over 30 pounds. At that moment, I felt a flicker of gratitude that, despite the mishap, Tofu was unscathed and able to assist us, and Gu Wenmin was not a hindrance. Otherwise, we would truly be at a standstill. Having reached a consensus, we gathered our belongings and prepared to move forward, with Gu Wenmin supporting me. Her tall stature, only a head shorter than mine, made it convenient for me to lean on her. Tofu tended to the driver, and while rummaging through the driver's pockets, several items unexpectedly fell out. Tofu, upon seeing this, leapt in anger, proclaiming, "I knew it. How could we be so unfortunate after losing money? This guy must have embezzled." What had fallen was a stack of 100 yuan bills. I couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that the driver, in his greed, had tossed away loose change while secretly hoarding the larger bills. Tofu's fury was palpable, and I too felt a surge of anger, thinking that if it were up to my usual temperament, I would leave him there to fend for himself, as his actions had jeopardized the three of us. However, recalling Tofu's earlier warning, I began to consciously temper my temper. Furthermore, I sensed that our string of misfortunes might not merely be coincidental. Perhaps my own cursed luck was at play, affecting everyone around me. Thus, I said to Tofu, "Stop the cursing, the deed is done. Let us carry him and move on." Tofu has always been rather soft-hearted. After venting his frustrations, he quickly let go of his grievances. Concealing our actions from the driver, the four of us wielded a flashlight and ventured forth in the light drizzle, following the winding mountain path ahead. The area was overgrown with wild grass, dense with trees, and the soil was rendered sticky by the rain. Gu Wenmin, perhaps due to years of carrying photographic equipment, appeared slender but possessed considerable strength. Despite his labored breathing, he managed to support me, feeling somewhat guilty. After about an hour of walking, I sensed that my injured foot had improved slightly and decided to proceed on my own. In the darkness, I glanced at my wristwatch. It was already 4 in the afternoon, yet we found ourselves enveloped in utter darkness. Chapter 33. Lights. The fine rain fell softly as the mountain wind chilled us. We moved intermittently until, after a while, the driver regained consciousness, inevitably facing our ire. He was aware of his mistake, his head hung low in silence, occasionally letting out deep sighs in mourning for his vehicle. As we continued our journey, we lost track of time, only stopping when our legs became numb, our breaths labored, and our bodies fatigued. The surrounding environment remained largely unchanged, yet there was no escape in sight. Looking upward, the steep cliffs were shrouded in darkness. leaving us with no choice but to press onward. Checking my watch again, I realized it was already 10 in the evening. We had walked for over 5 hours. Tofu's stomach began to rumble. We had brought little food. And the bread we had eaten 5 hours prior, 2 small loaves purchased by Tofu just before boarding, had barely satisfied our hunger. After such a grueling trek, our exhaustion was palpable. The driver, who had not eaten throughout this ordeal, was even hungrier. Over the past few hours, I had learned more about him. He was a native of Shaanxi, surnamed Mao, and named Mao Daji. Tofu had a penchant for nicknaming people, and, fixating on Mao Daji's reluctance to spend money, dubbed him Mao the Tightwad, or simply Mao Rooster. At this moment, we were all too weary to move, collapsing onto the ground, breathless. Fortunately, the rain was light, otherwise, our predicament would have been far worse. Upon hearing Tofu's stomach growl, Mao Rooster could not help but swallow hard, opening his mouth to catch the falling raindrops. After a moment, he smacked his lips and, in a hushed voice, remarked, "I've had my fill of water, but I am absolutely starving. How long must we walk before this ends? Let's find something to eat." As the old saying goes, before the troops march, provisions must be secured, Tofu replied, "Indeed. You are quite right. The question is, where can we find food in this desolate place?" Due to the incident involving the discarded money, Mao Gongji was subjected to our indifference and scorn throughout our journey. Now, seeking to redeem himself, he eagerly proclaimed, "I am capable of hunting. We men from Shaanxi are skilled." As he spoke, Mao Gongji requested a flashlight and prepared to venture deeper into the woods in search of provisions. Meanwhile, the 3 of us remained behind, resting. Approximately half an hour later, Mao Gongji emerged, brimming with delight, dragging 2 struggling creatures. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to see a large rabbit and a small creature with a yellow coat and a bushy tail, the nature of which remained a mystery to me. I had not anticipated that Mao Gongji could indeed procure food. At this moment, we were sheltered in a depression beneath a cliff, seeking refuge from the rain. Surrounding us were some pieces of timber that had remained dry. Gu Wanmin gathered firewood and skillfully ignited a flame, suggesting he had experience from his numerous photographic excursions in the wilderness. Tofu, unfamiliar with the yellow creature, inquired, "What is this little thing? It's hardly large enough to fill a gap in my teeth." Curiously, the creature seemed to comprehend human speech, emitting pitiful cries in response to Tofu. After observing for a while, Gu Wanmin remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this should be a yellow weasel, albeit still a juvenile." Mao Gongji swung the juvenile weasel by its tail, twirling it around, and stated, "At this point, let us not concern ourselves with whether it is a juvenile. Filling our bellies is of utmost importance." The small yellow weasel continued to wail, and Gu Wanmin, feeling a twinge of compassion, slightly furrowed his long brows and murmured, "It's so small, we might as well let it go." Mao Gongji disagreed, retorting, "Even flies are meat. With 4 of us, can we survive on just this one rabbit?" Tofu, known for his soft-heartedness, hence my nickname for him, gazed at the weasel for a moment before saying, "With such a small creature, how much meat could you possibly gain? I think we should release it." He then snatched the weasel from Mao Gongji's grasp and placed it on the ground. The clever weasel seized the opportunity to dart into the grass, disappearing in an instant. Mao Gongji, slightly vexed, attempted to argue with Tofu. I have always been one to side with friends rather than reason, and despite Tofu having released our potential meal, I chose to support him. With an expressionless demeanor, I addressed Mao Gongji, "A mere weasel cub, letting it go is inconsequential. Just give me the rabbit, and I shall roast it." As Tofu had remarked, when I am not smiling, I appear rather stern and intimidating. Mao Gongji dared to argue with Tofu because he perceived him as easy to bully, yet he refrained from doing so with me. Sheepishly, he rubbed his nose and hastily processed the rabbit before passing it to me. Having previously sold barbecued food, I understood that even in the absence of spices, the difference in cooking techniques could yield vastly different flavors. In no time, the rabbit was sizzling and golden, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that made our stomachs harmonize in a symphony of hunger. Soon, we devoured the entire rabbit with great zeal. Interestingly, the rabbit was not one that Mao Gongji had hunted. In his own words, he had merely been extraordinarily lucky. Not far from where we had stopped, we discovered a rabbit trapped beneath a stone, along with a larger and a smaller yellow weasel. The larger one fled at the sight of us, while the smaller one, caught unawares, was apprehended along with the rabbit. Having sufficiently satisfied our hunger and thirst, and after a much-needed rest, we found ourselves in the depths of night. Overwhelmed by fatigue, and unable to proceed further. We decided to spend the night in a hollow beneath the cliff. The experience of sleeping outdoors was far from pleasant. In the midst of slumber, we were frequently jolted awake by various unsettling noises or by insects crawling upon us, resulting in a night of disquietude. Upon awakening the next morning, we sat in a disheveled state, exchanging glances in the hollow. My wristwatch indicated it was 8 o'clock in the morning, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in a darkness akin to spilled ink, prompting an instinctive awareness that something was amiss. Dofu swallowed hard, nervously suggesting, could it be that the spirits of the underworld have not yet departed from us? A different thought emerged in my mind, pondering whether we had truly escaped the realm of the dead, or if we were merely lost in a perplexing loop. I recalled the folklore term ghost wall, which describes being misled by apparitions, endlessly circling a particular location without escape. However, one would expect such a phenomenon to dissipate with the arrival of daylight. Yet even as daylight had seemingly broken, the eerie atmosphere around us persisted, leading to further confusion. A chill ran through the hearts of the four of us as we huddled together, engaging in various speculations. Some suggested it was the work of malevolent spirits. Others attributed it to supernatural beings, all of which felt utterly absurd. Gu ultimately shook her head, stating, "We cannot ascertain the nature of this situation. But remaining here is not a viable option. I propose we move forward for a while." With no alternative at hand, we resumed our journey along the winding mountain road, surrounded by an unchanging darkness. At that moment, the rain began to pour heavily once more, chilling our skin to the bone. The monotonous environment and the frigid rain cast a pall over our group, enveloping us in a deepening silence. Suddenly, Dofu halted in his tracks, shaking my arm with urgency. "Chen, look, there's a flicker of light over there." I shook the water from my hair and retorted, "You should retract that weirdo remark." I then turned my gaze in the direction he indicated, where, amidst the darkness, I discerned several dim yellow glimmers, reminiscent of lanterns adorning some structure. The sight of light invigorated our spirits. Gu Wenmin's face broke into a smile, her previously serious demeanor lightening, her voice now as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, filled with a hint of mirth. "If there are people, we can inquire for directions," she proposed. Dofu initially appeared excited, but then, surveying our surroundings, he scratched his head and muttered, "This is eerie." I inquired, "What is wrong?" Dofu replied, "If I tell you, you mustn't hit me." I fixed my gaze upon him, thinking, what absurdity will he utter this time? Yet I said, "Relax, I'm not a weirdo. Why would I hit you? Just speak." Easily swayed, Dofu blinked with an air of mystery, walking through the wilderness at night, in desolate mountains, where human presence is scarce, and suddenly spotting a light. "Doesn't that sound like a plot from a ghost story? What do you think? Is that light from a place where people reside, or?" His words caused Gu Wenmin's face to pale momentarily, and even Mayaganji appeared sufficiently startled. His words made me feel somewhat uneasy, but upon reflection, I thought, surely curses could not be so twisted as to bring upon us every misfortune? Moreover, this is not some desolate wilderness. Above us lies a road, a testament to modern civilization, a place devoid of supernatural entities. With this thought, I contemplated delivering a slap to his head, but then reconsidered, realizing that his mind was already somewhat muddled. Another blow might render him completely foolish. Instead, I opted to kick him squarely on his rear end, exclaiming, "A dog's mouth cannot utter ivory. Even ghosts possess dignity. Who would go out of their way to trouble us?" The tofu-headed fellow yelped, clutching his backside. "You said you wouldn't hit me." I retorted, "Did I strike you? I merely kicked you." Gu Wenmin observed this exchange, her initial concern giving way to a reluctant smile as she remarked, "Zhong Qian, you shouldn't keep bullying him, especially at a time like this. You two can still bicker?" Yet, I found merit in Xiaodo's words. Caution would indeed serve us well. Mao Gongji, superstitious and hesitant, lingered behind us. Ignoring him, we pressed on, and soon he, feeling increasingly anxious in solitude, hurried to catch up with our group. The four of us trudged through the pouring rain, weary yet supporting one another, making our way toward the flickering lights in the distance. That line of illumination appeared ethereal amidst the rain, like a vision through layers of gauze, and gradually, we drew nearer. Chapter 34. Inyang Liubu Village. Exhausted, we trudged on, the rabbit meat from the previous night having long been digested, our stomachs growling as we approached the source of light. As we neared, we could vaguely discern a cluster of buildings standing amidst the rain. At that moment, my legs felt heavy, trailing behind, while Mao Gongji and Gu Wanmin took the lead. Suddenly, Gu Wanmin halted, calling out to us, "Look, there's a stone tablet here." Following her gaze, we found indeed a stone tablet standing amidst the overgrown grass, partially obscured by weeds, its exposed surface bearing the marks of age, entwined with creeping vines. Clearly, this tablet had weathered the passage of time. Tofu squinted, asking, "What does it say?" Being somewhat nearsighted and having broken his glasses during his fall, he struggled to read in the pouring rain. Hearing him, I pulled the vines away from the stone tablet, and, illuminated by the dim glow of my flashlight, I discerned 5 archaic characters etched upon it, revealing an exceedingly peculiar name: Needn't Village. Gu Wenmin appeared equally taken aback, exclaiming, "What a strange name. Needn't Village? What do you think it means?" I shook my head, utterly uncertain. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay our destination, and I could now make out the shapes of the buildings, all remarkably vintage, suggesting they had stood for quite some time. The village was lit, indicating it was not abandoned. Mao Gongji, shivering, stammered, "This village name is ancient and odd. I've driven around here for years and never heard of such a place. I think we should reconsider our plans." Tofu appeared utterly bewildered, his eyes darting among us, his expression marked by hesitation. He proposed we should venture inside. We cannot remain exposed to the rain indefinitely. However, Mao Gongji immediately countered, "What if something goes awry? Who will bear the consequences?" Tofu, incensed, retorted, "I will take responsibility." Despite his usual timidity, akin to that of a mouse, he pointed at Gu Wanmin and me, asserting, "They are already injured. The bandages on their foreheads are seeping blood. If we continue to wander in this rain, my brother will surely perish." He cursed vehemently, casting a fierce glare at Mao Gongji, declaring, "If you refuse to join us, then be gone. We shall enter to seek medicinal remedies." He then turned to me, his gaze resolute, yet I could discern the underlying anxiety beneath his determined facade. Instinctively, I glanced at Gu Wenmin's forehead, and indeed, it had begun to ooze blood once more. I presumed my own condition was not much better. Our circumstances were ill-suited for further wandering in the rain. Tofu was correct. Despite the peculiarities of Needn't Village, we had no choice but to investigate further. Observing our numbers, Mao Gongji, with a sorrowful countenance, trailed behind us, reluctant to argue. Beyond the stone wall lay a muddy path, ravaged by the rain, leading straight into the village. We advanced along this path until we reached the village's entrance. At the center of the village was a clear thoroughfare, paved with irregular bluestone slabs, flanked by wooden houses, most of which were 2 or 3 stories high, adorned with corridors where crops might typically dry in the sun. This was a quintessential architectural style of the Tujia ethnic group in western Hunan, yet it also incorporated elements of Han architecture, presenting a dark and cohesive appearance amidst a labyrinth of narrow paths leading into obscurity. The entire village was shrouded in darkness, the only sources of light being the lanterns we had previously observed, haphazardly suspended from the eaves of several wooden structures. The silk lanterns swayed precariously in the wind, rendering the village devoid of any signs of life, resembling a desolate ghost town. If that were the case, who had ignited the lanterns atop the village buildings? Standing in the rain, we gazed at the shadowy wooden edifices, an unsettling feeling creeping over us. Gu Wenmin instinctively inched closer to me. Her exposed arm brushed against my muscular arm, cold as ice. I turned to glance at her. Raindrops cascaded down her eyelashes, her expression cautious. Perhaps due to her frequent sojourns in the wilderness, though tense, she remained composed rather than succumbing to the panic typical of most young women. Our gazes involuntarily lingered on the lanterns. What kept them alight? Who had kindled their glow? Was there anyone still residing in this village? As we pondered these questions, a fleeting, gaunt figure suddenly flashed across my vision, appearing on the second level of the wooden building, like a specter, vanishing in the dim, golden light of the lanterns. Even with my usual boldness, my heart tightened in fear, and my mind was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the figure that had just turned away emerged from the corner once more, and this time, everyone noticed him, and he, in turn, observed us. Due to the considerable distance, we could not discern his features, yet we could ascertain his approximate age. He was a gaunt old man, standing beneath a lantern, peering at us. Before I could utter a word, Gu Wanmin, summoning her courage, called out to him, "Elder, we are lost travelers. Might you kindly open the door and allow us to stay the night?" The old man, upon hearing her, remained silent, turning back to blend into the darkness. Moments later, however, we saw that the door on the first floor was opened from within. Evidently, the old man had accepted us and permitted us to enter to escape the rain. It seemed that we had been overly cautious. There were indeed people here. We were filled with joy and hurriedly dashed into the room, scarcely pausing to investigate, swiftly closing the door behind us to block out the cold wind and rain. Yet, when we regained our composure, the old man who had opened the door was nowhere to be seen. Doufu, perplexed, inquired, "Where did he go?" Mao Gongji, his expression tense, scanned the surroundings, muttering, "He appears to be elusive. The lighting is far too dim." The ground floor of the wooden building contained only a single wooden table, upon which a kerosene lamp flickered, casting a faint glow. Under this meager light, I examined the surroundings and discovered the absence of any electrical wires, indicating that, astonishingly, this village had yet to be electrified. This was indeed peculiar, and I grew wary. Addressing the empty wooden structure, I called out, "Elder, thank you for letting us in. May I inquire if there is any food available?" My heart raced with apprehension, contemplating whether misfortune had truly befallen me, bringing malevolent spirits to trouble me, or if I had encountered something unclean. Just as I ventured to voice my concerns, an aged and hoarse voice drifted down from the second floor. "There is food in the cupboard below. Help yourselves. You may sleep on the first floor. It is inconvenient for you to ascend to the second." Although the voice was unpleasant, it was undeniably human. After all, if it were a ghost, it would hardly be so benevolent as to provide us with sustenance. Doufu, already famished, gained a bit of boldness upon hearing this and cast a keen glance around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the old wooden cupboard not far away. He approached, opened the cupboard, and indeed found some food inside. He promptly brought out the offerings, which were clearly leftovers collected by the old man. A generous bowl of white rice, a coarse ceramic bowl filled with sweet potatoes, and half a bowl of wild mountain chicken awaited us. At this moment, our hunger overrode any sense of discrimination, and we divided the meager fare, sitting at the table to eat and drink. Though the portions were scant, we were far better off than enduring hunger in the bitter cold outside. Gu Wenmin found a dark corner to change out of her wet clothes. Her backpack, designed to carry equipment, was waterproof, so her clothing remained dry. As for Doufu and me, we were less fortunate, having to wring out the excess moisture, donning only our undergarments, and hanging our wet clothes in hopes that they would dry by the next day. It was summer, and one would typically expect oppressive heat. But perhaps due to its remote location in the deep mountains, this rainy night was imbued with a chilling aura. The elderly man who took us in for the night seemed to harbor a disdain for strangers. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in my mind, I refrained from voicing them and buried my thoughts deep within as we hastily fashioned a makeshift wooden table to sleep on. The chill of the night rendered our slumber restless. In a daze, I was roused by a peculiar sound, faint yet unsettling. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed Gu Wenmin had also awakened, propped up on her elbows, attentively listening with a wary expression. She cast a glance my way and subtly shook her head, signaling me to remain silent. I joined her in listening, and soon discerned that the sound emanated from the second floor above us, resembling the tinkling of bells. Doufu and the rooster were soundly asleep, oblivious to the commotion. Gu Wenmin's slender brows furrowed slightly as she whispered, "Zhong Qian, why is that old man ringing bells in the middle of the night?" I shook my head, feeling an unsettling strangeness about the place. The thought of the various peculiarities surrounding us extinguished any remaining drowsiness. I murmured, "This place feels off. I fear there may be some danger. Stay here and do not move. I will sneak upstairs to investigate what that old man is up to." Gu Wenmin hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, whispering back, "Be careful." Chapter 35. Shadows. In order to avoid making noise, I removed my shoes and crept barefoot, daring not to turn on the light, clutching only a flashlight in my hand as I ascended the wooden staircase leading to the second floor. With each step upward, the sound of the bells grew more distinct. Upon reaching the second floor, darkness enveloped me, save for the faint glow from below, which spared me from being completely blind in the dark. The sound appeared to be coming from my right, so I cautiously made my way in that direction. Suddenly, the wooden floorboards beneath me creaked in protest, as though they resented the weight of my presence. The noise rang out sharply in the stillness of the night, sending a jolt of apprehension through me. I thought, "Good heavens, must all misfortunes befall me tonight?" Just as this thought crossed my mind, I heard the unmistakable creak of a door opening to my right. A gaunt old man emerged, holding a white candle, his waxy, pallid face and murky eyes fixed on me with an eerie intensity, as he inquired ominously, "Who permitted you to come up here?" I sensed the gravity of the situation, yet knowing he was human quelled some of my fear. Gripping my flashlight tightly, I resolved that if this old man posed any threat, I would not hesitate to defend myself, regardless of his age. The ringing had ceased, and I then noticed that in his left hand, he held the candle, while his right hand dangled, clutching a brass bell, reminiscent of the ceremonial instruments wielded by Taoist priests. I pondered, is this old man engaged in some form of superstition by ringing bells at such an hour? This notion seemed plausible, as the region of Shanxi has long been steeped in beliefs concerning spirits, with an array of taboos and customs. If that were the case, perhaps I could rest easy. Considering this, I chose not to confront him outright, recognizing that I was still a guest in his abode. Thus I spoke. "My apologies for disturbing you, sir. I heard some noises from upstairs in the dead of night, and thought there might be a rat. Grateful for your hospitality. I possess no extraordinary skills, yet catching mice is my forte. Hence I prepared to ascend the stairs to rid you of this pestilence." The old man, with his murky eyes fixed upon me, spoke in a voice that was both hoarse and grating, much like a whisper, saying, "This place is sparsely populated. Most have already departed, inevitably attracting a few rodents and wildcats. I have grown accustomed to it. There is no rush. Please return to the first floor." I offered the old man a way out, and sensing my youthful vigor, he chose not to confront me further, allowing my descent back to the ground floor. Having discerned the reality of the situation, I had no desire to linger. The dimly lit second floor exuded a musty odor that was quite discomforting. I promptly turned to leave, while the old man extinguished the candlelight and retreated into the enveloping darkness of his room, seemingly to sleep. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Gu awaited my return. Seeing me emerge, he lowered his voice and inquired, "What transpired?" I shared my speculation, suggesting, "They are likely engaging in some form of supernatural conjuring. Such beliefs are prevalent in this region of Shanxi. Nothing to worry about." At my words, Gu felt reassured. It was the dead of night, and the group, weary from the day's exertions, soon surrendered to slumber once more. In a hazy state, I felt an unusual warmth radiating from my wrist. This warmth was not intense, yet it starkly contrasted with the chilly dampness of the night, rousing me from my drowsiness. Upon glancing at the time, I realized that 2 hours had elapsed since my last awakening. Unable to resist, I inspected my warm wrist, and a wave of unease washed over me as I recognized the source: the bracelet of peachwood beads crafted by my grandfather. Previously, at the bottom of the Huiyong River, I had employed this very bracelet against a feral cat, striking true, yet one bead had since cracked. Legend has it that peach wood is the staff of Quafu, revered throughout history as a sacred talisman for warding off evil spirits. Now, it had cracked anew. Could it be that this place truly harbors some malevolent entity? Had the peachwood beads once again spared me from peril? Or was it merely a consequence of age and the dampness of recent days that caused the fracture? These thoughts flitted through my mind, banishing much of my sleepiness. Meanwhile, Gu and the others remained deeply asleep. I instinctively reached into my pocket, wishing to retrieve a cigarette, only to remember it had long since been ruined by the rain. The sudden fracture of the peachwood beads instilled within me an ominous premonition. Though I had once dismissed such superstitions, the series of events at the Huiyong River had awakened me to the existence of forces beyond human comprehension. Outside, the storm raged on, the wind howling fiercely, a stark contrast to the urban breeze. Here, the mountain winds traversed the cliffs and treetops, creating a unique rhythm akin to the wails of spirits, enough to terrify the faint-hearted. I instinctively listened for sounds from the second floor and found it eerily quiet. It seemed the peculiar old man had succumbed to sleep. According to his account, this locale appeared to be a relatively remote ancient village, now largely abandoned as its inhabitants sought the comfort of more populated areas. The old man was likely one of those we refer to as an empty nester. A rather pitiable situation indeed. As I pondered this, suddenly, I heard some strange noises. The sound did not emanate from above, but rather from outside the wooden door. It bore a faint resemblance to the sound of footsteps. The unique noise produced by shoes treading on rainwater left no room for doubt in my mind. In this moment of dreary wind and rain, who could possibly be walking in the night? The old man had not descended from the upper floors. Could it be one of the lantern bearers from another household? What business could one have out here at such an hour? The footsteps continued unabated. seemingly drawing nearer to our door. I have always been one to seek the truth rigorously, detesting the feeling of uncertainty. Faced with such an eerie situation, I felt compelled to uncover the mystery. I quietly leapt down from the wooden table and crept to the door, peering through the crack. The dim candlelight within the room failed to illuminate the view outside, leaving me to gaze into an abyss of darkness. I couldn't help but scold myself for my folly. Realizing I had forgotten such a basic principle, how could I possibly see anything clearly? Just as I contemplated abandoning my furtive observation and opening the door boldly, a hazy glow suddenly materialized in the darkness, gradually coming into my line of sight. Upon closer inspection, beneath the torrential downpour stood a gaunt figure. Indistinct in appearance and attire, holding a large red lantern, slowly making its way toward the outskirts of the village. Flanking this figure, indistinct silhouettes of others could be discerned, their genders and ages obscured, yet the sheer number suggested a considerable gathering. I was taken aback, inhaling sharply, when suddenly a frigid hand clasped my shoulder, startling me into turning around. It was Gu-1Min, who had just awakened. She gestured for silence, and behind her stood Dofu, his face etched with confusion, and Mao Gongji, visibly tense. After completing her gesture, Gu-1Min peered through the door crack, returning her gaze about 10 seconds later, fear evident in her eyes as she proclaimed, "They are not human. Not human." I was momentarily at a loss. Could they all be spirits? Had my misfortune descended to such depths? Dofu, alarmed by her revelation, nervously implored, "What do you mean, Auntie? Please clarify." Gu-1Min's dark eyes, betraying tension yet maintaining a semblance of composure, slowly exhaled and lowered her voice. "I cannot discern their features, but my eyesight is keen. I notice that their heels do not touch the ground." Mao Gongji gasped sharply. His complexion draining of color as a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and his teeth began to chatter. Dofu, however, appeared less frightened, his expression one of bewilderment as he inquired of Gu-1Min, "What does it mean that their heels do not touch the ground?" I interjected, "According to folklore, when a ghost possesses a person, that person's heels remain elevated." Gu-1Min nodded, her concern deepening. Could it be that those outside are possessed by spirits? Reflecting on the earlier scene, I shook my head, asserting, "I doubt it. This place is seldom trodden by human feet, and such a multitude is inherently abnormal. I suspect they are not possessed at all. They likely are not human to begin with." As the words fell, Dofu was utterly terrified. His face contorted in anguish as he distanced himself from me, exclaiming, "I was wrong. I should keep my distance from you, this unfortunate pervert. Oh God, save me." My mind raced with myriad thoughts, and I responded, "Do not call upon God. I recall that just last night you dared to speak ill of him, even targeting his mother. Do you truly believe he will come to your aid?" Dofu, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I would rather brave the rain outside than remain here. What do you all say?" Gu-1Min lowered her voice, saying, "Xiao Dou is right. Braving the rain outside is preferable to staying here. Once those things outside have vacated, we shall leave." Just as she finished speaking, Mao Gongji stuttered, What if they don't leave?" Dofu mustered his courage and retorted, "Not leave? Do they intend to linger here and breed?" Mao Gongji swallowed hard, shaking his head. "It's not what you think." He pointed towards the door, and we instinctively turned to look. There, on the paper-covered window of the wooden door, a multitude of shadowy figures had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 36. The Village of Corpses. Those figures stood rigidly outside the door, their shadows casting eerie silhouettes on the yellowed paper, resembling phantoms. In that moment, the four of us inside the room froze, holding our breath as all sounds, save for the howling wind and rain, ceased. Gu-1Min's beautiful lips pressed into a thin line, her dark gaze fixated on the shadows upon the door. Then, she turned to me, her voice trembling. "What shall we do, Lao Chun?" She had always called me by my name, yet in this urgent moment, her address had shifted. Dofu rubbed his eyes fiercely, muttering, "This must be an illusion. I must still be dreaming." After saying this, he opened his eyes again, and upon seeing the shadows at the door, fear flickered in his eyes, nearly tipping into despair. I was uncertain of my own expression. Though I ought to possess the greatest fortitude among us, I too felt my limbs grow cold, my heart pounding violently, and my throat dry. At that moment, the rigid black shadows outside suddenly stirred, accompanied by a resounding thud that echoed through the night as they began to batter the door. Without needing to peer through the cracks, I knew that those entities, which had originally moved toward the village outskirts, had now amassed outside our door. The old wooden bolt creaked ominously under the assault, as if it would splinter at any moment. Dofu and the others appeared paralyzed with fear. I forced myself to regain composure and shouted, "Quick, brace the door with something." The three of them, momentarily lost in terror with blank minds, sprang into action at my command, moving faster than I had expected. They hurriedly began to shift the nearest table, followed by the cabinet and a side table, sealing the wooden door tightly. These would surely not give way. A collective sigh of relief escaped us, yet just as the breath was ready to leave our throats, a resounding bang shattered the stillness as a large hole broke through the ornate window, splintering wood flying, and a gaunt head began to protrude through the opening. It was a visage of a corpse, mottled in shades of purplish blue, with two lewdly glistening eyes of a murky yellow, fixated upon us with an unsettling intensity. Its head was merely a thin layer of skin, resembling a macabre, animated cadaver. Accompanying its emergence was an overpowering stench of decay that assailed our senses, far more horrifying than the corpses we had encountered in the river. It struggled to force its head through, and though the door was barricaded, the ornate upper section of this antiquated wooden door was frail, unable to withstand the relentless assault. With a resounding crash, another head squeezed through, and at this rate, the upper portion of the door was on the verge of being shattered. In a moment of urgency, I recalled the old man on the second floor, and I found myself questioning whether he was indeed human or specter. As those ghastly entities prepared to invade, Tofu's lips trembled as he stammered, "What? What should we do, old Chen?" Despite my usual bravery, my mind faltered under the dire circumstances, and I could only utter, "I have no idea what these are." "Hurry. They're coming in. Let us head to the second floor. There are plenty of rooms there. We must close the door and hide for a while." Prompted by my urgency, the others wasted no time, grabbing their backpacks and scurrying upstairs like frightened animals. We had scarcely reached the staircase when the decaying figures outside smashed through the wooden door, spilling in one after another. In my hurried glance, I noticed they were all clad in tattered rags, their skin a ghastly blue-purple, with a few bodies still wearing modern mountaineering attire, not yet fully decomposed. A sea of corpses surged into the ground floor, their murky eyes fixated on us as we ascended the stairs. We dared not linger, sprinting breathlessly into the hallway on the second floor. The area was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the feeble, yellow glow of our flashlight, which seemed to be running low on power. I quickly spotted a tightly shut door and pointed, saying, "The old man is inside. Let us see if we can push it open and take refuge." Despite being a girl, Gu-1min, presumably accustomed to the rigors of photography, was in excellent shape and reached the door first. Without hesitation, she exerted force, and to our surprise, the wooden door creaked open effortlessly. Gu-1min, taken aback by the ease of it, momentarily froze. I had anticipated a struggle, and the sudden simplicity of the act left me momentarily bewildered. My cautious nature made me uneasy at such an uncanny occurrence, but before I could dwell on it, Tofu gasped, "They're coming." Turning around, I saw a corpse had indeed ascended to the staircase and was about to enter our hallway. Despite my mounting trepidation, there was little time for contemplation. The four of us swiftly darted into the room, shutting the door behind us and securing it with a bolt, allowing us a momentary sigh of relief. Tofu urged, "Quick, let us move some furniture to barricade the door." Without delay, Gu-1min and Mao Gongji began to rearrange the room's tables and chairs, while I took the opportunity to survey our surroundings with the flashlight. The interior of the room exudes a distinctly vintage charm, although not ostentatious. It adheres to the layout of an ancient loft, divided into two sections. One area serves as a sleeping quarter, partially shielded by a dust-laden, dilapidated screen. The other area is designated for guests, furnished with an antiquated tea table and little else. Despite the commotion, the old man remained conspicuously absent, reinforcing my suspicion that he was not entirely human. Situated on the second floor, the wooden door was considerably lower, and we had piled various items against it, providing a temporary sense of security from intrusion. It was only at this moment that we felt a genuine sigh of relief. Gu-1min expressed her concern. "What shall we do now?" Dofu replied, "We cannot remain in this place. We must devise a means of escape." Mao Gongji stammered, "But this is a village of corpses. There are so many dead outside. How can we possibly escape?" In a moment of clarity, Dofu recalled, "When we entered, we came through the village's main gate, but now we are on the second floor. The back of the second floor should face the outskirts of the village. Let us investigate from that angle." Gu Wenmin's eyes brightened with appreciation. That method is feasible. I believe the back should be located directly across from us, in the bedroom behind the screen. Let us go and take a look. Meanwhile, the entities outside had crowded onto the second floor, beginning to pound on the door. The low wooden door, burdened by the accumulation of furniture, held up precariously against their assault. The four of us swiftly maneuvered around the screen, guided by the faint glow of the flashlight, and entered the inner bedroom. To our astonishment, we discovered a figure lying on the bed. Dofu exclaimed, "Goodness! This old man is still sleeping." Gu Wenmin cautioned, "There is something amiss. A normal person would not be able to sleep through such a ruckus. Everyone, exercise caution." With that, she rummaged through her backpack and tossed us several items that appeared to be camera equipment, including a sturdy tripod, which could serve as makeshift weapons. In a moment of levity, Dofu flattered Gu Wenmin, saying, "Miss Gu, you are truly a beacon of hope in our darkest hour, like timely rain in a parched land. Your kindness warms my heart." I felt an urge to silence him with a swift blow, whispering, "Enough with the flattery. Let us focus on the task at hand." Mao Gongji was of little use, and I could not allow Gu Wenmin, a young woman, to take risks alone. I exchanged a knowing glance with Dofu, who, despite his timid nature, understood the gravity of the situation and bravely moved forward. We approached the old man on the bed, flanking him from either side. As we drew closer, the dim light revealed the figure's identity beyond doubt. It was indeed the old man, his back turned to us, and he lay uncovered, exposing a portion of his neck. Upon seeing the exposed area, a chill crept over me, for his neck was devoid of flesh. Merely a layer of dry skin clinging to bone, rendering the skeletal structure eerily visible. Simultaneously, a strange odor, neither completely foul nor entirely pleasant, invaded our nostrils. Tofu held his breath and spoke in a hushed tone. "What is that smell? It seems somewhat familiar." I thought to myself, of course it's familiar. It's the scent of corpse oil emanating from the remains in the backflow river. The elderly figure before us was indeed a corpse that had already begun to exude oil. Chapter 37. The corpse handler gazing at the lifeless body. I could only muster a bitter smile. Ever since we entered this village of yin and yang, we had yet to encounter a single living soul. This was undeniably a village of the dead. Tofu, lacking in perception, had yet to grasp that the individual before us was a cadaver. He poked the body on the bed with his tripod, politely urging, "Old man, wake up." I interjected, "No need for such courtesy." With that, I nudged the corpse with the object in my hand, causing it to roll over. Its skin was dry and darkened, the eyes sunken, rendering its features unrecognizable. The only identifiable garment was that of the old man who had taken us in. As the body turned, a sudden chime of a bell echoed, revealing that the corpse was clutching a brass bell identical to one I had seen before. Could it be that it was the spirit of this very corpse engaging me in conversation? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. However, as the bell rang, the throng of corpses outside fell eerily silent, standing rigidly at the door, no longer in motion. Gu Wenmin furrowed her brow, perplexed, her dark gaze fixated outside, before turning to me and whispering, "What is happening?" Tofu, with his vivid imagination, speculated, the calm before the storm. They must be waiting for their skills to cool down before unleashing their ultimate move. I retorted, "Nonsense. If you played fewer online games, you might not think such things. I suspect it's this bell at play. The moment it rings, the horde outside ceases its movement. It seems rather coincidental. Coupled with the old man's late-night bell ringing, it becomes even more peculiar." With that thought, I crouched down and carefully extracted the bell from the corpse's hand, while Tofu immediately directed the flashlight's beam upon it. The four of us scrutinized the bell, discovering its surface etched with many symbols reminiscent of Taoist talismans. Strangely, the interior of the bell bore the peculiar likeness of a grotesque face, with bulging eyes like brass bells and bared fangs, resembling a malevolent spirit. Initially, I had been uncertain upon first seeing the bell, but its core left no doubt in my mind. I addressed the group. "You all must be familiar with the practice of corpse handling in Shaanxi, correct?" Tofu replied, "Yes, it's often depicted in films and novels." Suddenly, his mind seemed to spark with clarity as he exclaimed, "Could it be that this corpse is a corpse handler?" I nodded in affirmation. Gu Wenmin appeared skeptical, asking, "How do you know this?" I gestured towards the bell, indicating its core, and explained, "Films and novels do frequently mention the practice of corpse handling in Shaanxi. However, much of it is artistically exaggerated and fictionalized. In truth, The intricacies of authentic corpse handling are profound. One could speak of it for an entire day and night without exhausting its depth. Jiangxi is a confluence of diverse ethnic groups, with numerous minorities residing in the region. Among them, the practice of corpse herding is a facet of Miao culture steeped in shamanistic traditions. It is widely acknowledged that the Miao people possess profound knowledge of toxic arts and the craft of corpse herding, alongside the venomous allure of the Miao's flower cave maidens, forms the notorious three evils of Jiangxi. The primary function of corpse herding lies in the hands of skilled practitioners, known as corpse herders, who are tasked with returning the remains of those who have died far from home. It is said that, wielding a soul-capturing bell and striking a small gong, the herder invokes a secret technique that compels the corpses to follow them faithfully across mountains and rivers back to their homelands. The herder, typically garbed in a ceremonial robe, leads the procession of corpses, each draped in black shrouds, while a living individual, referred to as the corpse herder, guides the way, regardless of the number of bodies. The herder manages them alone, resting during the day and traveling at night. Along the journey, there exists a peculiar establishment known as the Dead Man's Rest, a mysterious inn exclusively for corpses and their herders, shunned by ordinary folk. Its doors remain perpetually open throughout the year. The herder arrives at this eerie inn before dawn and departs quietly under the cover of darkness. The practice of corpse herding is governed by specific rules, distinguishing between those who can be herded and those who cannot. Those who suffered decapitation, were executed by hanging, or died in cages can be herded, as they are believed to have met their demise unwillingly, yearning for their homeland and loved ones. Through arcane rituals, their spirits can be summoned and bound to their respective remains, enabling their return homeward over land and water. Conversely, individuals who succumbed to illness, voluntarily drowned, or perished by lightning or fire are deemed ineligible for herding. The souls of the ill have already been claimed by the King of Hell and cannot be retrieved. Those who drowned or hanged may have their souls entangled in replacements, risking disruption to their reincarnation should a new spirit be summoned. Moreover, those struck by lightning are often deemed to bear heavy sins, and fire victims, lacking in corporeal integrity, are similarly excluded from this process. The intricacies of these customs are vast and cannot be succinctly conveyed. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanmin glanced at the pile of corpses outside our door, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be that this village of yin and yang is, in fact, a corpse-herding inn?" Dofu, rendered speechless, queried, "Bizarre Chun, you deny being peculiar. Yet who else would possess such knowledge? How can you be certain this old man is a corpse herder?" In my mind, I pondered the connection between tomb raiders and corpse herders. Both deal with the deceased, and when these two groups cross paths, the heavy aura of the tomb raiders might disturb the corpses under the herder's care. Thus, within the mushroom hunting community, there exists a rule: should a tomb raider encounter a corpse herder, they must swiftly retreat and remain hidden. Failure to do so could provoke the corpses to rise and attack, a fact duly noted in my grandfather's work journal. Of course, I could not articulate this openly, especially in the presence of Gu Wanmin and Mao Gongji. So, I turned to Dofu and remarked, "I am an avid learner, while you indulge in games. I am continually acquiring knowledge, surpassing your understanding. As for how I discern this, it is quite simple. Observe the shape of the bell core. It resembles the visage of a sinister ghost. It is said that within the netherworld, there exists a guide who directs wandering souls along the path of the Yellow Springs. Wherever the guide points, the spirits must follow." The soul-capturing bell is divided into two types, one of which features a core shaped like the fearsome figure of the King of Hell, an unmistakable design. Mao Gongji, a local, was well versed in the lore of corpse drivers, and upon hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "No wonder this place is called Yin Yang Liubu Village. It is indeed a village inhabited by the deceased. I believe this corpse driver must have met an untimely end here. The bodies outside may very well be those he failed to escort back." His words reminded me of the old man I had heard ringing the bell in the dead of night, and I pondered whether he had left his work unfinished, harboring regrets that kept the souls from departing, thus compelling him to ring the bell each night to guide the corpses. Before we had discovered our presence, those bodies had clearly been moving outward, attempting to escape the village. Alas, the corpse driver was dead. It is said that spirits who die unexpectedly cannot leave the place of their demise, and thus the corpses remaining in Yin Yang Liubu village are likely forever beyond his reach. What transpired years ago when the old man rested with the bodies in this village remains an enigma, a mystery we are powerless to unravel. Dofu, with a kind heart, addressed the corpse driver's remains, saying, "Elder, we mean no offense and understand your unjust death. When I return home, I shall surely conduct a ritual to liberate your spirit. However, before that, I implore you to help us. Please, raise your hand once more and ring the bell, sending the zombies outside back to their slumber. We would be eternally grateful. Amiss, hallelujah, amen." I recalled the other bodies we had discovered, adorned in modern attire. It struck me that we were not the first outsiders to visit Liubu village. Those corpses wore mountaineering gear, suggesting they were part of a climbing team that had lost their way and succumbed to the fate dealt by these very undead, becoming a part of their ranks. If we did not devise a means of escape, the next group to arrive would find us among the corpses. With this realization, any sympathy I had felt for the old man evaporated. He, too, was a menace even in death, deserving of his fate. Understanding the sequence of events alleviated some of the fear within us. Gu-1 remarked, "It appears that these corpses are bound by the corpse driver's constraints. They cannot leave the village. Let us proceed with our original plan and see if we can leap out from the rear." I nodded in agreement, placing the bell on a nearby table, confident that the corpses could not reach it and thus unable to cause further mischief. We then began searching for a window or any means of egress in the bedroom. Chapter 38. Numerous corpses. The sole source of light in the room emanated from our feeble flashlights. With no vacant land surrounding us, the chamber was spacious, yet shrouded in darkness on all sides, rendering it impossible to discern anything at a glance. Given that our only illumination came from the flashlights, we refrained from splitting up, keeping close to the walls as we searched. However, as we approached the wall's edge, we were suddenly confronted with a truly horrifying scene. At the foot of the wall, there stood several bodies, neatly arranged and draped in white linen. These corpses, both young and old, lay with their eyes closed and expressions serene. After witnessing a multitude of terrifying desiccated remains, the sight of these tranquil figures evoked no fear. Even Dofu, emboldened, remarked that these individuals seemed more amenable. But what were they doing in this old man's room? Mao Gongji stammered, "I've heard that corpses do not stray far from their bearers. Could it be that these are the bodies the corpse transporter originally brought?" Gu-1, upon hearing this, appeared puzzled and replied softly, "If that is the case, then who transported the bodies outside? Indeed, these corpses in the room were gathered by the elderly man. But who was responsible for the multitude of bodies outside?" I recalled the figure I had glimpsed through the crack in the door, the tall, slender silhouette holding a lantern, and a new hypothesis emerged in my mind. Could it be that this place harbored more than one corpse transporter? Were there others who had perished here, leaving their charges behind? What events transpired in this village of Liubu? At that moment, the storm outside seemed to cease, and the bodies beyond the door remained motionless. We held our breath, standing before these remains, our minds racing with countless thoughts. Before any of these thoughts could fully form, a sudden chill swept through the darkness, brushing against our necks. Instinctively, we recoiled, and then came the sound of a bell. The soul-calling bell I had placed on the table. Tossed by the gust, it fell to the ground. In the darkness, the ringing was strikingly clear, and my heart sank with foreboding. The movement of the bell could herald an ominous turn of events. Reflexively, we directed our gaze toward the entrance, anxious that the now quiet entities might unleash their fury once more. Yet, fortune favored us this time. The bell did not disturb the corpses outside. Dofu exhaled in relief, stating, "It seems this old man is aiding us. The bell has not had its intended effect." A hint of a smile appeared on Gu-1's usually solemn face, bringing a flicker of warmth to the tense and shadowy atmosphere. "It appears that both God and Buddha have heeded your prayers," she remarked. As if she had more to convey, her gaze suddenly faltered, her smile fading into a straight line as she fixed her eyes on a corner of the darkness. "Did any of you notice how many corpses were in front of us just now?" I reflected momentarily and replied, 6. 3 tall, 2 short, and 1 small. "Wait, where has the small one gone?" In the darkness, the last of the child's corpse, which had been at the rear, had vanished without a trace. It had clearly been there just moments ago. Mao Gongji, now utterly bewildered, exclaimed, "Oh dear, what misfortune have we encountered this time?" In this tense moment, he had lost his stutter. Since the arrival at the gates of the underworld, Dofu has been subjected to a series of frightful experiences, instilling in him a fierce resolve. He exclaimed, "Damn it! Do they truly believe we are mere soft persimmons? What manner of demons dare approach us?" With that, he seized his tripod, its weighty form swinging in his grasp, and commanded, "Lao Chun, shine the flashlight and reveal where that creature is lurking." The tiger does not roar, and they presume I am on the brink of death. Today, Do ye shall confront these specters, unyielding as a wild dog devouring bare gallbladder. I too felt an overwhelming dread. The entities outside continued to encircle us while disturbances arose within. Such is the folly of misfortune. Even drinking cold water can lead to discomfort. I am not one to shy away from challenges, yet Dofu's fervor ignited my own spirit. Wielding my makeshift weapon, I moved toward the shadows illuminated by the flashlight, instructing Dofu, "Stay back. I shall proceed alone." Dofu replied, "Good brother, in life and death, I cannot let you face this peril alone." I retorted, "Little Do, I appreciate your sentiment, but before we stand united in fate, might you still those trembling legs of yours? Your pants are on the verge of falling." Gu-1 caught between laughter and despair, spoke in a hushed tone, eyeing our surroundings with trepidation. "Zhong Qian, at this moment, cease your bickering and locate what has vanished." As I conversed with Dofu, I edged closer to the corner. As the light drew near, a shadowy figure squatting with its back to us became visible, seemingly digging into the ground. Upon sensing our illumination, it vanished in an instant. "Over here," I shouted. The confined space by the bed left no room for another to squeeze in, compelling me to rush forward. Yet the child had already disappeared without a trace. Dofu swiftly followed, peering around the corner, bewildered. "Weirdo Chun, have you lost your mind? There's nothing here." "There must be something," I insisted. "Stay alert, it could be hiding. Check beneath the bed." Dofu complied, crouching to examine under the bed while also scanning above, wary of it lurking overhead as the previous creature had. Yet, nothing was found above. At that moment, Dofu abruptly tugged at my pant leg, exclaiming, "There's a dark hole beneath the bed." "A hole?" I questioned. "How could there be a hole under the bed? Could it have burrowed inside?" I quickly lowered myself. And indeed, beneath the foot of the bed, merely 10 centimeters away, lay a large square hole. Shining the flashlight within revealed wooden stairs resembling those leading to a cellar in rural homes. The light was feeble, illuminating only about 4 meters ahead. The staircase descended into obscurity, beyond which lay an impenetrable darkness. The creature must have suddenly slipped away, diving into this underground passage. Gu-1 and her companion, standing outside, could not discern the situation below. Though our acquaintance was brief, her reliability far surpassed that of Mao Gongji, and as she stood guard for us, she suddenly gasped, "Someone is down there." I found myself crouched at the entrance of a hole beneath the observation bed, unable to turn comfortably. I casually inquired, "Who goes there?" Before Gu-1 could respond, the timid Mao Gongji stammered, "There's someone outside our door, holding a lantern." A lantern? Was this not the very individual I had glimpsed through the crack of the door? A sense of dread washed over me. This person could well be the corpse handler, a figure whose nature, human or specter, remained uncertain. Allowing them entry would spell disaster. In a moment of urgency, I urged, "Silence. Quickly, let us retreat into the underground passage." Dofu was drenched in cold sweat as he remarked, "We may evade the first day, but not the 15th. Gritting his teeth, a fierce look crossed his usually gentle features as he declared, "Why don't you all descend first? I will stand guard outside and confront whatever approaches. If it's human, I shall eliminate them." Observing Dofu's palpable fear, I knew he was incapable of murder. Not even a chicken. This situation had ignited a fierce resolve in him for the safety of the group. Yet, I understood that mere bravado was insufficient. Dofu, a frail scholar accustomed to wielding a brush rather than engaging in physical confrontation, lacked the strength to contend with any potential threat, be it human or otherwise. Thus, I proposed, "I shall bring up the rear. You all descend first." Mao Gongji, already paralyzed with fright, hastily insisted, "I will go first." Gu-1 interjected, "Let us not quarrel over this. Our coming together is serendipitous. No one should have to sacrifice themselves. We shall all descend." I realized that the entryway was narrow, permitting only one person at a time. By securing ourselves below, we would create a natural barrier. At her prompting, I smacked my forehead, reflecting on how I had overlooked this detail. Once we entered, we would effectively become an impenetrable line of defense. Without further ado, the 4 of us gathered our belongings and filed into the shadowy passage beneath the bed. Chapter 39. Escape to freedom. The staircase creaked ominously with the weight of years, each step echoing as though it might collapse at any moment. I cautioned my companions to tread carefully. Safety was not guaranteed below, as that animated corpse might be lurking in the dark. Soon, a series of thuds resonated from above, followed by the thunderous crash of something collapsing, likely the very objects we had used to barricade the door. We understood that whatever was up there, along with the lantern bearer, whether human or ghostly, was directly above us. In the darkness, Gu Wanmin suddenly extinguished the light and lowered her voice. Let us assess the situation. As the light vanished, both the staircase and its entrance were engulfed in darkness. We held our breath, listening intently to the footsteps overhead, our hearts pounding like drums. The sound of footsteps approached, reaching the very spot where we had discovered the entrance. At that moment, a wave of apprehension washed over me, and I fixed my gaze intently on the entrance. A faint, yellowish glow seeped through, revealing a lantern whose light flickered ominously. The hand holding the lantern was thin and waxy, skin stretched taut over bone. From this proximity, I could discern its greenish nails. Then, beside the lantern, a face emerged, a human visage, a head peering into the entrance, gazing down upon us. Its face was a sallow hue, and under the dim light, the oily sheen on its visage reflected a slippery texture. Its murky, yellowing eyes darted about, scrutinizing the four of us, akin to a person assessing the wings and legs of a roasted duck before deciding which part might be more delectable. However, should it wish to descend, it would first need to crawl in, and during that process, I held unwavering confidence in my ability to eliminate it. Thus I declared, "You all proceed forward and search for other exits. I shall hold it at bay here." No sooner had I spoken than the creature began its descent down the staircase. I shouted for my companions to flee and seized my weapon, charging forward. Seizing the opportunity while it had yet to fully enter, I struck at its vulnerable neck. The creature was devoid of muscle, its skeletal frame merely covered by skin. My blow landed with a resounding thud, causing its head to loll to one side, releasing a plume of dark vapor from its mouth. Fortunately, drawing from my previous experience, I swiftly evaded the ensuing spray, and since I had thwarted its entrance midway, it obstructed the passage for the other bodies, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief as I hastened to catch up with Dofu and the others. At the bottom of the staircase, the structure was also wooden, though not on the ground floor. It appeared to be a repurposed space cluttered with various debris, including rotting wooden crates. Upon my arrival, Dofu and the others were frantically searching for an exit. "Damn it, this is a dead end. There's no door," he exclaimed anxiously. Gu Wenmin seemed to have anticipated this, saying, "It's an underground storeroom meant for storage. Who would have thought to install a door here?" Fortunately, it was wooden. If we chose our direction wisely, we could create an opening ourselves. I glanced around and indeed found the surroundings shrouded in darkness, with no path forward. I echoed, "Wenmin is correct. Let us act swiftly." The village lay to the west, pinpointing our location. We began to hurl heavy objects against the wooden walls of the storeroom. The four of us combined our strength, exerting every ounce of effort. Our palms grew numb from the impact, and our shoulders burned with pain, yet we dared not cease. In just a few moments, a loud crash echoed as splinters flew, and we had created a sizable hole in the western wall. Following the beam of our flashlight, beyond the wooden barrier lay a tangle of weeds, glistening with dew. And in the distance, there were no structures visible, indicating we were indeed outside the village. I exhaled in relief and crawled through first, finding myself amidst a patch of wild grass, with the village ahead, not far from the route we had previously taken, and those lanterns still hung high. Once we emerged from the hole, we rolled around in the grass, becoming caked in mud. Regardless of our earlier appearances, we were now all smeared and unrecognizable. After such a harrowing night, none wished to linger in that place, fearing the creatures might leave the village. Thus, we chose our direction and, with the dim glow of our flashlight, sprinted through the muddy darkness. As for the child we had seen earlier, they had not reappeared. We ran for what felt like an eternity, our legs weary and weak, breathless and gasping, until we finally had to pause. The eerie village of Inyang Liubiao having long faded from view. Tofu breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "That was close." Thankfully, we discovered the hole beneath the bed. Otherwise, we might have met our demise in that place. This thought led me to recall the vanished corpse of the child. And I pondered, had it not appeared in that spot, we would never have conceived that there lay a hidden passage beneath the bed. Could it be that the child had intentionally sought to assist us in finding an escape route? The child was the corpse driven by the old man. Did the child indeed aid us? Or was it the spirit of the corpse driver, manipulating the dead body to guide us towards salvation? All these notions felt exceedingly strange, leaving me with profound doubts that I could scarcely articulate. Gu Wanmin wiped the mud from her face, fatigue evident in her expression, and gazed up at the dark sky above us, her voice laced with concern. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here. I had sensed this long ago. My wristwatch indicated it was 5 in the morning. This meant that since noon yesterday, the sky had not cleared even for a moment. Not a single ray of sunlight had graced us. Yet now, the rain had ceased. What then was the darkness enveloping us? Tofu posed a chilling hypothesis that sent shivers through us all. Could it be that we are still trapped in the realm of the dead? The group fell silent. Suddenly, Mao Gongji's stomach began to gurgle, seemingly in hunger. Tofu retorted with irritation, "Did you not just eat last night?" Mao Gongji clutched his belly, gasping, "It's not hunger. It hurts. I think I might have to relieve myself." With that, he distanced himself from us, retreating into the underbrush, hurriedly shedding his trousers. And then he vanished from sight. Soon after, Gu Wanmin furrowed her brow sharply, lowering her voice to say, "I think I might also." Clutching her belly as she hurried away, Tofu, recalling something, suddenly donned an expression akin to having swallowed a fly, exclaiming, "In the village of Inyang Liubu, where the dead dwell, what on earth were those leftovers we consumed last night? It reminds me of the food that the white-boned demon offered to Tang's son." No sooner had he spoken than both of us felt an unbearable cramp in our bellies. I had heard ghost stories about consuming food given by spirits. Those offerings were mere illusions, leading one to believe they were indulging in exquisite delicacies when, in reality, they could be nothing more than clods of earth, candles, paper, worms, grasshoppers, or toads. The consequences could be as trivial as diarrhea or as grave as death. Our stomachs ached, rendering us nearly unable to stand. Once the turmoil within us finally subsided, we sought refuge on a cliff, huddling together to sleep as if we had just emerged from a severe illness. I thought to myself that if we continued to linger at the base of the cliff, we might never find our way out. The potential for unforeseen calamities here was far too great. Upon awakening, I was greeted by a delightful aroma that teased my empty stomach, provoking a gurgle that quickly turned to nausea. Opening my eyes, I found Gu Wanmin busily preparing something to eat. She possesses an extraordinary empathy for others. That night, the food was rather scarce. The three of us remaining were all robust men with substantial appetites. Consequently, she deliberately consumed very little, allowing most of the provisions to fill the bellies of the tofu and the rooster. Thus, it turned out that her physical condition surpassed ours. Upon seeing me awaken, she said, "I just foraged some mushrooms. Please eat." Looking down, I was astonished to see that she had ingeniously constructed a small stove using 3 stones, beneath which a campfire blazed with wooden fuel. On top, a thin stone slab bore sauteed mushrooms and eggs, surrounded by numerous eggshells. I was momentarily speechless. Raising my thumb in admiration, I exclaimed, "Gouda Mei, I seldom hold others in esteem, but you are indeed one of them." Gu Wanmin smiled shyly, seemingly a bit embarrassed, and replied softly, "I often travel for photography and camp outdoors, so these tasks are quite familiar to me. It's nothing remarkable, but your courage is truly commendable. To be honest, had it not been for your unwavering composure last night in the village, I would have lacked a guiding presence." Her words brought me a sense of comfort, stirring a warm feeling within me. Without uttering a word, I picked up some sauteed bird eggs and mushrooms to eat. The mushrooms, being natural ingredients devoid of any seasoning, were incredibly enticing. The tofu and rooster, drawn by the aroma, soon roused from their pale stupor and stumbled over to snatch some food. In this region beset by incessant rain, mushrooms were plentiful. We roasted and feasted until we felt rejuvenated, as if reborn after enduring a bout of exhaustion from an upset stomach. We leaned against one another to rest, while the tofu continued to enthusiastically flatter Gouda Mei's horse and engaged in aimless chatter. At that moment, with the wind and rain at bay, sheltered beneath the rocky cliff, our taut nerves finally relaxed completely. Seizing the opportunity, I began to ponder the enigma of this eerie place and how we might find our way out. Chapter 40. Return to the origin. The dark clouds above had persisted since Gu Wanmin spoke at the threshold of the underworld. Initially, we found it peculiar, but now, reflecting upon it, It had been a day and a night since we lost our way on the road, and the vehicle plummeted off the cliff. The ominous clouds showed no signs of dispersing, resembling a massive black shroud that enveloped us completely. What could be the cause of this? Could it truly be the mischief of the underworld? If so, how might we escape? According to our original plan, if we followed the trajectory of the road above, would we truly be able to find our way out? Our lost strength had been significantly replenished after rest and sustenance. Yet no one wished to linger further in this place. However, anxiety brewed within each of us, uncertain of what direction to pursue next. Even the once boisterous Tofu quieted, turning to me and inquiring, "Zhong, what are your thoughts?" At such a moment, I found little inclination to dispute his nickname. After a moment of contemplation, I shared my thoughts with the group. We are certainly ensnared by some force, perhaps stemming from the underworld or something else entirely. I cannot ascertain the specifics. But we cannot simply remain idle. Regardless of the myriad possibilities, we must first attempt to navigate through this predicament, rather than remaining stagnant and awaiting fate. It is far more prudent to take the initiative and seek out hope. Gu-Wenmin nodded in agreement and remarked, "Zhong Qian speaks the truth. Although we find ourselves trapped, the situation is not as dire as it seems. At the very least, we can still find sustenance. I once read a report about someone who endured without food or water in the desert for 7 days. Our current environment is infinitely more favorable than a desert. And besides, less than 2 days have elapsed. I firmly believe that as long as the four of us unite, we will surely devise a solution. It is often said that the allure of a beautiful woman is unparalleled." Her analysis rekindled the hope that had been doused by the cold rain within the hearts of the others. Dofu chimed in. "What the lovely Gu has said is indeed correct. 3 craftsmen can equal 1 zhuge-liang. Moreover, we have 2 zhuge-liangs and 2 craftsmen among us." I sensed something amiss and interjected, "Wait a moment. Who are the 2 zhuge-liangs you refer to? And who are the 2 craftsmen?" Dofu, with a serious expression, replied, "The beautiful Gu possesses both courage and wisdom, along with her beauty, making her 1 zhuge-liang. Wouldn't you agree?" I nodded in affirmation. Dofu then pointed to himself and declared, "I, having graduated from an art academy and possessing an inspiring presence, must also be considered a zhuge-liang." I couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. If Zhuge-Liang were to hear this, he would surely rise from his grave in indignation. An inspiring presence? Next time you encounter a rat, as long as you don't hide behind the sofa, I will acknowledge your claim. Dofu, having been exposed, sulked and complained, "In the presence of such beauty, could you perhaps spare me some dignity?" Before he could continue, I interrupted, "All right, enough of this idle chatter. Since our strength is still intact, let us continue searching for a way out. I refuse to believe we will remain trapped in this wretched place indefinitely." The 4 of us, having replenished our energy, shouldered our belongings and set forth once more. The rain fluctuated between intensifying and subsiding. After walking for a short while, Gu-Wenmin, with her keen eyesight, squinted into the distance and said, "It appears there may be something ahead, resembling a dwelling." "Excellent. Let us investigate," I responded. Mao Gongji cautioned, "What if it turns out to be a village of corpses?" I despised such ominous notions and retorted, "You have a raven's tongue. There are not that many corpse villages." Gu-Wenmin, perhaps due to her background as a photographer, had sharper vision. Following her line of sight, I could discern nothing. As the rain obscured my view, my inability to see was compounded by Dofu, the myopic one, who shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, Where? What dwelling? I see nothing." Gu-Wenmin squinted and replied, "Your eyesight is lacking. I have always taken good care of mine, but since it is still quite far away, I can't make out the details either. Let us approach a bit closer." With that, Gu-Wenmin took the lead, and we followed her. After a short distance, we indeed glimpsed a structure rising abruptly at the edge of our vision. However, shrouded in the dim rain, it was difficult to ascertain its true nature. As we drew nearer, a chill ran through us all. What had initially appeared to be a dwelling became clearer, and eventually, even the nearsighted Dofu could see it distinctly. His face drained of color, and he gasped, "Isn't that our car?" Beneath the precipice that looms before us lies the wreckage of our former van, twisted and contorted, resembling the humble abode of a forest ranger. At this moment, the jagged metal of the vehicle, drenched by the torrential rain, appeared to claw menacingly at us. Mao Gongji let out a mournful wail, lamenting, "My van, the one I purchased for 150,000, was my livelihood. How shall I earn a living now?" Upon seeing the ruins, he was reminded of his sorrows, disregarding the bizarre circumstances surrounding us, sighing deeply with reddened eyes. For an ordinary citizen, losing such a substantial sum, along with the means to make a living, would surely be overwhelming. Do Tofu, who typically found Mao Gongji irritating, felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing his despair. He consoled him, saying, "As the old gives way to the new, those who survive great calamities are destined for fortune." We tumbled down this steep cliff and emerged unscathed. Surely, good luck is on the horizon. Mao Gongji, moved to tears, replied, "Time reveals true feelings, and adversity reveals character. Brother Do, I apologize for my past transgressions. Your words resonate deeply within me. May we all find future blessings. I see you are quite generous. Once we are out of here, I hope you can assist me with a loan. My family is so impoverished that they can only wear shorts, barely covering their knees." I thought to myself, it's summer. Who isn't wearing shorts? However, Do Tofu, ever naive, waved his hand in readiness to agree. I was nearly apoplectic, pondering how slow-witted he was, unable to discern that Mao Gongji had set his sights on him, intending to exploit his gullibility. It is said that one fears not a wolf-like enemy, but a pig-like companion. No wonder Do had invested all his money in my business. If given the chance to run his own, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of the whims of fate. Thus, I quickly interrupted their exchange, stating, "We are but strangers who have found ourselves in adversity, sharing both joy and hardship. Last night, we faced death itself. This is fate. When fate presents itself, it must be cherished. As the saying goes, discussing money can strain relationships, and strained relationships can sever bonds. Let us refrain from such matters. Look, our vehicle lies ahead. After a day and night of wandering, we have returned to this very spot." Mao Gongji was abruptly silenced, his words caught in his throat, eyes bulging like a toad. Do Tofu, easily swayed, shifted his focus, forgetting his prior thoughts as he gazed at the van. "We have been moving forward. We should not have arrived here," he remarked. "Old Qian, something is certainly amiss. What shall we do now?" At that moment, the hour hand on my wristwatch completed another rotation, pointing to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We had been trapped for a full day and night, astonishingly returning to our starting point. In such a situation, to claim there were no ghosts would be peculiar indeed. Just as I was about to speak and analyze the situation with my companions, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. There was someone, hidden beneath a distant tree, watching us intently. The figure before me was no taller than a 7- or 8-year-old child, appearing quite frail. Its precise features were obscured by the distance, and it donned a yellow garment. The moment I caught sight of it, it swiftly turned and fled. Instantly, memories flooded my mind of the lifeless body of the child who had guided us in Inyang Lubu village. Could it be the same one? Was it benevolent or malevolent? We had been ensnared in this place, unable to escape. Could it be that this apparition was the source of our misfortune? As it dashed away, I disregarded the need to explain to my companions and immediately pursued. Behind me, the tofu creature called out, "Zhong Qian, what on earth are you doing?" With that, it hurried to catch up with me. The tofu creature lacked stamina. As a frail scholar, it was in a state of poor health. I, on the other hand, had engaged in numerous physically demanding tasks in the past and maintained a robust physique through regular exercise. As I sprinted forward, I quickly outpaced the 3 of them. A twinge of anxiety gripped me. Being separated from the group felt perilous. Yet, the child remained just within my line of sight, flickering in and out like a mirage, compelling me to follow. In our current predicament, devoid of any direction, I resolved to capture it for clarification, regardless of its intentions. Upon reaching the edge of a forest, the figure took a sharp turn and vanished without a trace. The rain cascaded like a waterfall, and I gasped for breath, surveying my surroundings, cursing under my breath, aware that I had lost the trail. Soon after, the other 3 caught up to me. The tofu creature, seeing me stationary, seized my neck in frustration, exclaiming, "What madness has possessed you? I thought you were possessed by a ghost." I shrugged off its grip, wiped the rain from my face, and recounted the earlier events. The others exchanged glances. Gu Wanmin furrowed her brow, her dark eyes scanning the vicinity warily, and whispered, "Could it be that, upon leaving the village, that thing has been trailing us?" The hairy rooster nodded vigorously, stating, "It has been watching us all along. It surely intends to strike from behind." Just as the tofu creature was about to respond, it abruptly closed its mouth, raised a finger to its lips, and shook its head at us, pointing to the side. The direction it indicated was precisely to my left. Turning my head, I held my breath in shock. A child in a yellow outfit, sporting horns in its hair, stood with its back to us. It was inconceivable for a child to be present in such a location. It was undoubtedly something otherworldly. As if sensing our gaze, it suddenly bolted forward, sending a chill down my spine. I wondered, had it been lurking around me all along? Why had I not noticed it at first? While the tofu creature did, was it attempting to lead us somewhere? The entire situation was shrouded in confusion, tinged with a sense of being ensnared in a trap. Though I was acutely aware that following this entity could very well lead us into its carefully laid snare, it was the only lead we had. As this mysterious being turned and fled, I took the lead in pursuit, with the other three lagging slightly behind due to their lack of stamina. The rain fell coldly, while the bushes in the forest stood resolute, as the sharp sting of trees grazed my skin during my frantic run. Ahead, the figure seemed impervious to the elements, maintaining an unwavering pace. Suddenly, the surroundings became shrouded in a thick mist. Initially, I could not discern the cause, but as I drew closer, I discovered a vast river lay before me, its surface enveloped in swirling fog, obscuring all within its vicinity. In an instant, that entity darted into the mist, vanishing without a trace. Gu Wenmin gazed at the river before us and inquired, "What river is this?" "It is the Qian River," replied Mao Gongji. Could it be that the entity leapt into the water? Our vision remained limited within the fog, while the tumultuous roar of the river was deafening. The Qian River surged mightily, white waves mingling with the cold rain, as a chilling aura swept over me while standing at the riverbank. Once again, we had lost track of that silhouette, but with the experience of our previous encounter, a sense of caution stirred within me, contemplating that the entity might be lurking nearby. At that moment, Tofu, who stood beside me, unexpectedly began to wade into the river, assuming he merely wished to wash the mud from his feet. I paid it no mind. However, he continued to venture further, the water creeping up to his waist. Gu Wenmin gasped, "Something's amiss. Quickly, call Tofu back." Being closest to him, I swiftly extended my arm, leaning forward to grasp his neck and pull him back to shore. Tofu emerged, his expression dazed, and upon reaching the bank, he shuddered violently, exclaiming, "That was close. I just had a dream." "A dream?" Mao Gongji stared in disbelief. "Brother, it's broad daylight, and you haven't even been asleep for a few minutes. What sort of dream could you have? A daydream, perhaps?" Tofu vigorously shook his head, his demeanor tense. "Don't interrupt. Listen to me. This is complicated." Tofu, who was usually laid back and rarely serious, displayed a countenance that indicated the gravity of the situation. I immediately waved my hand to silence Mao Gongji and urged, "Does this pertain to your earlier venture into the water? Speak up, what transpired?" Tofu nodded and explained. I too was suspecting that the child had run into the water, so I peered into the depths. Just then, someone tapped my shoulder. When I turned, I saw a little girl dressed in yellow with horn braids. Yellow clothes and horn braids? I pondered. Tofu had likely seen the very entity we were pursuing. Indeed, it seemed to be a spirit, but why was it only seeking Tofu? I asked what happened next. Tofu continued, upon seeing the little girl. "It was as if I were entranced, completely disregarding the rest of you." Then the girl spoke, "Big brother, do you remember me?" I scrutinized her delicate, cherubic face, and with a sorrowful expression, I replied, "If only I had a beautiful and adorable sister like you. Alas, I only have a brother, and he was taken by human traffickers." "Little sister, what are you doing here?" The girl smiled and said, "If I transform, you will understand." With a smile, his lips suddenly curled back to his ears, and in an instant, a layer of yellow fur sprouted across his face, transforming it into that of a weasel. Tofu, startled, fell to the ground, trembling and speechless. As the weasel, with its piercing green eyes fixed upon him, spoke, "Fear not, dear brother. I come to repay you for saving my life. You have trespassed the gates of the underworld, destined to be trapped in this liminal realm. I am here to guide you. If you venture beneath the water, you shall find your way out." Though Tofu was often simple-minded, he was not so naive as to believe every word spoken to him. Yet, in that moment, he felt as if ensnared by some enchantment, and he readily accepted the weasel's words, preparing to plunge into the depths. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled us and exclaimed, No, my brothers are still outside. I cannot go alone. You must help them as well." The weasel's demeanor shifted instantly, reverting to its sinister form, and it retorted, "They wished to consume me. You were the one who saved me." Why should I assist them? Should you hesitate further, I shall abandon you as well. Tofu, unwilling to forsake us, implored. Oh, wise one, you possess great power and gratitude. Please aid my friends. The weasel bared its teeth and replied, enough with the trivialities. With a forceful shove, it propelled Tofu toward the water, and though he later regained his senses, he could hear our conversation, yet felt unable to resist. Fortunately, I managed to intervene in time. At this juncture, the group exchanged glances, and Gu Wanmin remarked, a weasel? A life saved? Could it possibly be the young weasel that Xiaodou spared? The folklore surrounding the gratitude of spirits and creatures has long been prevalent, with countless tales similar to this, the most renowned being the legend of the white snake. However, I never anticipated encountering such a phenomenon. Could it be that the child we saw in that old man's room was not a corpse, but rather that very weasel? Was it sent to guide us to safety? If so, why now harbor resentment toward the three of us? Gu Wenmin continued. According to legend, spirits and creatures repay kindness and seek vengeance for wrongs. Yet, if it truly came to rescue Xiaodou, why direct him to the river? Could this merely be a deception spun by a ghost? I pondered. Spirits are beguiling and adept at deceit. Gu's words held merit, and we must tread carefully. Tofu, still shaken, added, I agree. It is likely a trick of the spirits. Even if the weasel has transformed, it should be an elder weasel. How could a mere cub possess such power? Suddenly, Mao Gongji interjected. That may not be the case. I once heard a tale that relates closely to this. Allow me to share it with you. Tofu replied. At such a time, you still wish to tell stories? Mao Gongji responded. Very well, I shall refrain from storytelling. However, the notion of a cub attaining enlightenment is not impossible. Have you not heard the saying, old as the old, young as the young? Folklore suggests that when spirits reach profound levels of cultivation, they can be reborn in the guise of children, while those appearing decrepit have yet to master their craft. The younger the spirit, the deeper its wisdom. Gu Wenmin suddenly furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with concern. Standing beside me, she leaned in and whispered softly, if there truly exists a principle of repaying kindness and seeking vengeance, I fear that creature may target driver Mao. Her words sent a jolt of realization through me. And I recall the significant detail. Indeed, that young creature had been brought to us by the rooster, Mao. If we were to consider grievances, the one with the deepest animosity would surely be Mao himself. Before I could dwell further on this thought, Mao the rooster addressed Tofu, saying, thus, I believe that the weasel spirit is genuine, and furthermore, she is female. Perhaps you should plead with her again, or even sacrifice a bit of your charm to secure our rescue. Tofu retorted angrily, you beast. You would not spare even a young girl. Awakening to his folly, Mao slapped his own face, exclaiming, forgive me, great spirit. I spoke thoughtlessly. He then urged Tofu to give it another try. I did not intervene. This situation was bizarre, and the weasel might indeed be a crucial breakthrough. Seeing the three of us fixated on him, Tofu steeled himself and said, little sister, though my companions may be a tad gluttonous, they are not wicked. Please, in your generosity, save us altogether. As a man of honor, I could never abandon my friends to flee alone. I beseech you to show mercy. Upon my return, I shall surely offer incense and roast chicken in your honor. As I contemplated the absurdity of Tofu's words, a sudden chill pressed against my back. It was a cold hand, the tiny palm of a child. Almost immediately, a voice whispered in my ear, go back. Then a powerful force surged from behind, and I toppled into the river. Chapter 42. Rebirth. In that fleeting moment of entry into the water, the sweltering summer heat contrasted sharply with the icy grasp of the river. My breath caught in my chest, and I felt a wave of suffocation as my consciousness slipped away into a peculiar state of unconsciousness. I knew I should struggle against the water, yet my mind reveled in this unresponsive state, issuing two opposing commands, one urging me to survive and the other encouraging me to remain still. This indescribable feeling persisted for an indeterminate duration until my psychological resolve overcame the lethargy of my mind. Gradually, I regained awareness, my body enveloped in a chilling sensation, as if submerged in water, yet my breathing remained unobstructed. After a brief moment, I managed to open my eyes. The sight before me left me utterly astonished, and beside me, Tofu's incredulous voice echoed, what the hell? How could this be? Why are we still in the car? Indeed, we were seated in the vehicle, albeit altered. It had clearly sustained damage, with water seeping inside. Peering through the gaps, I discerned that our car was partially submerged in the river, and had we ventured deeper, we would have surely drowned. Despite my usual fearlessness, a sense of trepidation began to creep into my heart. Had our vehicle, after falling, truly flipped into the river? Was everything I experienced merely a dream? Soon after, Gu Wanmin awakened as well. Observing their reactions closely, I noted that Gu Wanmin appeared equally astonished, exclaiming, "How could this be? Were we not pursuing that weasel?" It seemed that this was not solely my dream, but rather a shared experience among us all. Sitting in the waterlogged vehicle, the three of us exchanged silent glances, unable to articulate our thoughts. After a moment, I composed myself. Realizing we could not linger here any longer, I said to the others, "Let us exit the vehicle. If the water rises, we could find ourselves in dire straits." The driver, Mao Gongji, remained unconscious, possibly due to injury. We utilized some tools to pry open the mangled door and crawled out, while Dofu dragged Mao Gongji behind us. The vehicle was positioned adjacent to the river, and as we stepped out, we found ourselves on the bank, beside a steep, sloping cliff. The cliff was adorned with rocky outcrops, allowing us to climb upwards, a stark contrast to the scene we had witnessed prior to our descent. Could it be that, at the moment we fell from the cliff, what we saw was merely an illusion? Or perhaps what we witnessed was genuine, and the reality before us now is the falsehood? In truth, had we drowned the moment that weasel thrust us into the water? I touched my palm. Still warm to the touch, Gu Wanmin wiped the water from his face and, gazing at the cliff, sighed in relief. Fortunately, the incline of this cliff is steep. We can ascend. I nodded, about to respond, when Dofu suddenly interjected, "Old Chun, come quickly." His voice was hoarse and trembled slightly. Turning my head, I noticed Dofu was fixated on the unconscious Mao Gongji. I wondered what could be so intriguing. Had something occurred? Indeed, as Gu Wanmin and I crouched beside Mao Gongji, we immediately sensed something was amiss. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes, which had inexplicably opened, gazed blankly, resembling a corpse that could not find rest. The thought of a corpse sent a shiver down my spine. I reached out to check for Mao Gongji's breath, but found none. Attempting to feel for his pulse, I discovered it had ceased entirely. Mao Gongji was dead. The three of us sat in silence, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, Gu Wanmin spoke first. His expression tinged with sorrow. "Why did this happen?" Dofu, at a loss for words, glanced at me without uttering a sound. Gazing at Mao Gongji's lifeless body, I pondered deeply. Was it possible that the weasel, envious of Mao Gongji for having captured it, chose to save the three of us while abandoning him? The truth remained elusive, and I could not even comprehend the nature of the events that had transpired. I felt our predicament bore a resemblance to a folktale. It is said that during the Qing dynasty, a merchant named Kai from Suzhou was known for his benevolence, often aiding the impoverished. However, before long, this kind-hearted merchant fell victim to the schemes of the unscrupulous, losing a considerable fortune and finding himself in dire straits, unable to continue his business. He pondered. It is often said that good deeds are rewarded, yet despite a lifetime of virtue, I find myself in such a dire predicament. The merchant Kai grew increasingly distressed and disheartened by his thoughts. That very day, he took a rope and made his way to a nearby dilapidated temple, intending to hang himself, believing that an early death would lead to an easier rebirth. The temple, with its many drafts, was in ruins, save for a single stone wall that remained intact, adorned with frescoes that, despite the ravages of wind and sun, still whispered of life. The depicted scene illustrated a banquet of spirits and the king of hell. As the merchant Kai gazed upon the mural, he mused about whether, after death, he would be reborn as a human or condemned to suffer in hell. Lost in contemplation, he secured the rope around his neck and took his own life. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate expanse reminiscent of a barren desert, parched and ravenous. In the distance, he spotted signs of civilization and approached, hoping for a sip of water. However, upon entering the city, he was nearly overwhelmed with terror. This was no place for the living. Souls drifted about, unbound by the earth. Looking down, he realized his own feet hovered above the ground. He too was a spirit. With a heavy heart, the merchant Kai lamented his fate, aware that upon his suicide, he had descended into the realm of the dead. And he joined the throng of other spirits moving forward. Ahead, a little demon was inspecting each ghost entering the city, recording their names and lifespans. When it came to the merchant Kai, the demon declared, "You still possess 30 years of fortune ahead. Wealth is imminent." Why have you come to our city of untimely deaths? Return." With that, the demon gave him a shove, and Kai felt a jolt throughout his being. Upon awakening, he discovered he was still hanging from the rope, struggling to breathe, pain overwhelming him. In a desperate struggle, the rope finally snapped, and he was granted a second chance at life. Reflecting on his experience in the underworld, he felt as though it had all been a dream, and now he could not discern the truth of those words. However, the agony of contemplating death instilled in him a newfound resolve to live. He thought it better to endure life than to seek an end. He ventured out to run a tofu business. Though modest, he remained committed to his benevolent nature. On one occasion, a beggar passed by his shop, eyeing the tofu with longing. The merchant Kai, feeling compassion, scooped a piece of tofu into the beggar's bowl and said, "Eat, and there is more to come." The freshly steamed tofu was fragrant and delicious, suitable for eating raw. The beggar savored every bite, expressing his gratitude before departing with courtesy. Unbeknownst to Kai, this beggar was the newly appointed governor, who had been robbed by bandits on his journey and had resorted to begging until he reached his destination. Upon taking office, he generously rewarded the merchant Kai and bestowed upon him a plaque that read "Still Tofu," which remains celebrated in the Suzhou area to this day. This tale, with the merchant's fleeting experience in the realm of the dead, resonates profoundly with our own circumstances. Are we not, too, trapped in our struggles, as if our souls have drifted from our bodies, ensnared at the gates of the underworld? In this moment, under the sweltering summer sun, with no wind or rain to offer respite, the heat is unbearable, and the body, laid bare beneath the relentless rays, seems poised to decay at any moment. The demise of the rooster left us three profoundly affected, and it took a considerable amount of time for us to regain our composure. After some deliberation, we concluded that although the rooster had passed, we could not abandon its remains in the wilderness. After all, we had traveled in its vehicle, and a single misstep could render us suspects in a homicide. Moreover, the family of the rooster would surely not rest easy if we failed to handle the situation appropriately. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, we resolved to transport the body. Naturally, this burden fell upon me, as Dofu lacked the strength, and Gu Wanmin, being a woman, was not suited for such a task. Immediately, Gu Wanmin retrieved a long strap from her backpack, typically used for suspending cameras, and secured the body onto my back. Together, we began our arduous ascent along the sloping cliff. The exertion was immense, and by the time we reached the summit and sat beside the asphalt road, our limbs were weak and trembling. Exposed to the sunlight, the clarity of our surroundings evoked a sense of rebirth within us. Chapter 43. Entering the village in this remote wilderness, though a path existed, we were devoid of strength and direction. Consequently, we decided to rest by the roadside. Gu Wanmin remarked, "This road sees few vehicles passing. If we cannot catch a ride, we may have to rely on our own legs." I replied, "Walking is not an issue, but we are currently uncertain of our location. Should we proceed forward or retrace our steps? How far must we walk in either direction? We cannot carry the body indefinitely. We need to find the nearest route." In that moment, I remembered the possibility of calling for help and smacked my forehead in frustration. Realizing that in moments of panic, one tends to forget everything, I pulled out my phone, only to find it had succumbed to water damage. Fortunately, Gu Wanmin's phone was of the so-called tri-proof variety, waterproof, dustproof, and shockproof, and remained functional. Alas, amidst the towering mountains, the signal was weak. After several attempts to dial emergency services, all met with failure as the line either dropped or could not connect. After 10 minutes of futile attempts, Gu Wanmin, noticing the dwindling battery, reluctantly gave up. Just as we were lamenting our misfortune, a vehicle appeared in the distance, an impressive pair of rugged Hummers, each worth several $100,000. Dofu quickly waved for assistance, and the vehicle halted. Behind the wheel was a middle-aged man sporting dark sunglasses and a balding head, while a charming young woman dressed in a cheap house sat in the passenger seat, exuding an air of elegance. Dofu promptly implored, "Sir, we are in a predicament. Our vehicle has encountered an issue, and we have lost a driver. May we hitch a ride with you?" Upon hearing the word dead, the middle-aged man recoiled in horror, exclaiming, "A dead person? How dare you flag me down with such grim news? You intend to bring me bad luck." He cast a disdainful glance at us through his sunglasses, muttering curses under his breath, before accelerating away in a cloud of dust. Gu Wanmin shook her head and remarked, "Few drivers are willing to transport a corpse. It seems we must resort to walking." Dofu, frustrated, cursed the man as he watched the vehicle disappear into the distance. Having regained some strength, I suggested, the direction he headed must lead to Fengtu village. Since we drove for over 4 hours to arrive here, turning back is impractical. Instead, let us move forward and address our needs upon reaching the village. At this juncture, there was no alternative. We bore the lifeless body of the rooster upon our backs. Trudging along the asphalt road, what should have been an hour's journey took us over 5 hours to complete. To turn back now would mean walking until dawn. As we continued into the afternoon, blisters formed on the soles of our feet. At that moment, a dirt path appeared beside the asphalt, marked by a sign indicating Fengtu village. It appeared that we had finally reached our destination. As we followed the dirt path, the conditions deteriorated. Vehicles refrained from venturing further at this juncture, leaving only footprints behind. The sides of the path were overgrown with weeds and dense foliage, and in the distance, the undulating mountains resembled a desolate wilderness. Suddenly, we encountered a Hummer ahead, which had become ensnared in a muddy pit. Regardless of its stature, such a vehicle was rendered powerless in these conditions. A bald man was cursing into his phone, likely seeking assistance, but with no signal. Beside him, a young woman pouted in displeasure, suggesting they had been stranded for quite some time. Upon noticing us three, the middle-aged man promptly exclaimed, "Gentlemen, I beseech your assistance. I acknowledge my previous error. Could you lend a hand in pushing my vehicle?" "Thank you." I remained motionless, relishing the moment. Tofu bluntly retorted, "In this day and age, the cost of labor has surged." He waved his delicate, artistically slender fingers, adding, "Do you think these soft, tender hands were meant for pushing your car? Begone." If Tofu roused desire, he could be quite formidable, and I found myself inwardly amused while maintaining a composed facade, suggesting, "Let us not waste any more time." Gu Wunmin shook his head nearby, seemingly disinclined to assist. The bald man, visibly agitated and on the verge of lashing out, was interrupted by the young woman, who stamped her foot and declared, "It's your fault for not giving us a ride earlier. Apologize immediately. Look at my hands and legs, covered in mosquito bites. If you don't get that car out today, we are far from finished." The bald man, hearing this, quickly quelled his anger, saying, "Oh dear, my apologies. I was wrong. Please don't be upset. I will apologize right away. Whatever you desire, I am at your service. I even accompanied you on this adventure we discussed last time." The young woman retorted, "Forget about the previous matter. If this doesn't go well, we shall part ways." Hearing this, the bald man had no choice but to force himself to apologize, becoming increasingly sincere. He removed his glasses, revealing a round face with watery eyes that pleaded with us. I have always believed in reciprocating grievances, and mere flattery failed to sway me. However, Tofu and Gu Wunmin were softened by his pleas. Gu Wunmin, shaking her head, told the bald man, "Since you have apologized, we shall let it go. Zhong Qian, why don't you lend a hand? We might as well ride in his vehicle." The bald man stole a glance at the body on my back, but replied, "No problem, no problem." I was reluctant to assist him. Yet Gu Wunmin's suggestion to hitch a ride was indeed tempting, for none could say how long the journey to Fengtu village would take. The area was remote, and the mosquitoes in the mountains were relentless, leaving us all itching from their bites. Thus, sitting in a vehicle would undoubtedly be a welcome reprieve. At that moment, we set aside our grievances and, together, exerted our strength to push the vehicle out. Finally, we managed to extricate it and climbed aboard the Hummer, navigating the bumpy road. Although the jolting was quite uncomfortable, our speed undeniably increased. Before long, we beheld in the distance a quaint village nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains, with wisps of smoke ascending from chimneys, resembling a hidden paradise, starkly contrasting our expectations. The vehicle could not traverse directly into the village, so we walked a short distance before reaching it. We casually flagged down a villager and recounted our harrowing incident involving the cliff. Upon hearing that someone had perished, the villager promptly offered us a room designated for the deceased, allowing us to lay the body of the unfortunate Mao Gongji to rest. As for the remaining matters, we decided to await the arrival of Mao Gongji's family. Tofu and I conferred. Given Mao Gongji's frugality, it was unlikely he had invested in life insurance. Had it not been for our journey to Fengtu village, this calamity might never have befallen him. Though I do not bear direct responsibility for his demise, I felt a moral obligation. Though I do not slay Bo-Ron, Bo-Rin perishes because of me. Thus, Tofu and I agreed to extend a sum of 400,000 to his family, while the primary liability did not rest with us. It brought a measure of peace to our consciences. Gu Wanmin appeared quite remorseful, murmuring, "It is my fault for speaking at the gates of the underworld. I may not possess significant wealth, but I will do what I can." Tofu reassured her, saying, "Do not blame yourself. Blame that mountain demon. One day, I shall strike it down." Reflecting on Gu Wenmin's reaction when she encountered the demon, pushing me down in panic, my heart softened. I lowered my voice and said, "This incident is not your fault. You need not feel guilty. Life extinguishes like a flame. Let us ensure his family is well cared for." I believe driver Mao would find solace in that. Upon reaching the village, we parted ways with the bald duo, arranged for Mao Gongji's body, and retrieved his phone to contact his relatives. The lamentations on the other end were as expected, and amidst the commotion, dusk began to settle. Despite its remote location, the village was accessible via road, thus it boasted relatively modern amenities and was quite spacious, with restaurants and inns available. Famished, the three of us sought out a dining establishment. Originally, Wei Guangtou had come to Fengtu village to evade the authorities, planning to await our arrival. But unforeseen events had intervened. With Tofu and I delayed for such a duration, I wondered about Wei Guangtou's situation. Was he still waiting for us in Fengtu village? This was easily ascertainable, as there were only 2 inns in the entire village, and a simple inquiry would suffice. Though I wished to discuss this with Tofu, Gu Wenmin's presence made it difficult to speak freely, and my thoughts became somewhat convoluted. I pondered, since we were about to engage in work. It was imperative to distance ourselves from Gu Wenmin. If she suggested any sightseeing, how could I refuse without arousing suspicion? Fortunately, during our meal, Gu Wenmin did not broach such topics. The food, though simple, was exceptionally well prepared. The locals had a penchant for spicy dishes, so we ordered several, including fiery pig intestines, pan-fried fish with scallions, along with a small hot pot, and indulged until our bellies were pleasantly full. As the saying goes, man is iron, and rice is steel. After enduring hunger, nothing is more gratifying than a hearty meal. The three of us engaged in casual conversation, and I discreetly signaled to Tofu that the atmosphere was just right for him to broach the subject of parting ways. After all, I had already contemplated declining when Gu Wanmin initially proposed collaboration, and if I were to voice my refusal now, it would seem quite inappropriate. However, before either Tofu or I could speak, Gu Wanmin took a sip of tea, smiled gently, and said softly, "Fortunately, there was no damage to the equipment this time. Let us part ways. I must venture into the surroundings for location scouting tomorrow and cannot accompany you any longer." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of joy. Although I harbored some fondness and reluctance towards her, her decision was precisely what I had hoped for. I feigned an attempt to persuade her, saying, "How delightful it would be for the three of us to explore together. It would be quite dangerous for a young woman like you to traverse those remote mountains alone." I was well aware that Gu Wanmin would likely decline my offer. I knew a friend who was passionate about photography. Such endeavors thrived on spontaneity and were often hindered by the presence of novices. As anticipated, Gu Wanmin graciously declined, stating, "No, since we all reside in the village, we will have ample opportunity to meet." With that, the three of us exchanged phone numbers. Exhausted from our journey, we had little desire for further conversation and retired to a local inn for the night. I didn't dwell on unnecessary thoughts, quickly washed up, and fell into a deep slumber, only awakening the following afternoon. As for the rumored hauntings in the area, I encountered none. My rest here was far superior to the restless nights I had endured in the city. Upon waking and descending the stairs, I inquired with the innkeeper and learned that Gu Wanmin had left with her bag early that morning, with no certainty regarding her return. Now that I felt sufficiently rested, I sought information about Wei Guangtou and his companions. According to Uncle Zhao's earlier account, our group consisted of 6 individuals, including Tofu and myself. Wei Nanjing was the leader, accompanied by 3 seasoned practitioners from the field, while Tofu and I served as advisory consultants, with the equipment prepared by Wei Nanjing and his team. As a bald man, he should be easily recognizable. I inquired with the innkeeper, who immediately shook his head and asserted, "No, we haven't had any bald patrons recently. There are only 2 inns here, and it's not a tourist hotspot, so we rarely see visitors." I know exactly who the opposite innkeeper has received, I assure you. Neither of our establishments has hosted a bald guest. He did mention that they had received a balding guest the previous day. This revelation left me puzzled. I mused to myself, given Wei Guangtou's distinctive appearance, how could there be no leads? Could it be that he had disguised himself to evade the authorities? Perhaps by donning a wig? While I pondered this, Tofu sauntered down from upstairs, ordering several dishes from the innkeeper, signaling that it was time for lunch. We awoke to eat, feeling as though we were on a leisurely holiday, with the harrowing experiences of the previous day seemingly belonging to a distant past. During the meal, I discussed our situation with Tofu and asked for his insights. While gnawing on chicken feet, Tofu remarked, "Here's what I think. Wei Guantou must have caught the attention of the authorities. To maintain secrecy, he might have employed some form of disguise. He is certain to leave us a clue. We just have yet to uncover it. Certainly, if there are no leads, it can also be explained. The four of them are seasoned veterans, and seeing us too delayed in returning to the team, they might have abandoned us and proceeded on their own." Tofu has always approached problems with a straightforward mindset, yet there is merit in such candor, and I find his analysis quite credible this time. If there truly are leads, or might they be concealed? If Wei Guantou has indeed forsaken us to act independently, what should I do? Should I return home? Would that not leave the curse unresolved? Might the items in Zhao Yiri's possession be of any assistance to me? Contemplating these interconnected queries, I couldn't help but shake my head in resignation, realizing that even if Wei Guantou were to abandon us, Tofu and I had no choice but to proceed with this venture. While we were engaged in this discussion, the short and stout proprietor suddenly approached us, as if recalling something. He said, "By the way, the bald man you mentioned is indeed absent, but a few days ago, a group of four arrived, and one of them resembled your description quite closely, bearing a scar on his face and accompanied by 3 other men. I found it particularly odd. A scar? And 4 men? I sensed a lead. These 4 were most likely the disguised Wei Guantou and his companions. Thus, I inquired, where did they go afterward? How do you know they were peculiar?" The proprietor chuckled, speaking in a heavy Shaanxi accent. "Those who come here are primarily tourists. Our establishment attracts many young women who enjoy adventures with their boyfriends, so the majority of our guests are young couples. When you travel, do you bring along several men? Who doesn't travel with their girlfriends? For men arriving here is certainly strange." I thought the proprietor quite perceptive and pressed on, "Where did they go?" He scrutinized Tofu and me before responding, "I'm not sure. They stayed here for just 1 night before departing. However, they did inquire about the route to Fengzue Ridge. So perhaps that is where they headed." Having just arrived at Fengtu Village, I found the mention of Fengzue Village perplexing. I asked, "Proprietor, I know Fengtu Village, but what is Fengzue Village?" At that moment, the establishment was devoid of patrons, with only Tofu and me sharing lunch. The proprietor, feeling somewhat idle, took a seat with us and began to chat. He explained that the origin of Fengtu Village's name is unclear. It has been called that since the first residents settled here. As for Fengzue Village, it lies ahead of Fengtu Village, nestled at the foot of the mountains beyond 2 deep canyons. Due to its geographical position, Fengzue Village is invisible from our vantage point, yet it overlooks Fengtu Village, creating a most peculiar phenomenon that no one has been able to decipher. While the proprietor was engrossed in his musings, I suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Although I had never traversed that path, the proprietor's mention had conjured a mental map in my mind. Fengzue can observe Fengtu, while Fengtu cannot see Fengzue. Could this not be the phoenix turning its neck described in my grandfather's ancient notes? The formation known as the phoenix neck refers to a mountain range that ascends at its terminus, where geological movements create a rift, causing the land to part on either side. This resembles a phoenix turning its head to preen its feathers, hence the name. At the neck of this formation, the terrain is invariably surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, creating a harmonious balance, with a protective backdrop and a clear vista ahead. This arrangement, as mentioned in the Book of Burial, signifies such a configuration. This particular geomantic feature is deemed suitable for the interment of women of noble stature. According to my employer, the so-called Fengzue Village not only overlooks Fengtu Village, but also commands a view over the site of the Phoenix Neck. Erecting a settlement in that location evokes the sense of surveillance over the neck rather than mere habitation. Could it be that the tomb of the ghostly King Yulong, which Mr. Zhao tasked us to locate, lies precisely at the Phoenix Neck? Upon contemplating this, I hastily inquired, what manner of people reside in Fengzue Village? Why can I not find it on the map? My employer pressed his lips together, lowering his voice significantly as he replied, "What residence? That place called Fengzue Village is filled with decrepit old houses from an unknown era, abandoned and desolate. It is said that the current inhabitants are nothing more than serpentine spirits and fox demons. Aside from our local villagers, who remembers that place? It certainly cannot be found on any map. Those 4 individuals only inquired about the route to that vicinity without mentioning Fengzue village, likely because they were unaware of it. Hence, I kindly advised them to avoid that area. As for whether they ventured there afterward, I cannot say. At this juncture, 2 guests entered, unmistakably the bald man and the young beauty from the previous day. I overheard the young woman lamenting that the food prepared by the proprietor across the way was unsatisfactory, prompting their relocation here. The age gap between the bald man and the young woman seemed considerable. I had initially thought he was keeping a mistress, but now it appeared more akin to him hosting a distant relative. The young woman possessed an enchanting beauty, pouting her lips when displeased, which was irresistibly captivating. Yet, the vulgarities that escaped her lips left even me, a grown man, taken aback, rendering the bald man utterly speechless, tail tucked between his legs. Moreover, I noticed that throughout their meal, the bald man refrained from any advances towards the young woman, suggesting that their relationship was not as I had imagined. Tofu waved his hand before my eyes, lowering his voice to say, "Snap out of it. Even if that girl has a slender waist, long legs, and a shapely figure, you shouldn't be ogling so shamelessly." Tofu's comment was meant lightly, and his tone was subdued, yet suddenly, the young woman seemed to catch wind of our conversation, casting a quick glance our way that revealed a teasing smile. Tofu, startled, became flustered, for he was not one to shine in such situations. While he could boast grandly, claiming to be invincible and experienced with women, in reality, the slightest friendly gesture from an attractive woman would leave him blushing and stumbling over his words. When the young beauty smiled at us, Tofu's face turned crimson, and he began to stutter, "Says she." I interrupted him, saying, "Look at your pitiful state. Straighten your tongue before speaking." Chapter 45. The departure. Upon my utterance, he shook his head, likely attempting to straighten his tongue, and indeed, his speech became significantly more fluent as he inquired, "Old Chun, how does my hairstyle look?" "Quite good," I replied. He continued, "What about my clothes?" "Not bad," I conceded. Tofu, brimming with excitement, declared, "My 8th spring is arriving." I remarked, "That seems a bit far-fetched." Tofu, displeased, retorted, "Why? In terms of physique, appearance, and temperament, how am I inferior to that old fellow?" I replied, "You lack funds." Tofu appeared quite disheartened, defensively stating, "But we still have around 3 million left. That's enough to buy a Hummer." Enraged, Tofu slammed the table, exclaiming, "Chun, you scoundrel! Would it kill you to say a few kind words? Must you belittle me further?" Despite my attempts to douse his enthusiasm with cold water, Tofu, thoroughly dismayed, vented his frustrations before transforming his ire into appetite, and we devoured the entire spread of food laid before us. Afterward, the 2 of us departed the inn and strolled through the village. Initially, Wei Guangtou had pinpointed the location of the Ghost King's encounter with the Dragon Cup to Fengtu village, but were they truly, as the innkeeper had suggested, en route to Fengzue village? This secluded hamlet, nestled amidst towering mountains and remote pathways, could it possibly be linked to the tomb of the Ghost King encountering the dragon? Contemplating these questions, I seized Tofu, who was engrossed in a magic show nearby. The magic, a traditional Chinese art form with a long history, has become increasingly rare due to the incursion of Western illusions. It was unexpected to encounter someone skilled in this craft in such an obscure mountain village. The performer, selling candied hawthorn skewers, captivated children with small tricks before selling the treats to them. Just as Tofu was deeply engrossed, I tugged him by the collar, prompting his discontent. "What's the rush? I haven't finished watching." I replied, "Are we here to watch magic tricks? We have serious matters to attend to." Tofu, puzzled, asked, "What serious matters? Are we really going to Fengzue village to find Wei Guangtou?" I responded, "It is premature to conclude whether they have indeed gone to Fengzue village. The distance from here to the place known as Phoenix Neck is considerable, and blindly searching there could be quite arduous. Thus, we must first ascertain the situation here." Tofu, lacking comprehension, inquired, "What situation?" I chose not to elaborate, instead guiding him around the village. Shortly, we stumbled upon a high ground, and I led him up, passing by the villagers' fields and gardens. Upon reaching the summit, the entirety of Fengtu village unfolded before us. Directly ahead lay the mountain path we had traversed, with verdant peaks rising majestically. Behind us was the winding mountain road, and before us, sheer cliffs loomed. We were encircled by towering mountains, yet our vantage point was relatively open. Gazing into the distance, the mountain range on our left meandered away, rising higher as it receded. At the horizon stood a towering peak That was the true location of Fengtu. From a geomantic perspective, the actual position of Fengtu village did not rest atop the Feng head, but rather upon its shoulder. While the genuine Feng head referred to the mountain at the farthest point of our sight, the Feng mouth was obscured by the mountains, rendering it invisible from our current position. Fengtu village lies far from the southern bank of the Wu River, relying on the resources extracted from the deep neck. Although it is enveloped by mountains on three sides, the mountain at its back is a sheer cliff, a configuration referred to in geomancy as a broken wall, signifying a place devoid of vitality. Consequently, it is deemed unfit for burial. Hence, the tomb of the ghost King Yulong could not possibly be located in this vicinity. The only conceivable location would be near Fengzue village. I shared these thoughts with Doufu, saying, "It appears we truly must venture to Fengzue village." Doubtingly, Doufu replied, "Since when did you become adept in geomancy?" While I had no such knowledge before, my recent undertaking for Master Zhao compelled me to diligently study my grandfather's notes. The ancient texts within those notes, often perplexing, likely contained the ancestral wisdom for locating graves, a skill that was taken by the lethal by Laozi and subsequently passed down to my grandfather. Previously, I had skimmed through those archaic writings, but in preparation for this journey, I devoted countless hours to study, consulting Baidu whenever I encountered unfamiliar terms, thus acquiring a modicum of understanding. However, the depth of geomancy is vast and intricate. In truth, my grasp of it barely scratches the surface. Thus, I conveyed to Doufu, "This knowledge is a family inheritance. The reason you were unaware of it before is simply that it was unnecessary. I possess a wealth of undisclosed abilities." Doufu jested at my expense, accusing me of fabricating nonsense to deceive the gullible. After assessing the situation, I surmised that Wei Guangtou had likely proceeded to Fengzue village. It was noon, with ample time before nightfall, so Doufu and I procured some food and drink, packed them, and set off towards the direction of Fengtu village. The current circumstances were a far cry from the dire straits we faced at the gates of hell. Although the path grew increasingly remote, our treatment had improved significantly. Moreover, the picturesque scenery along the way made Doufu feel as if he were on a leisurely excursion. After more than 2 hours of walking, we paused by the roadside, and he pulled out his phone, suggesting, "Let us take a commemorative photo." The sun blazed down, and wiping the sweat from my brow, I chuckled at his naivety, saying, "Are you genuinely here for sightseeing? This commemorative photo is merely documenting our criminal escapade." Doufu, caught off guard, sheepishly touched his nose and tucked away his phone, stretching his legs in boredom. We had traversed mountainous paths for days. While I managed relatively well, he seemed to struggle. A pang of guilt washed over me for dragging him along on this tumultuous journey. Had it not been for his assistance during our encounter at the gates of hell, I might have met a fate akin to that of a hapless rooster. Reflecting on this, I said, "If your legs are weary, let us rest for an additional 10 minutes. Doufu, nearly moved to tears, replied, "You have finally ceased to exploit me." He seemed poised to say more when, from a distance, we heard voices conversing. I gestured for him to remain silent and stood to peer into the distance, pondering, in this desolate wilderness, who besides Doufu and I would venture into this forsaken place? In the distance, I spotted a pair approaching along the same path as ours, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, a man and a woman. Was it not the bald man and the young beauty? I had long sensed something amiss in their relationship, and now, their presence in this location raised questions about their intentions. As they drew nearer, I urged Doufu, "No more resting, let us move." Tofu exclaimed in anger, "You pervert." We agreed to rest for another 10 minutes. I kicked him lightly and replied, "If we rest any longer, our whereabouts will be exposed." Reluctantly, though generally obedient to my words, Tofu and I continued our journey along the rugged mountain terrain. We walked until darkness enveloped the land, and the couple we had seen earlier vanished, likely having wandered off or returned home. That afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, we arrived at the mouth of a canyon. From our elevated vantage point, we beheld the verdant mountains on either side, while the canyon itself snaked through the peaks like a coiled green serpent, its end shrouded in mystery. Our destination, Fengzue village, lay nestled on the mountainside at the canyon's terminus, necessitating our passage through the gorge to ascend. In our haste, we had neglected to bring camping gear. So while the sky still held some light, we descended from our high perch into the canyon, where we set up a campfire for the night. The twilight lingered, and Tofu, having removed his shoes to reveal blistered feet, pointed at them and lamented, "Brother, do you see this? All my suffering is for you. I nodded and replied. And then? Tofu insisted. Shouldn't you repay me? I had anticipated this request, finding it rather amusing. All right, wait here for my good news. I'll be right back. This glutton, whose greatest concerns could be forgotten with the promise of food, often made me envious of his carefree nature, which spared him from many worries. Tofu had always relished my barbecuing skills, and it was clear he wanted me to procure something delectable. In my childhood, I was adept at hunting rabbits and catching birds in the countryside. During holidays, I would often spend half a day in the mountains, returning with a rabbit or a pheasant to improve our meals with my grandfather. As the last rays of the setting sun faded and the weary birds returned to their nests, the moment was ripe for hunting. I instructed Tofu to tend the fire while I armed myself with a dagger and ventured into the woods, hoping to catch a pheasant or rabbit to satisfy our appetites after a long day. I had no desire to gnaw on dry flatbreads. Chapter 46. Mysterious paths. As dusk descended, the sounds of birds flapping their wings echoed through the forest. The birds high above were challenging to catch, but the likes of wild chickens and ducks were easier prey. Most people who entered the woods would soon feel lost, but I was well acquainted with navigating such terrain. Having spent my childhood in the mountains and later engaged in trading black fungus, I often ventured into the hills, making it second nature for me to forage for wild food. Before long, I stumbled upon signs of animal activity, three-toed footprints, likely from wild chickens. Though wild chicken meat is generally lean, it is rich in flavor and can be prepared in various ways. However, it is no longer encouraged to hunt such creatures, as environmental degradation has led to their decline and society has grown more conscious of conservation. I recalled my childhood when wild chickens were abundant, and I often hunted them using a slingshot rather than firearms. Wild chickens, unlike rabbits and other birds, may not run as fast, but their acute hearing often caused them to vanish at the slightest hint of human presence. However, as long as I could approach within 4 meters of them, they generally would not escape. I cautiously followed the footprints, and before long, I spotted a red-necked pheasant strutting among the grass, pecking for food, about 20 meters away. I had to approach it carefully to avoid detection. Just as I was about to move closer, a sudden loud bang startled me, and the pheasant collapsed into the underbrush. Initially, I was oblivious to the cause until a stout figure dashed out, seizing the pheasant. It dawned on me that someone had fired a shot. I had seen shotguns before, but this person wielded a small handgun. How could an ordinary individual possess a firearm? Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than the bald, stout man. What was he doing in the valley? If his presence before was mere coincidence, this was decidedly more peculiar. It seemed their identities were far more complex than they appeared. Given that the bald man was armed, I could not ascertain their intentions, so I remained silent, concealed in the grass, and discreetly followed the direction he took. It turned out he had also set up camp at the valley's entrance, not far from us. By the campfire sat a petite beauty, while the bald man cleaned and prepared the pheasant, roasting it over the flames. As it cooked, he remarked, "Is there really treasure in that place? What if it turns out to be useless?" The beauty, proud and imperious by the fire, retorted, "If I say it's valuable, then it is. If you wish to survive, you better do as I say. Think twice before harboring any disloyal thoughts. Your life depends on it." The bald man flinched slightly, quickly offering a nervous smile. "I beg your pardon, how thoughtless of me." With that, he dared not speak further and focused on roasting the meat, leaving no room for more conversation. I found the situation perplexing. This bald man appeared quite affluent and armed. But what was his true background? Regardless of his intentions, he certainly was not a benign character. And why did he seem so wary of the petite beauty? What treasures could he be referring to? Was there another hidden cache in these mountains? As their conversation waned, I decided to remain in place for a while longer, knowing that I would likely hear no more. If I lingered too long, my companion Tofu might grow anxious and search for me. With his daft nature, if we got separated, it would be a regrettable loss. With that thought, I promptly withdrew, reasoning that it was better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Regardless of what treasures they sought, the riches within the Ghost King's dragon tomb were more than enough for us. Both individuals seemed nefarious, and it would be prudent to maintain my distance. On my way back, I caught a rabbit, intending to roast it with tofu. However, upon reaching our campsite, aside from the dying embers of the campfire, there was no sign of Tofu. Not only that, but our backpacks were also missing, clearly indicating that Tofu had fled. I would trust no one else, but Tofu was reliable. He would not abandon me without cause. Something must have happened. I approached the campfire, my senses heightened. and surveyed my surroundings for clues. Soon, I noticed some yellow clay that had been scraped away. It was as if someone had stumbled upon the parched earth, displacing a layer of soil with their shoes. The yellow imprints stretched intermittently forward, and I formed a conjecture in my mind. Tofu must have encountered something alarming, prompting him to grab his belongings and flee in a disoriented manner without leaving a trace for me. What could it have been? Amidst these towering mountains, wild beasts and ferocious tigers abound. Could it be that Tofu had crossed paths with some creature? What was I to do? I followed the footprints, drawing my dagger with vigilance. Soon, the mud prints vanished before a grand tree. I immediately looked up, and as anticipated, a human foot was visible on a high branch. Although the upper body remained concealed, I instantly recognized the trousers and shoes. Indeed, it was Tofu. What was he doing up there? Was there some peril lurking below? I instinctively glanced at the ground. The smooth surface revealed no anomalies, causing my heart to race. I called out to him, "Little Tofu, what trickery are you up to?" Upon hearing my voice, he stirred, crouched down, and peered at me, his dark eyes darting around. He then sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, you've come." He slid down the trunk, visibly shaken, and before I could speak, he exclaimed, "This is absurd. Just how unlucky can you be to have me follow you into such misfortune?" Sensing that something was amiss, I inquired nonchalantly, "What happened just now?" Tofu recounted that he had been sitting there, drying his socks while awaiting my return, when he suddenly felt an itch beneath him. Upon inspection, he discovered a large yellow ant. Initially dismissive, he crushed the ant and resumed his task. However, within a minute, he heard a cacophony of rustling sounds. To his astonishment, he saw countless yellow ants emerging from the ground, surging toward him. The overwhelming sight terrified him, prompting him to grab his belongings and flee. During his escape, he realized that these yellow ants were averse to camphor trees, so he sought refuge in this tree. Yet, being nearsighted, once he climbed high, the ants blended seamlessly with the soil, rendering him unable to discern their presence. It was only upon hearing my voice that he dared to descend. As he spoke, I found myself momentarily speechless. I understood the situation immediately. The yellow ants he referred to were scientifically known as phototropic ants. There is a saying about moths being drawn to flames. In truth, it is not only moths that are attracted to fire. These ants are similarly drawn. In certain rural areas, one can observe them in the hearths. However, I had never heard of such a massive swarm of phototropic ants as described by Tofu. It seemed likely that a few had emerged, lured by the campfire, only to be inadvertently crushed by Tofu, who most likely had killed the ant queen. The ant queen possesses a scent gland on its head, and when touched by a human, the odor can linger for days, impervious to washing. The other ants can then track the scent to exact their revenge on the one who has slain their queen. I responded, "This predicament cannot be attributed to me. Rather, it is your own folly. The ant was merely passing beneath you in its pursuit of the flame. Was it truly necessary to annihilate it? This area may very well be a gathering place for the luminous ants. It seems we must seek a different spot for our camp. The twilight is now approaching nightfall, and in approximately half an hour, darkness will envelop us completely. Tofu has attracted the luminous ants, and it is certainly unwise to pitch our tents here. Moreover, the location chosen by that bald, rotund man is not far from us. Although traversing the mountain paths at night poses dangers, it is still preferable to remaining in one place." After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to walk an additional hour to select a new campsite. Tofu, fearing potential retribution from the ants, voiced no objections. Thus, under the cover of night, we ventured deeper into the canyon, walking for over an hour. Aside from encountering a snake that nearly bit me, we encountered no other dangers. As I selected a spot and prepared to set up camp, an ethereal melody suddenly pierced the stillness of the dark night. In this remote wilderness, in the desolate canyon, how could there possibly be someone singing? Tofu glanced at me, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, and asked, "Is the singer human or a ghost?" I too felt uncertain, yet to reassure Tofu, I calmly replied, "Surely there are not so many supernatural beings in the world. I suspect there are others nearby besides us. Let me investigate." "Don't," Tofu implored, tugging at my arm, retreating like a timid turtle. "If it sings, let it sing. We should not provoke it." In truth, the notion of seeking out a being whose nature was unknown, be it human or ghost, made me uneasy as well. Although I considered myself brave, I was not fearless enough to disregard the unknown. Tofu's words provided me an escape, so I feigned a stern demeanor and said, "Look at you, acting so cowardly. Fine, we1The go. I'd hate for you to soil your pants in fright while I'm away. With that, I set about kindling a campfire, preparing the rabbit I had caught. The golden brown meat, seasoned with natural herbs from the mountains, exuded a rich aroma that made our mouths water. We feasted heartily. The fatigue of the day seemed to vanish. Yet the haunting melody lingered in the air. The indistinct song, devoid of discernible gender, sent shivers down our spines. Tofu suggested that it would be too dangerous for both of us to sleep. We should take turns keeping watch. This sentiment resonated with me. So I allowed Tofu to rest first while I took the first watch, retrieving my grandfather's work notes. I flipped to the section regarding the phoenix's neck and settled beside the fire, engrossed in my reading. Chapter 47. The stone statue tomb raiding has traditionally been divided into northern and southern factions. Due to their years spent traversing the underground, tomb raiders have acquired some rather unsavory nicknames, such as Mole or Earth Rat, and have collectively come to be known as Earth Scholars. The methodologies of these Earth Scholars differ significantly between the North and South due to the distinct cultural heritages of their respective regions. Take, for instance, tools like the commonly used Luoyang shovel, which we refer to as the archaeological probe. Initially, it was employed by the northern faction, but once it reached the south, it proved ineffective due to the differences in soil composition. In the southern regions, the probe could not carry soil, rendering it inferior to the short-handled hoe, which is why the southern faction does not utilize the Luoyang shovel. The disparity in tools is apparent, not to mention the various techniques and intricacies involved. However, my grandfather's work notebook is quite peculiar. It does not categorize methodologies into southern or northern schools. Instead, many elements are interwoven, and the descriptions from different regions vary significantly, as if penned by disparate authors. It resembles a compilation of excerpts from various texts during his note-taking process. Among these, a segment concerning geomancy and the observation of graves, although merely a few pages in length, is entirely inscribed in classical Chinese. It is widely acknowledged that ancient literary Chinese possesses a greater capacity for conciseness than modern vernacular. Often, a few characters convey meanings that would require lengthy explanations in contemporary language, thus encapsulating a wealth of information. Although I had perused it somewhat prior to my arrival, many intricate details remained elusive. Seizing the moment, I read under the flickering flames, deliberately disregarding the faint melody that lingered in the air. Upon reaching the section on the phoenix's neck, I examined its detailed account. It stated that at the juncture of the phoenix's neck, a significant geomantic site is established. There must be a source of flowing water, for where there is water, the dragon appears, dragon symbolizing vitality. Conversely, the absence of water signifies a severed head, indicating stagnation of energy. The essence conveyed is that, according to the configuration of the phoenix's neck, there must be a water source at that pivotal location. Ideally a flowing one, such as a river or underground spring, suitable for burial. However, if the area lacks water or possesses stagnant water, it is deemed a severed phoenix. A place obstructed by dragon energy, utterly unsuitable for interment. As I continued, I encountered more geomantic configurations related to the phoenix's neck, such as which individuals are appropriate for burial and the associated rituals. Though it was succinct, comprising fewer than 100 characters, it encompassed profound mysteries that captivated me further. At that moment, a sudden chill swept through the forest, causing goosebumps to rise on my skin amidst the summer night, prompting me to glance up sharply towards the source of the cold wind. There, at the boundary of light and shadow, crouched an indistinct figure, its two emerald eyes emanating a ghostly glow, seemingly observing us from the darkness for an indeterminate time. Had it not been for the peculiar cold breeze, I might have remained oblivious to its presence. What could it be? A wolf or something else? Startled by those green eyes, I instinctively sprang to my feet and grasped a torch from the ground. I understood that animals are typically wary of fire. Regardless of whether it was a wolf or another wild beast, they generally retreat from bright flames. I approached the figure, torch in hand, my heart racing with apprehension, pondering, why does it show no reaction? Could it be unafraid of fire? What nocturnal creatures venture out undeterred by flames? I swiftly ran through possibilities in my mind, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Yet, as I drew closer and discerned the object clearly, I was taken aback. It was no wild beast but rather an odd, large boulder, lying horizontally at the base of the canyon, as if it had rolled down from the mountain. Instinctively, I looked upward along the stone, but in the darkness, the mountain loomed obscured and indistinct. The form of this large stone is exceedingly peculiar. The upper half bears the marks of carving, while the lower half retains a more primal appearance, as if it is an unfinished creation. This statue is indeed strange. Its body somewhat reminiscent of a canine, devoid of a neck, with a human face affixed directly to the ground at the shoulders. The reflection in the statue's eyes reveals embedded green gemstones, though I possess little knowledge of gems and cannot discern their variety. In the dead of night, confronted by this figure that straddles the line between human and beast, I felt a chill creeping up my spine, a shiver coursing through my neck. The visage of this hybrid creature, despite its seemingly benevolent smile, evoked a sense of unease in the present atmosphere. Oddly, as I gazed at this fusion of human face and animal body, it struck me as vaguely familiar, as if I had encountered it somewhere before, yet after much contemplation, I could not place it. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I roused Dofu, urging him to join me in deliberation. In this desolate wilderness, where no soul dwells in the valley, the sudden emergence of such an entity was undeniably bizarre. I remarked to Dofu, I cannot shake the feeling that this is somewhat familiar, but I cannot recall where I've seen it. We spend most of our time together. Perhaps you have also encountered it. Think carefully. Dofu, still groggy and drooling from sleep, was startled awake by the sight of this oddity, nearly jumping to his feet. He exclaimed, Chun, could you allow me a moment's peace? I wake to behold this. Do you not realize I am a rat by birth? Seeing his fright, I quickly reassured him, it is merely a statue. Though you may be born under the sign of the rat, even among rats, there are heroes. You have always shown courage. This trifle cannot possibly intimidate you. Flattered by my words, Dofu's demeanor softened, albeit begrudgingly. He replied, All right, for the sake of our brotherhood. I shall not hold it against you. Let me take a closer look. He brought the torch nearer, scrutinizing the statue's face for a moment before speaking slowly. I cannot ascertain its origin, but I have discerned one thing. I immediately inquired, What is that? Dofu pointed at the statue's eyes, stating, Those two eyes are quite valuable. Perhaps we should pry them out. Upon hearing this, I was nearly beside myself with exasperation, unable to suppress a bitter smile as I shook my head in response. Forget it. Let us pretend this conversation never occurred. You should return to sleep. Go on. Do not linger here. Realizing he had strayed off topic, Dofu scratched his head and said, Wait, I was merely jesting. In truth, while I cannot identify exactly what it is, I do have an idea. Having lost all hope for this dim-witted companion, I apathetically urged, What idea? Speak. Suddenly, Dofu pointed towards the mountain, saying, It is evident that this statue has rolled down from above. If that is the case, there must be clues up there. We should investigate to gain clarity. Although I have always preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles, this statue evoked a sense of familiarity within me. Until I uncover its mystery, it feels as if something is lodged in my heart. Though Tofu may be unreliable, he has struck upon the crux of the matter, prompting me to immediately respond. You are not mistaken. It seems we must ascend to investigate. Upon hearing this, Tofu promptly drooped his head, grimacing as he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, Zhong Qian, kill me now. If this continues, I shall surely be worn to death by you. Rather than suffer endlessly, grant me a swift end. Amused by his dramatic plea, I was about to retort when Tofu suddenly exclaimed, shaking his rear as he rose from the ground. I teased, Weren't you waiting for me to kill you? Why are you getting up on your own? Stop joking, Tofu frowned, pointing towards the mountain. Look, there seems to be light up there. His words prompted me to glance upwards, and my heart sank momentarily. Something was amiss. Just moments ago, everything had been shrouded in darkness. How could there be light now? Where did it come from? The glow was faint, flickering like fireflies amidst the mountainous shadow. Tofu, having abandoned his previous antics, furrowed his brow and remarked, It appears to be a bonfire. I too discerned that it resembled a bonfire, distinctly different from the lanterns we had encountered in Inyang Liubu village. In such a desolate place, how could there be anyone? Lost in thought, Tofu suddenly suggested, Could it be Wei Guangtou and his crew? I shook my head, replying, Impossible. Wei Guangtou departed 2 days ago. There's no way he would linger here now. It's likely someone else. Tofu stroked his chin, pondering, in a place like this. Apart from us mushroom foragers, who else could it be? Could it be fellow travelers? Logically, such remote locations should be devoid of human presence. Yet first, there was that bald, portly man and the young beauty, and now, out of the blue, a group had appeared, which seemed exceedingly strange. My instincts and experience warned me that something was amiss. If we did not ascertain the situation, we could find ourselves in significant peril. Therefore, I said to Tofu, "The bonfire must have been lit not long ago. Let us climb up and take a closer look." Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter at this moment. The night was pitch dark, and had the situation not been so peculiar, I would not have wished to scale the mountain in the dead of night. This outing was originally intended for clandestine dealings. In this era, the penalties for illicit activities such as tomb raiding and mushroom foraging are severe, and should anything go awry, one's life could be irrevocably altered. Thus, we could not afford any missteps. To uncover the truth, Tofu and I shouldered our packs, grasping the nearly extinguished torches from the bonfire, and made our way towards the distant glow above. The mountain was not difficult to traverse, with a flame in hand. We encountered no snakes, insects, or vermin. After approximately 20 minutes, we reached our destination, revealing an ancient structure looming in the darkness. It appeared quite dilapidated, resembling an old mansion or perhaps a temple. Yet in this wild, desolate expanse, both a mansion and a temple seemed exceedingly out of place. The door of the house stood ajar, with firelight spilling forth from within. As our torches had nearly burned out, we promptly discarded them on the ground, extinguishing them underfoot. We then approached the brightly illuminated doorway with utmost caution. Where there is fire, there must be people. As I and Tofu cautiously approached the grand entrance along the stone wall that encircled the estate, we were exceedingly vigilant, fearful of being detected. To our surprise, upon peering through the narrow crack of the door, we discovered only a roaring bonfire within, devoid of any human presence. Tofu could not contain a soft exclamation, eager to venture inside, but I tugged at him, signaling that we should wait a moment longer. Perhaps the person who had kindled the fire was still inside. After all, our view was limited through the narrow opening, and it was wise to observe for a bit longer. As we waited, a series of clattering sounds echoed from within the hall, reminiscent of footsteps approaching the flickering light of the fire. Tofu and I focused intently, eager to discern who might emerge. Yet, unexpectedly, the footsteps halted abruptly, replaced by an ethereal melody, akin to singing. Was it possible that the source of this enchanting sound resided within this ancient abode? Tofu's eyes widened in astonishment, and just as he seemed about to speak, a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth. This was not my hand. It belonged to someone lurking behind us. Startled, I turned quickly, only to find a shadowy figure standing behind. We had been so engrossed in our clandestine observation of the estate that we had not anticipated the sudden appearance of another person, and for a moment, my heart skipped a beat. Before I could react, the figure swiftly gestured for silence, leaning forward. By the flickering light emanating from the hall, I recognized the newcomer. It was Gu-Wenmin. Gu-Wenmin shook her head at us, signaling us to remain quiet. She then lowered her hand and pointed toward the interior of the ancient house, indicating that we should observe in silence. Throughout the encounter, she uttered not a single word. My mind raced with confusion. How could Gu-Wenmin be in such a place? Was she truly not engaged in photography? Had she deceived me? I had harbored some affection for her, and the thought that she might be a fraud ignited a flicker of anger within me, causing me to regard her with increasing displeasure. Yet, given the circumstances, I refrained from voicing my thoughts. We waited outside the estate for approximately half an hour, when Gu-Wenmin suddenly broke the silence, expressing concern. What if something has happened to them? Them? I inquired. Who do you mean? After a brief pause, she replied, a group of poachers. I had heard that this gorge was breathtakingly beautiful, splitting into two like a double-headed serpent at its end, particularly spectacular at sunset, which was why they sought to capture its scenery. Earlier that afternoon, having stumbled upon this ancient house, she had intended to spend the night inside. But as she stepped out to take a few photographs, she encountered a band of armed thieves who had taken residence there. I was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Gu-Wenmin's audacity to camp alone in such a place. Then, she cast a thoughtful glance at me and Tofu, remarking, "But what brings you two to this location?" Tofu, usually slow-witted, displayed unexpected cleverness at that moment, lying without a flicker of hesitation. Though we dwell in a city choked with exhaust fumes, our love for nature remains undiminished. Such a beautiful place. Can it be that only you can come here, while we cannot? You are pursuing art, and so am I. You seek to capture its beauty, and I wish to do the same. As she spoke, she cast me a knowing glance, prompting me to respond, Indeed, indeed. Had I known you would also come to the gorge for sightseeing, we should have set out together. By the way, since these armed hunters reside here, why not choose another place to stay? Why remain here? Gu-Wenmin, likely bewildered by the banter between Tofu and me, quickly shifted the topic, saying, I wish to ascertain who they are. There is a great deal of poaching in this area. Before I came, the villagers informed me that this mountain harbors many rare animals. If they are indeed poachers, we cannot allow them to succeed. I thought to myself, there are countless transgressions in this world. Can you possibly oversee them all? Their poaching is none of your concern. With such a sense of justice. If they were to discover that Tofu and I were grave robbers, would she not rush to report us to the authorities? Thus, I remarked, the other party is armed. If they discover us, it could be exceedingly dangerous. In this desolate wilderness, as a young woman, it would be far too easy for them to silence you. Tofu, in his usual dim-witted manner, nodded in agreement, adding, yes, yes. And considering your beauty, they would likely assault you before silencing you. How dreadful. Even Gu1 known for her good temper, was visibly exasperated by Tofu's comments. Stomping her foot in irritation, she said, you two possess no sense of civic duty. It would be one thing if you hadn't seen them, but since you have, we cannot allow them to continue their poaching. Do you understand how easily they could kill a tiger? Do you know how much manpower and resources the country invests annually to protect wild tigers? I was taken aback by Gu1's impassioned discourse, which escalated to a national concern. If this continued, Tofu and I would be condemned as eternal villains. I hastily interrupted her, saying, we were wrong. We should not stand idly by in the face of such heinous poaching. But what can we do with them armed? Seeing my sincere admission of fault, Gu1's anger dissipated somewhat. Lowering her voice, she continued, when I discovered them, they had already captured several creatures. Some were dead, while others were alive. I had intended to wait for an opportunity to release those living beings, which is why I had been lying in wait over there. She gestured towards the shadowy area, indicating where she had been hiding. Originally, Gu1 had planned to act while the poachers were either absent or lax. But to her surprise, the trio of poachers had entered and not emerged again. Before long, faint sounds of singing and footsteps emanated from the ancient house, creating an eerie atmosphere. Gu1, uncertain of the situation, hesitated to act, and it was then that she spotted Tofu and me stealthily ascending the mountain. To prevent us from inadvertently alerting the poachers, she revealed herself. I have been lying in wait for over 4 hours. They have neither emerged nor made a sound. I find this quite strange, yet I hesitated to venture in alone. Now that you are here, it is fortuitous. Tofu, with a pitiful expression, lamented, though we are brave. We are but flesh and blood. Are you truly expecting us to shield you from gunfire? Gu1 appeared poised to speak, her lips parting to utter a sound, when suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the ancient residence, resembling the anguished cry of someone being skinned alive. The sound was hauntingly severe, sending shivers down their spines and chilling their ears. The three of them halted their conversation, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily unclear about the unfolding events. The harrowing scream persisted for approximately half a minute before fading into silence, followed by another voice, this time not a scream, but a terrified shout for help. Save me. The cries dwindled in intensity until they vanished entirely. It was evident that the voice belonged to a poacher, but what calamity had befallen them? Did they not possess firearms? How could such cries escape their lips? As I pondered this, Tofu interjected, what should we do? Someone is still calling for help. Though this fellow was timid, he was also easily moved by compassion. I recalled an instance when he had gone out for fast food with just 10 yuan in his pocket, only to encounter a beggar with a severed leg. In a moment of kindness, he had given away all his money. Bewildered, he had then gone for his meal, only to realize he had no money left to pay. In the end, he had to brazenly flee when the owner was distracted, enjoying a meal on the house. While poaching was indeed a detestable crime, it was still a matter of human life. Tofu, unable to ignore the plea, immediately suggested, shall we go in and take a look? His benevolence was evident, yet Gu1, with a slight tightening of her lips, bore an expression of resolute determination, her exquisite features shadowed by a hint of frost. Let us proceed, she declared, stepping forth into the darkness, with Tofu following closely behind. I lingered at the rear, uncertain of my response, thinking, go on, you are both good souls, and here I am, the only cold-hearted villain amongst you. However, I could not allow them, a coward and a woman, to venture forth alone into danger. Resolutely, I drew my dagger and stepped through the entrance of the ancient abode. Inside, the doorway led to a vast hall, desolate and empty, with 4 wooden pillars standing sentinel. At the far end lay a table that perhaps once held some significant item, now stripped bare. Apart from this, the hall contained nothing but a central bonfire, fiercely ablaze. Nearby, several gear bags were scattered about, two of which bore long-barreled shotguns draped across them. Clearly, not long ago, these individuals had been gathered around the fire. Since they had not ventured out, they must still be within the confines of this ancient dwelling. Our gazes instinctively shifted toward an arched doorway to the left. It lacked a door, appearing dark and foreboding, likely leading to a rear hall or another chamber. Indeed, the sole means of retreat from the main hall. It was evident that the poachers had ventured inside. But what calamity had they encountered to elicit such dreadful cries? As Gu Wanmin switched on her flashlight and prepared to approach the archway, I halted her, saying, "Let us not rush. This ancient residence has clearly been abandoned for many years, and we may encounter snakes, insects, or vermin within. It is prudent to carry a flame for safety. With these shotguns at our side, we shall also have means of defense." Gu Wanmin appeared somewhat anxious. But upon my remark, she fell silent and replied, "You truly have a thoughtful perspective." As she spoke, she lit a torch. I retrieved 2 hunting rifles from my bag, and upon inspection, I was astonished to find they were semi-automatic, capable of chambering and ejecting shells automatically. I had only encountered the cumbersome, antiquated shotguns that required manual reloading while trafficking in black pearls, which were notoriously troublesome and prone to misfire. These semi-automatics, though more costly, possessed greater lethality. Despite my lack of experience, I deduced the operational method after a moment's contemplation and guided Dofu in the use of the firearm. Once we were adequately prepared, the 3 of us brandished our torches and ventured into the archway behind us. The amber glow of the torches gradually illuminated the darkness, and as our field of vision expanded, the scene before us unfolded. Though we had entertained various conjectures upon entering, the bizarre sight that greeted us left us momentarily speechless. There was neither the hall I had envisioned nor any signs of serpents or vermin. The entire space, aside from the support pillars, was devoid of any signs of life, save for the densely piled massive stones. In an instant, we felt as if we had plunged into a stone circle. The torchlight revealed that the stones had begun to take on a bluish hue. Their original color, presumably a pale gray, had darkened over the years due to the erosion of the earth. The varying shades combined to create a collection of peculiar and bizarre forms, some resembling human faces affixed to the stones, which upon first glance evoked a disquieting sensation. Dofu gasped, exclaiming, "Why are there only stones here?" Gu Wanmin reached out to touch the nearest boulder, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, "Look, most of these stones have been shaped into rectangular blocks, as if intended for carving something." Her observation reminded me of the strange stone statue at the foot of the mountain, leading me to ponder, could the origin of that statue be here? Who amassed such a quantity of stone, and to what purpose were these bizarre sculptures created? Contemplating this, I began to scrutinize the shapes of the statues around us. Some remained as intact rectangular blocks, while others had been partially worked, though the majority were incomplete, rendering their exact forms difficult to discern. At that moment, I discovered a figure identical to the statue at the mountain's base and instinctively approached for a closer examination. That familiar sensation lingered, yet I could not quite recall its source. As we entered further, the previously faint melody gradually faded away, and the expanse before us was filled solely with immense stones, devoid of any poachers. However, I stumbled upon an exceedingly peculiar revelation and inquired of Gu Wanmin. The prey they hunted must have also been brought here, correct? Gu Wanmin immediately nodded, her intelligence shining through as she grasped the implication of my question, exclaiming, "Yes. Some of the animals were still alive when they were brought in. But where did they go?" If one were to suggest that a person encountered some danger or met with an accident that precluded our ability to see them again, such a notion could be deemed plausible. However, what becomes of the deceased prey? Dofu further speculated. Were I in their position, I would surely opt to store the carcasses in proximity, perhaps in a corner of the grand hall. Gu Wanmin nodded in agreement. Yet I harbored a different perspective, stating, "If I were the one, I would not proceed in such a manner." "Why?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Consider this. A lifeless animal exudes a strong scent of blood, and wild creatures emit a foul odor. Would you wish to slumber in such an environment? Furthermore, live beings, bound and restrained, would undoubtedly make noise or thrash about, disrupting any peaceful rest. Were I to sleep in the hall, I would certainly discard such things far from my vicinity." Upon my conclusion, Both Doufu and Gu Wanmin found my reasoning sound, yet curiously. This place bore no signs of life. Neither the sounds of animals nor even the expected scent of blood could be detected. The only lingering aroma was that of the ancient residents' damp, musty air. Where have those creatures gone? And what of the poachers? If they are not within this stone room, might they have ventured elsewhere? Previously, while we observed the tide outside, we noted the considerable expanse of the ancient abode. Thus, it seemed improbable that only the hall and the stone room existed. There must be pathways leading to other locations, albeit obstructed by massive stone blocks, which we must thoroughly investigate. At that moment, Gu Wanmin stood beside me, seemingly having suddenly noticed the stone statue resembling a human face behind me. She gasped softly, her demeanor shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Recognizing her expression as unusual, I cautiously probed. This statue is rather strange. Do you recognize it? Gu Wanmin narrowed her eyes and retorted, are you not familiar with such things? Doufu interjected, this type of figure is unmistakably linked to feudal superstition. As educated modern individuals, we have no acquaintance with such artifacts, so it is hardly surprising that we are unaware. Gu, my dear beauty, if you know, do share. Do not keep me in suspense. Gu Wanmin, aware of Doufu's character, shook her head and replied softly, most people indeed do not recognize this. It is a tomb guardian beast. A tomb guardian beast? Doufu's mouth fell agape, unable to close for a moment. I found it curious. I was familiar with the concept, having only heard of the two-headed deer as a tomb guardian beast, yet I had never encountered one with a human visage. Gu Wanmin elaborated, you see, you do not grasp this. The forms of tomb guardian beasts are myriad. The two-headed deer is merely a common variant from the Warring States period. In addition, there are square shapes, dragon faces, and tortoise teeth, to name but a few. However, human-faced beasts do exist, albeit in exceedingly rare instances. And there is an exceptionally bizarre coincidence concerning them. Doufu, now intrigued, inquired about this coincidence. To which Gu Wanmin pointed at the human-faced guardian beast and asked, do you not feel a sense of familiarity upon seeing it? Taken aback, I immediately felt a surge of caution and replied, how do you know? Gu Wanmin remarked, this tomb guardian beast has only been unearthed once, and a study was conducted regarding it, revealing that 70% of the participants experienced a sense of familiarity upon seeing it. I found her statement utterly fantastical. How could so many individuals feel a sense of familiarity towards something they have never encountered before? Was this woman attempting to deceive us? The most peculiar aspect was that as a mere mushroom forger and tomb raider, I could not identify this rare tomb guardian beast, yet she had managed to recognize it. Initially, I had merely harbored a suspicion towards her, but now I was convinced that Gu Wanmin was indeed questionable. Her intentions were far from simple photography. In fact, photography might merely serve as a facade. Since she was reluctant to disclose her true purpose, I felt no need to pry further. After all, we were merely strangers crossing paths, and throughout our journey, she had posed no threat to either me or Doufu. As long as her objectives did not jeopardize us, I could easily choose to disregard her motives. I refrained from questioning her, but Doufu, lacking in subtlety, immediately exclaimed, impressive, Miss Gu. As a photographer, you seem to have quite a bit of knowledge about these things. So, tell us, what exactly accounts for this sense of familiarity? Gu Wanmin held up two fingers and explained, this sense of familiarity can be categorized into two types. The first is innate, while the second is more widely recognized. In Egypt, there exists a famous statue known as the Sphinx. Do you not find the resemblance between the two forms striking? I was, of course, familiar with the Sphinx, and Gu Wanmin's reminder shed light on our previous bewilderment. It was no wonder we felt a sense of familiarity, as it indeed bore some resemblance to the Sphinx. Yet, I was curious about her reference to an innate feeling. Chapter 50. The Serpent's Lair. Seemingly attuned to our confusion, Gu Wanmin smiled gently and elucidated, in truth, across the globe, there exist various creatures depicted as having human heads and animal bodies. Humans have an unconscious tendency to create such forms, irrespective of race or borders, as if it were a deep-seated genetic memory. Among the individuals who participated in the study were some uneducated laborers who had no knowledge of the Sphinx, yet still experienced a sense of familiarity with the tomb guardian beast. Thus, some theorize that this may be an ancient genetic code at play, perhaps indicative of a time in human history when such beings existed. Having said this, Gu Wanmin curiously remarked, it appears this location indeed served as a stone processing site. But who would engage in stonework in such a remote area? Especially for something like a tomb guardian beast? I mused to myself. This ancient residence clearly bore the marks of time, and it was uncertain from which dynasty it had originated. Given the presence of stone materials, it could very well have been a quarry for constructing tombs in the past. Regardless of whether the ghost King Yulong's tomb lay hidden within these mountains, one certainty remained. There were undoubtedly ancient graves here. Though I was aware of this, I chose to remain silent. Dofu, clearly perplexed, bluntly stated, "That sounds a bit far-fetched. Let us cease our contemplation of this statue and prioritize the search for the missing person." Moments ago, cries for help echoed through the air. Now, silence reigns. And we cannot help but worry. This thought prompted an immediate cessation of conversation among the three of us, as we raised our torches and concentrated our attention on the surroundings. Although the area was densely packed with stone debris, a narrow pathway meandered through the center, leading into the depths of darkness ahead. I took the lead, wielding a hunting rifle, while the others followed in a single file along the winding corridor. Eventually, the passage turned a corner, becoming further entwined within the stone piles. The entire expanse featured but this solitary path. The rest was a labyrinth of stone, making our journey feel as if we were traversing a maze. After navigating several twists and turns, I felt a sudden tug on my arm from behind. It was Dofu. His expression tense and voice lowered, asking if I detected a peculiar odor. Dofu, typically timid, appeared increasingly anxious in this confined environment. I reassured him with a pat on the shoulder and took a moment to inhale deeply. Indeed, there was an unmistakable scent of blood, though its source eluded me. Noticing my change in demeanor, Dofu became agitated, inquiring about the nature of the smell. I struggled to articulate it, suggesting it resembled that of an animal. Guwenmin, too, shook his head, unable to discern the scent. Could it be the remains of the vanished prey? Dofu quickly interjected, speculating whether the hunted included serpents, as he believed the odor was reminiscent of snakes, perhaps emanating from a multitude of them. Despite Dofu's propensity for loyalty and sentiment, his fearfulness regarding serpents and pests was palpable. If he likened it to snake odor, I had little doubt he was correct. Nonetheless, it was expected that this long-abandoned place would harbor such creatures. I reassured him, urging caution to keep the torch alight, explaining that snakes generally fear humans and would not attack unless provoked. While Gu Wanmin displayed no fear, Dofu appeared increasingly anxious, retracting his neck as if to hide. Closely following my lead. Were circumstances different, I might have laughed at his apprehension. We advanced a few more steps, and before us lay a disturbing sight. Upon merely glancing at it, my legs felt weak. Sensing my unease, Dofu inquired about the matter, attempting to peer forward. I instinctively pressed his head back, cautioning him not to look, as it was rather frightening. What lay before me was undoubtedly the most repulsive scene I had ever witnessed. My heart raced, and my stomach churned. I could hardly bear it, let alone imagine Dofu's reaction should he see it. However, Dofu's mischievous nature prevailed. Despite my efforts to shield him from the sight, his curiosity got the better of him. He craned his neck to peer around me, and when he finally beheld the gruesome sight, his eyes widened in shock, and his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Gu Wenmin was not much better off. Although she often traversed the deep mountains and had likely grown accustomed to the sight of snakes, insects, and vermin, she was still a young woman. The scene before her rendered her pale, causing her to sway slightly, and she had to lean against the nearby stone to avoid collapsing. Before us lay a lifeless body on the ground. Its appearance was utterly unrecognizable, with green snakes, as thick as a thumb, slithering in and out of the corpse, which was riddled with bloodied holes. The serpents emerged from these gaping wounds, their bodies stained crimson, creating the illusion of a writhing mass of flesh. An overwhelming stench assailed our senses, as entrails and viscera lay strewn about, and small snakes crawled in and out of the mouth, evoking an unsettling sensation in our throats, as if something were moving within. The blood from the corpse still flowed, indicating that death had occurred not long ago. Yet the body was already marred beyond recognition by the seemingly fragile snakes, a horrific sight beyond the capacity of language to convey. I felt an urge to refrain from breathing, for each inhalation brought the distinct odor of human entrails. In that moment, none of us could utter a word. Was the one who had just screamed in agony this very person? And who had cried out for help? How could there be so many snakes here? Had this individual also met with a tragic fate? Gu Wenmin's face turned pale as she uttered, "What shall we do now?" The path ahead was nearly overrun by snakes, making it impossible to proceed directly. Yet, to turn back would be equally unbearable given the gruesome state of the unfortunate soul before us. I, being somewhat resolute by nature, felt a lingering dread, not to mention the strong sense of justice embodied by Gu Wanmin and the soft-heartedness of our companion, little Tofu. After a brief moment, Gu Wanmin reached a decision, her striking features betraying a hint of guilt as she murmured, "It's my fault for involving you both in this. But if there are survivors, I cannot turn a blind eye. You two should leave. I will think of a way." Although my time with Gu Wanmin had been short, I had come to understand her character, one that evoked both affection and frustration. She was undeniably beautiful, possessing a captivating allure that was quintessentially Chinese. Her demeanor was gentle and accommodating, coupled with intelligence and humility, creating a serene and pleasant atmosphere when in her presence. Yet, her sense of justice was perhaps overly intense, a trait that straddled the line between virtue and vice, embodying moral ideals that often lead to troublesome realities. It appeared she intended to delve deeper in search of the other two missing poachers. Perhaps they were still alive, or perhaps they had already met their demise. Little Tofu, regaining her composure, felt the prickling of goosebumps on her arms as she turned her head away from the corpse and said, "Their death is so tragic. I wonder how the other two are faring. If we do not rescue them, their fate will undoubtedly be grim. However, this is quite dangerous. Lao Chun, I will follow your lead. If you say we should save them, then we shall, but if you decide against it, I will retreat with you. Though my heart may be somewhat hardened, I am not the kind of person to stand idly by while others suffer." Upon seeing Gu Wenmin's resolute determination, Dofu, with a face full of compassion, remarked, "While these poachers are indeed despicable, the law will ultimately bring them to justice. Since we have encountered this situation, we should do our utmost to save those in need. However, our path is obstructed by these serpents. How shall we proceed?" Suddenly, an idea struck Dofu as he pointed to the top of the surrounding stones, saying, "Let us climb up and traverse along the stone tops to circumvent this serpentine area." Gu Wanmin finally let out a sigh of relief, praising, "Little Do, that is an excellent suggestion." Without further ado, we resolved to act, employing our hands and feet to ascend the pile of stones. The height from the top to the roof beam was about a wood's length, and the roof was shrouded in darkness, emanating a foul odor. We had no time to ponder the beams above. Instead, we crawled forward along the stones while vigilantly observing below. All the serpents had congregated near the bodies, and we only needed to maneuver past this section to reach safety. However, after only a few movements, Dofu suddenly exclaimed, and then ceased his crawling, as if something had occurred. A surge of inexplicable anger coursed through me, and I lowered my voice to inquire, "What now, ancestor? What has happened?" Chapter 51. The Serpent King Dofu opened his mouth, trembling as he stammered, My pants." "What about your pants?" I retorted. "Are you suggesting that a little friction has revived your manhood? If so, that is quite irrelevant, especially with a lady present. You ought to find a corner to handle that yourself." Dofu cried out, "You pervert. Something has crawled inside. I beg you, get it out quickly." Gu Wenmin, still in front of me, turned her head in astonishment, exclaiming, "Surely not. How could something crawl into your pants? Could it be a rat from the beams above? It's slippery and cold, like a snake." Dofu quivered, utterly terrified of such creatures, his eyes pleading for help. Taken aback, I cautioned him. "Why would a rat be interested in your backside? Stay still. We mustn't allow it to bite you. Let me handle this." With that, I turned around and crawled back a bit, holding my torch aloft to inspect the situation. My heart sank as I nearly dropped the torch in shock. It was summer, and we had donned loose, lightweight pants. Dofu was sprawled on the ground, and through the loose fabric, a bulge the size of a human head was swelling from his backside, writhing incessantly and causing my skin to crawl. Dofu, being particularly sensitive to snakes, insisted that it was indeed a serpent within. Gritting my teeth, I steeled myself and swiftly yanked at Dofu's waistband, while my other hand plunged inside to grasp the cold object, yanking it out and tossing it aside. To my surprise, the creature reacted with alarming speed, biting my wrist as it escaped. While the pain was not particularly severe, I was concerned about the potential venom. Without a second thought, I shoved the wound into my mouth to suck the poison away. At that moment, the snake I had thrown landed near the base of the stones, right next to the body. It was significantly larger than the others, adorned with a crimson crown upon its head. In my earlier days in the countryside, I heard tales that a serpent crowned upon its head signified the king of serpents. To slay such a creature would invoke the wrath of its kin. Alas, my misfortune was profound, for in a moment of carelessness, I seized the very serpent king. After being hurled from the precipice of stone, it landed with a jarring thud, only to rise sluggishly, elevating its neck to hiss at us with its flickering tongue. More terrifying still, this serpent was venomous, despite my prompt treatment of the wound. The toxin coursed through my veins with alarming swiftness, rendering my body as if under the influence of an anesthetic. The Serpent King, hidden within Tofu's trousers, was swiftly extricated and cast into the air, its fury palpable. As it emitted hissing sounds, the previously carefree little serpents, playing amidst the remains, abruptly turned their heads and began to ascend the stones in pursuit of us. A shiver ran down my spine, and I urged, "Hurry, run." Tofu and Gu-1 quick to react, hastened their movements. I strained to move. Although my mind was alert, my body was unresponsive. Tofu crawled a few steps to align himself with me, exclaiming, "Old Qian, why are you so still? Have you grown fond of the Serpent King, entangled in a tragic romance?" I longed to slap him, retorting, "I've been poisoned by the serpent. I can't move. This predicament is your doing." Hearing this, Tofu's expression turned grave as he glanced below, declaring, "The serpents are climbing up. I'll drag you along." The space overhead was merely a meter high, forcing us to crawl in a half-kneeling position, unable to stand upright. Tofu exerted all his strength, flipping me onto his back, yet this cumbersome movement reduced our speed significantly. Meanwhile, several smaller serpents, weaving through the chaos, had already reached the apex, advancing toward us. Tofu, being more accustomed to wielding a brush than engaging in physical exertion, struggled under my weight, and soon, a serpent ascended his foot. Tofu, gripped by fear, froze momentarily, trembling, yet he pressed on, ignoring the serpents as he gritted his teeth and crawled forward. Despite their diminutive size, those serpents bore sharp fangs, and it wasn't long before Tofu's legs were marked with numerous bites, blood seeping from the punctures and staining his trousers crimson. The serpents continued their ascent up his calves, relentlessly pursuing higher ground toward his thighs and waist. A chill coursed through me as I reflected. Perhaps my past misdeeds in business had summoned this retribution. Or was it the curse that dictated this would be my final hour? I turned to Tofu and implored, "Little Tofu, if this persists, neither of us will escape. Put me down and grant me a swift end." Tofu, summoning every ounce of strength, crawled forward, leaving a trail of blood beneath his knees. His eyes glistening red with desperation, and in a hushed tone, he vowed, "It is I who have implicated you, even in death. I shall endeavor to carry you to safety." I remarked, "This predicament is indeed your fault. I simply cannot fathom why that snake would venture into your backside. Surely, you haven't been secretly stashing away some food in your undergarments?" Tofu, with a woeful expression, his body weary from bearing heavy burdens, retorted, "By heaven's conscience, who would ever hide something in their underwear?" I replied, "I have done so in the past." Tofu fell silent, cursing under his breath as he strained to crawl forward, his legs trembling. Unbeknownst to him, I could see that several small snakes had already made their way onto his legs, incessantly biting him. Though the wounds were minor, they bled profusely, creating a rather gruesome spectacle. Realizing that we could not afford to linger any longer, I urged Tofu, "You must set me down at once." Tofu declared, "If we are to perish, we shall do so together. I, Douboji, may lack many virtues, but I will never abandon my brother to flee alone." In this life and death moment, my eyes began to well with emotion, and I said to Tofu, "Little doe, though you often bring me trouble, the truth is, I hold no disdain for you. I shall forever remember that the first new pair of trousers I wore after leaving our hometown was purchased by you with your pocket money. The first bowl of wontons I savored was also bought by you, when your parents were alive and forbade you from associating with a less educated laborer like me. You defied them, enduring punishment, only to climb over the wall the next day to play with me. Having you as a brother in this life is a treasure. Now, quickly set me down and escape for your own sake." Upon hearing this, Tofu, tears streaming down his face, replied, "Since you recall these moments so vividly, next time we have hot pot, could you refrain from devouring all the meat?" "I'm not a rabbit," I retorted. "A man's tears are seldom shed. I am not dead yet, so refrain from mourning prematurely." Tofu responded, "This is from the pain." At that moment, Gu-1, ahead of us, urged, What are you two doing at a time like this? We cannot outrun the snakes. I have devised a plan. Let us quickly ascend to the roof beams and hide for a while to devise a strategy. At her reminder, I felt a pang of self-reproach, realizing I had overlooked this possibility. The sections of the roof beams and stone pillars did not connect directly, making it impossible for the snakes to climb up. As long as we took refuge above, we would be safe. We were close to the roof beams, and Gu-1min, displaying agility, grasped the beam and rolled herself up, then swiftly hoisted me into her arms, bringing me up with her. Tofu, in a rush, scrambled up as well, shaking off the snakes from his legs. Having narrowly avoided death, the three of us sat upon the roof beams, hearts racing as we gasped for breath. Peering down, we beheld an increasing number of snakes congregating upon the stone mound beneath us, their heads raised, tongues flickering, regarding us with a menacing presence, swarming closely together. Tofu rolled up his pant legs, revealing bloodied feet. Gu-1min observed, "Fortunately, these small snakes are not venomous. I have some anti-inflammatory medication in my bag. Let us tend to the wounds and take some pills." The three of us huddled on the narrow roof beam, which offered barely enough space for us to sit. Given its age, we dared not make any sudden movements. Tofu hastily tended to his wounds, and the three of us anxiously gazed down below. Gu-1min inquired about any other discomforts I might be experiencing. If it were merely numbness, it would be manageable. In the mountains, there exists a herb known as dragon tongue grass, commonly utilized by the local Tujia people for its medicinal properties, particularly in treating various snake venoms. She happened to be familiar with it, and as long as we could leave this place and procure some dragon tongue grass, the situation would not be dire. However, the pressing concern at present is our entrapment by the serpentine horde. How are we to escape? The fate of the remaining two poachers is beyond our concern. While saving others is a virtue, sacrificing oneself to rescue another is the mark of a hero, and I hold little interest in heroism. Tofu, clutching his wrapped legs, appeared shaken and muttered, "I would rather take my own life than be bitten to death by these snakes. Everyone, think of a solution quickly. Zhong, aren't you usually the one brimming with ideas? Why are you so silent now?" I interjected, "Remove the word bizarre." After a moment's pause, I added, "Let us not argue. Allow me to contemplate our course of action." Chapter 52. Pursued at this moment, I was afflicted by snake venom. While not lethal, it rendered my body paralyzed and immobile. A multitude of serpents coiled around my feet, with the snake king perched at the edge of the stones, its round, gleaming eyes radiating a chilling light, and its crimson tongue flickering as if poised to issue some command at any moment. A significant number of smaller snakes began to rise, testing the waters in an attempt to strike at us. Fortunately, the beams of the roof were sufficiently high, preventing them from reaching us immediately. These snakes were remarkably patient. Under the command of the Snake King, they held their ground for a prolonged period without any intention of retreating. Meanwhile, the three of us had been squatting on the beams for so long that our bodies ached with exhaustion. The snakes, having made this dwelling their home, were as comfortable as if they were in their own abode and showed no signs of fatigue, unlike us. My mind raced in search of an escape plan. And just then, Gu-1min, perhaps weary from squatting for too long, shifted her upper body slightly. With her movement, the old beam creaked under the strain, and a cloud of dust descended from the ceiling, causing us to cough and momentarily obscuring our vision. As I coughed, a thought sparked in my mind. Since we could not proceed from below, why not attempt to ascend? The roofs of these ancient houses are constructed with wooden frameworks, covered with mud and tiles, making them far more susceptible to damage than modern concrete structures. Moreover, this house had stood for countless years, and the wood had long since aged. Breaching the roof to escape would be quite feasible. I turned to Tofu and said, "Direct the light upward to gauge the height." The architecture of ancient rooftops differs from contemporary designs. Due to the tiled covering for rain protection, the roofs are triangular, leaving a significant void between the beams and the apex, which is prone to collecting dust and debris. Typically, this space would be shielded with wooden boards or cowhide. As the Tofu directed the beam of light upward, we observed, at a height of approximately 2 meters above our heads, that the ceiling beams were obscured by a large, damp, dark wooden board. This board bore numerous decayed holes, presenting a scene of utter dilapidation. Given the extent of the decay, it was evident that this structure had stood for at least several centuries. The architectural features suggested it resembled a building from the Ming dynasty, and its preservation until today was indeed remarkable. The beam we were currently sheltering under was a horizontal one, intersected by a vertical beam. By climbing along the vertical beam, one could reach the overhead isolation board, and above that lay the roof itself. I shared my plan with Gu1min and Tofu, both of whom agreed that this method was feasible. Tofu remarked, "This beam is rotting and narrow. If I carry you while climbing, I might inadvertently plunge down to feed the snakes." He proposed that he and the beautiful Gu ascend to the isolation board first, then pull me up afterward, advising me to wait there. After our discussion, Tofu and Gu1min ascended the beam one after the other. Meanwhile, the small snakes below appeared to sense our intentions to escape, suddenly becoming agitated, hissing and flicking their tongues, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Tofu and Gu1min quickly reached the isolation board, after which their figures vanished from my view, leaving only the flickering beam of the flashlight shining through the gaps. I then overheard their conversation. Tofu said, "Fortunately, you have a rope in your bag. Let's pull old Qian up first." Suddenly, he gasped, followed by the sound of retching and stamping. Startled, I looked up to see a section of the wooden board above collapse, revealing a large hole through which decayed wood and various insects, cockroaches, earthworms, centipedes, and geckos, plummeted, mixed with numerous fecal-like particles, raining down upon us, causing my scalp to prickle. The smaller creatures quickly vanished, while the larger ones, like the geckos and centipedes, were instantly devoured by the snakes below. At that moment, Gu1min called from above. "The roof has not been cleaned for hundreds of years. Any dark corner is bound to harbor filth. Xiaodo, stop focusing on throwing up. We must quickly pull Qian up." In a short while, Tofu returned to my side and fastened a rope around my waist. The two of them exerted themselves on the isolation board and hoisted me upwards. As the dim flashlight illuminated the area, I noticed the ground was littered with mouse droppings and crawling insects, the foul stench overwhelming, and the air felt suffocating, making even a second of delay torturous. At that moment, I could not move, so I sat on the ground while Tofu and Gu1min inspected the roof. They found a relatively low spot, and, taking out a camera tripod, thrust it upward forcefully. A sound of shattering echoed as clumps of dirt mixed with tiles fell, revealing a hole in the roof through which silvery moonlight streamed like a veil. Tofu's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank heaven, it worked. Quickly, let us make our escape." With that, he secured me onto his back with the rope, while Gu1min climbed out of the hole first to assist us from outside. The burden of carrying me was quite strenuous for Tofu, yet fortunately, the roof was not excessively high, making the ascent relatively manageable. Upon emerging from the opening, we found ourselves atop the house, surrounded by dark, heavy tiles that creaked and groaned with the slightest movement. At this moment, escaping to freedom and leaving the predicaments of the two poachers behind was beyond our concern. Gu1min's expression was grave as he suggested, "We should descend first. Let us find another place to spend the night and gather some dragon tongue grass for old Qian." The grass was indeed relatively easy to locate. We descended from the house and, not far from it, unearthed several clumps. Gu1min collected the stems and leaves of the dragon tongue grass, rinsed them briefly in his water flask, and urged me to chew and swallow them. The bitterness of the leaves filled my mouth, inducing a gag reflex. Yet the effects of the remedy were not immediate, leaving me momentarily immobile as Tofu carried me. The two were deliberating on finding a safer spot away from the snake-infested house for the night when I proposed returning to the canyon. However, scarcely had the three of us turned back a few steps when a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush, an all too familiar sound. The unmistakable hiss of a snake flicking its tongue. Tofu, startled, exclaimed, "Damn it, could these snakes have followed us?" Without hesitation, he shone his flashlight into the thicket, revealing a writhing mass of small snakes beneath the grass roots, their glistening black eyes coldly fixed upon us. Among the serpentine throng, the crimson crown of the snake king stood out conspicuously. Its head rose majestically before it lunged forward, and in an instant, the multitude of snakes surged towards us, as if summoned by a battle cry, their speed alarming. In that moment, there was no time for contemplation. Before I could utter a word, Tofu had already turned and bolted. When faced with danger, humans often exhibit remarkable bursts of energy. Just moments ago, he had appeared weak and delicate, but now, with me on his back, he ran like the wind. Gu1min was no slouch either. Both of them pressed on with determination, while I was spared the exertion of running. The herbal remedy seemed to be taking effect, sharpening my wits. I glanced back to see a mass of green snakes of varying sizes slithering across the ground, densely packed and obscured in the shadowy depths. Their movements producing an unsettling cacophony that sent chills down my spine. Though Tofu was exhibiting extraordinary stamina, he appeared to be in a daze, running haphazardly without discernible direction. It was evident that no human could outrun a snake, and as the horde drew nearer, my heart raced furiously. Suddenly, I spotted a structure emerging from the hollow of the mountain ahead. The night was dim, but the moonlight cast a bright glow, allowing me to make out the shape, albeit uncertain of its nature. I directed Tofu, "Let us head there. Perhaps we can find refuge." At that moment, Tofu seemed to be in a trance, his body moving instinctively towards wherever I pointed. In an instant, we arrived before the building, which resembled a small earthen temple. Fortunately, the doors and windows were intact. We rushed inside, neglecting to survey our surroundings, and quickly secured the entrances. The sounds of the snakes outside diminished almost immediately, as if they had come to a halt. Tofu pressed against the crack of the door, peering outside, then turned his head, swallowing hard, and said, "They haven't left. They're waiting out there." After a moment's pause, he spoke to me. "Old Shun, why do you think they are relentlessly pursuing the three of us? Could it be that the Serpent King is male? And your earlier actions, grabbing and throwing him, have shattered his very essence, prompting him to seek vengeance?" Chapter 53. The Dragon and the Serpent Hang. Read. This fellow has a peculiar way of expressing himself, which greatly vexed Gu1min, who forced a bitter smile and retorted, "At such a time, why are you still spouting such nonsense?" Indeed, the serpentine horde's behavior was bizarre. They had followed us out of our home. Could it truly be that we had offended the Serpent King? In my youth, I often heard tales that the serpent adorned with a crown atop its head was the Serpent King, a rare sight that appeared only on a few mountain peaks. When the Serpent King reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, he can transform into a mighty dragon. As a creature of higher order, the Serpent King is known for repaying kindness and seeking revenge for grievances. I had thrown him down fiercely to rescue Tofu, leaving him trembling on the ground. Such enmity would not easily be resolved. Thus, I turned to Gu1min and inquired, "It seems you possess considerable knowledge about serpents. You know that the dragon tongue grass can cure snake venom. Do you happen to know what can drive them away?" Gu1min shook her head, emitting a soft sigh. Her long brows slightly furrowed. To drive away serpents, one would typically use sulfur. However, in this desolate wilderness, where would we find sulfur? Upon hearing this, Tofu adopted a despondent demeanor and lamented, "It seems my fate is sealed here today. Dying like this is too pitiful. I refuse to accept it. If I must perish, I shall take a few with me. Don't you agree, Old Chin?" I have never been one to shy away from challenges, and his words resonated with me. Even if it costs 1,000, I would ensure that 800 enemies accompany me to the grave. I then asked, "What do you plan to do now? Any ideas?" Tofu suggested that since serpents fear fire, he intended to use a fire attack to kill as many as possible. My body had regained some sensation, so I tremblingly followed Tofu into the temple to search for materials to ignite a fire. Gu1min disapproved of our reckless approach and exclaimed, "What kind of plan is this? What if it ignites a forest fire?" I interrupted her, saying, "What does it matter at this point? Your awareness is too lofty. I would rather set a forest ablaze than die here ignobly." Gu1min, unable to sway us, stomped her foot in frustration. She has many commendable qualities, but her strong sense of justice can be rather inflexible at times. Here I was, on the brink of death, and she still had the presence of mind to worry about the environment. With that, Tofu and I disregarded her concerns and continued our search for kindling. Previously engrossed in discussing the serpents, I had overlooked my surroundings. As I turned the beam of my flashlight towards the front of the temple, I was suddenly confronted by a massive, pitch-black serpent head, mouth agape, directly aimed at the back of our heads. Having already been afflicted by serpent venom, I was caught off guard, and my legs turned to jelly as I collapsed to the ground. In stark contrast, Tofu stood upright, exhibiting no signs of fear. I was astonished and exclaimed, "Little Tofu, you have finally grown." I can't move." Tofu stammered a few words, his gaze fixed upon the serpent's eyes, wide open like that of a goldfish, revealing his paralyzing fear. At that moment, I too sensed something amiss, for the great snake, despite its gaping maw, remained utterly still, and it appeared to be laden with various objects, resembling a lifeless entity. How could such a gigantic dead serpent possibly reside within this dilapidated temple? Gu1min was equally terrified, taking a while to regain her composure as she scrutinized the dark ahead, speculating, "It's not alive. It seems to be covered with something. What could it be?" Tofu, naturally afraid of snakes, insects, and vermin, was so taken aback by the enormity of the serpent that he hesitated to approach. Despite knowing it was dead, I felt a pang of frustration at his cowardice, trudging forward with heavy steps. Indeed, it was a colossal dead snake. Its body propped up by stones on the makeshift altar, maintaining a posture of raising its head and mouth. Its muscles had long since atrophied, leaving only the skin enveloping its desiccated bones, creating a grotesque contrast with its massive head, which appeared particularly horrifying. What Gu Wanmin referred to as the objects on the serpent's body turned out to be layers of fabric. As I tugged at the edge of the cloth, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring our vision. Gu Wanmin, puzzled, inquired, "Why is it cloth?" Tofu, recovering from his shock, conjectured, "Could it be that someone covered the snake to keep it warm?" I waved away the dust, bemused by Tofu's absurd speculation, and retorted, "Forget the blanket. This is a ceremonial decoration." With that, I shook off a section of cloth from the serpent, revealing that the fabric had long faded. Yet faint traces of crimson could still be discerned. In folk customs, it is traditional to adorn deities with red cloth during festivals, symbolizing reverence towards the divine. There are specific dimensions for these decorations, varying according to the size of the idol. The cloths before me were meticulously arranged, layered 6 times, and draped over the serpent, unmistakably indicating a divine adornment. But how did this come to be on a colossal snake? Had someone mistaken this serpent for a deity? Pondering this, I instinctively looked up, hoping to catch sight of a plaque or something similar. Sure enough, above the serpent's head, there hung a weathered wooden sign, ensnared with cobwebs, where the words Dragon God Temple could be faintly discerned. Upon hearing my explanation, Gu Wanmin grasped the significance instantly. Her expression transformed to one of realization as she exclaimed, "So this Dragon God Temple refers to this place." It seemed she possessed knowledge about the origins of this temple and the great serpent. Before our arrival at Fengtu village, Gu Wanmin had researched some materials regarding the village, which included a legend about the Dragon God Temple. According to the tale, during the Midming period, a group of soldiers, while excavating stones in the mountains in search of gold veins, unearthed a dragon snake. What is a dragon snake? In folklore, snakes are often referred to as little dragons, said to transform into divine dragons after a millennium of cultivation. When a snake reaches a certain level of cultivation, it begins to sprout dragon horns, with bulges resembling horns emerging on either side of its head, indicating its imminent transformation into a dragon. The dragon snake has long been regarded as a symbol of auspiciousness, and there are numerous folk legends surrounding encounters with such creatures. It is said that meeting a dragon snake brings fortune and success. A soldier, tasked with searching for gold veins in the mountains, akin to a modern-day geologist, accidentally unearthed a dragon snake during his excavation. The creature was in the midst of shedding its skin, motionless, with 2 beautifully colored horns resembling radiant clouds. Upon seeing that the dragon snake posed no threat, the soldier was overtaken by greed, for it was rumored that ancient beings, after millennia of cultivation, contained elixirs within them that could bestow longevity and supernatural powers upon mortals. Thus, the soldier ordered the dragon snake to be bound, intending to extract the elixir from its belly. Fearing that the creature might awaken, he hastily performed the dissection and, to his delight, discovered a dragon snake elixir. Ecstatic, he immediately consumed it, envisioning himself endowed with extraordinary gifts akin to those of Zhong Qian or Neza from the investiture of the gods, and anticipated being favored henceforth. However, upon swallowing the elixir, he found himself sprouting scales, and by dawn, his legs had transformed into a serpent's tail, rendering him a grotesque hybrid of man and snake. Terrified and driven to madness, he fled into the depths of the mountains, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, tales circulated of a creature with a human body and a serpent's tail traversing the forest, with a mouth as large as a crocodile, vocalizing human-like sounds, and possessing a ferocious disposition, delighting in the taste of human flesh. That night, all the soldiers experienced the same dream, the disemboweled dragon snake, resembling a waterhole, engulfing them within its belly, only for the belly to seal itself afterward, accompanied by a voice hissing, "I demand your lives." When the remaining soldiers awoke the next day, they were utterly astonished to discover that the dragon snake, which had been cleaved open, appeared entirely unharmed. Stricken with fear, They hurriedly relayed the incident to their superior, who dismissed their claims as nonsense, asserting that even if such an occurrence were true, the dragon snake would not seek vengeance against him, but rather against the soldier who had harmed it. Thus, the superior disregarded their warnings and reprimanded the messenger. Left with no recourse, the soldiers took it upon themselves to construct a temple dedicated to the dragon deity, elevating the status of the dragon snake and commanding the neighboring villagers to offer incense and tributes. Initially, the villagers complied out of obligation, but the temple soon proved to be remarkably effective, leading to a flourishing of worship. The reasons for its eventual decline, however, remained shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing this, Dofu remarked, "Is the dragon snake truly that formidable? Could there really be such a creature with a human body and a serpent's tail in this area? If so, the red-crowned snake, king outside, pales in comparison and must be regarded as an ancestor." Chapter 54. Trapped. Gu1min commented, "I once thought this was merely a legend, but I never imagined there truly existed such a dragon deity temple deep within the mountains. However, the ancients often embellished their tales. The creature with a human body and serpent's tail may simply be a fabrication. Even if it did exist, it would have perished long ago." As she spoke, Gu1min approached the door, peering through the crack to observe the outside commotion, and then softly called, "Zhong Qian, Xiaodou, come quickly. These snakes are rather peculiar." I thought to myself, peculiar snakes? What does that even mean? I moved closer and inadvertently brushed against Gu1min's fair, delicate face, but she seemed unperturbed. Her gaze solely focused on the outside. Through the crack of the door, I beheld the serpents lying motionless outside, as if they were lifeless. One by one, they sprawled across the stones, nestled among the grass, and embedded in the soil, their bodies rigid and their tongues retracted, giving the impression that they were all deceased. My mind, clouded like tofu, speculated, how splendid, these snakes have perished. The scene before me was undoubtedly peculiar. It was implausible for all the snakes to suddenly die outside. Aside from my dim-witted self, I doubted anyone would entertain such a notion. I retorted with irritation, "Dead? How did they die? Do you mean to suggest that upon realizing we had shut the door, they simply succumbed to rage?" Tofu, recognizing my jest, appeared displeased and inquired why. If the snakes were not dead, they remained so still outside. This question puzzled me as well. After Tofu finished speaking, I rummaged through the temple and found a dilapidated lantern draped in cobwebs. I opened the door a crack and hurled the lantern towards the cluster of snakes. Instantly, the reptiles were startled into motion, revealing themselves to be undeniably alive. If that were the case, why were they feigning death? At that moment, I noticed another strange phenomenon. Despite my throwing the lantern and creating a gap in the door wide enough for an arm, the snakes showed no inclination to slither inside. Instead, they remained fixed in place, gazing at us with an air of peculiarity. The three of us were rendered speechless. Pondering the oddity of the situation, what could possibly be ailing these serpents? Could it be that they sensed the presence of a dragon serpent enshrined here, and thus refrained from entering? Upon voicing my hypothesis, Gu1min devised a plan, suggesting, if they indeed fear the scent of the dragon serpent, then it would be simple to resolve. Let us skin the dragon serpent and wear its hide. Surely, the snakes would not dare approach. Her idea resonated with me, and I immediately shifted my gaze to the dragon serpent above. To my astonishment, I suddenly noticed its eyes had moved, revealing glimmering emerald irises that shone faintly in the dark. I was taken aback and instinctively raised my shotgun towards the serpent's head. I distinctly recalled that the dragon serpent's eyes had long since withered, leaving only two hollow sockets devoid of any semblance of eyeballs. As I pointed the shotgun, the ethereal glow vanished in an instant, as if the eyelids had closed, obscuring my sight. The only illumination in the temple was the flashlight we had placed on the ground. Under its dim light, I could discern the dragon serpent's rigid skeleton, draped in loose, desiccated skin, its massive jaws wide open, as if to voice some long-held grievance, while the green luminescence had completely dissipated. Observing my sudden change in demeanor, Tofu and Gu1min urgently inquired about my distress. I recounted the occurrence, prompting Gu1min to exclaim, "This is troubling. There may be other entities within this temple. We must investigate." There was no need for her to elaborate. We began to meticulously search the dragon god temple. It was not large, within a few strides. We had thoroughly examined the premises and found no other hidden entities. What, then, was the source of the green eyes I had glimpsed? Surely, it could not have been a mere figment of my imagination. At that moment, Tofu remarked. Old Shun, could it be that the venom has muddled your senses, leading you to misperceive? There are no green eyes here. I found myself utterly perplexed, disregarding the tofu and addressing the two others. It is prudent to exercise caution. The snakes outside are not likely to depart anytime soon, and they appear to have no intention of entering. Let us first take a moment to rest and contemplate our options. The three of us immediately gathered together, producing some food, while shaking off the red ornaments from the dragon and snake, mingling them with the dilapidated altar of the temple to ignite a bonfire. Although it was summer, the nights in the mountains were exceedingly cold, and the three of us sat by the fire, each wearing a grave expression. At that moment, outside, the serpents circled, unaware of what the future held, and being trapped here inevitably bred discontent within us. I lowered my head, pondering strategies. A singular thought emerged. If I could discern why the snakes refrained from entering the temple, what they feared, the solution would become apparent. Gu-1 produced some provisions and water, and we discussed while eating, yet we were devoid of any clear direction. I was not particularly hungry, holding the rations merely to analyze the situation, and it took me a while to remember to eat. As I brought a piece of compressed biscuit to my lips, I suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was this biscuit soft? Fortunately, it had merely brushed against my lips and had not yet entered my mouth. I assumed it was stale, but upon closer inspection, I discovered a viscous liquid, resembling saliva, had soaked the biscuit, rendering it quite repulsive. I cursed Tofu. You glutton. How did your drool end up on my biscuit? Tofu, relishing his compressed biscuit, retorted indignantly. I am sitting opposite you. How could my saliva reach your biscuit? I tell you, you cannot always slander me. Biscuits have their dignity too. Gu-1 interjected. Cease your bickering. It may have inadvertently come into contact with water. Just discard it. I tossed the biscuit toward the fire, but before I could retract my hand, a drop of icy liquid fell from above onto my hand. This caught the attention of everyone, and we all looked up in unison, only to behold a massive green serpent coiled upon the temple roof, its tail dangling down, occasionally dripping a few drops of viscous fluid. There is a saying among country folk that a snake's urine is viscous, leaving behind a white substance where it slithers. A residue formed from dried urine. This enormous snake had likely been coiling there for quite some time, its tail entwined around a beam, while the front half remained shrouded in darkness, exceedingly ominous. It was merely 5 meters above our heads, and we had unknowingly been feasting beneath it. The liquid on my biscuit was indeed the snake's urine. The mere thought that I almost consumed that biscuit filled me with revulsion. The great serpent remained undisturbed, motionless above us, save for the occasional gentle sway of its tail. At that moment, we truly found ourselves ensconced in a snake's lair. The temple housed the dragon and snake. Outside lay countless smaller serpents and a serpent king, and now, a massive python had appeared atop the temple. Though its exact size and length were indiscernible, the sheer size of its tail suggested it was a formidable creature capable of swallowing us whole without issue. Tofu opened his mouth, his teeth chattering, rendered speechless. Gu-1, typically composed, now appeared weakened, leaning closer to me, and for a moment, none dared to speak, even holding our breaths, fearful of disturbing the creature above. However, as fate would have it, luck seemed to conspire against me. Despite the utmost caution exercised by the three of us, barely daring to breathe, a pair of luminous green eyes suddenly emerged from the darkness, where the flickering flames could not reach. Those chilling orbs radiated a malevolent intent as they slowly approached us from the shadows, reminiscent of a serpent's head drawing near. The distance between the serpent's tail and those eyes was a staggering 4 to 5 meters. Who knows how immense this coiled beast truly was? Upon witnessing those eyes gliding towards us from above, I exclaimed in terror, "Dodge!" Gu-1 and Tofu, paralyzed by fear, found it difficult to move. I hastily shoved both of them forward, and as they stumbled, I turned just in time to see the serpent's head looming before me. The sight of that head sent a jolt of dread through me. Even with my courage, I was utterly petrified. This was no ordinary serpent's head, but rather a gaping maw filled with fangs, an unmistakably human visage with long, disheveled hair. Was it possible that the legendary creature, transformed by the dragon serpent pill, truly existed? Was the power of that curse so formidable, relentlessly seeking to torment me? A surge of resentment welled up within me, and I thought, it's all that wretched one Yao Fei's doing. If given the chance, I shall dismantle her limb from limb to assuage my anger. This thought flitted through my mind in an instant, and just then, that cavernous mouth, stretching to the roots of its ears, bared its fangs, exuding an unbearable stench as it lunged towards my head, its neck extending like that of a giraffe, its length unfathomable. Chapter 55. Rescuing a life at that moment. The distance was too close, and I was paralyzed by shock, my reactions dulled. I managed to throw myself downward just in time to narrowly evade its grasp. Before I could rise and flee, the creature turned its head once more, this time aiming directly for my posterior. Its fangs protruded 5 or 6 centimeters. A single bite would render any resilience of flesh futile. As I lay on the ground, I had no time to dodge. My mind consumed by one thought. It was over. I was about to meet my demise here, unable to exact vengeance on that wretched one Yao Fei. What a regrettable fate. Just then, a gunshot rang out, startling the creature's head back onto the rooftop. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Doufu. In a moment of desperation, who had fired a volley from a shotgun. This was Doufu's first time wielding a firearm, and his aim was far from precise. Instead of hitting the bizarre head, he only struck the temple door. The creature, likely startled by the gunfire, retreated swiftly to the rooftop, disappearing into the shadows in an instant. Quick to react, I seized the opportunity as the head withdrew, rolling to our equipment bag, where I grabbed the shotgun and stood side by side with Doufu, shielding Gu Wenmin behind us. We remained alert, acutely aware of any sounds in the darkness, fearful that the creature might suddenly emerge from some concealed corner. After a moment of tense silence, the temple returned to its eerie stillness, but with no other exits. It was certain that the creature had not departed. It was likely watching us from some hidden place. As time passes, the anxiety of being unable to see the enemy while fearing a stealthy ambush renders one's spirit increasingly taut. In a moment, Gu Wenmin remarked, "I shall stoke the fire a bit more." The flames would augment the illumination, thus broadening our field of vision. With Gu Wenmin's addition of kindling, our visible range expanded significantly, revealing the scales and bones of serpents hidden in the shadows, reflecting a ghostly luminescence as if they were still alive. Our 3 shadows, elongated by the surging light, formed 3 stationary silhouettes upon the ground. However, at that moment, Doufu suddenly sensed something amiss. Pointing at the shadows on the ground in alarm, "Why does the beautiful Gu have 2 heads?" The shadow of Gu Wenmin, crouched and continuously adding wood to the fire, appeared to have an additional head upon her shoulder. Doufu and I swiftly turned around to discover that the creature, half human and half serpent, had silently advanced to the temple's entrance, concealing itself behind us. At that moment, its elongated head was nearly touching Gu Wenmin's back, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Perhaps the simultaneous action of us turning around startled Gu Wenmin, whose vigilance was commendable, as she nearly turned to confront the danger. However, it was too late. Before she could fully pivot, a pair of scaly hands, resembling human arms, suddenly grasped her from above and below. One hand clutched her neck, while the other encircled her waist and arms, leaving Gu Wenmin almost powerless to resist as she was swiftly snatched into the darkness of the beams above. Witnessing her abduction right under my nose filled me with a surge of rage. I lifted my gun to fire, but Doufu quickly restrained me, exclaiming, "Be careful not to hit her." In that dimness of the beams, only silhouettes were discernible, making it utterly impossible to aim accurately. A single misfire could inadvertently strike Gu Wenmin. Yet, I could not afford to ponder such details. That creature, with its sharp fangs, would surely claim her life with a single bite. If I hesitated, Gu Wenmin might meet a dreadful fate. Recalling the harrowing experiences of the past 2 days, my heart surged with anxiety and fury, akin to a deep violation of something dear to me. Without further ado, I raised my semi-automatic shotgun and fired 2 shots towards the vague outline of the serpent's tail. Doufu and I approached the situation differently. He was hesitant, concerned about accidentally injuring Gu Wenmin, while I thought to myself, better to deliver a swift end to her suffering than to let her be devoured alive by that beast. If the shot strayed, I would consider it my farewell gift. If it found its mark, she would be saved, and that would be a stroke of fortune. With that resolve, I unleashed several rounds, sparks erupting from the beams, yet I did not hear Gu Wenmin's anguished cry, suggesting that the bullets did not harm her. In contrast, the creature seemed startled. Having seized Gu Wenmin as its prey, it appeared to have no desire to engage with us further, slithering along the roof in an apparent attempt to escape. Clearly, Gu Wenmin had not succumbed to death. With its retreat, we were deprived of any chance to rescue her. The 3 poachers from earlier were of no concern to me.
Their madness had led them to their own demise. To witness a life in peril and remain indifferent, I would bear no emotional burden. However, Gu1 has journeyed with us for several days and has provided us with considerable support during our time at the cliff's edge. Although her intentions remain obscure, she does not appear to be malevolent. To abandon her to a tragic fate would weigh heavily upon my conscience, as well as that of Doufu. While I may not share Doufu's fervor in all matters, it does not render me devoid of compassion. As I observed the creature attempting to flee, I promptly called to Doufu, urgently urging him to pursue it and fire. The situation was dire, and we had no choice but to act. Doufu, disregarding any potential for collateral damage, focused solely on thwarting the creature's escape. Its agility and cunning made it imperative that we act swiftly. Should it escape, Gu1's life would be irrevocably lost. As we discharged our weapons in rapid succession, though our aim was uncertain, it was evident that some bullets struck their target. In the enveloping darkness, the creature emitted a sound reminiscent of a cat's wail. One might question how a cat could cry or what such a sound might entail. The average person may not have encountered it, but I have. In my childhood, we had an elderly cat who, when gravely ill, would vanish to a hidden place to pass away, unseen by its owner. Most cats that die from illness or old age leave no trace, unlike those that succumb to poison or accidents. If one day your aging cat suddenly disappears, it signifies that it has found a resting place for its final slumber. My old cat, gravely ill, would produce an eerie sound at night, akin to a baby choking or a woman singing with a constricted throat, haunting in the stillness of the night. It cried for much of the night, and when I considered tending to it, my grandfather advised me that it was merely bidding us farewell. Cats possess a certain sensitivity. Their passing must not be witnessed. He forbade me from going outside, and upon rising the next morning, I discovered that the straw bed where my cat usually lay was empty. It never returned. This sound, likened to a cry, reflects an instinctive behavior among animals. In their final moments, they emit such sounds to communicate with their closest companions. At this moment, the creature let out a cry reminiscent of a cat's, sending chills through me and evoking a sense of tragic despair, as if Doufu and I were tormenting it. The sound was indeed deceptive, momentarily bewildering us, allowing the creature to escape into the shadows. It was then I realized that the melody we had previously heard had emanated from this entity. Doufu, his hunter-s rifle lowered and his eyes glazed, remarked on Gu1's predicament. A chill swept through me as I fixated on the darkness where the creature had vanished, pondering where it could possibly flee within the confines of the Dragon God Temple. If it had broken through the roof, there would surely have been a commotion. Could it have concealed itself once more? I am not one to surrender easily. Upon reflecting on this, I encouraged Doufu by patting him on the back and said in a hushed tone, "Do not hastily condemn her to a grim fate. We must see her alive or, at the very least, find her remains. As two sturdy gentlemen, we cannot abandon a woman in distress." Though timid by nature, Doufu was resolute in this matter, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Indeed, we must see her alive or at least find her remains. We, as gentlemen, cannot be frightened away by a mere serpent. Even if the beautiful Gu were to encounter misfortune, we cannot simply let go. We must avenge her, for it would be a disservice to our companionship." Yet, like the valiant warrior who falls before his mission is fulfilled, shedding tears for the heroes lost, I stifled the urge to strike him and remarked, "At this moment, reciting elegies is hardly the time. Do you intend to drive me to despair? Now, follow closely behind me and tread carefully." Thus, with Doufu in tow, both wielding flashlights and gripping hunting rifles, we advanced swiftly into the darkness where the man-serpent had vanished. Chapter 56. The underground passage. This temple was rectangular, standing alone without a rear hall. Advancing 7 or 8 steps revealed mud-caked earthen walls. The timber structure of the temple had endured countless years of wind and rain, its interior riddled with cracks. Among them was a particularly large fissure, deftly concealed behind the corpse of the serpent, due to its vast and fearsome nature. We had previously overlooked it. It seemed that the creature had indeed abducted Gu1 and fled from this very spot. I directed my flashlight towards the crevice, momentarily taken aback, and said to Doufu, "Behind this fissure, shouldn't it lead outside the temple? Why does it appear to be a rocky chasm?" To my surprise, the cracked earthen wall did not reveal the open ground I had envisioned, but led into a rocky crevice embedded in the mountainside. Doufu slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I remember now.
We were so focused on evading the serpent that we sought refuge in this temple without assessing our surroundings. Upon reflection, it appears that this temple is built against the cliff, nestled against the mountain rock. Behind this fissure lies the likely lair of that creature. Nodding in agreement, I acknowledged Tofu's astute analysis. I had previously pondered how such a colossal beast could be lurking within this small temple, only to realize that it had likely breached the threshold of its dwelling with that of the temple itself. The serpents outside must have sensed the creature's presence, which is why they dared not enter the temple. At this moment, Gu-1min was being dragged into the creature's lair. Who knows what fate awaited her? Just then, Tofu exacerbated the situation with a series of speculative conjectures, even referencing local folklore. It is said that serpents are notoriously lascivious. There was once a tale about a woman who brought food to her husband laboring in the fields, only to be ensnared by a great serpent along the way. Everyone assumed she had met her demise, yet 3 years later, she returned home. When neighbors inquired about her experiences, she merely recounted how she had been rescued by an old hunter in the mountains, suffering only an injury to her leg that hindered her travel until she fully recovered. The neighbors believed her tale. Within a few months, however, the woman's belly swelled, and during childbirth, she astonishingly laid several serpent eggs. It was then that she reluctantly confessed the truth to her husband. After she was captured by the serpent, the great snake did not consume her, but rather violated her. Fortunately, an elderly hunter, as sturdy as a mountain, happened upon the beast and killed it, allowing her to escape. Upon hearing the news, her husband was filled with rage and vowed to boil the serpent's eggs in revenge, only to discover that upon cracking the shells, there lay dead fetuses resembling human infants within. Tofu remarked, "Could that creature be the soldier rumored to have consumed the dragon snake elixir? Consider, it has not encountered a woman in centuries. It must be overwhelmed with desire. Might it not seize the beautiful goo for its own ends?" Infuriated, I retorted, "If only you would read more respectable literature, you would not be so influenced by such nonsense. Speak no more of these matters, or I shall let that serpent have its way with you." Tofu responded, "That is impossible. The serpent is male." After exchanging a few more words, we found ourselves unnerved. Fearing the worst, we hastily shouldered our gear and, armed with our rifles, ventured into the cavern. At this juncture, all we could do was exert our utmost efforts and leave the rest to fate. As Tofu had stated, if Gu-1min were to encounter any peril, our only recourse would be to avenge her. The crevice was narrow, barely accommodating a single person, clearly a natural formation, yet its interior was remarkably smooth, as if frequently rubbed by some entity. After only a few steps forward, we could discern green serpent scales and, faintly, traces of blood. The blood was thick and viscous. Unlike human blood, it appeared to belong to the serpent we had previously wounded. Uncertain of whether the serpent, having been shot, might become more ferocious, we dared not linger and pressed onward, determined to catch up with the half-human, half-serpent. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from ahead in the crevice. Initially taken aback, we quickly realized it was the sound of a gunshot. The narrow confines distorted the sound significantly, but the unmistakable bang was clear. Yet, who could have fired the weapon? We possessed only 2 hunting rifles, both confiscated from poachers, one in my hand and one in Tofu's. It was impossible for Gu-1min to be the shooter. So who was it ahead? How could there be others within this crevice? My mind drifted to the rotund man and the young beauty, both of whom carried firearms. Could it be them? But how had they come to be here? The gunshot left both Tofu and me momentarily dazed. We exchanged a glance, uncertainty clouding our thoughts. Yet we found ourselves compelled to proceed forward, unable to fathom the nature of the disturbance ahead. As we advanced, a peculiar, serpentine odor began to permeate the air, indicating our proximity to the serpent's lair. Tofu and I heightened our vigilance, our senses taut with tension. The once dry crevice began to feel humid, being cold-blooded creatures. Snakes often seek refuge in damp environments, making this locale quite suitable for their habitation. A vague apprehension tugged at my thoughts. Something felt amiss. Yet the notion flitted away before I could grasp it, and I could not recall it again. At that moment, accompanied by the distinctive scent of serpents, there lingered a smell reminiscent of fresh blood. The aroma was overwhelming, as though something had spilled forth a copious amount of blood. The image of Gu-1min, drenched in crimson, suddenly surged into my mind, causing my heart to lurch as I quickened my pace. Just then, the rocky crevice ahead took a sharp turn to the right. I recalled that the direction of the canyon extended to the right, and this turn aligned with our path. However, upon reaching the bend, the source of the eerie sensation became clear. The initial segment of the fissure was evidently a natural formation, but as I progressed deeper, the marks of human intervention gradually emerged. Initially subtle, they became glaringly apparent as I navigated around the corner. Beyond the bend lay a spacious corridor wide enough for two to walk side by side, and a few steps ahead, there was a pit. Standing beside the pit with Tofu, we peered down, only to be met with impenetrable darkness, obscuring any view of what lay beneath. Yet, it was undeniable that the pungent scent of blood wafted up from the depths of the pit. Who could have transformed the interior of this rocky crevice in such a manner? What purpose did this pit serve? The strong odor of blood was impossible to ignore. But even with the beam of my flashlight directed downward, the bottom remained elusive. Instinctively, I surmised that the creature might have taken residence within this pit. The intensity of the blood scent led me to believe that Gu-1min was most likely involved in this grim scenario. Exchanging glances with Tofu, whose usual jovial demeanor had vanished, we both wore expressions of grim determination, our spirits dampened. Finally, Tofu, gathering his resolve, declared, "Since that creature is down there, let us shoot it from above and obliterate it." Indeed, the death of Gu-1min had not only provoked Tofu, but had also stirred a deep sorrow within me, causing my eyes to well with tears. We both raised our shotguns, prepared to fire into the pit below. However, just as we were about to pull the triggers, a flickering, yellowish light emanated from the depths, reminiscent of a flashlight beam. In that glow, I discerned a figure lying motionless at the bottom of the pit, possessing a human torso and a serpent's tail, seemingly lifeless, with a large pool of blood surrounding it, and no sign of bones or remains nearby. While serpents typically consumed their prey whole, it was clear that the creature below did not truly resemble a snake. It could not have entirely swallowed Gu-1min. The absence of any remains suggested but one possibility: Gu-1min was still alive. At that moment, Tofu appeared to have made a discovery. "It looks like that monster is dead. Could it be that our gunshot earlier killed it?" he speculated. I replied, "This creature has tough skin and thick flesh. To kill it, one would likely need to target the brain or heart. If it were truly dead from a single shot, the marksman must have been exceptionally skilled. Gu-1min, it seems, was probably rescued." Tofu then questioned, "If she was saved, why hasn't she come up?" Measuring the height of the pit, I responded, "It's quite deep, and without a rope, who could possibly ascend? Nevertheless, she ought to have remained in place, awaiting our rescue." Her sudden disappearance raises concerns about potential changes in the situation. Tofu nodded vigorously, asserting, Indeed, the one who fired earlier, regardless of their identity, is certainly no good. Who else, apart from us mushroom foragers and those poaching, would venture into these deep mountain valleys armed? It is evident that the beautiful Gu has stumbled from the serpent's mouth directly into the tiger's den. Chapter 57. Speculation. Tofu, albeit somewhat timid, is often quite clever. This observation strikes a chord. Gu-1min has likely been rescued, though those who came to her aid may not possess benevolent intentions. The light emanating from the pit's depths suggests that someone has activated a flashlight, indicating the presence of others below. I intended to call out, but I swiftly smacked Tofu on the back of his head, saying, "Hold your tongue. We have yet to ascertain who is down there, and given their marksmanship, they are surely not amiable. It would be unwise to alarm them. We should observe the situation a bit longer." Tofu, being impatient, could only watch anxiously as the yellow light flickered, gradually dimming under our scrutiny, as if hinting at another passage below. While the figures in the pit receded further into the abyss, we focused on the shimmering aura while straining to listen for sounds from below. Perhaps due to the light-footedness of the individuals beneath or the height of the pit, we heard nothing, and the glow continued to fade until even the bodies of the serpent and the human were no longer discernible. Just as I was about to urge Tofu to act, the yellow light abruptly extinguished, plunging the pit into darkness. "What is happening?" Tofu exclaimed. "Did their flashlight run out of power? Do they have spare batteries? We could sponsor a couple to continue watching." I was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, retorting, "Sponsor? Are you suggesting we toss down a couple of batteries and call out, 'Hey, these batteries are on us. Hurry and replace them so we can continue our peeping'? Were you not properly formed in your mother's womb?" Tofu, incensed, shot back, "Don't speak about my mother." All right. Your mother was not harmed," I reassured him. "Now, let us get the rope. We're descending." Tofu, momentarily distracted from the previous topic, quickly retrieved the rope, secured it, and began to slide down into the pit. The 15-meter rope reached the bottom perfectly, landing us directly upon the body of the serpent-human hybrid. As I activated my flashlight and drew closer, the details became increasingly vivid. What I beheld was truly grotesque. The creature's lower half was serpentine, while the middle was human. Its neck extended an alarming 3 meters, crowned by a head adorned with a mass of dense, greenish scales. The tail bore several bloody marks, likely inflicted by Dofu and me earlier, but its most grievous injury was a gunshot wound to the temple, with red and white brain matter disturbingly visible, evoking a sense of revulsion. In my former days as a fishmonger, I often found myself in the gruesome task of slaughtering fish, gutting them, and peeling back their skulls. Having grown accustomed to the repulsiveness of it all, I remained unfazed, while my companion, Tofu, could hardly bear it. He pinched his nose and covered his mouth, refusing to gaze down, instead casting his eyes about in a frenzy. This timid fellow, lacking in fortitude, had been a familiar face for many years, and I had grown used to his cowardice. Ignoring him, I squatted beside the head of the unfortunate individual, drawing forth my dagger, and with a swift motion, I plunged it into the shattered temple, stirring forth a mixture of crimson and pallid brain matter. Tofu gasped in shock, exclaiming in a tremulous voice, "I told you you're a freak. How can you not see it? What are you planning to do? Dig out the insides to feast on them like tofu pudding?" I casually retorted, "How about sprinkling a bit of pepper on it?" Tofu's face contorted in disgust as he growled in a hushed tone, "You pervert! Why have you forsaken all reason?" No sooner had he spoken than I unearthed what I sought. With a flick of my dagger, a bullet sprang forth. The bullet, small and silver, was adorned with a rounded tip. My knowledge of firearms is not profound, yet I could discern the type of bullet suited for a handgun. Instantly, I recalled the bald, rotund man. He and his companion were the only ones armed. Could they be the ones attempting to rescue Gu Wenmin? What was their true purpose here? Tofu, perhaps unable to comprehend my fixation on the bullet, urged me, "Stop staring at it. By now, even the yellow flowers have wilted. Gu, the stunning beauty, is so lovely. What if she encounters another freak like you, or some vile brute? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Understanding who our adversary was would undoubtedly tilt the odds in our favor. I discarded the bullet and gestured for Tofu to follow me. Beneath this pit, it was apparent we had stumbled upon the lair of the human traffickers, a place not fashioned by them, but clearly sculpted by human hands. The craftsmanship suggested that it would require more than a couple of individuals to create such a space. This area must have been constructed by a particular group. What purpose could there be in carving a passage through the mountains? Our arrival here was purely accidental. Surely, the bald man and the young beauty could not have been mere chance encounters. To the left of the pit lay a square passage, its surface unevenly polished. The dimming glow of the flashlight earlier indicated that the person wielding it had traversed further down the passage, thus diminishing the light. Casting a glance at the ground, I observed that the terrain had shifted from rocky to a hardened earth layer. Every few meters, the walls bore recesses, evidence of having been blackened by fire, likely intended for torches to illuminate the way. Given the earthen structure, the ground bore traces of passage. Within the loose soil lay a series of footprints. Yet, to our astonishment, the prints indicated that only one person had traversed this route. The footprints were dainty, unmistakably belonging to a woman. Tofu, taken aback, queried, "What does this mean? Have we been mistaken? Is there truly no one else? Was it Gu, the beauty, who fired the shot? But where would she have acquired a gun?" The questions he posed echoed my own doubts, revealing that our previous conjectures had been misguided. The bald, portly man never actually arrived here. The gunfire and the precise shot that struck the temple were all orchestrated by Gu Wenmin. Dofu remained incredulous and attempted to exonerate Gu Wenmin, stating, "How could a delicate girl involved in photography possess a handgun? I believe there must be some misunderstanding." I inquired of Dofu, "Who do you think would carry a handgun?" He tilted his head in contemplation and replied, "Only the police would use handguns, right? These days, even robbers are wielding AK-47s. As he reflected on this, a realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that the stunning Gu is an officer?" I surmised that my expression at that moment was rather grim. Dofu, clearly shaken, added, "If Gu really is an officer, then our journey has been perilously risky. Thankfully, we have not exposed our identities as tomb raiders. Otherwise, we would be in a dire situation indeed." His words momentarily distracted me, prompting a question. "What do you mean by a wolf entering a sheep's pen?" Dofu shrugged and replied, "It's like the gray wolf falling into the hands of the happy sheep." I had already lost hope regarding Dofu's intelligence, so I waved my hand dismissively and said, "Let us strive to avoid being the gray wolf. Let us move on." Dofu asked, "Are we still going forward? If she truly is an officer, we should seize this opportunity to part ways." I recognized his feelings for her, but reminded him of the saying, "Beauty can be a double-edged sword. We cannot sacrifice our freedom for mere allure. I have no desire to be imprisoned." He looked at me with a pitiful expression, clearly wavering. A stark contrast to the rage he had displayed earlier when he sought vengeance for Gu Wenmin. This demonstrated that he could not handle stress. He became impulsive under pressure. I resolved to provoke him more in future situations where he would need to take the lead. Contemplating this, I reasoned with Dofu. It is too early to conclude whether she is an officer. We cannot retrace our steps. The snake that once threatened us has perished, and the throng of snakes outside the temple is now unrestrained. If we turn back, we would be courting death. The Dragon God Temple is likely now overrun with these serpents. Additionally, if she is indeed an officer, upon reflection, we would appear highly suspicious. After all, who in their right mind would venture into such a place? She must have begun to suspect us. Being under the scrutiny of an officer is quite dangerous. Thus parting ways at this juncture would only heighten her suspicions. Dofu furrowed his brow and said, "So, we must first regroup and ascertain the truth of her identity to alleviate her concerns about us." "Precisely," I encouraged Dofu, leading him onward. At that moment, however, voices emerged from the end of the passage, leaving me utterly stunned. I thought to myself, what is happening? How could these two appear again? The voices belonged to none other than the bald man and the young beauty. Had Dofu and I misjudged Gu Wenmin? But what of the solitary footprints on the ground? Chapter 58. Uninvited guest Dofu seemed to sense something amiss and opened his mouth to speak, but I immediately covered his mouth with my hand, shook my head, and pointed to my ear, signaling him to listen without uttering a word. I extinguished the flashlight, and before me lay a profound darkness. It was evident that a fork in the path awaited. The two bald, rotund men were likely stationed at one such juncture. As I concentrated, I discerned that the fork was to my right, where the two were engaged in conversation. The heavier of the two spoke first, saying, "Miss Run, my dear aunt. It has been quite some time, yet we have not even glimpsed a shadow of gold. Is this truly genuine?" The petite beauty named Rin scoffed, her voice laced with disdain, responding, "What a lack of ambition. This tunnel was excavated centuries ago, when a legion sought out veins of gold within these mountains. My ancestors were among them. Had it not been for the subsequent upheavals, this gold vein would not have been left abandoned." Upon hearing this, I grasped the situation. I had not anticipated that the young lady named Run was a descendant of the soldiers who once searched for gold. Their current presence here was indeed for that very purpose. Previously, I had wondered why there was a passage connected to the Dragon Temple. It now became clear that it was opened during the quest for that gold vein centuries ago. I had worried that these two would obstruct my and Tofu's endeavors. Yet it appeared we were all mere mice in the underground, engaged in activities best concealed from the light. The bald man seemed to hesitate, voicing his doubts. "You claim that the gold has already been extracted and buried here, yet this place is utterly barren. What are we to do? These tales from centuries past may well be mere fabrications. I fear this trip may be in vain." The bald man had always displayed a certain trepidation towards the beauty named Run, and now, in his final words, a hint of dissatisfaction crept into his tone. Hearing this, the beauty's anger flared. "You, Lin Fatty, since you doubt my words, then be gone. One more or one less makes no difference." Lin Fatty hissed in response. Perhaps sensing that Ren held some leverage over him, his tone softened as he offered a rueful smile. "It was my fault. I spoke thoughtlessly. Whatever you decide next, I shall follow your lead." After a moment of silence, the two remained quiet, yet faint sounds echoed through the darkness, suggesting they were searching for something. Tofu and I listened intently, but aside from their voices, we heard no sign of Gu Wenmin. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, rendering Gu Wenmin's whereabouts a mystery. At that moment, the beauty Rin spoke again, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. "It seems these are mere rumors. There is truly no gold to be found here." Lin Fatty remained silent, likely too incensed to voice his thoughts. After a brief pause, Rin continued, "Although we have not discovered any gold, do not blame me. This journey cannot be for naught. Where there is no gold, there are surely other treasures. To be safe, I have made preparations." Lin Fatty then inquired, his voice laced with skepticism, What preparations? Without gold, are we to return with stones? Rin let out a cold laugh. As for stones, I do indeed possess a precious item right here in these mountains. Let us see if you dare to retrieve it. Lin Fatty, perhaps lacking confidence now, replied with an indifferent tone. What sort of stone? Rin, the enchanting young lady, uttered a few words that instantly tensed the nerves of both myself and Dofu, causing our breaths to falter. She proclaimed, "The 8 carps confront the flood dragon at the Stone of Tranquil Seas." The phrase sounded familiar. Wasn't this the very artifact entrusted to us by the old man Zhao for our quest? How could this young lady Rin possess such knowledge? At that moment, Rin began to recount the intricacies of the situation to Lin, the portly fellow. It turned out that the reason behind the battalion's relentless search for gold veins was rooted in history. During the Ming Dynasty, the emperor sought to create a statue of the king of hell using a rare substance known as gold essence, which was described by the common folk as a reddish gold found near the heart of gold mines. In contemporary times, this gold essence is deemed impure and difficult to refine, often classified as scrap. However, in ancient times, it was regarded as the very essence of the gold vein, reputed to possess the power to ward off malevolent spirits. Due to the scarcity of this gold essence, a considerable quantity was required for the statue, prompting the emperor to dispatch several skilled gold seekers, accompanied by soldiers, into the mountains to locate the precious veins. Ren's ancestor, named Ren Haishan, was among these gold seekers, serving as the leader who guided the soldiers in forging pathways through the mountains. After the calamity involving dragons and serpents, the gold vein was rendered obsolete. Ren Haishan's mission did not conclude there. He continued to lead another group in search of gold in other regions. It took him 3 years to finally gather the gold essence needed for the statue. However, upon its completion, the statue was not enshrined in the royal temple, but was instead buried alongside a foreign princess named Gijir, who had been married into the royal family. Along with the King of Hell statue, another artifact, the 8 carps confront the flood dragon at the Stone of Tranquil Seas, was also interred. Not only was Ren Haishan adept at locating gold veins, but he also possessed skills in construction, which led him to partake in the building of Princess Gijir's tomb. This tomb was said to be located at the end of a gorge, yet, due to the passage of time and the nature of oral tradition, its exact location has been lost to history. Upon finishing her tale, the young lady Rin remarked, "Although the precise location is unclear, discovering it is not insurmountable. I recall a clue passed down through generations, indicating that directly in front of the princess's tomb lies a divine spring, its waters shimmering with a golden hue. If we can locate that sacred spring, we shall uncover the whereabouts of the tomb. The treasures within are countless and far more precious than gold. Although we may not have found the gold vein this time, we will not return empty-handed." Lin chuckled, a sound tinged with skepticism, revealing a rift between him and Ren. His laughter was laced with irony as he stated, "I deal in antiques. Excavating tombs is not such a daunting task. However, what valuable items could possibly reside within the burial site of a foreign princess? Moreover, what exactly is this 8 carps confront the flood dragon at the Stone of Tranquil Seas? Forgive my ignorance, but I have never heard of it." Ren's tone dripped with condescension, her voice lowering to an almost conspiratorial whisper. My anxiety, along with Dofu's, surged as we felt the urge to stomp our feet in frustration. Yet the young lady's sudden reduction in volume suggested a secretive nature, an instinctive gesture of someone aware of the need for discretion. I struggled to hear clearly alongside Tofu. Yet based on the duration of the conversation, it was evident that the charming Rin had delivered quite an extensive discourse. Shortly thereafter, I heard Lin, the portly fellow, gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it true? Does such a treasure truly exist in this world? But can we even locate the divine spring? I have never heard of golden spring water." Rin replied, "I have come prepared. Rest assured, do not forget what I do. Trust me, and you shall not suffer any loss." As they conversed, it seemed they had abandoned the pursuit of gold, their footsteps gradually drawing nearer to us. Tofu and I were engrossed in eavesdropping, yet we found ourselves with no place to hide, feeling as lost as headless flies. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped my back. I turned, startled, and whispered, "Wenmin, what are you?" "Shoo," she replied, her delicate fingers pressed to her lips, subtly shaking her head at Tofu and me, then gesturing for us to follow her. With no retreat available, and witnessing the approach of those 2 armed individuals, we realized that a confrontation would be ill-fated. We needed to swiftly inform Wei Guangtou of this predicament. Now, Not only was he being watched by the authorities, but also had accomplices seeking to ensnare him. What exactly was the 8 carp fighting the dragon stone that it held such allure for these individuals? Gu Wenmin led us back down the path, swiftly slipping into a narrow crevice that we had previously overlooked due to its low and cramped nature. Fortunately, our 3 physiques allowed us to squeeze in without difficulty. Before long, we observed 2 pairs of feet pass by in front of us, disappearing moments later without a trace. It was only at this juncture that we collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Tofu, with his straightforward nature, confronted Gu Wenmin directly. Sister Gu, we have treated you well, yet how could you bear to deceive us? Do photographers carry guns? Gu Wenmin appeared somewhat taken aback, asking, guns? What do you mean? She then glanced at me, likely realizing Tofu's unreliability, and directly inquired, Zhong Qian, clarify this matter. How have I deceived you? Chapter 59. Ignorance is bliss. As she spoke, her beautiful visage bore an air of seriousness, her lips pressed into a straight line, and her dark, luminous eyes fixed intently on me in the dim light. This reminded me of my former girlfriend, Xiao Jing, who never cast such an oppressive and silent gaze upon me. She was always warm and effervescent. Reflecting on it now, I realize I was rather foolish to have harbored the illusion that Xiao Jing was fond of me. She was merely enamored with my wealth. Faced with such profound and piercing eyes, I felt a tinge of discomfort, even with my thick skin. Thus, I sought to defuse the tension, unwilling to escalate matters, and recounted the incident regarding the bullet and the footprints. Upon hearing this, Gu Wenmin exhaled in relief, saying, so that is what you meant. Indeed, I did fire the gun, but it was left on the ground when that thing dragged me down. It has been there for quite some time. At that moment, she held me close, and without a second thought, I seized the opportunity to draw my gun and fired. To my astonishment, there were indeed bullets in the chamber. As she spoke, Gu Wenmin reached into her pocket and produced a dusty black handgun, its model indiscernible, bulky, and aged. Tofu and I exchanged glances, taken aback by her explanation, and I mused to myself, what an unexpected stroke of luck. Tofu quickly apologized, attributing the situation to that despicable Chun, who harbored unfounded suspicions. Don't take it to heart. I shall avenge you immediately, he declared, raising his fist in jest. Gu Wenmin tilted her head, her gaze unwavering upon us. Tofu froze, his fist raised, and pitifully implored Gu Wenmin, in moments like this, should you not suggest that it's merely a misunderstanding and that we needn't dwell on it? Thereby stopping me. Gu Wenmin chuckled softly, dispelling the earlier tension, and deftly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. Regarding the earlier incident, we had merely stumbled upon a discussion concerning the excavation of a princess's tomb. Naturally, we had opinions, but sharing them with Gu Wenmin was out of the question. Thus, I countered with a question of my own. What about you? What are your thoughts? Without hesitation, Gu Wenmin leaned her head on her hand and replied, they intend to excavate a tomb, and they mention the 8 carp contending with the serpent stone. I must intervene. Her words left me momentarily speechless, and Tofu stammered, no, that is not right. We previously dealt with those poachers out of a sense of moral duty to save lives. But now, these 2 plan to dig up a tomb? How can we involve ourselves? Besides, they possess firearms, and in this desolate wilderness, silencing witnesses would be all too easy. Gu Wenmin replied, what is there to fear? We too have guns. She gestured to her black handgun and then to the hunting rifles on our backs, adding, interestingly, I know a friend who works at the Archaeological Research Institute. She has mentioned the 8 carp contending with the serpent stone on more than one occasion. You all must be aware of the legendary tale of Yu the Great controlling the floods. It is said that this stone was a divine artifact used during that time, later lost to history. If such an item from the era of Yu truly exists, its research value is immeasurable. I cannot allow it to fall into the hands of grave robbers. Tofu began to understand. So, you intend to secure this stone and hand it over to your friend? Gu Wenmin nodded affirmatively. My friend has always been passionate about the study of ancient history, and she has mentioned this stone repeatedly. I must act on this. There is a certain degree of danger involved, and I do not wish to impose on you to accompany me. After a brief pause, Gu Wenmin's demeanor softened. In truth, I can see that you are not merely here for leisure. Regardless of your backgrounds, I believe you are not ill-intentioned. With that, she regarded Tofu and me, seemingly awaiting our response. Tofu displayed a troubled expression, likely grappling with how to persuade Gu Wenmin to abandon her plan. After all, we were grave robbers ourselves. albeit in pursuit of mushrooms. As I observed Tofu struggling to articulate her thoughts, I felt compelled to interject, stating, "This matter is not trivial. We must deliberate further. It is perilous for a young lady like you to seek out the sacred spring or the princess's tomb. We are currently ensnared within this cave. It would be wiser to exit before devising our next course of action." Upon concluding my remarks, Tofu appeared to have an epiphany. With a sudden exclamation, she remarked, "The two individuals we spotted earlier were heading in our direction, which implies that the exit leads to the Dragon God Temple. At this moment, it is likely that the temple is overrun with serpents. They are oblivious to the dangers outside. I fear they may encounter misfortune." Gu Wenmin shook her head, replying, "I disagree. That Miss Ren is well acquainted with this locale and must possess items to repel snakes and insects. Perhaps we should follow closely behind them as we exit." No sooner had she spoken than we were startled by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, accompanied by shouts. "There are ropes on the wall. Damn it. There are others here." It was that Lin fellow. I thought to myself, this is bad news. They must have discovered the ropes we used to descend. Then, I overheard the alluring Miss Rin stating, "The gold must have been taken by those individuals. That grotesque creature with a human head and serpent's tail appears to be freshly slain. They must still be lurking nearby. We must search quickly." Faintly, we three heard the ominous sound of a gun being loaded. Gu Wenmin's expression shifted, and she seemed momentarily at a loss. In this critical moment, a dark thought crossed my mind. Considering our precarious situation, 2 of them against 3 of us, with them in the light and us in the shadows. Perhaps it would be prudent to act decisively, 1 shot apiece, ensuring no repercussions. This would also dissuade Gu Wenmin from pursuing any notions of locating the calming stone, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As these treacherous thoughts brewed within me, I hesitated, reminded of Gu Wenmin's presence beside me. I held complete trust in Tofu. Even if bloodshed occurred, she would likely feign it as mere foul slaughter. But what would Gu Wenmin think? Would she later divulge this incident? As these thoughts flitted through my mind, I felt my hand slow. The footsteps drew nearer, and the 2 individuals, previously frantic, had not noticed the narrow crevice. However, their intent to search thoroughly would inevitably expose our hiding place. At that moment, I was positioned at the forefront, with Tofu and Gu Wenmin behind me. The footsteps approached rapidly, and in an instant, I glimpsed a pair of feminine feet emerging from the crevice, clad in petite leather boots, their delicate form striking. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly held my attention was that these swift-moving feet halted right before our concealment. My heart raced, and I squinted, signaling to Tofu behind me. Our mutual understanding was profound, and upon seeing my gesture, Tofu's mouth fell agape, seemingly ready to speak, but I shook my head in disapproval. Tofu swallowed hard, finally directing the muzzle of her shotgun toward the opening. Our 2 weapons were aligned, poised to unleash if anyone dared to peer within. At this moment, I could no longer concern myself with Gu Wenmin's potential reactions. Sure enough, the next moment, a face suddenly appeared at the crevice's opening. It was the enchanting Miss Ren. The delicate, oval face appeared quite ethereal in the dim light. Before I could pull the trigger, she retracted her head and said to Lin, "There's no one inside. Keep searching." Shortly thereafter, the sound of their footsteps faded rapidly into the distance. For a moment, I was left bewildered, questioning why I, a living man, stood there unnoticed. Did she really not see me? Then, Tofu snapped back to reality, gripping my collar, and exclaimed, Well, Chun, could it be that you have something going on with that girl? Why else would she pretend not to see you? Surely, you 2 must have exchanged glances during dinner. Speak the truth." At the rear, Gu Wenmin cast a dubious gaze in my direction, as if I were some notorious rogue, flitting from flower to flower. I felt a surge of indignation. This was a gross misrepresentation of my character. Although I, Zhong Qian, might be morally ambiguous at times, I valued relationships above all and would never betray a friend, let alone indulge in trifling affairs. The accusation was utterly baseless. Overwhelmed with confusion, I swatted Tofu's hand away in frustration, retorting, "Stop spouting nonsense. That woman is as appealing as a weaned child to me. Even if I were to engage in such affairs, it would be with someone of Gu's caliber, not someone of her ilk. Your words are a disservice to my standards." Gu Wenmin, caught between laughter and disbelief, replied, "Zhong Qian, what is the point of your banter at a time like this? What transpired moments ago? Why did that person disregard us? Do you have any connection with her?" Chapter 60.
Bats, I felt utterly at a loss for words and raised 3 fingers, swearing. I swear on my grandfather's name that I have no acquaintance with that woman. If I utter a single falsehood, let him rise from his grave to chastise me. Gu Wanmin remained skeptical, but Tofu nodded, asserting, "It seems old Chen speaks the truth. He never lies when invoking his grandfather." The situation was perplexing. Whether the woman truly had vision issues or was feigning ignorance remained unclear. However, I have always held firm to my principles, and her sudden display of such behavior left me unsettled. I resolved to uncover the truth. Otherwise, I would find myself in a quagmire of misunderstandings. If she was indeed pretending not to see us, there must be ulterior motives at play, and I could not allow myself to be led astray by such a woman. With this in mind, I addressed the others. "There is something amiss. We should follow them and investigate further." Gu Wanmin was eager to comply, exclaiming, "With both of you assisting, the task will be much easier." Without stating it outright, I could see Tofu was perceptive. Each of us harbored our own thoughts as we slipped through the crack, treading lightly and cautiously as we pursued. The passageway, untouched for centuries, became increasingly damp as we advanced. The ground was faintly littered with insects and droppings, suggesting that some creature frequently burrowed through here. The unmistakable footprints of Lin and his companion were evident atop the droppings. After trailing them for some time, we suddenly encountered a faint, hazy glow at the end of the tunnel, reminiscent of the first light of dawn. I calculated the time and realized it was indeed the twilight hour. Could it be that we were nearing an exit? The trio swiftly advanced towards the dim light, only to discover an exit situated perilously at the edge of a cliff, a circular fissure, with a drop of approximately 20 meters beneath them. A rope plunged straight down into the abyss below, and from this vantage point, they could behold the serpentine azure river winding below, its majestic flow captured in its entirety. This rope was evidently set by Lin Fatty and his companions. Just as they reached the exit, a force surged from below, causing the rope to snap with a swift whoosh, plummeting into the chasm. Gu Wanmin stamped her foot and sighed, exclaiming, "They haven't pursued us. Perhaps they intend to trap us here. The length of rope in my pack is insufficient. We cannot descend." I shook my head and replied, "Even if it were long enough, we would still be at a loss, fearing they might ambush us from below." As I leaned over the edge to peer into the depths of the gorge, I indeed spotted 2 figures gazing upward, their eyes locking with ours. Lin Fatty appeared taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. The charming young woman, Ren, flashed a smile at us 3 and whispered something to Lin Fatty, who, upon hearing it, donned a sinister grin, glanced at us, and then ambled away with her, seemingly indifferent to our plight. Once again, the situation unfolded in a manner I had not anticipated, and now even Dofu was doubting me, pointing an accusatory finger at my face, his expression one of heartfelt dismay. "Old Chun, tell us the truth. When did you actually get involved with that young woman? How could I have failed to notice that you are akin to Shimanqing, attracting admirers wherever you go?" Anger surged within me as I retorted, "Why is it that everyone suspects me?" Dofu insisted, "Look, previously she pretended not to see you. Now, the moment you peeked out, she smiled at you, and then the two simply walked away. Anyone with eyes can see there is something between you two. Old Chun, you're being ungracious. Is there really anything left to hide between us? But I am curious, how did you and she become acquainted that night at the inn, given that we shared a room?" Observing Dofu's earnest demeanor, I felt a desire to unearth his ancestral graves. This incident taught me that one should choose friends with a modicum of sense. Befriending someone as dim-witted as Dofu is undoubtedly courting trouble. Thus, I could only say, I initially had no intention of quarreling over a woman, but now that you mention it, I indeed need to clarify matters with that Miss Ren. How much rope do we have left? Gu Wenmin replied, 15 meters. I calculated that it would suffice, estimating a drop of about 5 or 6 meters. Among the 3 of us, I possessed the best agility, having scaled cliffs frequently during my days of illicitly trading black pearls in the mountains. Consequently, I retrieved the rope from my pack, secured it firmly, and then let it fall, the rope immediately forming a taut line. I began to descend first, while Dofu and Gu Wanmin remained above, on guard against any possible resurgence from the 2 figures below. Just as I had descended 7 or 8 meters, hanging precariously in midair, Gu Wanmin suddenly let out a cry of alarm, exclaiming, "Heavens, what is that?" The voice, laced with tremors, starkly contrasted her usual calm and gentle demeanor, startling me into raising my head abruptly. To my astonishment, Both she and Dofu were fixated on the sky ahead. Following their gaze, I turned and was instantly transfixed. A mass of dark clouds loomed on the horizon, resembling the ominous mist that often swept away Tang Sing and Journey to the West, surging towards us with a foreboding presence, accompanied by an eerie, high-pitched wail. At that moment, suspended on the rope, I had no time to react, as the dark mass rushed directly towards the entrance where Dofu and the other person stood. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was not merely a cloud of darkness, but a multitude of bats, large and small, seemingly returning to their lair after a night of foraging, taking advantage of the twilight before dawn. If my assumptions were correct, the animal droppings we had previously encountered must have belonged to these very bats. In an instant, I comprehended the reason behind Lin Fatty's sinister grin. Those two were evidently more familiar with the environment within the gold vein tunnel than we were. They had likely anticipated the bat's return, clearly waiting for us to walk into our own demise. I could only blame myself for my persistent worry that they might turn on us, which had caused me to refrain from allowing Dofu and Wen-min to descend simultaneously. Had I been on the rope, I might have evaded the swarm of bats. But Dofu and Gu Wen-min were instantly engulfed by the dark mass, and I could only hear their anguished cries before their figures vanished, leaving behind the sound of flapping wings. Those two cries pierced my heart like daggers, igniting a primal fury within me as two thoughts surged forth. First, I must rescue them at all costs. Second, I must flay Lin Fatty and his accomplice to relieve my pent-up rage. I had developed a fondness for Gu Wen-min. Despite her occasional rigidity on certain matters, which could be quite frustrating, she was undeniably a good woman. Throughout our journey, we had supported one another, so I could not stand idly by in her hour of need. As for Dofu, he needed no further justification. Though I often teased him for his timidity and tendency to avoid trouble, I knew deep down that I would never find another brother as sincere as he. My usual disdain for him was irrelevant in this moment. I could not turn a blind eye, lest my conscience be devoured by dogs. At this moment, the swarm of bats had not yet fully entered the cave, and Dofu and Gu Wen-min, who had originally stood at the entrance, were now completely submerged in the darkness, their fates unknown. However, just as half of the bats had entered, chaos erupted outside, indicating that something had transpired within the cave. Shortly thereafter, a gunshot echoed from within, jolting me into alertness. I knew that Dofu and the other were still safe. Time was of the essence. I had to act swiftly to rescue them. Bats are notoriously afraid of open flames, and fire is the most effective means to drive them away. I promptly secured the rope around my waist, retrieved a few articles of clothing from my bag, wadded them into balls, and ignited them with a lighter. Armed with a makeshift torch, I began to ascend. My speed was remarkable, and before long, I reached the cave entrance. The bats, startled by the flames, scattered in all directions. I immediately peered into the cave, and an involuntary gasp escaped my lips. The cavern was teeming with bats. Faintly, I could discern the sound of curses, but it was intermittent, nearly drowned out by the peculiar cacophony of the bats' calls and the flapping of their wings. As I approached the cave entrance, the bats were startled, flitting about chaotically. The confined space became a whirlwind of wings, and my torch was extinguished in an instant. Darkness enveloped me, and countless entities brushed against my body. I dared not open my eyes, fearing that these creatures might inadvertently strike them. Chapter 61. The celestial mouse. I had initially thought that the presence of a flame would suffice to fend off the bats, yet their numbers were astonishingly vast. The moment the torch emerged, it was snuffed out. In the inky blackness, the bats swarmed from all directions, and I feared that remaining alone would result in being torn to shreds by their claws. Fortunately, these bats were small, posing no immediate danger. I shielded my head and face with my elbow and rushed toward the positions of Tofu and Gu Wen-min. Before long, I collided with someone, and I heard the voice exclaim, "Ouch! Gu, my beautiful lady, why have you suddenly become so robust?" I found it baffling how this fellow found the audacity to speak in such a perilous situation. Was he not concerned about bat droppings landing in his mouth? "It's me." Upon my utterance, Tofu and Gu Wen-min quickly oriented themselves and moved closer to me. The three of us formed a makeshift triangular formation, back to back, attempting to protect ourselves from the onslaught. The bats did not bite but flitted about, their claws grazing our skin, leaving trails of blood. Their wings brushed perilously close to our eyes and ears, making it nearly impossible to keep my eyes open. Uttering even a few words might invite a wing to intrude upon my mouth. In that chaotic darkness,
We kept our eyes shut. I protected my head and face with one hand while covering my mouth with the other, muttering, "Thankfully, these bats have no interest in human blood or flesh. Let us muster our courage and rush out. Once we are outside, they will flee from the light." Tofu and Gu Wanmin remained silent, but I sensed them nodding in agreement. I took the lead, eyes closed and hands shielding my face, moving forward. I recalled the location of the cave entrance, approximately 20 steps away, and was about to guide the two of them when suddenly, the agitated swarm of bats fell silent, ceasing their erratic fluttering. In unison, they dangled above us, their red eyes glowing like rubies in the darkness. The sudden stillness bewildered us, prompting us to open our eyes. Bathed in the faint light of dawn, I saw that Tofu and Gu Wenmin's exposed skin was marked with numerous blood streaks. Tofu's once proud visage had become a canvas for the bats, adorned with intersecting lines of blood and bat droppings, presenting a most repugnant sight. Gu Wenmin fared similarly. Though as a woman, she was particularly protective of her face. Thus, she bore only a few blood streaks, with most of her injuries concentrated on her arms and neck. Having entered last, I was less disheveled than the others. The three of us exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words regarding the ordeal we had just endured. However, I am acutely aware that opportunities must not be squandered, for they may never return. Regardless of the reasons behind it, we must first address the opening we have discovered. This vein of gold, having lain dormant for centuries, has evidently transformed into a natural abode for bats. Bats are social creatures, primarily subsisting on insects, though some species feed on carrion or even human blood. In Chinese folklore, there are tales surrounding bats. It is said that they often dwell within limestone caves, referred to by ancient peoples as immortal mice. Why this moniker? In antiquity, the natural beauty of limestone caves was considered wondrous, believed to be the dwelling places of deities. Bats, resembling mice yet endowed with wings, were thought to have acquired the ability to fly and attain longevity by drinking from the waters of these heavenly abodes. Legends suggest that these immortal mice could live for 1,000 years, their bodies transforming into a stunning, majestic white. Of course, the appellation of immortal mice is merely a legend, yet we can at least take solace in the fact that these bats have not turned hostile towards us. They appear to be the insectivorous kind, uninterested in human blood. Our unexpected intrusion into their centuries-old sanctuary has likely instilled fear in them, causing a flurry of chaotic flight and resulting in our injuries. It would be prudent to leave swiftly while the bat swarm remains quiet. Earlier, I had used a flame to scare away a group of bats that had not yet entered the cave. Lingering any longer could invite their return once they regained their composure. Thus, my companions and I paid little heed to the sudden compliance of the bats and hastily wiped the excrement from our faces, preparing to exit. However, after taking just a few steps, the cave was abruptly engulfed in darkness. The faint light that had filtered in from the entrance, heralding the dawn, was suddenly obstructed, extinguishing the illumination within the cave. In an instant, the red glint in the bat's eyes above us appeared even more pronounced. My heart dropped, sensing a shift in circumstances. I immediately lowered my voice in the darkness and asked, "Who has the flashlight? Turn it on quickly." Tofu responded, "I have it, but in the chaos, I lost track of where I tossed it." In that moment, I felt a surge of frustration, wishing I could take a knife to him for his incompetence. Generally, I avoid using coarse language in front of women, but this time, I could not restrain myself, thinking that while minor blunders may be tolerated, we cannot afford such negligence in dire situations. With the predicament at hand, there was no time to dawdle. I swiftly retrieved my lighter to ignite a flame. This lighter, purchased during my business endeavors, was quite reliable, costing around 1,000 yuan. I had bought 2 of the same model, gifting one to Tofu, who, unfortunately, dropped it into the toilet the very next day while using the restroom, subsequently mourning its loss for an hour. The light emitted by the lighter was limited in range, but as the flame flickered to life, the bats above us were startled, their wings flapping as they took flight. In the dim glow, I discerned a startling sight at the entrance, a large, pallid rodent, standing upright, blocking our escape. Its eyes, eerily white, fixated on the three of us, exuding an aura of dread and foreboding. Tofu gasped, exclaiming, "Oh no, this little white mouse has mutated and seeks vengeance against humanity." He continued, "From now on, I must advocate that those conducting biological experiments should no longer harm white mice." Gu Wenmin, both amused and exasperated, urged Little Doe, Now is not the time for your antics. Zhong Qian, quickly think of a way to identify what is blocking the entrance. What could be that massive? Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was not a white mouse, but rather a large white bat adorned with a pair of flesh-colored wings. A wave of astonishment washed over me as I reflected. Folklore often embellishes, and while I thought the celestial mouse was a mere fabrication, I never anticipated the existence of such an entirely white bat. Given its considerable size, it surely must have been the king of bats in this territory. As I contemplated, I shared my observations with the others. Tofu gulped nervously, remarking, "This celestial mouse bat is quite large. It surely wouldn't be satisfied with insects." I replied, "My flesh is too coarse and unpalatable. When Min has little meat on her bones, so the celestial mouse would likely show no interest." Little doe, every human must meet their end, whether heavy as a mountain or light as a feather. Your flesh is ample and tender. Why not sacrifice yourself to satiate it, thus securing our escape? Rest assured, during festivals, I will not neglect you. I shall burn 10 paper maidens for you each time, and before 3 years pass, you will have a harem of 3,000. Tofu jumped in fright, retorting, "If I'm dead, what use are 3,000 paper women? Besides, paper is easily torn. At least make them out of real leather." Gu-1 coughed slightly, delivering a playful punch to my shoulder with a mix of irritation and urgency, murmuring, "In such dire times, you still find amusement at Little Doe's expense. You're supposed to find a solution, yet you persist in jesting. If we delay further, we may have no choice but to feast on Little Doe. We could preserve him for the new year." Noting her genuine concern, I adopted a serious tone, assuring, "Have no fear, I have a plan. Have you forgotten our weapons?" I lifted my hunting rifle. Gu-1 smacked her forehead in realization, lamenting, "How could I forget in the midst of such fright? While there were numerous small bats surrounding us, our firearms would be of little use. However, this celestial mouse, being human-sized and easy to aim at, had no escape route at the cave entrance. It would either be shot dead or fly away. Despite its bizarre appearance, it posed no significant threat to us, and with our weapons, all would be manageable. Were it not for this assurance, I would not be teasing Tofu at such a precarious moment." Chapter 62. Entering the dream with celestial elixir. As we spoke, the celestial mouse's eyes shifted, and it wobbled forward a couple of steps. We immediately fell silent, each of us aiming our rifles in unison. Though this white-haired bat was indeed a rare creature, killing it would be a waste. I mused, "It is a rare occasion for you, old chun, to show kindness. If it wishes to fly away, so be it. But if it truly desires human flesh, then I can only extend my apologies." With this thought, I refrained from aiming for its head and instead targeted its lower limbs, firing the first shot. Initially, I anticipated a scene of bloodshed, but to my astonishment, not a single drop of blood emerged as the bullet was fired. The ethereal, white-furred bat, resembling a mouse, appeared utterly unfazed and continued to approach us, swaying in a manner that sent chills down my spine. I had been confident that this white bat posed no threat to us. However, I was taken aback when the shot proved entirely ineffective. Even Gu-1 exclaimed, "This is bad. Could it be that it is not afraid of guns?" Tofu chimed in, "It's not afraid of 1,000. But what if it's the 1 in a million? Who could have anticipated we would encounter that very scenario? What do we do now?" Pervert Chun, "You must devise a plan swiftly." My mind was a tumult of confusion, and I retorted, "Didn't you claim a few days ago that you were Zhuge Liang?" To which Tofu paused and replied, "I am the great-aunt of the neighbor of Zhuge Liang's neighbor's nephew." I had lost all hope in Tofu's intellect at this point. And with the white bat drawing closer, a sudden realization struck me. This bat must have lived for countless years. Its fur was abundant, and its skin thick and rugged. The bullet, upon entering the fur, was ensnared by the coarse hide and could not penetrate further. Its elasticity likely surpassed that of plastic. Disregarding whether this was a rare species or not, I swiftly aimed my weapon. The distance was not great, making it easier to target, and I fired a shot at its head. The gun discharged with a resounding bang, jolting my hand and causing my palm to tingle from the recoil. Yet the bullet vanished into the void, failing to halt the advance of the white bat. As it drew nearer, an unusual fragrance wafted toward us, unmistakably a sweet aroma, rather than the usual stench associated with animals. The white bat exuded an enchanting scent. "What is that odor?" Gu-1 inquired, covering her nose with her hand. Although it was pleasant, its presence in such an environment felt rather peculiar. I recalled another tale regarding the celestial mouse. It was said that bats that survived for a millennium would transform into white furred beings, commonly referred to as the celestial mouse in folklore. These creatures were believed to draw upon divine waters from mystical caves, eventually forming a unique elixir in their mouths, known as the dream-entering immortal pill, which supposedly emanated an extraordinary fragrance capable of transporting individuals into a realm of immortality. Lost in thought, Dofu suddenly sniffled beside me. Turning to him, I was taken aback to find his eyes brimming with tears. I thought to myself, Dofu may be timid, but surely he hadn't reached this extreme. There was still a distance to death. Why was he crying in fear? Suddenly, Dofu lunged at me, burying his head in my embrace. Clinging to my waist and sobbing uncontrollably, "Dad, you've finally returned. I understand now. After the plane crash, you must have been stranded on a deserted island, living like Robinson Crusoe. I always knew you were alive." In an instant, clarity washed over me, and I realized Dofu was not quite right. I swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his face, scolding, "Look closely. Who the hell is your dad? Your parents' plane crashed in the fields. There's no deserted island." As I uttered curses, a flurry of thoughts swirled within me. Could his sudden confusion be linked to that peculiar fragrance? Tofu, having received a sharp smack from my hand, remained oblivious, lunging towards me while exclaiming, "My dear father, why do you resort to violence upon our first meeting?" Frustration and urgency surged within me. As that ethereal mouse drew closer, the aroma intensified. Tofu clung to me desperately, refusing to let go. I hastily turned to Gu1 urging, "Let us retreat and devise a plan." To my astonishment, as I glanced back, I discovered that Gu1 had also succumbed. Her eyes glazed over. She stood frozen, regarding me with a peculiar stare. Just as I recognized her predicament, she raised one hand, aiming a black box at my forehead, her finger poised to pull the trigger. I could scarcely fathom this turn of events. Tofu, in a fit of madness, mistook me for his father, but why was Gu1 now aiming a weapon at me? In that moment of desperation, I rolled on the ground while clutching Tofu, inadvertently kicking Gu1's leg, causing her shot to miss and her to tumble to the floor. I swiftly kicked Tofu away, who continued to wail for his father, preparing to rise, but as I moved, an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over me. The intensity of this dizziness was so profound that my mind went blank in an instant, rendering me utterly disoriented. When I finally opened my eyes again, I was taken aback. I found myself seated on a wooden bench, facing a large table adorned with 2 bowls of white rice and a plate of vegetables. The familiar earthen walls and furniture enveloped me, and I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this the old house where my grandfather and I once lived? How did I end up here? What was happening? Just then, from the adjacent room, the sound of spatula clashing with iron pot reached my ears, accompanied by a hoarse yet resonant voice. "Qian, the vegetables are ready. Come and serve them." It was my grandfather's voice. This scene, long buried in my memory, suddenly materialized before my eyes with startling clarity. Having learned from Tofu's experience, I vaguely understood that I might be experiencing a hallucination induced by inhaling that fragrance. Yet, despite knowing it was an illusion, I felt an undeniable sense of longing. As I remained motionless, the elderly figure in the kitchen called out again, prompting my feet to move involuntarily, a thought echoing in my mind. Even if it is false, it matters not. I must take a look. I made my way towards the kitchen, where an elderly man with a face etched with wrinkles and a kind smile approached me, energetically holding a plate and reaching for my hand to guide me to the dining table. A tumultuous emotion coursed through me. I was acutely aware that all of this was a fabrication, yet its authenticity was overwhelming. No, it was incredibly real. In that moment, I began to doubt the disappearance of my grandfather, the struggles that followed, the bankruptcy, the grave robbing, the ethereal mouse. Was it possible that all of it was merely a fleeting dream as I rested my head on the dining table? Perhaps now was the time to awaken from this reverie. My mind was in turmoil as the elder across from me served me vegetables, and everything felt as though time had reversed. Such a tremor is difficult to comprehend for those who have not experienced it. Yet I am acutely aware that all of this is an illusion. Perhaps in reality, that ethereal mouse has drawn closer to me. How can I awaken from this delusion? Deep down, I yearn to spend more time with the elderly man before me, but the rationality cultivated over many years gradually brings me to a state of calm. My grandfather seems to sense my unease and remarks, "Why aren't you eating? This fish was caught by you today in the river, huh? Our little Qian is the best. Surely, He has a bright future ahead. You're growing, so eat more. As he serves me more food, he gently touches my forehead, likely assessing whether I have a fever. I gaze at his face for a moment, my eyes growing warm, and then I leap off the long bench, cradling it in my arms. My grandfather, a look of confusion on his face, asks, "What are you doing? What scheme are you concocting?" I suspect my expression must be quite grim. My gaze flits between the bench and the old man. Then, seizing the long bench, I swing it towards his head, knocking him to the ground. I strike him repeatedly, leaving him bloodied and wailing. The feeling of inflicting harm upon a beloved family member is indescribable. The initial blows nearly brought me to the brink of despair, yet as I continued, the act became more fluid, and with each strike, my mind became clearer. As the elderly man gasped his last breaths, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself still within the confines of the bat tunnel. Beside me, Dofu and Gu Wanmin appeared to regain their senses, both staring at me in stunned silence. Ahead of me, the ethereal mouse lay on the ground, blood frothing from its mouth. Dofu gulped audibly and gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old Chun, you're incredible. I always knew you had a ruthless streak, but to this extent is truly astonishing." At his words, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my wrist, and looking down, I realized I was clutching Gu Wanmin's camera, which was now deformed and heavy in my hand, stained with blood. Chapter 63. Old Ginseng momentarily dazed. I struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired, only to hear Dofu recounting that when he regained consciousness, the ethereal mouse had already been nearly defeated. My expression twisted in horror. I found myself wielding Gu Wanmin's hefty camera, repeatedly striking the mouse's mouth. Its body was camouflaged down to its paws, but alas, it could not protect its nose and mouth. In my frenzy, I smashed its jaw until it split apart. As the ethereal mouse collapsed, chaos erupted in the cave as the bats stirred into a frenzy. Before I could grasp the situation fully, they began to flap their leathery wings and aggressively swoop towards us. In a mere instant, we were bitten multiple times, and in a state of desperation, we could only swing our backpacks to fend off the swarm, stumbling bloodily towards the cave's entrance. At that moment, dawn broke outside, bright sunlight streaming into the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, the creatures ceased their pursuit. We three exchanged glances. Although we bore no life-threatening injuries, we were drenched in blood. A shocking sight in the morning light. I could not help but be taken aback. Had I lingered a moment longer in that illusion, I would have likely become nothing more than a heap of flesh and bones. The ancients spoke of a mystical mouse whose mouth contained an elixir capable of transporting one into a realm of dreams. Yet, it now appears to be a fragrance that leads one into delusion. The deeper the regrets and aspirations within one's heart, the more one finds satisfaction in the illusion. I encountered my grandfather, and Tofu met his father. But what of Gu Wanmin? Why did she aim her weapon at me upon entering the illusion? At that moment, the three of us, having narrowly escaped a calamity, felt somewhat exhausted. Although I was plagued by questions, it was not the time to voice them, so I remarked, "It was a close call, but thankfully, we have preserved our lives." The two individuals accompanying Lin Fatty were exceedingly treacherous. I had initially wished to remain uninvolved, but now I had no choice but to intervene. I deliberately made this statement for Gu Wanmin's benefit, as she had already discerned that Tofu and I were not merely tourists. Regardless of the circumstances, tomb raiding is a clandestine endeavor. If Gu Wanmin were as cold-blooded and cunning as Lin Fatty's companions, I would not fear her discovering the truth. At worst, I could silence her afterward. In these desolate mountains, it would be all too easy to dispose of her. Tofu has always claimed that I possess a dark side, a notion I concede to. Yet having a dark side does not equate to being heartless. Though Gu Wanmin's motives remain unclear, she is undoubtedly not a villain. If she were to learn of our activities, how would I respond? Would I resort to silencing her as well? Despite my darker inclinations, that is something I could never bring myself to do. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to dispel her suspicions regarding Tofu and me. Upon concluding my thoughts, Tofu interjected, "That Miss Rin appears like a celestial being, but has a heart as venomous as a serpent." Indeed, Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Beautiful women are seldom virtuous. I thought to myself, does that not also cast aspersions on Gu Wanmin? Therefore, I quickly countered, the goodness or wickedness of a soul bears no relation to one's appearance. Let us not dwell on this topic. We should first depart from this place and seek a spot to recuperate. With that, the three of us descended the rope into the valley,
searching for a stream to tend to our wounds, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, we sat beside the stream, around 9 o'clock in the morning, a prime time for travel. Alas, having spent the night in relentless pursuit and sustaining some injuries, we were utterly fatigued and unable to continue. We nibbled on some provisions and fell into a deep slumber by the stream. When I awoke, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Gu-1min had risen before us, kindled a fire, and had caught 2 fish from the stream, which she was now roasting. As Tofu awoke to the sight of food, all his grievances evaporated, and he lavished praise upon Gu-1min. She, flattered by his compliments, graciously offered him the cooked fish first. Fearing I might attempt to claim some, he retreated to a distance from me, eating with audible delight. I found myself both exasperated and amused, just as I was about to admonish Tofu for his selfishness. Suddenly, I looked up and found Gu-1min's dark, piercing gaze fixed intently upon me, her lips pressed tightly together. In the fleeting moment of our gaze meeting, her expression softened slightly as she lifted the corners of her lips and softly inquired, "Now, may I ask what exactly you two intend to do in the mountains?" Anticipating her question, I had already devised a strategy in my mind and settled on a rather innocuous excuse, replying, "If I told you we are here to dig for ginseng, would you believe me?" Ginseng? Gu-1min's elongated brows furrowed slightly, her voice tinged with skepticism. To come here for ginseng? I did not expect Gu-1min to fully trust my words. I merely needed to placate her for the time being, and later on, devise a plan to discreetly extricate myself from her presence. As I pondered, I continued, "We are merely trafficking wild ginseng. It is incredibly lucrative. Just a few roots would suffice to sustain me for a year. With the rising cost of living, without some external gains, life becomes exceedingly arduous. 1min, you certainly do not seem to be in need of money, but we are not in the same boat. I have an elderly mother to care for and a 3-year-old child to feed, not to mention a wife who indulges in online shopping daily. If I do not find a way to earn money, I might as well take to begging on the streets." Upon hearing this, Gu-1min raised an eyebrow, her expression one of surprise. "You are married?" Momentarily taken aback, I wondered how she could latch onto that detail amidst my lengthy explanation. Before I could respond, she shook her head, her tone growing somewhat distant as she remarked, "Digging for ginseng is not a significant undertaking, but if you are seeking ginseng, why not go to Changbai Mountain? Are you not lost?" Noticing a flicker of belief in her eyes, I seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Ah, you see, Changbai Mountain is indeed a treasure trove for ginseng, yet it has been largely depleted by eager foragers. It has become increasingly rare to find any ginseng there. Conversely, it is these remote canyons and deep mountains that harbor the greatest potential for discovery. I have heard tales that the Wuling Mountains are a mystical realm, teeming with natural treasures. Have you not heard of the story of the enraged locals who destroyed the ginseng deity's temple, leading to dire consequences?" Gu-1min shook her head, and recognizing that I had successfully diverted her attention, I resolved to engage her further with my storytelling prowess. Though I am typically reticent when the moment calls for it, I can weave tales as grand as the Yellow River's flow or the Yangtze's retreat, skills honed through my travels. Thus, I began recounting the tale of the desecration of the ginseng temple, and Gu-1min was quickly drawn into the narrative, entirely forgetting to inquire about anything else. It is said that during the early days following the liberation of the nation, many mountain residents in Wuling relied on foraging for precious herbs to survive, such as black truffles, mushrooms, ginseng, and various medicinal plants. There existed a temple dedicated to the ginseng deity, which depicted an elder with a beard as white as snow. Legend has it that this ginseng elder was a sentient being, often transforming into an old man wandering the mountains. The benevolent elder, upon encountering an ailing individual, would pluck a few strands of his hair and offer them. Once detached, the hair would transform into ginseng roots, which, when brewed into a soup, could cure all ailments. Hence, the local inhabitants revered the ginseng temple, and prior to venturing into the mountains for foraging or seeking healing for ailments, they would pay homage at the temple, believing it to be highly efficacious. At that time, efforts to combat feudal superstition had already begun, albeit not with great rigor. Thus people continued their customary worship. There was a man named Meng Jiefeng, an uneducated scoundrel, yet he displayed great filial piety towards his mother. When his mother fell gravely ill, with no remedy in sight, Meng Jiefeng concocted a nefarious plan, pondering that it was said consuming a legendary ginseng could extend one's life and bestow blessings. allowing one to live as long as the mythical Pengzu. With his mother's health deteriorating, he resolved to procure this ancient ginseng. He lingered at the ginseng deity's temple for several days, and one night, he beheld an elderly man with white hair and a celestial demeanor approaching the temple. The old man inquired about Meng Jiefang's desires, to which he whispered a response so faintly that it was barely audible. The ginseng spirit, unable to discern the words, stepped closer, only to find that the ground was covered in sesame oil. Local folklore suggested that all plant-like spirits feared sesame oil, as stepping upon it would reveal their true form. The old ginseng, obscured by straw, unwittingly stepped into the oil and, with a shriek, transformed into an ancient mountain ginseng, struggling upon the ground. Without hesitation, Meng Jiefang shed his clothing and wrapped the old ginseng, hastening home with glee, proclaiming to his mother that she would be saved. For they would consume the ginseng and, like Pengzu, live for 7 or 8 centuries. However, upon unveiling the contents of his wrapping, he discovered not ginseng, but rather a heap of excrement. Realizing he had been deceived by the ginseng spirit, he, in a fit of rage, smashed the ginseng deity's temple. Yet when he returned home, he found that his mother had succumbed, her neck bearing marks of strangulation, clearly indicating foul play. A closer inspection revealed the lingering scent of ginseng. Gu Wanmin listened intently, remarking that it seemed the ginseng spirit had murdered his mother. Isn't it unjust that he does not seek vengeance upon Meng Jiefang, but rather targets his mother? I thought to myself that such queries should be directed at the old demon. Outwardly, I replied, neglect in upbringing is the father's fault. Meng Jiefang's father had passed away. Thus the blame naturally fell upon his mother. This tale imparts a vital lesson. One must educate their children well, for if misfortune arises, it may also implicate the parents. In places where ginseng spirits reside, ginseng is sure to be found. As for Meng Jiefang's tale, its veracity is debatable. However, the ginseng deity's temple undeniably exists, making it a reliable site for ginseng digging. Event details. Every reader who publishes a review for this book will receive a 20 Modi coin red envelope, with no restrictions on review content. Event timing. All day on the first day of the Lunar New Year, ending at midnight. Note, each participant is limited to 1 entry. Original reviews exceeding 500 words will have the chance to be pinned and earn an additional reward of 300 Modi coins. What are you waiting for? The New Year red envelope from Dao Dao awaits you. Chapter 64. Acting independently as we spoke, the fish in Gu Wenmin's hands was perfectly grilled. She snapped a stick in half to use as chopsticks, and we chatted as we devoured a large fish, leaving nothing behind. The 3 of us replenished our sleep, filled our bellies, and paid little mind to our wounds. After a brief rest of about 10 minutes, we packed our belongings and continued on our journey. While Gu Wenmin was busy packing, Dofu quietly asked me, "Are we truly going to travel with the beautiful Gu?" I turned my head slightly and observed Gu Wanmin engrossed in packing. I lowered my voice and said, "Of course not. We must find a way to shake her off along the way. As a woman, if she loses track of me and Dofu, she would surely lack the courage to proceed alone." Dofu let out a sigh and whispered, "What if something happens to her here, all alone?" I retorted, "If you were to return to Fengtu village alone, would you manage it?" Dofu immediately patted his chest and replied in a hushed tone, "That's a given. It's quite simple. Although this area is deep in the mountains, there are no signs of bears or tigers. What could possibly happen?" I said, "Exactly. First, she runs faster than you. Second, her skills surpass yours. And lastly, her intellect is sharper than yours. If you have the confidence to return alone, do you truly believe that she would be devoured by a tiger in the mountains after leaving us?" My words struck a nerve with Dofu, causing his face to scrunch up in dismay. With a downcast head, he shouldered his burden, and the 3 of us proceeded toward the gorge. The 2 individuals ahead showed no hesitation, avoiding the center of the gorge. The deeper one ventures into the gorge, the more one enters the territory of fierce beasts. They were astute, choosing to walk along the edges of the gorge, leaving behind numerous traces and a clear path that evidently led to the gorge's end. Gu Wenmin, unaware of the exact location, searched for clues left by Lin Pengzi and his companion, while Dofu and I pondered how to rid ourselves of her presence. As we journeyed on, night soon fell, and we were not far from the gorge's conclusion. We set up camp for the night, with Dofu and me taking turns to keep watch while Gu Wanmin slept in the tent. Around midnight, estimating she was in a deep slumber, I stealthily awakened the drooling Dofu and urged him to pack up so we could leave. Dofu appeared somewhat reluctant and whispered,
Isn't this a bit ungracious? We should treat a beauty with the warmth of spring. If we leave like this, how disappointed will the lovely Gu feel upon waking? I replied, what warmth can we show her now? What if she discovers our true identities and decides to report us? Are you planning to silence her? Doufu was taken aback and fell silent, promptly rising to gather his belongings. We made sure not to disturb Gu Wenmin as we ventured into the night, using our flashlight to guide us. Fortunately, the gorge's edge harbored no fierce beasts, and though we trudged through the night wind, the thought of escaping Gu Wenmin and freeing ourselves from concern spurred us on, despite our exhaustion. By dawn, we were utterly spent and breathless. Doufu, leaning against a tree, gasped, I can't go any further. I won't move unless you force me. At that moment, I too was parched and trembling, realizing that Gu Wenmin was likely awake by now. Without us nearby, the chances of her continuing to pursue were considerably low. Ahead of us, a stream flowed gently from the foot of the mountain, winding around the rocks, its white waves cascading downward. That mountain was our destination, marking the point of the phoenix's turn. The two individuals, Lin and the portly man, evidently lack expertise, blindly trusting in the tales of the divine spring in their quest for the princess's tomb, while failing to comprehend the significance of the mountain's aura, which is destined to lead them into considerable trouble. At this moment, they are likely still wandering aimlessly in the depths of the mountains. Although they are oblivious to the tomb's location, I possess a clear understanding. According to my grandfather's notes, the phoenix turns its neck, forming a configuration akin to 3 mountains encircling, making it a fitting burial site for a woman of noble stature. We need only traverse the mountain peak to reach the other side, where the view will be unobstructed. I then said to Doufu, the early bird catches the worm. We must press on, even if we feel weary. Let us strive to cross the mountain before nightfall. If all goes as expected, Wei Guangtou and his companions should be waiting on the other side. Once we regroup, all will be well. It was not the time for rest. Lin and that venomous beauty could emerge at any moment. If you truly wish to become a corpse, then by all means, remain here. With that, I took a few sips of mountain spring water and casually began to eat the provisions I had brought along. Doufu's feet were already blistered. As the blisters burst, they became sticky against his socks. He removed his shoes and soaked his feet in the water, hissing in pain. Seeing this, I felt a twinge of guilt. This lad had come from a well-off family and had never endured such hardships, all for my sake. With this thought in mind, I handed him some of my rations. Having gone a day and a night with little sleep, I was faring decently. I have always been a night owl, able to endure several nights of revelry without fatigue. Doufu, with a piece of biscuit in his mouth, began to doze off. Noticing his condition, I realized it was unsustainable for him to continue at such a grueling pace. What if he collapsed due to my insistence? With a sigh, I kicked him lightly and said, very well. Let us rest for a while and set off again in 3 hours. Doufu, filled with gratitude, vowed to improve his physical fitness and transform his ways. We found a dry spot by the stream to sleep. Our phones were dead, and there was no alarm clock. When we awakened, we had overslept by 2 hours. I felt a pang of annoyance as I prepared to rouse Doufu, only to glance over and find our belongings intact but him absent. Doufu, being timid, would not venture far in this remote gorge. I assumed he might have gone to relieve himself, so I began to pack our things while waiting in place. By the damp stream, I noticed a distinct trail of footprints extending into a dense thicket nearby. After several minutes of no response, I called out towards the bushes, Doufu, you're not an elephant. Why the delay? With no reply, an ominous sensation began to rise within me. It was unusual for Doufu, who never admitted defeat, to remain silent today. Realizing something was amiss, I hurried towards the thicket, parting the branches to discover a pile of Doufu's excrement, foul and unmistakable. Yet he was nowhere to be found. In such an unfamiliar place, Doufu would not wander aimlessly. So where had he gone? As I followed the thicket, I noticed the footprints veering off in a direction opposite to our intended destination. This area lay in the heart of the canyon, a place teeming with ferocious beasts. Even someone as timid as Tofu would never dare to venture there alone. A sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting me to quickly don my backpack and grasp my firearm, pursuing the footprints. After a few steps, I stumbled upon 2 additional sets of prints beside Tofu's, one large and one small. Piecing together the circumstances, it dawned on me that these belonged to Lin the Fat and the Beautiful Run. Judging by the footprints, it was evident that they were in hot pursuit of Tofu. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that Tofu had led them astray. Why would Tofu do such a thing? Although he could fire a gun, his aim was woefully inadequate. Compared to Lin's precise shot that had once shattered a mountain chicken's skull, Tofu's skills paled in comparison. If Lin and his companion caught up with him, wouldn't he be at their mercy? With this thought weighing heavily on my mind, I pressed on, determined not to be careless. Before long, I heard a familiar voice up ahead cursing. "Hey, Lin, if you have the guts, untie Grandpa Doe and face me head on." I halted, retreating into the underbrush to observe. There, I saw Tofu bound to a tree, his back to me, with Rin and Lin standing behind him, utterly unaware of my presence. Given the situation, my suspicions were confirmed. Initially, Lin and his companion had been headed toward the place where Tofu and I had been resting. At that time, Tofu had been hidden in the thicket, unarmed, while I was asleep. Had they encountered Lin and Run, Tofu would have stood no chance. Realizing this, he must have fled in the opposite direction to divert their attention, only to be caught now. Chapter 65. Internal Strife. Lin the Fat sneered. "You've got quite the tongue, kid. Today, I'll show you what it means to be upright and aboveboard." With that, he swung his handgun at Tofu, striking him across the face, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he gasped in pain. Seeing this, a surge of rage ignited within me. With no time to ponder, I raised my shotgun, aiming it at Lin's back, prepared to pull the trigger. Yet Ren, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, suddenly turned and locked her gaze on my hiding place, commanding, "Who's lurking there? Show yourself." As she spoke, she swiftly raised her handgun in my direction. This woman was ruthless. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger, leaving me no chance to react. In a split second, I rolled to the side to evade the shot, but suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted above me. Looking up, I was paralyzed with fear. A vividly colored serpent had coiled itself above my head, its presence unknown until now. It turned out that the charming young woman had not discovered me, but rather the large snake resting on the branch above my head. At that moment, it was directly overhead, rendering me momentarily paralyzed with fear. I thought to myself, heavens, why are there so many snakes in this place? A demon king encountering a dragon is one thing, but a demon king encountering a snake is a different matter altogether. The young woman fired several shots at the vibrant colored snake, but it slithered away with remarkable agility, making it difficult to aim. Strangely, it seemed to harbor a grudge. After descending from the tree, it ignored me and instead advanced menacingly towards the young woman and her companion. The snake's vivid hues indicated its venomous nature. Tofu, who had always harbored a deep fear of serpents, trembled as he was bound to the tree, crying out for help with a voice that could make one's ears ache. Despite the impressive marksmanship of Lin Fatty and his companion, they found themselves powerless against this elusive serpent. In an astonishing turn of events, even more venomous snakes emerged from the underbrush, fixating their attention on Lin Fatty and the young woman, seemingly indifferent to Tofu and me. This was rather peculiar. Could it be that even these snakes could discern that Tofu and I were the innocent ones? As a multitude of snakes appeared simultaneously, Lin Fatty's expression shifted to one of alarm, exclaiming, "Why are they targeting us?" The young woman ceased firing, her demeanor darkening as she inquired, "Did you disturb anything on that human snake body within the gold vein?" Lin Fatty, recalling something, suddenly reached into his pocket, his face paling as he gasped, "Oh no, that item is gone." The young woman's expression soured immediately as she scolded, "I warned you not to covet such things. That object melts when exposed to heat. And now that you've been tainted by the scent of the human snake, all nearby snakes will launch an attack on you." Though I was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, it became evident that Lin Fatty had taken something from the corpse of the human snake, thus attracting the ire of the snake horde. It seemed that despite being referred to as a snake, the human snake was, in fact, an enemy of serpents. At this juncture, Lin Fatty, in a state of utter disarray, exclaimed, "What should we do? How can we resolve this? Think of something." Suddenly, the young woman smiled, her delicate face blooming like a spring flower, yet her soft words sent a chill down my spine. "You've attracted the scent of the human snake. Being with me is a liability. It would be better for you to stay here." Realizing the implications, Lin Fatty's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his gun in a panic, only to be outpaced by the young woman, who shot him with remarkable precision, striking him in the chest. A spray of blood erupted as he let out a wretched cry, the gun slipping from his grasp as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The nearby venomous snakes immediately lunged at him, tearing into his flesh. Seizing the moment, the young woman swiftly fled, leaving Tofu still bound to the tree. Surrounded by venomous snakes, I found they held no interest in me, focusing solely on Lin Fatty's corpse. I quickly emerged from the thicket, untied Tofu, and without a moment's hesitation, I urged him to run with me. At that moment, a hand suddenly grasped Tofu's ankle. We looked down to find it was Lin, his eyes wide, his body convulsing uncontrollably, a vibrant snake visibly writhing its way into his mouth, emitting strange sounds from his throat that seemed to plead for salvation. Tofu gasped, "Should we save him?" I remained silent, kicking away Lin's hand that clutched Tofu. Picking up the fallen gun from the ground, and without hesitation, I shot him in the forehead. A spray of crimson erupted, Lin's eyes widened, his head tilted, and he drew his last breath. Tofu was profoundly shaken. I pulled him back to our previous campsite, and he, still in shock, stammered, "Old Chun, you killed someone." I kicked him lightly and replied coldly, "Even if I hadn't fired, he wouldn't have survived. I was doing a good deed, sending him on his way to spare him further torment." Tofu seemed to grasp my reasoning and let go of the issue of my gunfire. His face was swollen, reflecting his lingering fear as he remarked, "That run, how could she turn on her own comrade? Does she even possess a conscience?" Observing Tofu's distressed demeanor, I remarked, "In the face of self-interest, conscience means nothing. That's human nature. When all is well, we can call each other brothers, summon friends. But when calamity strikes, and one feels encumbered, they can easily cast you aside and stab you in the back." Her actions were entirely predictable. It would have been surprising if she had chosen to save Lin. Tofu's expression began to ease, and he looked at me slowly, saying, "Your perspective is rather extreme. There are those who do not measure everything by profit. Human beings are innately good, after all. Your viewpoint seems somewhat twisted, and I must refute it." I replied, "Refutation is futile. Now, let us not dwell on those two. It is of no concern to us. Time is of the essence. We must set off swiftly to cross the mountain before nightfall." We ceased our contemplation of Lin and began our ascent of the majestic green mountain before us. Tofu, typically fond of idle chatter, was unusually silent today, likely still reeling from the earlier events. As night approached, we reached the mountain summit, but darkness had enveloped the land, gazing towards Phoenix's neck. All that remained was an inky void, obscuring any view of the surroundings. We discovered a sheltered nook at the cave, shielded from the wind, and kindled a fire to pass the night. Though I often found Tofu's chatter excessive, his silence felt oddly unsettling this time. Just as I contemplated offering him some words of comfort, he earnestly declared, "Old Chun, your mindset is flawed. You need to adopt a more optimistic outlook." I thought to myself, so he is still pondering the events of the day. Before I could respond, Tofu glanced at me and muttered, "When you spoke earlier." It sent a shiver down my spine. Perplexed, I wondered what he was fixating on this time. I asked, "What is it that weighs on your conscience?" With a mournful expression, Tofu replied, "I feel like a burden, unable to provide assistance." "It seems as if you were referring to me." I could not help but be amused by his response, remarking, "It seems you possess some self-awareness. Since you do not wish to be a burden, shouldn't you demonstrate some initiative?" Tofu inquired, "How should I express this?" I gestured towards the recently caught mountain chicken, suggesting, "Slaughter the chicken, so I can have a ready meal." Tofu glanced at the bird, then back at me, ultimately settling into a cross-legged position, palms together, and chanted, "Amit Ba." A monk embodies compassion and refrains from taking life. I was well aware of his nature. Indeed, he had never dared to kill. Yet he was never shy about consuming what was presented to him. Realizing that I could not depend on him, I took it upon myself to sever the chicken's neck, allowing it to bleed out, then proceeded to gut and clean it, finally roasting it over the fire. Though it was summer, the mountain's nights were quite chilly. After satisfying our hunger, we took turns resting. Tofu kept watch for the first half of the night. As soon as I lay down, I fell into a deep slumber. The exhaustion from the day had completely relaxed me, rendering me oblivious to the world outside. I am uncertain how much time passed when Tofu nudged me awake, indicating it was time to switch shifts. I glanced at my watch. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Taking over Tofu's watch, I settled by the fire to keep warm, while he immediately fell into a deep snore. Chapter 66. The keeper of the night. At this hour, the world was silent, the night alive with the calls of unknown birds. The coldness of the night was palpable, and I suspected that Tofu had stoked the fire a bit too vigorously during his watch, for we were running low on firewood. Since nothing had occurred during the first half of the night, I decided to venture nearby in search of some twigs, lest we find ourselves without a flame, which would be disastrous. Being at the mountain's peak, there were few tall trees, predominantly shrubs. Not far from the cave's mouth lay a thicket, making it convenient to gather firewood, though the abundance of snakes here was rather disconcerting. I was no stranger to various snakes and insects, having often ventured into the mountains. Yet I had never encountered so many snakes in one place. Merely during the time it took to collect firewood, I spotted 2 small snakes coiled beneath the underbrush, slithering away at the slightest disturbance, disappearing without a trace. This seemed somewhat peculiar, prompting me to recall the tale of the Ghost King's encounter with the dragon tomb. According to the woman surnamed Run, the one possessing the 8 carp and the sea-calming stone was a foreign princess named Gijir, who had been married into the Ming dynasty. But why was this princess's tomb referred to as the encounter with the dragon tomb? In folklore, snakes are often called little dragons. Could it be that the creator of the Ghost King's encounter with the dragon cup was not referring to true dragons, but rather to the snakes of this region? What connection might these snakes have with the princess's tomb? It appeared that the truth of the matter could only be fully comprehended by Wei Guantou, as he was the only one who had deciphered the information within the Ghost King's encounter with the dragon cup. Although the woman surnamed Run had slain Lin Pengzi, based on their conversation in the Gold Vein, it seemed she had others under her command, possibly en route to this very location. As I was now allied with Zhao Yiri, the Gijir princess's tomb, intertwined with curses, would spell disaster if she were to breach it. These thoughts swirled in my mind, sharpening my awareness. The more I pondered, the more acute my senses became. Suddenly, I perceived the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching through the darkness. The sound was distant at first. I even thought it might be a figment of my imagination. However, as the footsteps grew closer, I could not help but realize that someone was indeed approaching. If it were a person in this enveloping darkness, surely they would carry a source of light, perhaps a flashlight or even a torch. Yet, the direction from which the sound originated lay shrouded in utter blackness. Despite my certainty that the footsteps were not merely a product of my imagination, the uncertainty of the situation made me cautious, prompting me to extinguish my flashlight. In the instant the light vanished, I heard a voice ahead, one that conveyed palpable anguish, followed by a sharp intake of breath and a muffled groan. After which silence ensued. A loud thud echoed, reminiscent of a body collapsing to the ground, and then there was nothing but stillness. I waited for what felt like an eternity, and sensing that the individual had encountered some misfortune, I promptly switched my flashlight back on and cautiously moved forward. As the beam illuminated the area, I beheld a figure lying prone about 10 meters ahead. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this person was not the bald man I had expected. Rather, he was someone I had never encountered before. I turned him over and observed a gaunt form with a sallow complexion, likely around 40 years of age. Most notably, his hands were striking, thin palms with elongated fingers, each digit adorned with yellowed calluses. Although I did not recognize this man, the peculiar nature of his hands led me to deduce his identity. Tomb raiding is an intricate craft. The selection, structure, and mechanisms of a tomb require immense dedication, and to unearth treasures within. A raider must comprehend the secrets of the tomb's location, architectural design, and even possess the skills to create and dismantle traps. The art of deciphering these mechanisms is a specialized skill, with practitioners known colloquially as zhangshou. Unlike Zhong Qian, who possess a broader knowledge base, zhangshou need only master one thing: the mechanisms. Among the most renowned zhangshou of modern times was Sun Caishen from Luoyang. My grandfather once recounted an amusing tale about him. Sun Caishen was famed for his hands, which were nicknamed half-mao. Some might find it peculiar that a person could have a nickname for their hands, but the story is quite intriguing. Sun Caishen was also a tomb raider, though he seldom worked alone. He preferred to collaborate with others, primarily focusing on deciphering traps. His dexterous hands could effortlessly sense any mechanism, and it was said that whatever he touched would remain etched in his memory. If he examined a bowl, he could recall its size, dimensions, weight, and even the intricate patterns of its porcelain glaze with remarkable clarity. Although he was somewhat henpecked and fearful of his wife, his lustful inclinations did not wane, and he often slipped away to visit brothels. His wife, well aware of his nature, sought to teach him a lesson but lacked concrete evidence. As the adage goes, to catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. She devised a plan to stake out at Suyin Tower. Soon enough, Sun Caishen, sauntering with an unmistakable swagger, arrived at his favorite establishment to rendezvous with a young courtesan named Xiao Taohua. His wife, having bribed the courtesan, slipped into the bedclothes. Upon entering the room,
Zhong Qian was greeted with a lewd grin as he exclaimed, "My dear beauty, you are quite eager. I have only just arrived. And yet you are already waiting for me in bed." Upon finishing his lewd remarks, he leaped onto the bed. The dim light in the room obscured his view of the other's face, and without hesitation, he began to undress, seizing hold of what he thought was a partner. The grip, however, felt distinctly wrong. He exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a bit smaller than expected, not a little peach blossom, but my wife." His wife then threw off the covers and, gripping his ear, scolded, "You grave-digging old fool, frolicking around behind my back. How dare you complain about my size? If I don't beat your face into a spring breeze today, you won't know why the flowers are so red." She was a robust woman, strong enough to leave him with a battered face, earning him the nickname half-millimeter thereafter. This pair of deft hands, capable of discerning the slightest nuance, was a skill passed down from father to son, from master to apprentice, honed through arduous practice over time. It was said that in training one's finger strength, each finger was weighted with a heavy lead ball, and one would play the guqin with those fingers. The weight of the lead rendered the fingers stiff and trembling, causing dissonance in the music until mastery was achieved, when the fingers could entwine with the lead, producing melodies as flowing as water. The man before me clearly possessed such dexterity, and my understanding deepened. He must be one of the assistants summoned by Wei-1The. But how did he end up here? Had something befallen them? I quickly reached to check his breath. Fortunately, he had not succumbed, and there were no visible injuries. It was unclear how he had lost consciousness. Thus, I decided to escort him back to the cave. Once inside the cave, I roused Doufu without taking the time to explain, urging him to fetch the kettle and provide the man with some water. I also applied pressure to his acupoints and gently patted his back. After a while, he finally regained his composure, coughing a few times before weakly asking, "Where am I?" Doufu leaned in, saying, "I am Nyodo, and he is Mamian. We have brought you back to your hometown." The man blinked, clearly unimpressed by Doufu's attempt at intimidation. Groaning a few times, he replied, "I understand now. You must be brothers Chun and Do. A pleasure to meet you." Doufu, frustrated that his attempt to frighten had failed, inquired, "How do you know us?" The man replied, "Brother Wei mentioned that if I encountered two men, one with a cold demeanor and the other warm, one calm and wise, the other frivolous and unreliable, it would surely be you two." He then looked at Doufu and remarked, "Brother Do, you are quite unreliable, even if you resemble Nyodo. This brother Kachin does not resemble Mamian at all." Upon hearing this, my admiration for the man increased significantly. "You, good sir, are quite astute. In the dead of night, you hastily ascended the mountain only to faint suddenly. What exactly transpired?" The man suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "There has been an incident. Brothers Wei and the others have been trapped. I came to escape and seek help." Trapped? A shock coursed through me, and I thought, could it be that Wei-1The and the others have entered the ancient tomb? How could they be ensnared? With this in mind, I questioned, even with mechanisms in place. "With you here, there should be no peril. How were they ensnared?" The man's expression grew urgent as he recounted the events to us. Doufu and I, upon hearing the tale, were left utterly astonished, realizing that such bizarre occurrences could indeed transpire within the mountains. Chapter 67. Pursuit on this expedition. Wei-1The was accompanied by 3 individuals. The first, known as Feng the Mechanic, possessed extraordinary skills with his remarkable mechanical hands. The second, a formidable man adept with a steel knife, was named Su. This ancient blade, reputed to possess protective qualities, was equally effective whether wielded against foes or for more mundane tasks. Su, a dashing figure, was said to descend from a lineage of folk heroes who resisted Japanese aggression, having once wielded that very knife to vanquish numerous adversaries. For reasons unknown, he had since diverged from his ancestral path and taken to foraging for mushrooms. The third man, Luo Darren, lacked any particularly notable talents but was sharp-witted and resourceful. His cleverness had enabled him to navigate the underworld for over a decade, earning him considerable renown. Upon receiving news that their undertaking was being monitored by a group of law enforcement, Wei-1The adjusted the original plan, which had included me and Doufu. Instead, the 4 of them set off in haste, opting to forego their mobile phones to avoid detection. Disguised and transformed, they relied on the information gleaned from the ghostly King Yulong Cup, making their way to Fengzue village. The journey was fraught with challenges, which need not be elaborated upon. Arriving in Fengzue village by day, they found it a dilapidated relic, scarcely resembling a village,
but rather an archaeological site. The quartet, lacking knowledge of the art of geomancy to locate graves, understood they would need to excavate and explore the terrain. However, the vastness of the mountain meant they could not rely on random digging. Such an approach would lead to endless fruitlessness. To uncover the grave, they needed to apply the burial customs of various dynasties to ascertain the general area for excavation. Since the Han Dynasty, the practice of burying at the foot of a mountain rather than its peak, as well as interring on slopes rather than ridges, had been established and continues to this day. The complexities of Chinese burial customs are extensive and varied, yet they adhere to a set of principles that tomb raiders have meticulously compiled over the centuries into steadfast laws. A well-known maxim in the profession states, "Look for graves from the spring and autumn to the warring states at the mountaintop." Qin and Han tombs reside in the hills. Eastern Han and the northern and southern dynasties are typically found at mid-mountain. Sui and Tang tombs lie below the slopes. Ming and Qin graves can be located wherever auspicious signs appear. This adage, widely circulated, conveys clear guidance. Tombs from the spring and autumn and warring states eras are buried at high altitudes. Those from the Qin and Han dynasties are found in hilly regions, emphasizing the significance of the mountain as a burial site. Meanwhile, tombs from the Eastern Han and the Northern and Southern dynasties are predominantly situated at mid-mountain levels, while those from the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties are generally found below slopes. In the Ming and Qing periods, burial practices became more varied, allowing for more flexibility in specific locations, though the principle of burying at the foot rather than the peak remained. This wisdom, distilled by tomb raiders over centuries, found its way into archaeological teams following the first pacification and has been widely applied with consistent success, much to the chagrin of the raiders, who could only grit their teeth in frustration. When the four arrived at Fengzui village during daylight, it was customary for tomb raiders to operate under the cover of night to avoid detection. However, given the isolation of the deep mountains, they faced no such concerns and promptly began their search for the tomb, adhering to the burial customs of interring at the foot of mountains rather than at their summits. They pinpointed the location of the princess's tomb just below the mountain's base. In the encounter at the Ghost King Encounter Dragon Cup, Wei Guangtou received a crucial piece of information. There exists a divine spring at the tomb's entrance, indicating the presence of a water source or a lake nearby. Based on these two criteria, locating the tomb chamber should prove relatively straightforward. The group gathered provisions and descended the mountain, intent on discovering a site with a water source. They soon stumbled upon a modest lake, surrounded by reeds, its surface shrouded in mist, where the faint sounds of waterfowl echoed, reminiscent of a fairyland. Wei Guangtou, possessing considerable experience, analyzed the lake's position, gauging the elevation and the terrain, and estimated two potential locations for probing. He instructed the others to excavate plum blossom holes at these sites. Each set of 5 holes served to detect the tomb's location. The team toiled throughout the afternoon, diligently excavating plum blossom holes, thoroughly exploring the 2 designated spots, and digging hundreds of holes. Crouching down, Wei Guangtou examined the soil unearthed by the probing tool, his expertise in discerning the earth's characteristics evident. However, despite his efforts, he remained furrowed in thought, and as night fell, with both sites thoroughly explored, he sighed, acknowledging their miscalculation. With the hour growing late, they decided to retreat to the village for the night and resume their search the following day. Though their efforts that afternoon had yielded no results, they maintained a sense of optimism, having at least identified the general area. The remaining task of tomb exploration would require patience. This profession demanded not only skill and courage, but also resilience and the ability to endure solitude. The group made their way back to Fengzui village, where they kindled a fire and settled down to sleep. For safety's sake, they took turns keeping watch against any potential threats from snakes or wild beasts in the mountains. The first watch was assigned to El Su, a tall and muscular man who often bore a smile and exuded an air of refinement. Despite his elegant demeanor, he wielded a formidable steel knife, which lay beside him as he sat by the fire, arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. As night deepened, the time for the shift change arrived, and Fengzui show. The next watchman was roused from slumber by El Su. Still groggy, he rose, stifling a yawn, when he suddenly noticed several shadowy figures lurking at the edge of the village. This village, now reduced to crumbling stone foundations and a few dilapidated wooden houses, was overtaken by trees and vegetation, offering limited visibility. In the dead of night, The sight of those figures jolted Feng Guisho awake, but being a vigilant individual, he wondered if they were pursued by the authorities. Realizing he could not confront them alone, he promptly awakened Wei Guangtou and the others. Among the group, only Wei Guangtou was armed with a handgun, as tomb raiders typically eschewed firearms. The dangers encountered during tomb explorations often stemmed from snakes, insects, or the undead, none of which could be effectively dealt with using a gun. Thus, when foraging in the dark, they preferred cold weapons, like El Su's steel knife. Wei Guangtou, clutching a pistol, likely intended for protection against law enforcement, observed as the others awakened. He gestured for them to look towards the edge of the village, where they immediately spotted several furtive figures, their drowsiness dissipating in an instant. All seasoned veterans, they exchanged no words. Under Wei Guangtou's signal, they stealthily maneuvered closer to the shadows. In the darkness, it seemed the figures had noticed their presence and swiftly turned to descend the mountain, prompting a hurried pursuit from the fore. Yet, in the obscurity, the silhouettes became indistinct, their genders indiscernible. As the chase intensified, the astute Lauda Ren suddenly raised a hand, exclaiming, "Wait! Those figures ahead carry neither torches nor flashlights. How are they navigating? How can they move so swiftly in the dark, while we struggle to keep up?" His words struck a chord with the others, sending a chill of realization down their spines. Indeed, while they struggled with their flashlights, the figures ahead seemed devoid of any light source. How could they possibly perceive their path? The unsettling thought crossed their minds. Could they not be human at all? At that moment, the indistinct figures ahead abruptly halted, as though awaiting the approach of Wei Guangtou and his companions. Faced with such uncertainty, who would dare to pursue further? The seasoned treasure hunters were no cowards, yet they were not reckless either. Aware of the potential danger, they chose to remain still in the shadows. What lay before them? Were they human or specters? As the financier of this venture, Wei Guangtou, keenly aware of the stakes, refused to remain passive. After a moment of silence, he raised his pistol and fired 3 shots into the darkness. Though aiming in the night was treacherous, the proximity of the figures rendered the probability of hitting them substantial. Even a blind cat might catch a dead rat. To his astonishment, after the shots rang out, the silhouettes remained unmoved, as if the bullets had failed to reach them. This was inconceivable. Wei Guangtou, seasoned and knowledgeable, pondered. Could it be that what lay ahead was truly not human? He turned to El Su and said, "El, it is your turn now." El Su's steel blade was a family heirloom, steeped in centuries of bloodshed, a weapon of formidable reputation. It was said that this knife could ward off evil, its primary purpose being to slice through zongzi with ease, cleaving even the toughest rice dumpling in twain. Chapter 68. The shadowy apparition. Understanding that the entities ahead were not human, Wei Guangtou summoned El Su. As the saying goes, one must take on the burdens of another when entrusted with their wealth. El Su, adept in his craft, brandished his steel knife and charged towards the shadowy figures. As if sensing the distinction of El Su's blade, the indistinct figures in the darkness turned in unison, startled. This sudden movement sent a wave of terror through all present. In the shadows emerged faces pale and ghastly, adorned with rouge, dark brows, and blood-red lips. They bore no resemblance to living beings, rather, they resembled characters from an ancient shadow puppet show. In the depths of darkness, several pale, ghostly faces fixated intently upon the approaching El Su. Fearless in nature, El Su, now perilously close, felt compelled to act. Thus, he swiftly swung his blade, severing the heads from their bodies. A foul stench erupted from the necks of the shadowy figures as they crumpled to the ground. With lingering trepidation, the group cautiously approached, illuminating the scene with their flashlight, and gasped in horror. Lying on the ground were several shadow puppets, their fragile forms devoid of heads. El Su exclaimed, "What are these things?" Wei Guangtou, bold in spirit, knelt down, grasping one of the puppets and bringing it to his nose for a closer inspection. A look of delight crossed his face as he declared, "So that's it." Having seen much in his years, he began to elucidate the circumstances to the others. Upon smelling the puppet, he detected the stench of decay. In the art of tomb raiding, one must master the skills of observation, inquiry, and deduction. Observation entails examining the landscape and assessing the feng shui. Smelling involves identifying the scents in the soil, as the aroma of earth disturbed by ancient tombs is distinct. This skill is honed over time. Inquiry refers to gathering local legends and information before embarking on a search for a tomb, serving as auxiliary clues. Finally,
Deduction involves using tools such as probes and shovels for swift identification of the tomb's location. Having honed his olfactory abilities over many years, Wei Guangtou discerned the scent of decay emanating from the puppet. This odor, acquired from prolonged proximity to corpses, was faint yet persistent, suggesting a long entanglement with death. This indicated that the puppet was not only ancient, but had been buried within a tomb for an extensive period. The legend of shadow puppets coming to life is a tale as old as time. However, it is not the puppets themselves that become sentient, but rather the dense aura of corpses within the tombs. In ancient times, the practice of human sacrifice was not uncommon, with the lingering resentment of the deceased clinging to the puppets, allowing them to traverse the earth and roam at night. Wei Guangtou addressed his companions. These puppets must have emerged from the Yulong tomb. If we follow them, we shall surely uncover the location of the ancient burial site. Su remarked. They are heading towards the northern slope, seemingly in the direction of that lake we scouted by day. However, we thoroughly examined that area and found no tomb. Wei Guangtou furrowed his brow, uncertain of the situation. With the night deepening, they ultimately resolved to wait for dawn to unravel the mystery. As they prepared to return to Fengzue village, a chilling wind suddenly swept past them. To their astonishment, the fallen puppets stood upright, their bodies twisting in the breeze, rustling ominously. The severed heads danced around them, their previously expressionless faces contorted into grotesque visages, creating a scene of sheer terror. Feng Guisho was taken aback, while Su brandished his ancestral steel blade, ready to confront the chilling spectacle. At that moment, an unexpected chill intensified, and the body of Feng Guisho was suddenly ensnared by a shadow puppet. In an instant, he felt a constriction in his throat, and darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself facing the gleaming blade of Lu Su, which was swiftly approaching him. What transpired? Feng Guisho was taken aback, and as he turned his head, he saw Luo Durun exclaiming, "Oh no, something has happened to old Feng." The very person Luo Durun was shielding was none other than himself. Feng Guisho looked down to discover that he had now transformed into a delicate shadow puppet. In a flash, Lu Su's blade was above him, and Feng Guisho instinctively dodged, his body carried aloft by the cold wind, landing right upon Luo Durun. Subsequently, he felt darkness descend once more, and when he opened his eyes again, he had reverted to his original form. However, beside him lay Luo Durun, collapsed on the ground, while the shadow puppet stood beside him, and Lu Su's blade was poised to strike at the puppet. Feng Guisho quickly intervened, shouting, "Stop!" Lu Su hesitated, his blade pausing midair, and replied urgently, "What do you mean stop? We must eliminate these things." No sooner had he spoken than Wei Guangtou, too, was ensnared by a shadow puppet and fell to the ground. Understanding dawned on Feng Guisho. Whoever was touched by the shadow puppet would swap identities. If they did not act swiftly, he feared that they would all ultimately become mere puppets. But how could those already touched return to their own bodies? As the others grasped the situation, fear gripped them. None wished to become a shadow puppet. They scrambled to dive back into their own bodies, yet upon doing so, the remaining shadow puppets would latch onto them again. In that moment, they found themselves caught in a vicious cycle, perpetually shifting between puppets and humans. Amidst the escalating chaos, they could scarcely discern whether those around them were foes or allies. At that critical juncture, Wei Guangtou suddenly spoke to Feng Guisho, saying, "I understand now. This is the ghost shadow maze. We three will provide cover. You must escape and seek out someone named Zhong Qian. He has the means to save us." With an opportunity to flee, Feng Guisho was eager to act, asking, "How do I find him?" Wei Guangtou replied, "There will be a brother by his side. Once you leave the mountain, if you encounter two men, one cold and composed, the other warm and erratic, that will be him." With the combined efforts of Wei Guangtou and the others, Feng Guisho was finally able to break free from the grasp of the shadow puppets and made his escape, arriving to seek my aid. Upon hearing this, Doufu and I exchanged bewildered glances, with Doufu asking, "What is this ghost shadow maze? Why would Wei send someone to seek your help?" Not only was Doufu perplexed, but I too was utterly confused. I thought to myself that in such circumstances, one would seek a priest skilled in exorcism, not me. Feng Guisho added, "Gentlemen, we must not delay. Let us depart immediately." He seemed rather eager, indicating a good rapport with Wei Guangtou and the others. I quickly restrained him, saying, "Brother Feng, let us discuss this calmly. Upon your account, the specter appears exceedingly bizarre, rendering our participation akin to courting death.
This matter warrants careful contemplation. Wei Guangtou, though possessing a commendable sense of loyalty, would undoubtedly assist me. Yet the peculiar nature of the specter leaves me feeling ill-equipped to confront such a challenge. Armed merely with tofu to rescue someone, would I not be walking willingly into a trap? In light of this, I cannot help but reflect. Wei Nanjing, it is not that I lack loyalty, but rather that I am genuinely incapable of saving you. While our relationship is not entirely hostile, it has not reached the point of self-sacrifice either. May you find peace. Dofu, possessing a keen insight into my character, is timid by nature. Upon hearing Feng Gui's mention of the shadowy possession, he was already thoroughly frightened. Observing my inability to act, he outright refused to take the risk, stating, "No way, no way. That shadow is too formidable. Should we venture forth? It would be tantamount to a futile sacrifice." Wei Guangtou must have been delirious to seek our assistance in this matter. Feng Gui's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this, and he retorted furiously, "It seems the progeny of the ghost king Chen Xiyuan is nothing more than a coward, fearful of death. Indeed, Wei Nanjing must have been blind to have placed his trust in you." His words piqued my curiosity, prompting me to inquire, "Oh, so you are aware of my lineage? Did Wei Guangtou disclose this to you?" Feng Gui sneered, declaring, "Only those of exceptional skill venture to the Longmu tomb. Were you not the Ghost King's descendant, we would never have consented to your inclusion. Yet here you stand, a pitiful weakling." Dofu, incensed by Feng Gui's insult, retorted, "Who do you think you are, Feng? How dare you call anyone a weakling? This infuriates me. Do you believe we desired to come here? Had it not been for that Zhao fellow begging us earnestly, we would not have accepted the invitation." Feng Gui's eyes bore into us, his gaze ominous. I felt a jolt of apprehension at his stare. The issue at hand is not that I am unwilling to help. Rather, upon hearing the situation, I recognized my own limitations. Yet why did Wei Guangtou assert to Feng Gui that I had the means to save someone? Was there an underlying truth I remained oblivious to? Although Zhao had shared much with me, there were still many unclear aspects, indicating he had concealed certain matters. It was evident that Wei Guangtou possessed knowledge of something significant. This led me to ponder again about the items my father Chen Xi entrusted to old Zhao, as well as that wretched curse. Should Wei Guangtou and his companions truly fall victim to peril, then with only Dofu and myself, novices in theory and devoid of practical experience, this endeavor would surely end in failure. Not only would we be unable to acquire the items from old Zhao, but the trail to the curse would likely vanish as well. While Dofu remained agitated by Feng Gui's harsh words, I deliberated internally and formed a resolution. I patted Dofu on the shoulder to calm him and turned to Feng Gui with a smile, saying, "Do not take offense. I have little interest in playing the hero. However, Wei Nanjing is, after all, my benefactor, and I cannot simply stand by while he faces peril. This expedition into the depths is a shared endeavor, and we must contribute when the time comes." Upon hearing my words, Feng Gui likely chose to avoid further conflict, his demeanor softening as he replied, "In that case, what more is there to discuss? Let us hasten to rescue the one in need." I remarked, "Why the haste when my words remain unspoken? I mean, if a person can be saved, I would certainly consider it my duty. Yet, this ghost shadow maze is unfamiliar to me. How am I to offer assistance?" Upon hearing this, Feng Gui let out a hiss, casting a dubious glance at my tofu-like demeanor. He furrowed his brows and inquired, "Are you truly unaware? Are you not a descendant of Chen Xiyuan?" I acknowledged my lineage, yet questioned its relevance. Feng Gui scrutinized me for a considerable time, seemingly lost in contemplation, which was quite unsettling. Were it not for his association with Wei Guangtou, I would have preferred to avoid further interaction with such a person. He then continued, "The ghost king Chen Xiyuan was a disciple of Bai Lao Si. Bai Lao Si, a master of the flying knife technique, has unearthed countless graves throughout his lifetime, bestowing his accumulated knowledge upon the Ghost King. Since Wei Nanjing believes you possess the capability to unravel the ghost shadow maze, there must be sound reasoning behind his conviction. Reflect deeply. Did the Ghost King not impart any unique skills to you?" Tofu, who possessed a deeper understanding of my background, interjected, "What unique skills? All his grandfather did was regale him with stories and teach him how to farm." Feng Gui, skeptical, retorted, "The southern practice of carrying water buffalo horns and the northern custom of carrying rice. Are these not teachings of the Ghost King?" Tofu, somewhat perplexed, responded, "What buffalo horns? What rice? What purpose do these serve? In truth,
The southern practice of carrying water buffalo horns and the northern custom of carrying rice are both methods of warding off evil. Grave robbing involves dealings with the deceased. And as the saying goes, those who walk by the water's edge are bound to get their feet wet. Thus, encounters with spirits and zongzi are not uncommon. Grave robbers, often referred to as mushroom diggers, tend to carry talismans or objects to subdue spirits, among which the water buffalo horn is the most widely recognized. There are also tales of carrying black donkey hooves, though this practice is primarily found in Shaanxi. Elsewhere, people generally prefer the water buffalo horn. Water buffaloes, aquatic creatures associated with the element of water, are considered yin entities. It is said that carrying a water buffalo horn can obscure one's yang energy, rendering one invisible to the spirits and zongzi within the tomb. As for the northern custom of carrying rice, it pertains to northern grave robbers, who, while excavating, keep a pouch of glutinous rice on hand to scatter in the presence of unclean entities as a means of banishment. These are methods devised by grave robbers to combat zongzi, and Feng Gui Shou evidently believed that as the Ghost King, my grandfather must have possessed a few effective techniques to deal with spirits, which he wished for me to utilize to decipher the ghost shadow maze. While it is true that my grandfather did not pass down such ghost-repelling methods, a recollection stirred in my mind thanks to Tofu's earlier comments. My grandfather once told me a tale known as patting the shoulder. It describes how, in rural areas, children walking alone at night might suddenly feel an invisible ghostly hand reach out to tap their shoulder. When this occurs, the child's spirit is startled out of their body, prompting the adults at home to employ another method to summon back the spirit that has been startled away. It is said that a person possesses 3 flames located at the crown of their head and on each shoulder, corresponding to their 3 souls. Some vengeful spirits can directly tap a person's shoulder, extinguishing one of these flames. When the flame on the shoulder is extinguished, the yang soul is disturbed and can be frightened away, much like the interaction with a shadow puppet. After being tapped on the shoulder by a ghost, the remedy is rather straightforward. One must utilize items infused with substantial yang energy to reignite the extinguished yang fire. The most commonly employed method involves applying the blood from a rooster's comb to the shoulder, followed by calling back the soul. This approach has proven consistently effective. The labyrinth of ghostly shadows evidently serves as a means for spirits to extract the soul, and as long as the yang fire is preserved, one remains unharmed by the shadowy figures. Upon contemplating this, I devised a plan. To ensure the yang fire remains alight, I would require something akin to rooster comb blood. However, at such a late hour, procuring rooster blood would be impossible, necessitating an alternative. I pondered for a moment and turned earnestly to Tofu, saying, "Little Tofu, I've treated you well, haven't I?" Tofu instantly became wary, gazing at me, and replied, "Chun, I know you too well. What are you scheming now?" I said, "While I empathize with your plight of still being a virgin by the 7th spring, it seems this could be rather fortuitous." Tofu glanced at the ghostly hand of Feng beside us, on the verge of tears, and remarked, "Such matters should not be discussed in front of others." What of being a virgin? Virgins have their dignity too. I stifled a laugh. Seeing Tofu genuinely distressed, I continued, "This isn't your fault. Blame those girls for lacking discernment. Do you wish to save Wei, the bald fellow? Do you desire to acquire some valuable hardware? If so, you'll need to make a contribution." What contribution? Tofu, having frequently fallen victim to my schemes, had become rather astute. I explained my intentions. Although rooster comb blood was unattainable, human blood would suffice. Female blood embodies yin, while male blood epitomizes yang. A man's blood is rich in yang energy, and as a perennial virgin, Tofu's blood is purportedly the most potent. Using his blood should prove more effective than rooster blood. Upon hearing this, Tofu vehemently resisted, exclaiming, "Actually, I was lying to you. I once acted impulsively and spent $400 on something you can imagine." I couldn't help but smack him, saying, "Look at your lack of spirit. It's merely a matter of drawing blood, not slitting your throat. Even if you've done it once, it doesn't matter. We are only 3 now. Old Feng is out of the question due to his age and weakened yang energy." Tofu persisted, "What about you?" "Me?" I replied, "I am even less suitable. I am the cursed one, and my blood would do more harm than good." "Little Tofu, don't you wish to avoid being a hindrance? Now is your time to serve the cause. A true man sheds blood without shedding tears, for heaven's sake. It's not as if they are raping you. So stop whining." With Feng and I pressing on Tofu to draw blood, we collected a portion in a water bottle, secured the cap,
gathered our belongings, and under Feng's guidance, set off towards the foot of the mountain. As we passed through Fengzue village, I could only afford a fleeting glance. Yet I immediately sensed something amiss with the village's layout. However, I am not well versed in feng shui and have only recently begun to explore it. Feng shui is divided into the grand geomancy of mountains and rivers and the minor geomancy of yin and yang. My grandfather's work notes are predominantly about the grand feng shui, with only brief mentions of the minor. The minor feng shui of Fengzue village was evidently flawed, but I could not identify the source of the issue at that moment. I merely caught a hasty glimpse before following Feng onward. The tofu, having been forcibly bled, expressed its indignation by vehemently cursing my ancestors for generations. Had it been anyone else, I would have resorted to violence. However, I chose to spare the tofu, for I have become quite acquainted with my forebears. After hastening forward for a while, Feng Guisho anxiously exclaimed, "We are almost there." I promptly retrieved my water bottle, applying a mark of blood to the shoulders and foreheads of the three companions before continuing our journey. Suddenly, Feng Guisho came to an abrupt halt, his face a mask of horror as he exclaimed, "Where have the people gone?"